Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Closest thing to heaven's right. This land is calling.
Hi guys, Gina here, and this is TFT at the Esports World Cup. We were lucky enough to catch up with some of the players ahead of the competition, so let's head inside the player lounge and see what they had to say. All right, Team Vitality representative here. Thank you for taking the time. Let's start off with a little bit of a discussion of how it was getting to the event.
So our team initially boot camped for 2 weeks in Paris before this, to adjust for the time zone because they're only 1 hour behind Saudi. It was really fun, and then we flew here last night. It was pretty smooth, and the venue's really nice. So,
have you had a chance to see some of the other players yet?
not really. We haven't got to talk to anyone, but we did see some of them like in passing and like hallways and stuff. Yeah.
So when it comes to the competition, we know that TFT doesn't necessarily have quite a lot of LANs. So for this experience, like coming here, seeing the players, being able to see people when you play against them, how are you going to approach this?
So TFT is usually just like we're playing online. So LANs are pretty special and pretty fun to play at. It's nice seeing like the other people. But it's pretty much the same, honestly. Like, so our team was here last year, so we're not nervous or anything. So we're just gonna approach it like how we normally do.
Okay, I like that. Approach it day by day. You have the boot camp. You're here now, adjusted to that time zone. What are your expectations for Team Vitality?
So last year we were pretty close to winning. We lost the semis. This year we're trying to get like revenge, I guess. We're trying to win. I think we're in pretty good shape. We have a good chance to win again.
Okay, I love the confidence. So you know how it goes when you win, you get a trophy, you can pick 3 keys to put in there. Do you have anyone particularly in mind that you really want to go up against?
So we are 1 of 2 teams from NA, so we probably want to take like the other NA team's key. And then I guess 2 other teams would be maybe like two EU teams, because there's always some like NA-EU rivalry. Yeah.
I love how that transcends across every game title. It's always NA versus EU. But some final words maybe for the competition. You can look at the camera and let them know.
Team Vitality is gonna win. We're the best. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, Citadel in the house here, ready for some TFT. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, I'm doing great. Benny is awesome.
All right. So let's talk about some TFT. Let's talk about the route to actually being here in Riyadh. How has it been for you guys leading up to this point?
So we had about a 1-week boot camp in Canada. That was pretty good. We scrimmed some teams, like 1 team every day, played some solo queue. The flight here took about 8 hours for us to get to France, and then another like 6 or 7 hours here. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I don't think any of us are like really jet lagged, so that's a positive, but we're really looking forward to competing tomorrow.
The thing with TFT as well is that you guys don't necessarily get a lot of LANs, if any. So this is really that opportunity for you to be here, meet your friends, meet the other players, get that LAN experience. How are you approaching this differently than an online tournament?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. This is definitely my first LAN. Never been at an event like this before. I think for practice, it's been like the same for me. Just try to, do my best, lock in, and, go in with the expectation that we can beat anybody.
All right, I'm looking forward to the NA versus NA clash that we might see at some point. You never know. But the beautiful thing about this tournament is that when you win, you get a trophy and you pick 3 different keys from 3 teams to put in there. So when you go to those finals and you win them, are there any specific teams that you really want to beat, crush their keys and their hopes, and put in that trophy?
I actually can't say that we have any team like that. Maybe Vitality, because they're the other NA team that we're really looking forward to playing. Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, I would say Vitality for sure. The players on that team, I think those players actually really got me into playing TFT. They were the first players I really watched and looked up to. So I'd be really excited to be able to beat them.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that NA versus NA rivalry. EU is here too, right? So you got to remember that. But when it does come to the expectations that you have for the team in this tournament, what is your goal?
Well, I mean, I think some of the other teams are obviously like really strong, right? Like Vitality. I think Mous from like EU is really strong. Wolves are really strong. T1. So there are like a lot of great teams here. But I'm pretty sure our team is good enough to actually win it all. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to.
Okay, I love the confidence that you're ready this. For you, any final words that you want to say to the teams that you're going up against?
Yeah, we're winning. Don't even bother showing up.
All right, perfect. Thank you. We got Sevi here from Mous competing in the TFT tournament as well. An EU team that we had a conversation with NA and they were like, yeah, we really want to beat EU team. So let's start there. What do you have to say to NA?
I think they just saw it because of the last close qualifier where they got absolutely stumped by EU. So yeah, they have to make it back now.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. NA will always be NA in whatever title we talk about. But I would love to hear about your experience so far, getting here to EWC, seeing all the players, because, TFT doesn't really have any of those LAN experiences. It's usually all online. How has that been?
I mean, everyone's looking forward to this. Like, most people tried really hard to make it here. Usually, even the streamers that usually stream the whole time take time off just to make it here. So for the TFT circuit, this is a really big tournament. It's the only 4v4 tournament in the year, and obviously probably one of the biggest lands besides the Paris Open at the end of the year. So yeah, everyone's looking for this, and yeah, it's going to be a big one.
It is indeed, and the really nice theme here as well is that when you win, you have your trophy, and you can pick out 3 keys to put in there. Are there any teams that you have your sights set on that you think, yes, we need to get those?
Obviously, I would like to beat Vitality. We scrimmed a lot against them. They're good friends of us. Maybe T1, because they usually beat us in scrim, so I would like get revenge in like officials. And then maybe Team Falcons also to like get a really good run to like maybe knock out all the favorites.
All right, that would actually be like a very sick trophy that you guys would have. So I'm looking forward to see how it plays out. But in general, when it's been like your expectations coming here on LAN, seeing the team, what are you looking forward to the most?
Meeting everyone that you know from online. It's not the first one, so I met most of the people, but there's still new faces. And then like just getting the experience. I've never been to this country, so obviously new experience culturally as well. And then obviously we prepped a lot, we prepped hard, we did a long boot camp, and yeah, obviously we're here to win.
I love to hear the boot camp, the confidence, the win. But in general, what do you have to say to some of the teams that you're going to be going up against? You can look right at the camera and send them a direct message.
You guys better watch out and you're better prepared because we are sharp.
Okay, I like that. Thank you so much. All right, we've already had a little bit of a conversation when it comes to Mous, how it's been for you guys to get here, the boot camp that you've had. I would love to know about your individual expectations for yourself in this tournament.
I think I have a good meta read, and for myself, I think I can play pretty good and also help my teammates. And I think if like everyone is playing individually good, it will be a good tournament for us for sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing Mous here, and we've heard a little bit of ramblings from NA. You know how NA is. They always like to go up against EU teams and beat them, or try to beat them in that sense. What do you feel like are going to be the most competitive teams here for the tournament?
I'm pretty sure it will be from NA Team Vitality. We scrimmed them a lot, and I think they are pretty competitive. And also, like other regions, I think China has some good teams like Falcons or Wolves, the winner from last year. I think these are like the most competitive ones.
And when it comes to you guys' performance, you've talked about the scrims, about the boot camps. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to playing here on LAN?
Play the game and like just win it all. I think we have a pretty good team, and I think I'm pretty sure that we can win it for sure.
Do you have like one dream team that you want to beat?
Probably Team Vitality. They are the most known, and it's always fun to play against them, and there's always a big rivalry against them. And for the players, for example, between me and the players, like we are bantering a lot, and so it will be fun to beat them.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. We have Milk here from Vitality as well. We heard a little bit of rumblings coming out from EU, a little bit from Citadel. They're saying, oh, Vitality is the team to beat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think historically in the West at least, we have the best results of all the teams in 44.
Okay. So when it comes to the road that you guys took to get here to Riyadh, the travel, the boot camp that I've heard of as well when it comes to Paris, how has that been?
It's been fun. I really enjoyed Paris. We were there for 10 days, I think. And yeah, it was a lot of fun and hopefully win this time.
So you're here on the land this time around. TFT has not too many of those. How's it been like in terms of meeting everyone in person and getting to really see your opponent when you're going up against them?
Honestly, I feel like TFT's been long enough that we've like seen everyone, basically. Everyone's met each other, but TFT has not many lanes, so it's really nice that have a really competitive lane.
And the really beautiful thing here on this LAN as well is that when you have that trophy, you get to pick 3 keys to put in there from the opponents that you've crushed, or, you know, just random keys that were crushed. Do you have 3 teams on your hit list that you really want to take down?
3 teams, probably Falcons, T1, and Mous.
All right, I like that. And anything you want to say to all of the teams that, you know, you're gunning for this tournament? You can look straight at the camera and let them know.
Oh yeah. Hopefully we high roll, and you guys low roll, and we win.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was super fun catching up with the TFT pros here on the land, the first one of the year. We're going to be heading over to you guys, and I hope you guys enjoy it just as much as we do.
You know, day 2s are always my favorite because this is where things really start to get spicy.
Yep, spicy is one word for it, especially for Team Falcons was a wake-up call. They came in as favorites and then ended up with a 2-0 loss to Virtus.pro.
I think even Virtus.pro after that series was like, dang, I guess we're actually kind of scary now.
And then there's T1. They had Weibo right where they wanted them, but ultimately let it slip.
Yeah, and now they're in the second chance bracket, or as I like to call it, the I hope we don't mess this thing up again club.
And that's where the casual, I just came to enjoy Riyadh vibe ends.
Yeah, and I think some of these teams are wishing they had a day 1.5 so they could clean up their act.
All right, let's make day 2 hurt in the most entertaining way possible.
It is Elimination Day here for Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Some of our favorite teams to be winning this tournament are currently finding themselves on the chopping block, which is an absolute crazy thing to be saying on our second day here. I am your host, Ginny, and I am joined with Clement and Whipson. Thank you both so much. Let's have a conversation about yesterday here, because what's going on?
I mean, yesterday for sure was the fall of the Giants, Clement. A huge representative Falcons falls, Mous also, T1 with the loss also, and that's why today it will be all about them. Who will be eliminated and who will stay in the competition to actually make it all the way.
It was the Giants stumbling, but also the unlikely heroes rising up as well. We saw Evos take down Team Liquid. We saw a very surprising game from Wolves that had lower expectations this time around, also just stomped Rock Esports. So a lot of exciting things going on.
Yeah, yesterday was already exciting, so I can't even begin to imagine what we can be expecting from today. And today there's a whole extra element
GP.
I don't know, stop! Because
That's the same element.
yeah, we've seen it was Syndra last year. It's GP this year. I feel like every time we're coming around to the Esports World Cup, they're like, "Ooh, let's do like one thing that's just everybody's gonna stick to it." Which, you know, love to see it, I guess.
No, I mean, they have to, not everyone can play Syndra. We saw maybe 3 players playing Syndra, or normally 2. So the rest of the players need to analyze how to play against it, how to maybe transform it into only out of 4, how to play against it. And now we're seeing some of the players coming in. Alcazia, the first game of today, Genie. Bolta, the huge board and the best representative right now. He's the one with the most accolades in EMEA, and now making this team work. Elimination man for him versus T1. That would be a great one to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk about trial by fire. We'll get into that a little bit later, because I really just want to talk about the fact that we're looking here at the TFT tournament, Clement, and it is going to be a 4v4 approach, which does make things a little bit more difficult or different as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of teamwork, communication, synergy. We saw different paths of qualification in the West and in the East. For the Eastern teams, it's the best individual players because they needed the qualification points for each.
Yeah.
For the Western teams, it was about synergy. It was an open qualification process. You could get your friends, maybe guys you have chemistry with, not necessarily the most accolades for those players, but the best sort of chemistry coming into it.
The power of friendship as well, if you might say so, for the Western teams. And that's, again, something that is really needs to be hammered home and that we genuinely need to look at today, because again, 4v4, you need to have that communication, you need to have that synergy, you need to be able to have everybody show up. But when it comes to our expectations for today and what we're looking forward to the most, we have Ian standing by with a little bit of a catch-up.
If you can come out on top of TFT at the Esports World Cup, the results and the rewards are epic. One of them is priceless. You get to place your frame on this year's totem for the world to see, securing your legacy forever. But on the flip side, if you lose at any point, if you get eliminated from the tournament, this is where your key ends up. Crushed by our key crusher and cemented and planted inside of our key graveyard. It's brutal, but it's beautiful. Which lane will our teams take? Glory or defeat? We'll find out.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
And we're looking at the SDC Club Championship points. And currently the top 5 here that we have, Shubsan, I mean,
Twisted Minds, VP, Vitality, Falcons, and Liquid, they are all competing in TFT, fighting for even more points to get up those leaderboards.
Yeah, most of them already with a win that enables them to be a possibility of getting the full championship points. Only Virtus.pro trying to get a first place still to get that eligibility. So, of course, this is a chance for TFT to make it for them.
Oh, if you want to talk about extra stakes, this matchup between Team Liquid and Falcons later on, if it does happen, might be worth $3 million in terms of the organization prize pool between first and second.
Yeah.
That is so spicy.
That is just like a lot of extra pressure as well to be on the shoulders of these players. And there already is the pressure of winning, right? And then there's the pressure of, our whole entire organization, this is a part of it, and we need to contribute to that as well. But I think Liquid right now is sitting quite pretty in that top spot. They have over 4,000 points, and Falcons is slowly but surely crawling up, which I think this year is very different though, because last year by like week 4, week 5, it was already cemented that Falcons was winning. But this year, they're getting a run for their money.
Yeah, it's more close, and Team Liquid also has some aura involved because Magnus was the one winning here on the SMB Arena, and now TFT is also on the SMB Arena, so maybe some points for them there.
Maybe it is just their like lucky spot. Maybe this is the arena where everything's gonna happen for Liquid. But if you don't qualify and you do end up losing this elimination match, not only is your path cut short, your dreams crushed, but your keys as well. And if you're thinking, what exactly does that mean, Genie, key crushing? We have a lovely explainer to explain exactly what that means.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Besides the key crushing and the totem and all this incredible extra things that the teams are looking to compete here, which does make EWC quite unique, there also is going to be the prize pool that the teams are going to be able to take home.
Yeah, amazing prize pool right here, 500. But Clement, you said it. Also, the club championship more than 20 million, and of course the plus 71 million throughout all tournaments here at EWC. Huge amount, change life-saving money for all of these players and teams.
Every single game awards the same amount of points. That means TFT is as important as all of the rest of these games. So that 500-point difference between Team Liquid and Team Falcon now in 1 and 2, that could be decided by this title here today.
Yeah, and how cool is it to be like, yes, TFT is the game that got us to this spot. Give the game a little bit of recognition like it deserves. But for those of you at home, you can scan the QR code and you can actually join on the Discord, have a little bit of discourse, whether it is about TFT or any of the other games related to the Esports World Cup. But when we're looking at TFT, it is a little different because usually we are used to players playing individually, but now we're looking at a 4v4. We saw it last year and how that played out, and that does shake things up a little bit because also the format plays into it.
Yeah, normally, as you said, individual play is most important, and now even the less ego teams are the ones outperforming the rest. We saw it last year with Wolf, all of them playing for the 4v4 fully, and now this time, once again, players that only have maybe one hero player are not outperforming the rest. They need to teamwork, they need to penalize the rest of the lobby.
And it's so important about the chemistry and communication. It's not about your individual accolades. We have seen teams with a lot more Tacticians Crown Championships falter, especially with a team like QAD that was able to take down 100 Thieves in the qualifiers. That was a shock for everyone to make their path here.
Yeah, we have 16 teams and they are sorted into 4 different groups. Only the top 2 from every single group is going to make it through, which means 50% chance of getting out of that group stage and going into the playoffs, which again makes things a little bit more difficult, but it also means that you gotta start very hot and hit the ground running, because I think a really good example, as we already touched upon, Falcons and T1 and even Liquid losing that first game, dropping to that lower bracket. It's day 2 and you might go home. That's crazy.
Yeah, and normally on day 1 we want to see also winners matches, but we have so many great teams and giants in the loser one that we want to see those elimination matches, Clement. 4 teams will be eliminated today, so only 12 will advance to tomorrow, and as you said, Ginny, 4 will have the possibility of skipping a day and go directly to playoff.
What I love about our format is that we take RNG into consideration. We want to give these teams a second chance. There's a last chance qualifier, and when it comes to the final match, we're going to have a best of 5 to make sure whoever wins it is there based on merit.
Yeah, and also the points here play quite a big thing, because again, it is 4v4. So Clement, depending on where you finish, you get different points allocated. So teams have to play for that as well.
Yeah, I think all viewers of TFT Esports will be pretty familiar with our point spread. We're going with the same as the individual one, but the important thing here is that there is a tiebreaker for first place. So if both teams are sitting on 18 points, whoever takes first place takes home the game.
Yeah, and the roles are also very important. They play a crucial role in regards of whether or not the teams are able to advance. You're approaching this differently, right, than a traditional free-for-all.
Yeah, normally you have the ace first, is the player that wants to go for the win, wants to have that GP early and have that economy boost throughout the team. Normally the team, even if it goes for a lose streak, are trying to borrow HP for them, Clement, and finally go for the win. It's very important. It's the tiebreaker, and of course you want to have a win-out player.
And there's all these different roles. You want to be flexible with each of them. That's a key thing. Some teams have a very focused ace, some teams have a very focused brawler, but being able to switch between is super important. I think the most interesting role is the strategist. This is a player when he goes 8th place is able to still communicate with the rest of the team, coordinate the entire squad, and some players, even when they go last, their team actually does better, especially with someone like Vitality Milk. So we give them the strategist, or also known as the yapper role.
Strategic inting. That could be, I don't know if that's what we want to call it, but maybe we can throw that in at some point. But besides the roles and the points, there is also different strategies that people are, well, one specific strategy that we've seen teams approach time and time and time again when it comes to setting everybody up for success.
This is what T1 taught us last year, and it's the most common strategy. You want to focus their opponent with the worst spot, make sure they go 8th place, and then try to protect your win-out player or your ace to go first. And the reason you want to do that is because of the point system. If you can manage to achieve that, then there's only one avenue for the opponent to then win the game mathematically, which is sending 3 of your own players into the bottom 4. It might sound a little bit complicated, but this is the most common strategy. Target the player with the worst spot and try to protect yours by giving them carousel priority, giving them the compositions and the items they want.
Yeah, I think that's also the beauty of this 4v4 tournament when we're looking at it, because usually like the players have to be very individualistic. They have to be very selfish. It's like, I need all the resources because I need that top 1 finish. But now because it is more of a team environment, the players have to adapt and they have to change that mindset and split the resources to the best potential for the team rather than for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Even the roles, we can think of only one strategy, but maybe 2 strategies are, for example, Vitality is using this. Double players going for loose streak, and they have full control on the carousel. So actually that enables you to perform better, take away resources from the enemy, and then try to channel or funnel resources to the winning one or the hero player.
It's so much about seeing into the future. Who actually is the win-out player on the team? That is usually the decider, because if you pick the wrong person, then your entire strategy might be for naught.
Yeah, it's a peculiar situation to be in. You want to make sure that everybody comes out on top. But we have 16 teams competing here in total, which we already touched upon. 8 of them are going to be going home by the end of tomorrow, which is kind of crazy because some of the names that we're seeing here, these are international powerhouses, Jupson.
Yeah, Wolves, defending champion, we have to recognize them. They're playing amazing. 2-0 yesterday against Rock. Falcons, obviously, together with T1, one of the leaders and the acolytes of players right here. Aegis, #1 seed in EMEA. I mean, so many names here, Clement, doing amazing. Twisted Mind also rough, but making a win in the end yesterday.
Overall, there's only 7 returning teams coming back from last year, so the TFT landscape changes incredibly fast. The competition is just ruthless.
Yeah, and I mean, you already touched upon yesterday, that game that we saw from Twisted Mind. Like, it was an incredible day. And for those of you at home who might not have had the ability or the chance to tune into every single game or all of the games from yesterday, we have a quick little recap to keep you up to speed.
Ian Chambers here alongside the godfather, the grandmaster of esports, Christopher Puckett. And it's time to reflect on day one of TFT at the Esports World Cup. It was chaotic, it was competitive. Chris, it was brilliant.
Dude, on the B stream, it was nuts. We had all of the favorites face it off against underdogs, and 3 major upsets happened. I'm talking Weibo Gaming's moving on. Falcons fell down to an elimination match, and Team Liquid got upset by Evo. So the top dogs in the club championship fighting for their lives here on day 2.
Crazy day 1 on the B stream. On the A stream, on day 1, it was very competitive, hotly competitive, every single series. Vitality just about making it through to the winners matchup. We saw, of course, Twisted Minds, one of the favorites, squeaking a win as well.
That was insane.
And finally, the champions of last year, Wolves, with a dub as well. So it's all looking good going into day 2, Chris.
That's right. It gets even better right now, ladies and gentlemen, because the Esports World Cup starts right now.
The confidence to do that without worrying that you're gonna drop the mic, that is why he's the godfather or whatever Ian called him of esports. Great bucket. Wow, I would actually never, I wouldn't even dare that because...
You don't want to try? Let's
no,
try. Hey.
Oh, okay. I like what I see. That's good. But that was a really good recap as well when it comes to the upsets that we've seen when it comes to the favorite teams dropping down to that lower bracket. And we're gonna start off with Group A. That's what we were covering yesterday on the A stream. And that's where we started things off quite scarily with Vitality losing that opening match against El Qudsiya. They do manage to bring it back 2-1, which is the Vitality Classic. But T1, Clement, what's going on?
Yeah, that's the big surpriser. They were the one that laid the foundations for 4v4. They were the scrim gods that everyone was mentioning, but a very weak performance, especially from their team captain Bintum yesterday, going on with a 7 AVP. So hopefully they can find their win-out player, have the correct identification. I think that's what was missing last time.
Yeah, 100%. We're seeing now Vitality versus El Qudsiya, also the French versus the American team. And they play very well. As you said, Genie, first game, very tough for Vitality. They did the same on regionals. They were asked about this. Why are you losing the first game and then winning the series? It's just variance. It's only a best of 3. So this type of thing can happen. They're one of the favorites to win it all.
Yeah, it's just the content game to keep the viewers a little bit more engaged. They know how to get their viewership up. And then we're looking over at Group B, and the biggest upset here, again, Falcons dropping into that lower bracket. I don't think that was expected. And even Aegis against Mous, like, if I'm being completely honest, Clement, I thought this was going to be a lot more of a closer match, but instead it was a 2-0 between the EMEA powerhouses.
Yeah, starting with the Falcons, I think it was a very clear problem. They didn't get to play a single GP game. They actually rolled down early, did not find the GP pairs and the level ups, so they were forced into some really, really weird lines, playing off meta. Maybe luck will be with them today.
Yeah, and normally you want to go for that Sork line if you cannot even assume the rest, but Mous tried to go for it, didn't work out in the end, taking the loss. Aegis played perfectly, even 2 players sometimes going for the GP on the same team, and finally making a win.
Yeah, Group C, we had Twisted Minds against Flash Wolves, which some might coin as so far the game that we've seen of the tournament. It was absolutely electric. Citadel against Fnatic, also a quick 2-0. And with that, I mean, expectations has been exceeded maybe from Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, 100%. Twisted Mind making it a good run. Players are doing amazing, playing the meta. That is exactly what you have to do, but also playing additional comps. We saw perfected the hero sack augment also being played in a good way. We saw some Star Guardian play also there, Clement. But of course, the leaders are only 2 comps. The GP is amazing, and also Sorks if you just want to go for a top 4, maybe for that brawler scenario.
Shout out to Flancy that clinched the series for them in that 1v2 scenario. That was amazing to see. The only series to go all 3 games to sudden death.
Yeah, we have Group D, which I think Wolves Esports moving through, that was very much an expectation, what we had on their shoulders already. Liquid, though, dropping in that lower bracket, making things a little bit more complicated for their club as well, because now they need to win 2 matches back-to-back to not actually get kicked out.
Yeah, the Brazilian Storm for Team Liquid, they need to perform. They played amazing throughout the regionals, and now with the double chance to actually stay alive. We're seeing right now the rest of the Team Rock. This was the final game we saw yesterday versus Wolf, defending champion, playing amazing, Clement, 2-0, obviously gained the solo level GP, making the win in an easy way.
Yeah, we saw from Saren yesterday, but that was the easiest game of his life, and he kind of knew it. He was enjoying the vibes right there. On the other hand, we had Evos, probably the biggest underdog. None of their players have ever been to a Tactician's Crown. They take down the powerhouses in Team Liquid and all those Brazilian vets.
Yeah, absolutely incredible underdog stories so far here at EWC. Looking forward to whether or not that's going to be replicated today, because we do have quite a lot of the Titans on the chopping block, which makes things quite scary, I would say, for the teams that are going to be here in Elimination Day, because you're looking at it from the perspective where you come in, you have Media Day, you play your first game, and you might be out the next day. I would be scared.
Yeah, so tough. First game with T1 Alcacía will be so huge and so amazing. And last game is another one I really want to see, Rock versus Team Liquid. All of the games are huge. We have Falcons versus Mous, the streamers from EMEA region versus the best of the local team with the Chinese representative, Clement.
Yeah, I have to say Group B, that lower bracket match, is the spiciest matchup for me. There's so many high-performing players, a lot of them at TAC round, but they have to go home, a lot of them right now.
And the B-Stream as well that's happening today has Vitality against Weibo. This is that winning matchup that I'm very much looking forward to. It does determine which team is going to advance it tomorrow. Every single one of these determines which teams are going forward. Wolves Esports against Evos. I think, again, another really exciting matchup. That's a lot of TFT, I hear you say, but I know TFT players always have double screen. So you guys just got to put up both streams and watch them simultaneously, because I know that's what we're going to do as well.
Yeah, 100%. All the games are totally hype. I mean, we want to see Elimination. There are so many acolytes, so many great teams going for a possibility of that. But the winning chance for Vitality is so huge. Representation for them, streamers, they have so huge following that want to see them succeed.
Virtus and Aegis are those two teams that I would just want to shout out, because we haven't seen them much on the A stream, but they both defeated their opponents 0-2 and in very unexpected fashion as well against Mous. And of course, we saw Virtus.pro just taking down Falcons, both games in blowouts as well. So shout out to those two.
I know this is going to be a very tricky question to ask, but I'll get to that later, because instead we're going to look at the Aramco power rankings, and that is the fact that we're looking at the favorites right now. T1 is in there. Falcons are in there. But realistically, there is a world, there is a timeline that we could potentially be living in right now where both of these teams get sent home today.
Yeah, and that demonstrates a little what we're talking about in the beginning. It's not only about particular play, individual play, it's about teamwork. Vitality have recognized this. As you said, Genie, power of friendship. All of these guys are friends. They stream together. They've been playing so long together and making it win. Falcons, same, Twisted Mind, amazing. And I want to recognize in contenders, Wolf, for me, we can start moving them maybe to favorites because of yesterday. And of course, because of the movement in players that they had, we maybe throw them down to contenders, but they have just been playing amazing. They could defend the title easily.
This has been a great year for YGQF, so shout out to him. He made his first Tactician's crown in the previous set and was the one that stuck around with the team. He's kind of the captain now, as we saw from the interview.
Yeah, and Mous as well put in there in contenders. And again, they, as well as Liquid, both of these teams are on the chopping block. And I think when we're looking at Mous, like what we heard Salvi say yesterday as well, we've had the boot camp, we have the meta read, we have that power of friendship too. We're used to playing together. So for me, I genuinely expected their game yesterday to be a little bit of a closer matchup against Aegis, but that was not the case.
Also the mental, they look well, they look cold-minded, they were having fun, but obviously focusing in the moment. They are very experienced, both in age and obviously in experience playing TFT. So this is a great, solid team. They need the magic to make it happen. Elimination match once against today.
Yeah, we also have the underdogs Flash Wolves in there too, which to me have been doing quite well. I want to see if yesterday was maybe the start of like that honeymoon phase of them being on LAN, or if it's something that we're going to see from them consistently.
K-Balbal was just insane yesterday. He managed to hit Gwen 2 on level 8 twice and has finished the series with a 1.5 AVP. If he can keep that going, they should be able to move out of groups.
So when it comes to the teams that we are looking to move out of groups today, are there any favorites that you think, yes, those teams are going to 100% be in the playoffs?
I mean, I love Citadel Gaming playing yesterday. They are zero ego with Dan Memes. Well, Dan Memes in the interview, he was showing a little ego. He was having a little fun. But I mean, Robin has a lot of experience. He was here last year. He was the leader of the team, making it work, being the veteran. And he knows how to perform in 4v4. So I really have huge hopes for Citadel Gaming.
I'm going to rep for my APAC boys, Virtus.pro with the full Vietnamese squad. They have been underlooked this entire tournament. Nobody thought that they were going to strike this deep. They took down Falcons 0-2 yesterday. They're my dark horse to move out.
If anything, them being able to perform so well on day one is actually quite a good sign as well, because again, it is quite a short tournament. You have to show up every single day. So when it comes to the teams that are in that lower bracket, today is that mental reset day. Like, you have to come in and you can't look at it from like ooh, we're on the chopping block. It more has to be like, okay, we need to lock in. And I do feel like the teams have the ability to do that we're looking at today. But again, unfortunately, some are gonna have to be sent home. So when we're looking at our first matchup here, or all the matchups actually on the A stream, I would love to have your opinion in regards to who you think is going to advance and whose ski will unfortunately be crushed.
Yeah, I think T1 and Falcons has to be at least the one we want to see advance, at least in the first two games. Fnatic Flash Wolf is very close for me. I think both of them are playing in good form. I give it to Fnatic for something very, very slow. And Rock Team Liquid, I mean, they're leaders, they're the Brazilian Storm, they're in my heart, so I have to give it to them just for that.
The name of the game is going to be adaptation. How do you play around runaway GP spots? I think that's the biggest problem. If you see a GP spot really well established, what we've seen is some people will roll down early, miss, and their game's just over. They just go 8th place instantly. So I think a lot of the teams like Falcons especially might want to play with more patience, try to find other win-out conditions. This is what Lisa was so good at last time. This is why he was the MVP of EWC 2024.
I would also like to have a question when it comes to the meta read specifically, because we've obviously seen a lot of GP and we've seen some teams try to throw in the Katarina comp, which actually worked for Twisted Mind yesterday, but it did not work yesterday for, it was a Vitality against, my brain is lagging, but that's okay. That's fine. But the Katarina comp didn't necessarily work. So when it comes to the meta read, when it comes to what we're expecting teams to play, because it is, again, like a new set, what are we looking for specifically?
I mean, of course, we already explained Swords with playing GP, and the other comps, normally they want to have a specific scenario. So if you get maybe Kaisa, if you get something else at Hero Almen, maybe an additional possibility, but the meta is too clarified right now.
Yeah, and Wolves are the ones who are defending their title this year. So just a little bit of a recap in terms of what we can expect from them, their story, and the fact that they are here to once again claim victory.
Looks like the Smolder taken out by the Cassidy. Cassidy still alive. Cassidy takes out the last hope for T1, and Wolves have done it. And my, what a performance it was! The big bad Wolves have won the EWC.
作为2024 EWC 云林之弈团队赛的冠军来说，现在让我回顾去年这个整个夺冠的旅程，就感觉到非常的不可思议，非常的刺激，非常让人热血，让人就是流连忘返的一段经历吧。
They are the reigning champions, but I think Wolves Esports are like the Starks after the Red Wedding. They're divided and scattered, but I hope they're still hungry.
但是其实对我的队友来说，他们是非常有信心的。他们的目标就只有冠军，而对于我自己来说，我可能期望值没有那么高。
Yes, I think the spiritual successor to the previous Wolves teams is actually the Falcons team. They have their coach, they have two of their players, and in my own estimation, the two strongest players in Li Sao, their coach Ning Li, and also Shelty. I do think the actual Wolves is Falcons.
本次电竞世界杯，我们新加入了一名队员，就是红莲，然后他的整体的打法风格就是。非常的有观赏性，然后他是能在每一局游戏中追出一个极高的上限，然后他对于我们来说的话，就是有了一个强有力的登顶的一个保障吧。
这次加入了这个卫冕冠军队狼队嘛，我就觉得就是一个是非常开心吧，所以呢这一次目标也是进入决赛，然后在决赛的时候就是希望能发挥到我们团队所有的一个实力，这样就不留遗憾就可以了。
狼队勇敢去飞，
我们狼队必将拿下冠军。
18 different tournaments. 16 unique champions have been crowned after 5 weeks of competition across 4 stages. And every single one of them fighting for the $70 million prize pool. And now the hunt continues for another champion in TFT. My name is Dude Sandstorm, this is Ian Chambers, and welcome to the SNB Esports Arena.
Absolutely. I just want to give a quick shout out to our drummers who come out here and set this stage alight. We do it big here at the Esports World Cup. It's been a magnificent few weeks. But right now, for all of our TFT players that have landed in Riyadh, here's what matters. Big money, club championship points, and of course being the team to raise this trophy in the air while confetti falls at your feet.
That's right, because at the end of the competition, only one key can be placed in this glorious trophy. So, I think it's time we introduce our lovely competitors.
Absolutely, we have set the table. Let's bring them all out here onto the stage, starting with our reigning, defending EWC Club Champions. It's Falcons! Strong players, strong history, winners of the Asian Champions League 2025, and armed with 2 of last year's TFT trophy winners. And they're having a good look at it right now.
Next up, it's T1! Finishing second in the ACL APAC qualifier. And they're on the hunt for a first place finish after securing a second place in the finals of the TFT competition last year. Now they are one of the contenders to take it all. Can they bring it home this time around?
Up next, it's Flash Wolves. Making their first ever EWC TFT appearance. And they are ready for it. A mixture of players looking to leave their mark here at EWC.
A first appearance for them in Teamfight tactics here at the Esports World Cup. It's Virtus.pro! Third place in the ACL APAC qualifier, claiming that final spot for their region. But they had a flying start after a sensational win against Falcons on day 1. Can it continue in day 2?
Please welcome Weibo Gaming. They are back once again after participating here last year. A Chinese organization with a full Chinese roster, ready to do big business.
Speaking of business, you know they have to be part of that conversation. It's the biggest contender of all. It's Team Vitality. The #1 seed from the Americas, making it through the qualifier, and they are the team to beat this year at the Esports World Cup. They claimed 3rd and 4th last year, but this time they're looking for a first.
Up next, it's Team Liquid. Another team making their first ever TFT main stage appearance, a front runner for the Club Championship too. So of course a high finish here will do wonders for their organization's chances.
One of the underdogs coming into this competition, it's Citadel Gaming. A lower bracket finalist in the Americas Closed qualifier, and now they are among the best in the world. Will they be up to the task here at the Esports World Cup?
Please welcome Aegis. Bonjour to the Frenchmen who have arrived here in Riyadh. They're in fantastic form coming onto the main stage. They dominated the EMEA Open and closed qualifiers, both with first place finishes.
A powerhouse on a global scale in esports, it's Fnatic. Qualifying through the EMEA closed qualifiers as a lower bracket finalist. But now, their aim, the final here at the EWC, and a first win for them at the competition.
Next up, EVOS Esports. The underdogs from Poland have a fantastic story. All of the players have been involved in the game since set one, but this is their first ever time on a global stage.
Global contenders, it's none other than Mous! Making it through stage 2 of the worldwide qualifier, ready to show exactly what they're made of on the grandest stage of all.
Please welcome Rock Esports. Another first ever EWC TFT appearance, which we absolutely love to see. A mixed team with players from South Korea and the Philippines arriving onto the grandest stage. Please welcome onto the stage next, Alcatia. They made it here through EMEA Open qualifiers, and they are equipped with 3 underdog newcomers and 1 highly experienced player with high earnings, looking to stack up some more chips here at the Esports World Cup.
And finally, the reigning champions of TFT at EWC, it's Wolves Esports! The Wolfpack is back with 1 goal in mind, to repeat history and go back-to-back at the Esports World Cup. Starting off with a 2-0 win in day 1. Can they keep it going in day 2?
A magnificent set of teams here for Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. Just 1 team missing, Twisted Minds. Wake up, guys.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Did someone at the hotel just call these guys? Or?
A little bit. I think they put the alarm on snooze.
They're going to miss out. They will be here very soon, but for now, we have set the table here. You know who's involved. Let's get back to Jeannie and the gang on the desk.
Thank you, Ian and Sandstorm. We got the teams ready, and we're going to be diving into our first elimination match of TFT at EWC. It is Alcatia going up against T1, the underdogs against one of the biggest powerhouses, not just in TFT, but in esports in general.
Yeah, Alcatia running it up with Volta, playing amazing. The one with the most accolades of all the fields right now. Of course, he's going up against T1 that has been playing well throughout all the season, played amazing last year with a 2nd place in EWC, and now it's up to see. Will Bintium step up? Will SCSC start to be the hero of the team step up here, Clement, or not?
Yeah, that's the big question. Who is going to be the aces for these squads? Who's going to be the win out? Historically, Volta actually has the highest win percentage that we've seen from a domestic league. 23% of his games, he goes first place. He's great at that. Bintum is going to have to match it.
Unfortunately, so far, the success rate here at EWC is 0% for both of these teams, considering that they find themselves in that lower bracket. Weibo Gaming and Vitality do manage to pass through in the upper bracket. They have a match today as well to decide who qualifies, but it's also really important to keep in mind here is the fact that whoever wins this elimination match, Jubson, they're going to be going up against the loser of Vitality or Weibo. So yes, you're from the trenches into the next one.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, and even though they gone to elimination match, but they lose 2-1, so it was actually a close series, and now once again they need to fight it out. So this will be the long path for them to be able to succeed.
Yeah, and for Alcatia specifically here, I mean, talk about trial by fire, Clement. First game at the tournament, Vitality. Second game at the tournament, T1. T1. What is going on with them?
They are giant slayers. I know they have confidence in themselves. They took down 100 Thieves in the open qualifier with 3 Tacticians Crown champions in Replay and Dish Soap to get here. And there's also the home crowd favorites. Al Qasiyah, one of the best new esports organizations in Saudi Arabia. I have a lot of faith in them. I also know that they came to Riyadh early to prep, so they do have that acclimation edge over T1.
Well, we'll see whether or not that is enough for today, because it is T1 that they're going to be going up against, which again is another giant that they have to slay in their way if they want to make it through the competition. For those of you at home, if you'd like to be part of the discourse, make sure to join the Discord by joining the QR code. That was really smooth, and I didn't stutter, and I am so proud of myself.
I'm also proud of you, Jeannie. Totally proud.
But either way, we're going to have to start talking about things with T1 specifically, because as we already touched upon, this is a giant. This is one of the teams that were very much our favorites when we were heading into the competition. To find them already on the chopping block at Elimination is quite surprising. But this roster, all in all, is a very strong one, and it seems like they gel well together.
Yeah, they already have experience together. They work together. All of them are Korean, of course, and they have so many support from the organization that they have the time to know each other, to prepare mentally. And of course, maybe the meta is the only thing that is not helping them right now, Clement. They're used to playing a little more flexibly, and now you have to go either for the short line or the GP as a priority. Maybe there's some unexplored scenario that we could still see today.
That's the interesting thing. They actually played a little bit too free-flowing, didn't really prioritize that hard on the GP. We saw a lot of these one-cost rerolls come out for them, but it all fell flat on their face. I actually kind of expect them to hard force the meta a little bit more. They don't like to contest, but the meta is very constricted.
Who are we keeping our eyes out for today?
Oh, it's going to have to be Bintum for me. He had a really bad day yesterday, 7.3 AVP. He is the cornerstone of this squad. T1 selected all of their players based on Bintum's liking. So, you know, if your captain isn't doing well, it's very hard to expect the rest to stand up.
Yeah, 100% agree. SCSC was the one stepping up yesterday, and now we need to see Bintium. We need to see him stepping up, not only being the strategist, like you say, Clement, maybe taking a 7 and a days and helping the team. He has to be the one who goes for the win-out spot.
And they're going up against Al Qasiyah, where we have the very decorated Volta, the veteran of this roster, taking 3 of the other players under his wing. He had some good games yesterday against Vitality. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. So are we still expecting all these expectations and the pressure to be on his shoulders?
I mean, it has to be on Volta by default, but when we saw regionals, when you see the rest of the game, not every time he was the win-out player. He had the best average placement, of course, but maybe taking a first, taking a second, taking a third, being consistent in the top. But maybe sometimes Espat, even Flowers were the one, or Revenant, even any 3 of them could take the win and could take even the hero spot in any case.
We have a very small sample size so far, but they've been drilling down on the 2-cost rerolls, and I think that's what EMEA has been doing really good at, going for the Kaisas and just playing around the wave of the GPs. If everyone's taking the GPs and Kabukos, it makes the Jin Mundo and the Kaisa Cops a lot easier to execute. That's what they've capitalized on.
Well, I'm looking forward to how today is going to be playing out, because I think it's also really important to keep in mind that Elimination is on the line. Keys are going to be crushed. The dreams are going to be crushed. Pats are going to be cut short here at the Esports World Cup. And it's only day 2. My, oh my, what a competition to be going into. We have the Giant Slayers going up against the Giants themselves. Al Qasiyah taking on T1 in the first elimination match of TFT at EWC.
After all the build-up, after all of the hype, this is where it gets real. This is where it's do or die. We are kicking off things here under the bright lights of our main stage with an elimination match. Win, your EWC dreams stay alive. Lose, you are out, and your key is crushed for the world to see, Sandstorm.
That's right. You only get one shot to keep those hopes and dreams alive. So let's introduce our contenders for the first elimination match here at the SNB Esports Arena, starting with Al Qasiyah. After a rough start to day 1 and a nail-biting 2-1 loss to Vitality, they now face another giant of TFT. Can they do it with their backs against the wall? Or will their keys and their dreams be crushed by the end of the day?
Let's welcome their opponents, T1! Of course, you know them by now, last year's runners-up are the first to play here on the main stage in Riyadh as the South Koreans begin their journey once again, this time looking to complete the mission. TFT, main stage, Esports World Cup. It all starts right now.
Thank you so much, Dawood and Ian. We are so excited to get things kicked off officially here today as we see our teams taking their seats. My name is Canopy, alongside Impetuous Panda for this first elimination series of the day. Panda, we certainly didn't expect to see T1 last time's finalists in this position, especially so early.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that day 2 already we have eliminations lined up for the entirety of this day. It's been a long journey for some of these players, not just in set 15, but going back to set 14, the qualifiers, the time you have to invest into 4v4 as a format, to gel as a team, to have that synergy. And now coming into this tournament, day 2 already, you're facing potentially that chopping block. And for T1 especially, I think they have to change their read on the meta. I think they tried to play a little bit too creatively yesterday. They played a lot of off-meta comps, they played a lot of hero augments, and some worked out, like the perfect form Zach, but all in all, I think they have to stick a little bit more to the meta lines to find success today.
Well, one of the things, of course, being brought up on the analyst desk as well, been some incredibly decorated player. Of course, with T1 maintaining most of their roster from the previous year, a lot of potential put towards him. His stats so far haven't been the best, but of course, we all work in the 4v4 environment where an individual player performance doesn't necessarily represent the totality of what they're bringing to a team.
Yeah, there's times where it's just your spot on 2-1. If you have a spot for a win out, like a GP game, fantastic. You're going to have great stats across the board if you just happen to trip into those spots early on across a 3-game sample size. Sometimes you have a spot that is not ideal. Clemens mentioned it a few times where instead of trying to, trick yourself into thinking I can play for a first, you have to instead accept the reality that you're going to play for a lower spot, and you could potentially just bring down someone else from the opposing team. If you can outplace that one player, you've done your job for your team.
I mean, as we go across Alcatraz here, I think we can see that kind of idea illustrated incredibly. I want to, harp on Volta here because, as much as he's been praised coming into this one, he's got absolutely incredible performance, at the regional level, making top 8 in 7 different regionals, making top 8 in 3 different, world championships. He's absolutely incredible player. Statistically, one of the very best in the entire competition, leading a team of 3, not necessarily newbies, but players who haven't gotten their chance in the big spotlight. It's been a grand experiment, and at least when we started off the competition, very first game, they took the win off of Vitality, and people started to believe again in the giant killing.
Especially considering that for these unproven players on Alcatraz outside of Volta, for SPAT, for Rebanav, and for Flouders, a lot of their success came on set 14. This is where they really managed to perform in the qualifiers and made it this far into the final stage of EWC 2025. And a lot of that success for Rebanav, for example, came from mastering the AMP line in set 14, which was a fast 9 AP line that there isn't really a clear comparison or parallel in this set. So was that a fluke? Was it just them being very good on certain patches and outperforming teams that individually and historically were better? Or do they have what it takes to adapt to what happened yesterday, where they did get a little bit unlucky, I would say, in games 2 and 3 against Vitality? And do they have a chance to really prove to the world that it was not just a one-hit wonder, it was not just a one-time thing in set 14? They are here to stay in the 4v4 format. They're maybe here to grow as well individually across the set 15.
Well, as we look at the players, they want to zoom out slightly a second just to think about how it must feel, particularly for Alcatraz here, in this particular situation, to be facing it off against their opponents live on stage. If they thought they would ever be playing against T1, they would have thought, we must have made it to the quarterfinals at least to have this be a possibility. But, at least on paper, one of the toughest teams to beat from the beginning. What an incredible thing it would be if Alcatraz here can go through and knock out T1 here.
It's exciting as well because EWC always is at the start of set 15 of the set in general for TFT, which is a time where things are still unexplored. There are still lines and there are still interactions that maybe have not become as heavily publicized as you would see at the end of a set, for example, with attack round in TFT. So I'm really excited to see if anyone on either of these teams can pull out any hidden tech, any really secret mojo for what is going to be a very pivotal series here.
Well, I mean, let's just go over it for anyone who is tuning in a little bit later. Of course, Gangplank has already had enough, ink spilled on him already as being, the second most played comp, but with an absolutely ludicrous win rate 42% is just completely out of line. Then we've got the Sorcerer and Prodigy, who are both, both AP lines, both have got very, very good top 4 stats, but, from the rest of the field, is there anything else you think could conceivably be coming into greater prominence here in day 2?
For the most part, the game plan for almost every team at EWC in a 4v4 setting should be at least one player playing GP reroll. If there's one player playing uncontested, I think that's just objectively wrong in a meta like this one where it is so strong. At least one player usually playing either for Prodigy Yumis or for Sork as kind of a fast state AP comp, ideally one for each. And then the really important player is the X Factor player. Can someone find a line that can pull off good results from the right spots in 2-1 to find success in top 4? This can be a reroll line like Kaisa, like Jin Nar, for example, with Mundo as that great tank. It can be the crew. It can be a hero augment, for example. It could be a Crystal Gambit for maybe a first place. So that's really the X Factor player I think is the most interesting in this format and in this current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't hurt at all, since we're starting with component ambush here. So we've not got the giant injection of gold or the unpredictability we might see from other games we've certainly seen across series so far. Certainly, if you can get the strong early start, we've seen some Gangplank 2s dropping in occasionally from time to time. All those hero augments, you can get them off and running very quickly.
The component animals are going to be very important. One for reroll, especially for hero augments, because you have the chance to find your best in slot, and you have the chance to have a triple itemized carry as soon as you hit the 3-star basically in stage 3, which is a really big deal. Also very important for units that really want to have exact best in slot items. They don't have very much flexibility, like Karma, for example, in Sorks. He wants to have exactly Shojin, JG, and Guardbreaker or Striker's Flail to blow up the opponent's tank. Something like a GP, for example, who is so bow hungry. If you play Tempo GP in stage 2 and you don't have priority on carousels, you're mostly going to be starved for bows, and the component anvils here help to fix this for the players who are trying to play both high tempo and to play into one of the strongest reroll lines in the game right now.
I mean, certainly, of course, we'll be looking out for any of our players who do manage to acquire a sneaky Gangplank in the early going. Of course, yesterday we did see the 2-star dropping in immediately. It's extremely unlikely to be seeing that again across the rest of the event, but SCSC will be our first, as you said. We'll be seeing from our cards here at least one other player bring in, and of course, mentors, they've been a big part of things as well.
Roll, pick middle. Teacher's Council is a very attractive option. Plays directly into, of course, one of the strongest reroll lines that we're talking about, Gangplank. The mentor bonuses will be increased by 10%, so just overall better bonuses. There was a scout there from SCSC trying to see if, anyone on his team has a better spot, maybe, 2 GPs or perfect items, whatever it might be, but in the end, he will be that reroll player. And I think it's quite funny that it is SCSC committing to this line, because in the last edition of EWC for TFT, he was predominantly the reroll player for T1. He was a player that was rolling through everyone in stage 3, taxing everyone for playing weak boards and maybe not playing for the highest cap, although in this game he might, but usually playing for a lot of health preservation, which was so pivotal for T1's success last year.
All right, we see a little bit of scouting out here to see if SCSC can get off to the races early on. But yeah, the Teachers Council, an amazing start. Looking through some of our augments on the left-hand side. Looks like Volta's gone for Stars Born for a little bit of a quicker start, but looks like overall our players are leaning more into the combat side of things to bring some more power online. We've only got one person, Dunizuni, willing to go and put his hands in the fate's destiny. So, honestly, it looks like we've got extra components come in, we've got board strength coming across the field. Doesn't necessarily seem like we're going to be going into the extreme economy we've seen in some of our other matches.
Yep. We saw there from Crazy Moving there was Treasure Hunt, so very, very strong gold augment. One of the warping 2-1 augments, I would say, that really enable comps to perform at a higher level. It looks like he might be angling Katarina. Really, you can angle any reroll line, except for Kale. This is one common misconception on ladder that I see players commit to. With Kale, you're only really rolling at 3-1 for Kale 3, and then you're using all your gold to push levels to make it to 9 as efficiently as possible. Treasure Hunt wants you to roll every single stage, even stage 5, even stage 6 to some degree, to continue proccing the chest and you're able to get extra loot from. So it's very important to make sure you're playing a line that wants to reroll just continuously across the game.
Yeah, and of course, we didn't even get a chance to mention it as of yet, the Kale composition definitely one of the losers from day one. It feels like it's such a fragile composition to put together, and when you've got this many players and this much interference overall, you've got to really take account of it. So as our players get settled in here in stage 2, for any of our folks who are coming into this for the first time seeing 4v4, because we know there's going to be plenty of people who are not familiar with the format, it's not played very often. What's your kind of biggest piece of advice for somebody watching right now that they need to be paying closest attention to really kind of get the core of 4v4?
The game mode is the same as free-for-all TFT, which means you can face your teammates. And this is both a strategic element that really adds a lot of depth to TFT as a whole. The key thing is preserving HP. It doesn't matter if you, like in a ladder game, become the strongest player in the lobby in stage 4 and you win out, because if you are 20 HP, you can eliminate your own teammates. You can face your own teammates, and that's not the name of the game. The name of the game is preserving HP, looking at the total HP your team has when you're adding all 4 players together. This is what really indicates who is in a better position coming into stage 4.
Well, I mean, certainly we've heard it from Mortdog himself before, criticizing EMEA players for generally kind of sitting back in the early game and trying to hold things out. I would imagine we kind of hold that in contrast with T1 being more, towards playing those rerolls, more towards getting the early board strength together.
Looking here at T1 for Bintum, potentially going to be trying to angle Jhin reroll, potentially just playing this for tempo. We saw there was also Volta with Stars Are Born earlier on. I believe he had a Kabuko too. I'm not sure if he actually has that off of the Stars Are Born. I would expect he would want to save the actual Stars Are Born proc to find the GP2 directly from the shop. But we will see what the case will be. He has slammed IE, Rageblade, which is not best in slot Gangplank. Now the considered best in slot is going to be Rageblade, Krakens, and Edge of Night. But the IE can always be moved on later on to Yasuo, and you do want to have a 3-item Gangplank as soon as possible, even if it is tank items, for example, on the Gangplank.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't hate at all to see Volta being put in a position of responsibility in the game, as SCSC will grab a Gangplank off of the carousel as well. Since we've got an overview of the field here, any of the other organs you want to call out from any of our players we haven't really gotten a chance to visit with yet?
Crimea River from Flouders. We'll see if he's going to be angling towards Kai'Sa reroll, has IE and Shojin Slam, which is not an item pairing you see very often on other units right now in the current meta, so that might be the angle for them. I think taking a page out of Bintum's or T1's book, Alcatia is understanding how important it is to master 2-cost rerolls in terms of HP preservation in stage 3. Ideally, I think in this meta, it might even be something like 2 or 3 rerollers, 2-cost rerollers especially, and 1 win-out player to secure the bag in stage 5 and have reroll players just dominate the HP totals in stage 3.
I guess I kind of want to open up a sort of a general question here, because we know teams have different strengths and different kind of priorities in their play, to a given degree, of course. But in this situation here, where T1 have proven themselves as exceptional reroll players before, is it practical to try and face them on their own ground?
It kind of cancels out both the strength and the weaknesses of the playstyle. I think it's fine. It ends up coming down to who understands the better lines to go into, who has the better conditions for certain reroll lines, and who hits. Also, it's a big part of TFT. There is some variance, of course, involved in terms of holding other people's units, in terms of holding Gangplank, in terms of holding Katarinas with only one player rerolling Katarina, for example. So there's a lot of agency that you have as a 4-man squad compared to when you're playing just by yourself in a solo game of TFT.
Well, we do want to take a note there, Bintum going up against Volta in the previous round, which means that T1 will be the ones preserving the win streak into PvE, so that's a lot of money out of pocket. At the bottom, though, at least the good news we got here is Rabanav has kept hold of his loss streak, so we kind of equalized out in terms of economy between the two teams.
Waters does seem locked into an interesting version of Kai'Sa reroll with Protectors instead of Juggernauts. If one of his teammates is going for Mundo and the Juggernauts as their main game plan, potentially even just a Jhin Gnar or just a vertical Juggernaut with a backline carry like Ashe or TF later on, it's in his best interest to try and play for a different frontline. And Protectors does fit with Kai'Sa. You have Supreme Cells on both the Kennen and the Kai'Sa, so you get the extra damage amp on her off of that connection.
Well, talk to me about the Kai'Sa board, because we did see it in day one, but it certainly hasn't been front and center necessarily. How does it kind of fit into kind of the overall hierarchy of what we've been seeing played? Of course, with Gangplank at the very top.
Kai'Sa's a scaling champion. She gets extra AD off of her takedowns or her kills, which means that you have to have an early itemized Kai'Sa. Component Anvils helps with this, of course, having a 3-item Kai'Sa early on to guarantee she's able to snowball, basically. Very similar to what we saw from Shaco in set 14. It's the same exact idea. I consider it to be a backup plan to Jhin Gnar in terms of the meta, but I think from the right spot, it can become very crazy, especially when we saw yesterday from Opal with certain power-ups like over 9,000, where you're getting scaling off of the power-up as well as her kit, and then she ends up not falling off in the late game. That's the big thing with 2-cost rerolls. They dominate stage 3 and 4, then they fall off when the 4 and 5 costs come online, but with Kai'Sa, she continues growing and continues to be a threat in the late game as well.
I mean, certainly Flawless seems to be in a great spot for it. He's managed to maintain a 4-round win streak, so he's getting those stacks in pocket. Volta will stay at the top as Bintum did lose his win streak just before coming into PvE, so a little bit of gold taken out of things overall. I want to take a note, of course, Rabanev is a lost streaking player here. Did manage to sneak in the Crystal Gambit along the way and hasn't popped through a lot of his items, so keeping things nice and toasty for Alcazia down at the bottom.
I would say he was our lost streak player because he has a Mundo too, and I'm sure that with those component anvils and those components that came through, he will be able to construct a pretty scary board. As scary as the one we're seeing here from Volta. Already a Yasuo 2 online, already 6 Kabukos, only 2 Gangplanks, unfortunately, but overall the rest of the board is looking very strong, a very early Jarvan as well. And this is what we're talking about. This is the element that we're seeing in 4v4. You roll down to 10 gold on level 6 because Volta's game plan, although with GP maybe he can win out, his key game plan is to preserve all of his HP, come into stage 4 ideally with 97 or at least above 85 HP, then he's done a very, very good job.
No, I'm absolutely with you there, and we can see right now he's being very, very dominant indeed. And I'd say it's one of the many, many things I love about the format overall is how teams play their long game and what they're needing to do for the team. We saw in the series before, teammates intentionally putting themselves in harm's way because they know the win is what matters. Flouders keeps his win streak going, so let's get our second augment in place.
Pyromaniac, he already has the red buff on the Kai'Sa, so I don't think you want to go for 2 red buffs. The Strongest Survive is interesting. This is a Supreme Cell specific augment. Portable Forge also going to be a very interesting option. So many broken interactions, but he's going to lean into first the just direct unit upgrades. He gets a free Kai'Sa and some cannons as well to try and accelerate his game plan of finding these 3 stars, and also just indexing onto Supreme Cells. He's already playing it. He says this might be good enough.
It's really interesting because definitely I haven't had a chance to mess around with this augment too much, but from what I saw there, it's granting the health to the Supreme Cell. In this case, that's going to be Kai'Sa. So when we get to the end of the round, presumably she's going to be very hard to put down.
I think it's more than just health. I think there are more stats involved, but we'll see the pick here. We'll see. It'll be relevant, of course, for GP. GP targets lowest health, not lowest percent health, so Kai'Sa will dodge being targeted more than Janet, for example, which is very, very big deal when it comes to stretchy arms, of course, in the late game. And especially with Kai'Sa not having any healing, not having any Edge of Night, for example, as well, it'll help her have that extra survivability.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely, that definitely feeds into the bigger point there, of course. Everything has got to work with the idea that the Gangplank will always be there. In this case, the Kai'Sa actually did manage to burst out the Gangplank pretty well, and as we move forward, we will see one of the balls we were expecting to see. Espat, of course, here with the Sorcerers, we know, again, incredible top 4 placement. The stats here are really, really good. And as I talked about in the pre-show, having a top 4 player is very important for a team's overall strategy.
For those viewers at home who might be confused, Espat buying units, immediately selling them on his board, this is a min-max strategy. When the units are in your shop, they're essentially removed from the pool as if you had bought them. If they're units that you know are not meta, or that the opposing team is not necessarily wanting to roll for, you can buy and sell your shop, and these exact units might go back into their shops as they're rolling instead of the Gangplanks or the Catamarines that they're looking for. So very small 0.3% increase in chances of that mattering, but it is, of course, the small things that end up deciding games in TFT.
Oh, yeah. I mean, considering the caliber of opponent you're up against here, I think you take every advantage and just hope they add up overall. The Flouders, though, he's been a major force in this lobby. We were talking about the win streak from before. That's still in place. He's only lost a single round, and that Kai'Sa is absolutely stacking up. I don't know if we'll be able to get a stat count on her, but she is really ripping through. Of course, she's got the extra cast speed, she's got the Infinity Edge as well to multiply up her damage. No one right now can stand up to her.
Unfortunately for Espat, he faced back-to-back both of his reroll teammates who are looking to punish the rest of the lobby. He faced Volta first, and he faced then Flouders there with a Kai'Sa reroll, so taking some big hits, despite having a stage 3 Karma with almost perfect items as well, thanks to the component anvils from the TF encounter. So Espat, he seemingly is going to be the AP Fast 8 player for Alcazia in this tournament. Yesterday as well, he played 1 game of Yumi, 1 game of Karma. He was kind of more of a flex, X-Factor, do the dirty work kind of player in Step 14 in the qualifiers. But in this case now, he seems to be pretty open to playing for the Fast 8 lines. And this is the problem with the Sorcerer line. You lose a lot of HP in Stage 3 to the rerolls. You have to try and stay as healthy as possible, just in case you miss on your roll down. Although he's already up 1 Karma, so pretty good odds he'll hit the 2-star.
So if we check in across some of the other bits coming together here, Revenant there, and we do see Bintam, of course, one of the compositions which we didn't get a chance to talk about too much, but definitely had the very good stats coming out of day one. The Jhin, and the Mundo composition, extremely reliable. It's kind of one of the alternate options.
Rebenav already on a Volibear carry, which is not a comp that I would consider meta, but I think it definitely is playable from the right spots. Rebenav, looking at his comps yesterday and the comp he's playing right now, I think is going to be more of an AD flex player, which is not the easiest lines to play outside of GP in this current meta, but I'm a big fan of these lines, mostly because Mundo's just, I think, a little bit broken. As a tank, he tanks a little bit too much, so he single-handedly enables carries like Jhin and Gnar to do a lot, even the 4 Luchador vertical to get you into Ashe, to get you into TF, to get you into a fast 9 kind of angle that we saw already from Rebenav yesterday, actually.
Well, so let's take a look at the field overall as we get our second power-up in and the boards continue to get stronger. We see that we've actually got a pretty even spread across all the positions. I mean, Flouders, of course, is the big outlier here with the 8-round win streak, but otherwise, HP has been pretty evenly spread. Rebenav, of course, has been taking a lot of the early hits. Crazy Moving, definitely taking a lot less HP damage after giving up on a loss streak.
I wouldn't say it's a mistake, but one thing to consider here, we see the Midas Touch being offered for Crazy Moving. It's still stage 3. The moment we get into stage 4, this power-up and a few other gold-generating power-ups are removed from the pool. So obviously you have to use the fruit on someone, the power-up on someone in this last round because you get it at the end of stage 3. But one thing to consider is if you're able to, only tailor for your key power-ups, your game-winning power-ups in stage 4-1 onwards.
Yeah, just having the pool be a little bit smaller can make all of the difference. Flawless, though, continues to be a wrecking ball. Will go up against his teammate this time round, and you certainly have to imagine that T1 are making a little bit of space for Flawless to be able to have slightly better matchups, making sure their positioning gets this Kai'Sa stacking and stacking and stacking to hopefully continue to be a massive force.
And the thing with Kai'Sa, the more you're able to dominate the early game, the stronger you are in the late game because she has a scaling kit where each kill gets her more AD on her ability and make sure she gets more kills in the future because she has more AD, etc. It's a loop that never pretty much ends. So this is a very good news for Flouders to be on a 9-win streak, to have such a dominant Kai'Sa, triple itemized since the very beginning of stage 3, and just taking over altogether.
Oh, interesting. So it looks like we're seeing what Rebenav is truly going for here. All out K'Sante. One of the comps we did see get some pretty good stats from the previous day of play. Certainly when it comes to face up against the Gangplank compositions, this is going to deal out some real hurt.
You did say it though, it's all out K'Sante, and you have to find all out on K'Sante, which is not always the easiest task. We'll see if Rebenav can do it with the fruits he has available. He'll roll first, of course, the correct order of things. You can always use your fruits as the fight begins, but he really needs to find specifically the all-out power-up for K'Sante, because with this itemization, he is no longer a tank. He is an AD carry who just flies across the battlefield, just, taking down units one by one, basically. There's a K'Sante 2 as well, a massive upgrade. We miss it here. We're going to tailor action the Leona. Now we're on the K'Sante. Missed the first time. He can't do it again. So he has one more chance after this, and he's already used the power-up on K'Sante now, so the best next unit to use it on is just K'Sante again, basically. And he'll have a few more chances to try and find the correct power-up for this line. He also has heavy as a crown on Akali, which I am a little bit surprised by. The moment the Akali dies, he immediately loses the fight.
I was sure the crown was going to be going on the K'Sante for the reason that
I believe so. That he had 3 augments, so it was one of the Gold Destiny picks. That's why he did not pick that by choice. It looked like to me.
Okay, well, we certainly know that it's a risky option that a lot of our teams have been willing to take.
Espat has to roll. He's on Radiant Shojin already. Levels to 8, only 20 gold to roll with. Does he think he's stable enough already is the big question. Holding on to Malphites to deny the crew 3 stars from Crazy Moving.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Crazy Moving's crew, because that's not been something which we've talked about a huge amount as of yet. We do know that statistically the board is very strong. We've even seen it to the point where other teams have been griefing the crew very directly by even playing it themselves, just because they're concerned about how powerful it can get.
I think it's just especially grief-worthy, where if you're not able to snowball off of hitting your first 3-star quickly, like Malphite or Sivir, you're in a very, very bad spot, and the crew it does not perform at all if you don't play it on tempo, basically. So it's just much more susceptible to being griefed, essentially, as a reroll line. Look at the Kai'Sa line here from Flouders. 10 win streak, 1 copy away from that Kai'Sa 3. Would have loved to find it on this roll down to continue the win streak. I would have liked to see him roll down to 10, because the moment he continues winning, he gets enough win streak gold that it doesn't matter if he's only getting 10 or 1 gold from the econ threshold. In this case now, a big matchup against Volta's GP, a big test, right, to see can he match up against the strongest hero line in the game, and he absolutely can with the scaling Kai'Sa.
And that's with the Kai'Sa 2-star. I mean, we've certainly seen that from yesterday. if you can get enough burst onto that Gangplank, he's certainly not a unit who can sustain himself once that Edge of Night has been popped through.
We're seeing it there. It was Gold Destiny, so randomized pick with extra gold. This is the price you pay, and I am starting to feel very bad for Alcatia because yesterday in the series against Vitality, Espat with the GP2, perfectly itemized, also picked Gold Destiny. He got Golemify, his entire board disappeared and was fed into one massive golem, but his GPs were also gone in that sacrifice, which means his spot became much, much worse. The same thing has happened now to Rebenav.
So we've got the side-by-side here. There's a good chance to compare Volta and SESC, the two Gangplank players in lobby. Certainly we've been seeing Volta making a big impact early on. They're next to each other on the scoreboard, but the HP is very different. Volta on 66, SESC on 49. Definitely not as powerful. Volta did take the Stars of Born early on, so he sacrificed for the early power. It seems like things are starting to dip a little bit.
And Volta, I believe, is not really fishing for the 3-star Gangplank. He's playing more of a contest and tempo role instead. He's level 7, 50 gold, and is nowhere close to GP3. So we'll see if that game plan ends up working out. Looking at Rebenav's board here, in this case, the Akali looks to be alive, and she does have Edge of Night now. She does have ways to stay alive for longer. I think Rebenav is now indexing more items and better items onto Akali instead of Cassante because he realizes if she dies, it doesn't matter how strong Cassante is, I'm losing the fight anyway. But a tough situation to navigate for Rebenav again after the Alcatia had that trouble yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated to see where this kind of goes long term. I don't believe the All-In was able to be hit through there, but we can see the rest of the field at the bottom of our screen right now. We can certainly see, of course, Flyers with all the 3 stars locked in place. Of course, we haven't spent a little bit of time looking at the mentors from SCSC as well. Has been quietly building those up with the Gangplank board. You mentioned going to have the extra power from being able to play any amount of mentors and still benefit from the bonuses.
Espat is ahead on the Karma 2 compared to Dooney's Uni, for example, still on the Karma 1, but a lot of HP for Dooney's Uni, whereas Espat only has 34. Right now, pretty even across the board in terms of HP. We're seeing, especially Flouters, really carrying the flag for Alcatia, buying them a lot of time, taking a lot of pressure off of their shoulders, especially for Rebenav and Espat. My one bigger concern is going to be where Volta goes with his game plan. And if, this GP3 will start taking over from SCSC despite being on a 3-loss streak right now.
I'm keeping very close eye on how things move forward for Rebenav. As that Gangplank is still pretty terrifying, but in terms of overall approach to how you deal with Gangplank, what do you favor our team's been trying to do? Are you trying to, in this case, as we've seen, try and burst him out, trying to outscale him?
I think Akali has to get as far away as possible because Gangplank will probably one-shot proc the Eon and then next shot will kill Akali off. Rebenav, the first victim of the Gangplank 3 that has now been hit and assembled by SCSC. On the flip side, Crazy Moving also sitting on a TF, also has hit now the Ziggs 3 off of the duplicators he had on his item bench. And this is one of the scary crew spots. When you're hitting everything on tempo, we're not even in stage 5. You have all your 3 stars as well as the TF. You can start looking to go level 8, fit in the Rise, have the Strategist online for all of your backliners, especially the Ziggs, of course. And with Shadow Clone, even more damage coming out from the crew ship, even more value from the Strategist. I mean, overall, just a very good setup here from Crazy Moving.
All right, Rebenav in some major trouble here. Goes up against his teammate in Volta. Oh boy, I do not feel good about the chances. At least Gangplank's been kept out of the equation for a while, but it just doesn't seem like there's enough damage coming through there. Akali's being asked to assassinate, but I just don't think she's got enough punch there to get through. Oh, I'm proven wrong immediately.
These are 2 stars. I think he should be fine against Volta's board here. Volta has not quite hit his cap. I think he's going to start trying to push levels, I assume, for 5 Mighty Mech, and then we'll see how that ends up panning out. Going back to the start of the game where I mentioned players looking for kind of an X-Factor line to play into and to find success with, I think both Flouters and Crazy Moving have found those lines. The crew for Crazy Moving and the Kaisa reroll for Flouters. They're really the players who are trying to play outside of the meta and find really good results for lines that you don't expect that much from.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised. And certainly, I was expecting to see coming into the event crew being more vulnerable, particularly having the Ziggs being contested, just to make it hard to get the full version of the board online, but it does not seem to have been the case so far. As Bintam, of course, we said coming into this one, has been a player whose stats so far in the initial part of the EWC haven't been amazing, but we know his potential is off the charts.
Small roll down here, looking for also very unique game here with this AD flex line, Boulevard carry. You had forward thinking, so a lot of extra gold to end up going fast 9 with. You have an Edgelord emblem as well on your Braum. You have a Yone pair, which maybe is not going to be the most relevant, not really the strongest of 5 costs in the current meta, but all in all, a very cool line. Is it going to be strong enough to win out here? Is it going to be strong enough to stabilize on this 19 HP that Bintum currently has? Up against Rebanav, can the Akali snipe the Samira? Can she stay out of harm's way when it comes to Braum and the Volibear is the big question. Rebanav is potentially on just 1 life now.
Yeah, I mean, having the Radiant item, oh boy, that wasn't even a little bit close. Rebanav, you can see the frustration very clear on his face, will be the first one out of the equation. Bintum is on 19 HP, so should be able to hold on for a while. First blood to T1.
Big upgrade for SCSC as well. Everything is looking really, really good for T1 as a team. Even Bintum, the lowest HP player, has stabilized, I think, on a very strong AD line. Rebanav frustrated, and for good reason, right? I mean, Gold Destiny, you know what the risk you're taking by picking it. I think most pro players have established it's always worth it no matter what. There's a very low chance you get griefed. Unfortunately, back-to-back days in a pivotal EWC match, Alcatia has been griefed by the Augment pickup and by the risk they've taken.
I mean, it absolutely could be the kind of decision that haunts you from that point forwards, but ultimately I think you're right as well. It was a decision that had to be made one way or the other. We'll see how well the crew does. Crazy moving here up against SCSC, and we can see with the full crew online. Of course, we've got Twisted Fate, who's also been ticking up in power as this goes on, but the Gangplank actually cutting through and deleting most of the backline and hits the Sivert as well. This is the crew board at pretty much full power, and Gangplank is still that much better.
Not too concerning of a loss. Both players still fairly healthy on that matchup from T1 side. Bintum's the only one really in the lower totals. Espat and Volta now down. Volta down to maybe just 1 life at this point in time, and Espat close to it as well with his Stork board. Volta, after Espat hit his Karma 2, has now been holding Karma, so Dunizuni cannot hit as easily. So there is, some strategic element of the hold coming in from Alcatia.
So of course we've got to think about, as we come to the midpoint of stage 5 in just a moment, if Volta does go out in 7th place, it seems like it's possible that even Flouders winning the lobby will not be enough unless they can land a second player in 2nd place.
And Flouders is not really in a win-out spot. Yes, Kaisa scales a bit more. I don't think it's a comp that can really win out a lobby against something like what Bintum has assembled, or against, obviously, the GP board from SCSC. So it would be ideal for Volta and Espat to dodge this 7th place, maybe even the 6th place position, to have better odds of having a better construction of finishes in top 4 for Alcatia.
Well, I mean, the possibilities there, as we saw on the right-hand side, has just disappeared. The HP totals are starting to dip very quickly, so we've got very volatile rounds yet to come as our players. Of course, we'll be grabbing completed items and legendaries along the way. Of course, we saw plenty of Gwen being played yesterday and being an absolute menace, but there's so much to consider as we come into what will be very crucial rounds.
Dunizuni wanted a tank item for Swain to finalize his front line, but instead wanted to deny the Gwen from Espat. Both Stork players understanding, of course, what the win condition is. Both Stork players are still sitting on Gwen 1. Actually, no Gwen whatsoever for Espat yet, so would have been a really big pickup to be able to get out of the Ahri and move into the Gwen as a secondary damage carry, and move these items from Lux especially right into a 5 cost. A big jump in power for Espat, but not able to do it since Dunizuni is also first pick priority.
Yeah, so we've got Dunizuni and Bintum both on single digits HP, as well as Espat. This will change everything. As we talked about many times, we will, of course, across the entirety of today. These early finishes shape the rest of the game so much. SCSC is up at the top, of course, ruling the roost.
Big matchup for Alcatia. Items off of Kaisa. There was removers to buy some time for Espat to win this fight. On the side of Dunizuni, not the same priority. Items fully equipped on all of the crew carries and Crazy Moving will be taking down Dunizuni. And Espat here survives thanks to that strategic play from Flouders. So this is what we were talking about. Stage 3, you're rolling down to 10 gold as a 2-cost reroll player. This is why you're doing it. You have the HP to give up to your teammate, to keep him alive, and to then have better positions in the final placements. Volta does go down as well in 6th place position.
Okay, so it's not the worst case scenario here. Alcatia, they still got a chance to not necessarily reset everything entirely, but at least go into the second half, well, I say the back half, I suppose, of this game with some amount of options rather than having to get the top 2.
Another pivotal matchup coming up for Espat, who is going to be only on 7 HP. Bintum as well on 10. They are facing each other, so a very important elimination matchup here between the Stork board and the Fast 9 AD Flex board. Can Karma burst down all these beefy and tanky frontline units? There's a Braum, there's a Volibear who's going absolutely crazy, jumping from target to target with Samira backing him up, and that's going to be a big win for Bintum. Espat down in 5th place.
It's
3
not just a
players
big
from
win,
Alcatia
it's the game.
in the bottom 4, which means that is going to be game 1 to T1.
Yeah, that is devastating. You can see how little ground there was to get into the top 4, but yep, T1 have done it. It may only have been by a small amount, but nevertheless, they found some way through. I think particularly for Bintum, it's going to attract some praise for this game for just taking the 6 Edgelord for Luchador board, which I don't think we were necessarily expecting to see at all, and do very well with it.
This is where Bintum thrived. This is where maybe some concerns came in for Bintum as a player individually coming into this meta, because he does not want to be a slave to the meta. He does not want to play GP reroll every game. He wants to cook. He wants to play creative. He wants to play around Fast 8, around just flex TFT. And he gets rewarded for this game at least. Braum 2 comes online as well. Overall, a good showcase from Bintum. Clement was asking, Bintum had to come up and perform at a high level today to be the captain for his team, and he absolutely has done so.
All right, so we'll just, of course, just for a little bit of extra discussion time, we will be playing out the rest. Though, again, bear in mind, the game is done in a mechanical sense. This is, of course, one of the things that teams are always playing to try and avoid. The 3 players in the bottom 4 means you just have no options. I mean, at least, Flouders here gets a little bit more time to discuss. Overall, what's your general feeling coming out of Game 1, knowing that this was going to be a high-stakes game?
I think Volta maybe misunderstood his role in terms of playing for more of a tempo GP spot. Maybe just didn't hit many GP that I'm not sure if he just didn't roll on 6 or just opted to play for tempo instead. It didn't quite work out. With Starjar Born, I'm wondering if he actually did buy that first Kabuko he found in the shop instead of waiting for GP and just kind of not giving as much prio to Kabuko in a tempo option in stage 2. Overall, it's clear SCSC won the Gangplank battle. And whoever wins the Gangplank battle is a big, important part of the format in 4v4 right now. Equally so, Rebanev, it's not his fault, but Gold Destiny into Heavy as the Crown doomed his game, ended up being an 8th. I think that was one of the key points in terms of why Alcatia lost this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We saw this from, of course, Alcatia's first game as they went into the gamble of playing the same competitions as the opposing side. In that case, against Vitality, it worked out in their favor. In this case, not so much the case. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing how we saw things develop in the Vitality series to see our teams diverge a little bit more. I guess the big question here is, because of course Volta is the player with a massive amount of experience here, what he's able to give to the team in options-wise, and should they even be playing as relatively inexperienced players, playing off of their comfort comps?
Well, Rebanev, I think his all-out spot was good, but just Heavy as the Crown is especially bad for Rebanev because both of his carries are mobile carries who get into danger. This is the whole point of a Cassante and a Kali. They can deal a lot of damage, they can win fights by themselves, but they're also continuously at the mercy of being targeted, which is why you build things like Edge of Night. With Heavy as the Crown, you usually want to play for a ranged backline carry that does not get into any danger, and the moment he dies, you're losing the fight anyway because your tanks are not going to win the fight by themselves. So really just a terrible outcome for Rebanev as a player.
All right, we'll just wait for these final moments here. You can see, of course, I think this is, particularly playing at the end of this game, it's going to be pretty tough, of course, for Alcatia. T1, then you just kind of get to walk out the rest of this one, enjoy these moments as well-earned victory. Alcatia, they're just going to be stewing at this point. And I have to imagine, if the tables were turned, T1 have certainly got the experience there to be able to shrug off losses, I'd imagine, a lot more cleanly than Alcatia ever would.
In the game here from Crazy Moving, we're seeing he's even stronger than the GP reroll board, and this is what I was talking about in terms of X factors. Finding a condition that enables a comp to rise from mediocre or B tier into S tier or game-winning territory. Treasure Hunt is exactly that. With the crew, you want to reroll every single stage of the game essentially, and Treasure Hunt rewards you for doing so. So it's a match made in heaven. Crazy Moving had great tempo across stage 3, across stage 4, and has now hit a cap that you would not be able to hit in a normal crew game.
So, if you're on Alcatia's shoes, you know you're going to game 2, you know this is an elimination, of course, you're going to be seeing your key getting crushed in front of your eyes if you don't turn things around. what kind of approach would you expect them to be wanting to take for Game 2?
No more gold Destiny augment pickups, please. Third time is not the charm. Trust me, guys. Already 2 times in a row, they've had game-losing, results off of the augment pickup. Maybe it's time. It's not time to test it for the 3rd time. All in all, I think just look for spots to play conditional comps from stronger spots. We saw Teacher's Council for the GP board. We saw Treasure Hunt for Crazy Moving's board, and we're seeing exactly these 2 players in the top 2. So if you can find these really, really strong 2-1 augments to give you direction, that's going to be a pivotal part of this 4v4 format.
All right, there we go. Crazy Moving, the new player on the T1 roster, will take the honors there in 1st place. As we do see the first game of the 2nd day of the TFT at the EWC here. One more loss, Alcatzia will be gone from the competition, and T1 could well start their climb back to try and get back to the grand finals again and challenge for the crown.
And for Bintum especially, really important for him to play. I think Crazy Moving and SCSC obviously finished in 1st and 2nd, but they had the easier, more standard games. Just press D, buy the units you need to buy, make the right itemization choices, and play your reroll lines as expected. Bintum had the hardest game to play. He played around an 80 flex line that is not considered the strongest in the meta. It is hard to make work. He found all the right upgrades. He found all the right times to level up, to continue adding pivotal units to his board. He knew how to itemize his Braum at the end to be so impactful, and only finished, I believe it was 3rd in the end, but that 3rd is what really made it shine the most, I would say.
All right, guys, well, of course, we've got at least one more game to come from this series, but we've got the best analysts in the business to break down everything that happened and prepare us for what will surely be an astounding Game 2 as well. So, Ginny and friends, let us know how it all happened.
The best analyst in the business. Okay, guys, that's just some very high words of praise, but a really, really strong start here that we're seeing, Clement, from the side of T1, and we touched upon it earlier. You really did, where you're like, okay, I really want to see Bintum, perform well. I want to see him take on that role as the captain and see him come to light, and feels like we have.
Yeah, it was a beautiful fake out between him and Rebanov because he had forward thinking and he could only spend his gold on 4-2. Rebanov rushed leveled and then rolled all of his gold to deny Bintum the all-out composition. He thought that was the comp he was going to go for, and Bintum was like, you know what? Actually, I'm playing Volibear. I can shift those items over. I can shift and play a comp that you have never seen before, and this is why I cherish him so much. This is what he's known for. When he's low rolling, when he's contested, he can always pull something out of his bag.
Yeah, that's the X factor, right? Because XCSC played perfect with the GP that is expected, taking a 2nd place, but you need the other players to outperform, getting something additional. So Crazy Moving for me was the surprise with the crew, having everything perfect, using Treasure Hunt to roll in good intervals and get an amazing position, and at the end getting also in level 8 very quickly the Twisted Fate.
Oh, you got it on level 7.
Okay, well, just high rolling his way to the victory, but I mean that's the X factor that you need. So great placement right now for T1, being the favorites right now, starting the series.
Yeah, speaking of great placement and favorites, Volta was a player that you also touch upon, where we're like, okay, we've seen him do well against that series against Vitality, but this is what he went out 2nd in this game specifically, which I don't think is something that we genuinely expected when it comes to Alcatzia.
Yeah, he was contesting the GP line, but he tried to play a tempo first, starting with a Syndra. I mean, it was interesting. I saw it, I was like, okay, good Volta scenario, but then he rolled down deep on stage 3 and didn't hit. So you need to hit, you need help from the team, you need help for the game sometimes, and it wasn't the game for Volta right now.
I don't think he had the econ to go all in. If you had a full win streak on stage 2, maybe that was the play, but he went all in, he didn't have the streaks, he only had 2 game planks in that, rolled down to 10 gold, and that's when the SCSC was able to overtake him completely. So I think in general, it was basically QAD. They went in with a lot of steam, but they couldn't continue it, and it was really smart from T1. They said, hey, there's only one player with a high cap on the enemy team. That's going to be S-Pot on the Sorks. Dooney Juni, you're going to go 7th place, but just contest him, and the game's over.
Yeah, the strategy from T1, it just felt like the team has really worked together, and I think learned quite a bit from their unluckiness or mistakes, whatever you want to call it, from yesterday. Alcatzia, though, they didn't necessarily show what we saw against Vitality yesterday, where we saw them really going for that GP. So, I mean, Game 1, Series 1, you still have potentially 2 more maps, so adaptation here is going to be very crucial.
Yeah, 100%. I love to see Flowers with a 4th place playing the Kai'Sa that we know is not prevalent in the meta, but making a huge run, making a huge win. But, I mean, the rest of the team also need to perform here. We've seen one of the last battle here, enjoying the crew. See the battleship. This is so good. When you have the 5 crew in, the battleship is just doing all the damage for you.
It's absolutely crazy for the crew to get Treasure Hunt as well. It's basically a prismatic, and he also got the best rolls from those hunts. He got the 2 extra Nico duplicators early on to just get that in early.
Yeah, and for T1, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted them to hit the ground running. We wanted them to start off strong, especially considering that this is like potentially the final game that we're going to be looking at. Al-Qadsiya, though, moving forward, moving into that next match, what do you think they need to focus on a little bit more to give themselves a fighting chance?
I mean, the sword battle wasn't important right now because it wasn't the priority. We saw many players in the early game trying to go for the GP line. In the end, it was only Volta and CSC. I think, of course, that's the priority line, but we have seen that you cannot contest like 2 versus 2, that we thought it was a possibility. So one player in each team needs to play the GP, and then you need to find the scenario in the early game to play something uncontested or at least in a good position. I think that's the reasoning that should be from now on.
I'm just going to echo Panda here. No more Golden Destinies. It has been atrocious for QAD. Both times they pick it, you knew that player was going to go 7th or 8th. It's just, I think in 4v4 environment, it's a little bit too hard to control. You have to pivot out of your established comp sometimes, and that just messes up the entire strategy.
For T1 side of things, though, I mean, they are looking really strong on hey, they won the first match as well, which is always great for their side of things. But they got to keep themselves composed and keep themselves locked in. And I do think, again, a little bit of pressure because it is a T1 organization. They are also a giant in the TFT scene. And on top of that, a couple of club championship points on the line. How do they stay locked in? Because it's very easy to potentially lose sight of the bigger picture and go, okay, we won first match. We can take our foot off the gas.
Yeah, 100%. I think they have experience. When we see Vintium, we see him slightly laughing, but he's very cold-minded. He's actually enjoying, and I think the fact that it worked out for him, going level 9, getting legendary scene, playing a flexible board, I think that's perfect for his mental. They know exactly what the meta is, they know what they have to look for, but just the chance that the X Factor is actually working against for them, I think in meta-wise, mental-wise, they're okay, they're cool. They just need to have a little luck in the game once again and outperform the rest.
The most important thing for them is win out augments, because they are a team that actually likes to lose streak and then find their ace from those lose streakers. In this meta, you have to have the correct augments to do so. Treasure Hunt was a great opportunity right there. Forward thinking was another opportunity. So they have to hunt really, really deep for those specific win out augments.
Yeah, and when it comes to the next matchup, I mean, Al-Qadsiya also, they have to lock in here because, again, this is their opportunity to slay another giant, to prove themselves worthy here. And we already touched upon a little bit in terms of what we want to see them change when it comes to this next matchup. But do we think that their meta read is maybe a little bit different than the Korean team that we're seeing here?
I mean, they're risking a little more, but it's working. For example, Kai'Sa, I want to mention it again, a good top 4. Volta tried to play something flexible into the meta. Maybe that was the reasoning, but I mean, if you don't have the best option in the early game, you have to be a little creative in the game. And that's normally recognized and not always get you the best performance. But sometimes you just have to play the cards that the game is giving you. If the cards are not great, you need a little magic, a little luck, and then try to outperform.
For me, from all the games that we've seen, they try to put the gas to the pedal right at the start of the game, and then they kind of run out of fuel later on. So I want to see if they try to focus in on a win-out player early in Stage 2. If they can identify who's going to be the ace who can carry out, you can play around that. But for this game, for instance, they took a lot of early augments, 2 tricks, Crimea River on an 80 carry. That didn't really work out for them. So either you're going to have to find those stacking augments if you want to play this style, or you have to identify a win-out.
Yeah, they're risking, but it didn't work. For example, Revenant, he tried to play Crystal Gambi in the start, and then do economy, then pivot to Boulevard, then try to play Oloka Sante. I mean, it's just too much to try to go for. So in the end, maybe as you said, try to look for that initial path and stay consistent to it.
Are there any individual players then that you think they should really focus on when it comes to putting them in that ace position?
Well, historically, you have to look at Volta. He's the only one that's been to attack Crown, and in terms of individual pedigree, he is miles above the rest of his teammates. So far, we've seen him just rolling down super hard, being the GP contest. I would say that's a bit of a wasteful for his talents.
So what would you do instead then if you were, say you're in that coaching room right now, well, Al-Qadsiya, and you have to come up with a game plan because this is it, right? This is that if you lose the next game, you're out. What would your speech be?
Volta, you are the French pride, the French boar. You have gone through so many Pandora's benches and just pulled 3-star 4 costs out of your sleeves. So trust, you can do it again. You have to be the ace. We're not letting you play contested GP. You have to carry the team. It's all on you. It's all here right now.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. Like that got me hyped. If I was, if I was Volta, I'd be like, yeah, I agree. You're so right. That's exactly what we're gonna do. T1 on the other side, they are looking really pretty. So this is the game where we can potentially see a little bit more experiments from them.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the game gives you, right? If you have a possibility, we're already seeing that Katarina is not performing, but is also got a good placement if you manage to achieve. We're seeing players right now on the stage. They're so happy to be here. I love the rundown in the beginning, Genie, where they were like waving the crowd, just laughing, having a good time. And now they're in the pause, so we're just about to start the game, and they're totally locked in.
Yeah, I think as well, a little bit of a different environment for these players, right? When it is playing on the LAN, and also you can just like peek over your monitor and like you can see what your opponent is feeling or thinking.
You want to do some hand gestures with them?
Do you think? Do you think we'll get TFT players that are doing hand gestures here, Jupson?
We saw a little like BM on the start, maybe with Dan Memes, the rest. We haven't seen it on stage. It's a possibility. I feel it would be interesting, especially in the later stages. But for now, I mean, they need to lock in. TFT is a very cold-minded game, if you will. So even though it's a teamwork, individual scenario and mental is so important.
Yeah, and we are absolutely ready to head into the second match. This is Alcacia's chance to prove whether or not the Titan Slayer title actually is good for them, or whether T1 is going to have this as a pretty clean 2-0. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jenny. As I say, this is going to be a huge moment. You know, a formation of history here. Alcacia, you talked about it before, David. You know, it's such a long journey for these teams to get to this point, but the pressure is on them. And of course, we both saw T1 wandering the corridors between the games. They certainly, to me, they seemed like there was kind of a sense, happy, but a sense of relief from them as well. For a tournament that hasn't necessarily been going great for them so far, to now finally have that game in hand, a little bit of sense of safety.
And moving into game 2, we will be having Yuumi as our encounter, so some extra bonus loot, and this enables certain comps that are very gold hungry, that are very resource hungry. Kayle reroll is on my mind in terms of having a lot of this extra gold to try and potentially get your 3-star Kayle and make it to 9. Also just fast 9 comps in general. There is a new meta comp that is rising with TF and Ashe and Juggernauts, specifically with Frost Touch as the power-up. And the second version with both Frost Touch on both Ashe and TF. I believe you get damage on hits, 55 magic damage per hit, and these are both champions that hit a lot.
Sure.
So it's actually very, very strong in the late game if you have enough gold to make it. It's incredibly expensive comp though, so we'll see if maybe someone like Bintum tries to navigate that line at some point in this tournament.
Well, of course, I do want to follow up on what they're talking about on the analyst desk as well. We heard the impassioned plea from Clement to put Volta up front and center as the win-out player. Ultimately, with Alcacia only managing to get one player into the top 4 in that previous game at all, are you of a similar mind?
I am, especially considering that Volta individually in TFT outside of the 4v4 format, he has a very long career, and in that long career, I believe in the last 5 sets, he is the player with the highest win rate out of any region when it comes to cups, your regional finals, etc. So he's a player that definitely knows how to win. Some would say he's lucky. I would say he is very skilled after 6 years of just winning and winning and winning. We'll see if he can do it now in a pivotal game 2. And as we mentioned, Kayle potentially going to be one of the lines that will be explored a little bit more in this high gold econ portal. And Zac 2, Aatrox 2, some frontline to maybe not bleed so much as well in this early stage, but you at least want to make 10 gold here.
Well, talk to me about the Kayle comp, because again, we've talked about it before coming into this one. The stats for it were atrocious. We'll be starting off with the silver ornament, so we know we've got gold coming in. We've got
Don't do it,
Destiny.
Do not do it.
You look at his eyes, look at his face, and see, is he going to take that choice?
He's saying, guys, third time is a charm.
I mean, you haven't got a lot to lose at this point, I suppose. No, he re-rolls it.
There we go. That is called learning from your, let's not call them mistakes, but, learning from the stones you've tripped on already. Component buffet, Pandora's Bench. Pandora's Bench is an easy way to almost guarantee you're hitting your Kayle 3. Not just that, this is thematically appropriate for Alcacia because they are all French players, and in EMEA, we like to call this augment the French bench, especially Volta has done some crazy things with this augment across every single set of TFT. We'll see if Rebanav can do the same.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes without saying. Of course, Volta's been imparting his wisdom across the team overall, so it's reasonable to think that the style of every player on the squad is going to be heavily influenced by just the way he plays TFT.
And Kayle, going back to your question, is a specific comp that She's a very weak unit, maybe the weakest unit in stage 3. When you level to 6, especially with a 3-star kill, she ascends. She gets an extra line of text on her ability. She starts dealing more damage, she starts shredding as well, and she becomes a much stronger carry. When you make it to level 9, she ascends another time. She starts dishing out huge waves, AoE attacks basically, and with Rage Blade, and when she's 3-starred, she becomes very, very strong. The peril with this strategy is you're re-rolling on 3-1, sometimes down to 20 gold to hit your 3-star, and then you have to make it to level 9. Usually this is not possible in a game of TFT. You don't have enough gold to do so. It's very, very hard. You'll die on the way. But with an encounter like this, it is definitely much more possible, especially with Pandora's Bench, to kind of sneak your way into a 3-star much earlier.
So if we're kind of putting that together with what we're talking about already, if we want Volta to be a winning out player, a KO composition alongside it seems like a pretty decent candidate for being able to get another player into the top 4 and start to put together an overall game plan.
It's definitely, like Clement was saying, trying to find someone who has that win-out potential, and I think that's definitely going to be a possibility here now for Rebanav and for a few of the other players. We're seeing Latent Forge as well as one of the options for one of the Alcatia players, for Flouters. We know how strong artifacts are. We're looking at an AP build on this Lucian now, so trying to get this Latent Forge artifact, potentially pop it on stage 4 to eliminate the gold generating artifacts, and try and hit a Mana Zane for Karma, try and hit a Blighting Jewel for Karma, trying to hit any range extension artifacts for Gwen, for example, Sniper's Focus, RFC. There's a lot of very, very strong hits. Even something like Horizon Focus on Jarvan is okay. So another potential game-winning player if he's able to high roll.
No, absolutely. I mean, certainly Flouters, I think, did acquit himself extremely well in game 1. It felt like, well, he wasn't in necessarily a position to win out. I think just because of the, what we've seen from the Kaiser Cup before, it wasn't a win-out board, but it was probably one of the strongest parts of Alcacia's game. Of course, Dooney Zuni has got the great setup to start off, the Kraken Slayer as well, to make sure that this Gangplank will hit like a truck. He's double strike, he's not stretchy arms, so he's not going to be able to reach all areas, but he's still going to be a massive force in the early going, especially alongside the Mighty Mech.
It's not a major concern. I would say Stretchy Arms is not the best in slot in stage 2 and 3, but having it, obviously insta-pick if it's offered, because you save yourself from having that little dance where you just don't find it at all in stage 4.
Yes.
We're seeing again the Hodges Slam, not because Hodges is best in slot for Gangplank, just because obviously you want to have as much stats and as many items on Gangplank as early as possible, so you can start snowballing those kills, snowballing that gold, put you in a better econ position to hit.
I do want to take a moment just to recognize here, we saw this from Volta in the previous game as well, bringing out the Neferi as a early game unit. We saw, of course, the Syndra filling the same sort of spot as before. Volta isn't necessarily, as you can see, coming through and getting the win streak early on, but he's trying to keep his board strong.
First carousel coming through. Young, wild, and free is crazy moving. Appropriate name in this case. He is moving real crazy, I'm going to say, with that little legend. Just an absolute walk with aura and able to pick up a bow, which we talked about is going to be so important for our AD players, especially our Gangplank players. In this case, we're seeing Espat currently carrying a Sivir with a Rage Blade Slam, an open sword, and an open cloak. Most likely is indicating he is going to be the Gangplank player for Alcacia in this game too.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course it goes to that question. We're going to be having one on either side of things. We'll keep on scouting around and seeing what we've got going on here. Of course, Dooney Zuni remains undefeated for the time being, as I believe, Crazy Moving is able to keep that going as well. So 2 win streaky players is absolutely wild for T1. Again, considering they're 1 game ahead in the series, all they need to do is win out here, and they will move on and eliminate the first team of the entire competition.
Crazy moving in a very interesting spot. He is holding options for both the Sork board and the Sork game plan, as well as Prodigies. He has an Ari pair, which is making his life a little bit difficult in terms of committing to one or the other. He's also holding the Lucian and the Aatrox for the Mighty Mech Sorcerer mid-game. So depending on what his shop's natural, as long as he has the Garen pair, so many different pairs and so many different options, I think maybe the next shop will give him some more direction and some better decision in terms of what comp to go for in stage 4.
So I want to take us out to the big picture a little bit here, because as we will see, both win streaks are going to remain intact for T1. How does this going to affect the rest of the game, being that T1 have been so aggressive and so present in the early going?
It doesn't say much because it's what Clement was saying, right? The moment you are identifying a win condition player, this win condition player is usually not also dominating the early game. This is not how it works in TFT. You're either sacrificing something to then come out ahead at some stage of the game. Someone like Flouders is down in Augment. He has no latent Forge Anvil until 3-5, basically, so he's expected to lose. Someone like Rebanav, who's playing for Kale, he's not hitting the 3-star kill yet. You're expected to sack most of your stage 2 as well. So it comes down to near the end of stage 3, we'll have a much clearer picture of what kind of possibilities these win-out players have, and then we'll understand where the match is going in stage 4.
Well, this is going to be an important round because Alcatia have got both loss streaks, T1 have got both win streaks, so they're facing up against each other. And you know, at this point, they had to know this was going to be a possibility and had to make the decision which one of us can benefit most from having that extra gold.
I think you just still play strongest board. There's no real reason for weakening board or trying to pick one player to win in stage 2. It's just whoever's strongest is strongest, and that's all there is to it. Ideally, you obviously win or lose by as many or as little units as possible to deal less damage to each other, but that's really the only condition to think of coming into this one. Looking at the Kale here, a lot of Zacs, great, let's celebrate, but only the 3 Kales for now. The idea is you don't care as much about econ, you really just care about having 3 2-star 1 cost to continue rolling across the entire game. You can even consider not rolling as much, or in some cases, depending on how close you are at all, and just starting to push levels and hope that at some point in stage 3 or 4, you'll get the 3-star Kale.
Well, to follow up on the point you were saying from before, that seems like if you can, or if you want to go for that, you are, of course, leaving yourself up to RNG somewhat, you know, as to when the Kales or if the Kales arrive, but it does feel like it covers for that weakness that you're talking about before of having to be pulled in 2 different directions, the reroll and the vertical.
Personally, I would roll for 6 copies of Kale, naturally, and then have those last 3 copies come immediately from 1 roll on Pandora's bench. But we'll see what the adaptation will be here from Rebanav. 69 gold to work with, making sure he has all his items and his units in order, and then starting to roll. We're seeing for Espat, he is actually committing to crew reroll, taking a page out of Crazy Moving's book. And this is really big for another reason. The moment you're trying to go for Sivir 3 and Malphite 3, you're taking 1 cost out of the pool for the player who's rolling for Kale. And we're seeing Rebanav waiting to roll until Espat has finished rolling to have better chances of finding the kills he needs to find his 3-star. So really clean team play from our competitors from Alcatia.
Yeah, though I really like this. I'm definitely feeling a lot more confident based on what we've been talking about so far. As Bintum on the other side, yeah, the Viego. All right, I mean, I'm absolutely here for it. We can see it's certainly, at this point at least, being a great item carrier for some of the units later on. We're talking about the 5 costs coming in. I mean, for the time being, you can see, with Edge of Night as well, he does a lot of work to keep pushing through.
And Bintum did pick up Pocket Recombobulator as his first augment, which essentially recombobulates only 1 unit instead of your entire board. And if you're able to hit a certain 3-star, you can then continue upgrading it basically. And it is now Viego 3, which will absolutely take over stage 3 and potentially stage 4. Ideally played into either Soul Fighters because you're not really forced to roll more, so you can play more for a vertical, or into Duelist reroll, but I'm not sure how much success Duelist reroll will have, although Viego 3 is a great unit in and of itself.
Well, this was one of the things I was certainly thinking about coming into day 2, you know, in terms of ways to be able to deal with a Gangplank board, to have, you know, of course, the problem normally is your carries on the backline, your carries kind of weak. As the 3-star Kale comes in, apparently the French bench is operating as intended. 3-star Zac, 3-star Kale. I'm starting to feel more optimistic, David.
And because of the immediate spike you get on level 6, goes to level 6 right away the moment you hit the Kale. You're above 30 gold thanks to the econ portal we're in. And this is a really, really good setup. We're going to have to see now if really what all you do now is just continuously level up and try and outposition your opponents when your kill is still slightly weaker. At level 9, there will be a massive spike, and this comp, with the right setup in terms of the augments, can potentially win the game as well.
You see on the other side, Volta, of course, will be a Gangplank player for the game. You see his itemization is very crisp indeed. I did wonder, yeah, with how powerful suddenly Rebanav has come, if it would take a little, maybe a few rounds to start putting this Kale in pole position, but it's good enough right now. I love seeing the Edge of Night in there as well, combined with the Gwynsu's Rage Blade to make sure the Kale survives to the very end.
Bintum here, because he was rolling anyway, he decided to contest the Malphites to make life more difficult for Espat, who is the crew player. We're seeing more players who are saying, oh, everyone's rolling 1 cost? Sure, I'll join the party as well and make sure that I have better chances of hitting my Gnar, even if I've leveled to 6, for example, like we're seeing here, and this is, I think, the right play. For a Gnar reroll, you don't want to index so much on Gnar. Gnar is kind of like a freebie. If you hit him on level 6, fantastic, but he's not someone that kind of makes or breaks your comp like Kayle is, for example.
Oh no, not even remotely the same, but I mean, I certainly like what we've got going on for Bidsom with the 4 Soul Fighter in place as well, and the full 3-item Viego. I think it's going to be very hard for some of these boards to actually get rid of him because he, again, does a ton of damage. We'll see how it goes face to face. I mean, the Gnar could potentially get onto him early on, but he said, he's so powerful already. I think maybe this could be one of the cases. Plus, once the Edge of Night procs, it makes things awkward, but there's a lot of CC in here, and one thing he doesn't have is a Quicksilver.
He's coming, watch out.
Oh.
The Luchador procs will help a lot. The stuns from the Shadow Clones win the fight, essentially.
Easy.
So really, really clutch positioning and outcome there from SCSC and his Gnar. This is why Luchador and Gnar are quite strong in the meta right now, against melee carries especially.
All right, well, it gets the job done. So, again, so let's take a look at some of the other comps. Of course, we can see Espat round up. We've got the crew coming together there. We mentioned, of course, the Malphite being contested. Espat has got the Sivir and the Malphite up to 3-star respectively. So that crew is officially online. You're getting the extra XP. You're getting the extra reroll per turn. You've got a lot more space to work with.
Big player to look at now will be Flouters. He is, of course, the player with Latent Forge. He's going to get an Artifact Anvil 8 rounds after he picked the Augment on 2-1. So now on 3-5, he'll have the option to pick one of his artifacts. Potentially, Flouters might decide to prolong the decision, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, because with Artifact Anvils especially, not any other orbs or any other artifacts you get outside of Anvils, if you pick them or you open the Anvil on stage 4, the game eliminates any gold-generating artifacts that are no longer really as viable or relevant. Things like Mogul's Mail, Gambler's Blade are no longer in the selection, so you have a much higher chance of hitting the best in slot. Mana's Aim, Lighting Jewel, Sniper's Focus, etc.
Yeah, very much the same idea as what we're talking about. As we do see the Zhonya's in place there as well. Okay, so talk to me about some of the routes we can go here. We know we've got AP itemization. We've now got a very powerful invincibility frames from the Zhonya's in play. Well, ideally for Flouters, where do you want to see him angling now?
It's just Karma. Sorks, you put the Zhonya's onto Gwen, essentially acts as a better Edge of Night. Is it game-winning? Not necessarily by itself. I would say it's a kind of middle-of-the-pack pickup. It's not a huge high roll, it's not a low roll either. It's an okay pickup. The key thing is, do you find a Gwen early enough to make it useful? Of course, it's okay on Karma, but Karma, she wants to be more bursty in her damage. She doesn't really care much about surviving because fights end so quickly.
Oh, sure, but certainly the Zhonya's can be a huge source of frustration as Dunizuni is continuing to, of course, push through and try and find more gangplanks. So far, has been finding a lot more of other units than the ones he's looking for. So Dunizuni, I mean, certainly HP-wise, he's doing very well. Gold in the bank, he's doing well as well. But Espat is currently leading the pack. The 5-win streak is giving a lot more hope again for Alcacer in a must-win game.
Dunizuni holding some Aatrox this year because Flouters, or Revenant rather, was still trying to find Aatrox 3 as an extra little beefy tank for his kill setup off of Pandora's Bench. So players really trying to min-max and really trying to mess with the game plans of their opponents. Espat here taking a page from a Crazy Moving's book, playing into the crew reroll, has the 1 cost already, is still of course very far away from Shen and from Diggs. But this is a comp that I think also makes very good use of extra resources and loot from an encounter like this one.
Yeah, well, so certainly my thought coming into the entire event with the crew is we've already seen, the 1 cost for contestants, so obviously it's on the mind of T1 to try and deny it. When it comes to 3 costs and Ziggs, presumably if a team puts priority on denying that 3 cost, you're never going to 3-star him and bring the crew online fully.
Yes, but it's a lot of gold. It's way more gold to contest a 3 cost than it is to contest a 1 cost. And you have so many resources to hit with the crew, with the free rolls, and with obviously this encounter, you have all this extra gold as well. So it's just much harder to contain. 2 cost is cheaper, and GP you want to use on your board, even if you're not playing GP, because he's just very good at farming gold and good on any AD flex board on the way to Fast 8, Fast 9. Whereas Ziggs doesn't really find a home on any board other than the crew, so it's harder to make use of that gold kind of stuck on your bench.
Well, speaking of contesting, we're going to do our gangplank clock for right now. We can see that there's a 2-star on the board, and we've got 4 more on the bench for Dunizuni. Volta, unfortunately, a little bit behind the curve, but does at least have the money in the bank to maybe spend out.
8 p.m. Let's see it.
again, thanks to, of course, Anyway, our observer, for keeping us absolutely on top of everything that's happening here. You know, if we do, it's looking like right now Dunizuni is the one who's going to have to step forward and probably get the 3-star if he wants it. Volta could end up massively far behind.
And Volta has again decided to not really commit to rolling a lot of his gold quickly, allows Dunizuni to get in under him in terms of finding copies of GP a little bit faster. We're looking at the final power-ups and itemizations. We're seeing the Mundos being held here as well from Volta, trying to deny the game plan from some of the other T1 competitors.
All right, check in with Crazy moving as we are starting to see the AP boards coming in together as well.
Dunizuni missed Stretchy Arms, so we're going to have to continue fishing for it in the rest of this stage 4 with all of his power-ups.
Well, we do get to see again really the one weak point for the Gangplank there. You know, with the Ari in there, even perhaps temporarily, be able to burst through him. The survivability just isn't there otherwise, and perhaps this could be a lobby where Gangplank is a little less relevant than it has
Huge win for Espat, doesn't get it. The final kill from the Jin ends the win streak here from Espat, which is so important for continuously generating that gold. We're seeing 1 away from the Mundo, 3 with the Mogul's Mill as well for SCSC, so Volta understandably denying 3 copies at that point in time. Final augment comes through, some fireboard from Espat to try and get some anti-heal effects onto this board now.
And we are 1 Gangplank away. I think, yeah, we're going to commit in everything. Of course, we know the 2-star version is a nightmare. The 3-star version is doubly so. Do you want to take a second as we wait to see if the Gangplank will be pushed for and found? There we go. So do we know Dunizuni is going to be absolutely rolling up in this lobby? Just a quick reminder of the stat there, a 42% win rate on this comp, and the 3-star version definitely puts us into that area.
Another switch of fruits, another miss. No Stretchy Arms has been found. And Dunizuni will have to continue fishing for the best in slots. That really warps the way that this GP works. I think it's okay with Tiny Terror as a secondary plan B option, but with this high attack speed and the build with Rage Blade and Kraken's Fury, you really want Stretchy Arms to essentially act as a backline carry instead of a frontline carry and not get into any danger, have no need for really the defensive stats that you would need otherwise.
Yeah, well, there's no defensive items on the Gangplank, but this time he gets away with it. Well, I suppose the Starix to an extent, but acting as a substitute for Edge of Night. I do want to take a second just to recognize kind of where we are, because of course we saw Espat dropping down before, but Revnav is, well, I was going to say, is rising up. Didn't lose this.
You jinxed him.
That previous round. And the second I noticed it, I just close my eyes for the entire rest of the game. The Crazy moving. That is our first Gwen out onto the field.
So we're seeing here the comparison. It is going to be Karma 2 already for Flounder, so he's ahead when it comes to the 4-cost carries. When it comes to the 5-cost, though, it's only going to be 1 copy of Gwen for Flounders, 2 copies for Crazy Moving. And Crazy Moving has hit the better artifact, I would say, in terms of the range extension with Fishbones, although not quite the best in slot with things like Sniper's Focus, for example.
Oh, sure, but I mean, it's still keeping Gwen out of trouble, which I think is going to be the main thing. You can see her AoE is absolutely ludicrous. I just say the point of comparison between the two, the Crazy Moving is out of cash. We really could use to get some round wins in here. I think the Jin on the backside won't be quite good enough this time. We've got the Mondo who's be able to be, of course, a real pest for Karma comes, but it won't be enough this time.
No Declaw, only a Bramble on that Mundo, so going to be a little bit less survivable against all this AP damage coming through. Bintum utilizing that Viego to great effect here. Again, preserving a lot of HP in stage 3 and 4. That's the game plan for Bintum in this game. Crazy Moving is once again moving crazily, finds the Cassante right away, finds the BF sword maybe more importantly.
So I do want to, well, of course, we'll make a little bit more sense when we come back off of this carousel. But I do want to note that in the overall game, Alcacia, you've got 2 players in the bottom 2 at the moment. So as we move through the game, of course, we'll be locking in all those win conditions a lot more. And right now, things have been looking okay for Alcacia, but if they lose this game, they're out of the competition, and it's still very far from safety.
1 away from Ziggs 3 is very good news for Espat, and there is the hit. Now we're going to start moving towards level 8. It's going to try and start finding, instead of this Bastion, the Sinzao, try and move towards the Strategist instead, having Ziggs as more of a primary carry. Finding something like a Rise and a Jarvan will be huge on level 8, and especially an early TF. I'm really curious to see Rebenev's spot. I want to see where this kill is, how far away Rebenev is from level 9. I'd expect definitely by stage 5 we're making it there with the extra gold injection from PvE, but maybe even before then. That being said, we're healthy, right? 50 HP is a very good spot to be in for kill reroll at this stage of the game. We're seeing he's level 8, above 50 gold, so should be very, very close.
Yeah, and I like the item setup there as well. We've got the crit coming in from Augment, so everything seems to be coming together. I mean, so we've got the crew, we've got the KO, we've got two very good pieces of news for Alcatia overall in this game. As you can see, it's not enough to stand up to the crew as it stands because, of course, their front line is so ridiculously bulky.
And this is pretty much the highest point, the cap point for most games of the crew when you're hitting your final 3-star, whereas Rebenev is still a few steps away from his real big power spike on level 9. One more thing to mention with Pandora's Bench. Most players consider, oh, Pandora's Bench, it's great for a reroll. I can hit my 3-star earlier. Fantastic. But in the hands of truly experienced and skilled players, Pandora's Bench is a win condition as well.
Yeah.
The moment you get into the 4 and 5 cost territory, if you're lucky and if you're playing the game correctly and you have enough gold to work with, you can try and fish for a 3-star 4 cost to accompany Kale into a win. You can try and scout and see which copy is not contested and either hit or force the opposing team, T1, to spend a lot of their gold holding 4 costs to deny that possibility.
I do want to again bring to the front of attention though, Volta of course has been working with the Gangplank for a while, of course doesn't have the Gangplank 3 that his opposite number has, but Volta and Flouders are both very low on HP. I can't help shaking the feeling that we're looking at a potential 7th and 8th. Literally, Volta, you can see, just getting pushed out of this game quite quickly. He'll have one more life left in the tank, but I don't see too many signs of him coming back stronger.
For those concerned Alcatia viewers, that was not Pandora's Bench, that was backup dancers on the right side of those 3 spots, so he's not rolling GPs. They're being used as a way to get combat strength onto the board with the extra attack speed. We'll see if Volta can hit after the gold injection comes in through. We'll see if it even matters at this point in time, considering that he is only on 2 HP. Gwen 2 has been found for crazy moving. A huge upgrade despite only having Karma 1. And he is laughing because he knows that this Fishbones Gwen is a win condition in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, now she's going to start, well, presumably she's going to end up with 3 items by the end of the round. We saw before, she was hitting the board, not doing a ton of damage. That's going to change in a hurry. And it just seems like there's so few options for being able to deal with her.
This is the win condition that Rebenev, or Flouders rather, was looking for with his Artifact Anvil. Instead he found Zanya, which is good for having Gwen survive for longer, but it's not good for Gwen just auto-winning some matchups if she's able to cast her full 3 attack cast 2 times.
So again, taking the big picture in, we've got 2 members of Alcacia in the bottom 2 right now, and 2 members of T1 on win streaks up at the top. It seems like it's coming together here for T1 to reset their tournament and start moving up through the lower bracket, but it's not completely done as of yet. I think for Volta though, he's going to be moving into a more advisory role very soon.
And Volta has not hit the GP, has spent all of his gold. It's down to his last life. Espat has not removed items, it looks like, as well. So Volta has been sacrificed. His spot is just too doomed to save at this point in time, it looks like. And the high-level play we were hoping for from Volta, instead he's relegated to this GP reroll yet again. And once again, it does not work out. For a player who usually always ends up hitting, you're always surprised about, you're always thinking, how did he end up doing this? But not the case in this game 2 for Volta. We'll see if his team can instead carry him through and force the game 3.
I suppose the good news, as we've talked about in 4v4 before, when a player like Volta with an absolute wealth of experience goes out, it does free him up to operate entirely strategically for the team and to start, really focusing on giving direction and optimizing the play coming in. So it's not all done and dusted, but if we do see another Alcacia player going out in 7th, then of course, as before, a 1st and 2nd will be required to course correct.
And Flouders are seeing their 11 HP, also not looking good. Only 1 copy of Gwen. Has the Karma 2, but really not much else to celebrate on his board compared to the other board, the Dunizuni board for the other Swark player. So it's looking kind of doomed for Alcacia. I think they know it. I think they're going to have some big plays. And this is not the play you want. GP walking up to Gwen, who does not have the Zanyas on her right now, does not have really any survivability. And look who's next. GP walks back, but the mech is now onto Karma. Karma has the Zanyas. Can Karma deal enough damage?
Okay.
Can the Yasuo clean up is the question. He does have healing, but no. Flouders does stay alive. The Karma manages to burst down everything.
All right, I'm here for it. Flouders, holding on. The Zonya's definitely coming in absolutely clutch there. I was certainly getting flashbacks to when we saw that before. Just have the Gangplank walk up, delete your backline, and that's all she wrote very, very quickly. But Flouders holds on. Bintum now down to 8 HP on a 4-round loss streak. If he goes out, he opens many more doors, but the blowout potential against Alcacia is still live. They could still have 3 players go out in the bottom 4 and end things early.
And Bintum, we mentioned it, trying to play or force to play around this duelist reroll or duelist vertical after hitting the vehicle for free off of the pocket recombobulator. Tried his best to tax the rest of the lobby. Is it going to be strong enough? He's facing SCSC, who has removed items off of the Mundo onto the Vive for now. So I believe this is obviously opening up some life vest to save Bintum for at least one more fight.
All Flouters will get taken down. And I think you're right, with the team assist here, it seems like Bintum will be able to hold on for that little bit longer and keep himself out of trouble. So, if memory serves, with Flouters down, with Bintum staying up, that's going to be bottom 2 for Alcatia. I'm still not confident the blowout isn't going to happen.
Alcatia on elimination station in this game 2. If they lose, they're out of EWC 2025, and 2 of their players are out in the bottom 2 positions, which means Rebanav and Espat are forced to finish first and second to force a game 3, which is a tall order considering these players are both playing 1-cost reroll lines. Kill reroll for Rebanav and the crew for Espat. We just saw the crew win the last game. It has a higher cap, so does kill on level 9. Can they make this comps work? Can they skill them enough?
And it does seem like a lot of the units that we're looking for have already been interdicted by the other side of the field. It must not be feeling too attached to their key right now, because of course, Alcatia lose this game, they lose the series, they're out of the competition. Their hopes and dreams will be crushed along with their key. And for T1, I mean, again, as we said it before, I think it's worth reiterating. This has been a real palate cleanser for them to come back in and show exactly what they are made of.
And T1 identifies that these players are fighting for their lives. They're trying to push really all the pressure onto them now, going level 9, finding the last 2 cap. We're going to see a first test here for Rebanav's Kale and for Bintum as well, who is close to elimination up against Crazy Moving. So this fight does not really matter as much. It's really only about where Espat and Rebanav finish. If either of them gets taxed for HP here, if either of them goes down, either in first or second, that could be it. GP going into the crew units now. Espat does win a very important fight. And more importantly, both Rebanav and Espat have to preserve HP because they could face each other. If one of these 2 players is on 1 life before kind of that top 2, top 3 scenario plays out, no matter how strong they can get, that's it.
And looking across the rest of the field, we can see T1 with the 3 remaining members. They've all got around the same HP or better than anything that we've got coming in from the Alcatia side of things. So it's going to be a very narrow line to go. Again, as I said, first and second are all that will suffice. At least with the balls we've got here, it seems possible, just not likely.
The scariest thing is Crazy Moving's board. I have to see how much that Gwen is going to carry with Fishbones. If she can just insta-delete backlines after her second cast, I think that might be it. So we'll have to see how that plays out. We're seeing the Gwen here up against SCSC will be a good indication of just how strong this Gwen is, how much damage she's dealing, and we're seeing the board pretty much disappear. The Gnar is down, the Jhin is down, the Mundo surviving, but he can't win fights by himself. SCSC also going down. Do Rebanav and Espat win this round as well? Are they facing each other? They're not. And the Rebanav is winning, so it's all going as planned, as needed for Alcatia right now.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's another way around, isn't it? Rebanav can potentially go through and start eliminating players.
Kassante's the game plan for the Pandora's Bench. Maybe it's the way that Rebanav tries to win the game off of a 3-star forecast. Are there going to be denies from T1?
So yeah, so we've got SCSC and Dunizuni both pretty low on HP. We're going into stage 6 as well, so again, Rebanav seems to be the one who's going through and operating as the hitman to try and take out the individual members. We still got Crazy moving at 46 HP though. That might be a step too far.
Seeing all the forecasts being rolled here. Any extra copies of Cassante would be huge. Potentially Rebanav wants to roll deep here because he has a chance to just get as many Cassantes out of the pool as possible. He has now an Akali 2 rolling on the Pandora's Bench, so that could just insta-win in the game almost if he finds one more copy of Cassante.
No, Dunizuni has put in a shift. Again, we're talking about the sort of the paired players in the lobby, vastly outstripping what Volta was able to contribute in terms of overall power. But even the Gangplank 3 down to a single life will sell the board. We saw this yesterday, the strategic choice to bring yourself out of play.
Dunizuni knows he has a weaker matchup into these 2 players. He knows that out of everyone still left alive for T1, he has the lesser chance of making sure that they do not allow Rebanav and Espat to go 1 and 2. And so he sells his entire board to, 1, make the game end quicker, have less time for Rebanav to hit the Cassante 3, and also to not deal damage to his teammates. Espat here facing Rebanav. This is the fight we were talking about. A 1-unit win, so this is the best possible scenario they could have expected. Espat should still be at 2 lives on 18 HP in Stage 6.
Oh boys, the question really is Rebanav up against Crazy Moving. They're both on the win streak, but as you said, strategically doing shrinking the matchup pool. We have, of course, had Twisted Fate ticking for a while to push this ball's power a little bit further.
The Braum is online as well. We have to look at Rebanav's board, have to see how close he is to the Cassante. Is the big question as well. I think Rebanav could be primed for a first place, and Espat maybe for a second, but Crazy Moving, this Gwen is just too scary.
We'll see. Certainly, I mean, it certainly seems like on paper, SC should be going down here. As I mentioned, the Kayle is at her final form. She, of course, has got the AoE, which will cut through a lot of the board. I mean, certainly, we can see the Mundo can soak a lot of damage, but the second the Luchador kicks in, he's dropping some of his tanking duties. That means the secondary tank is down already off the Vi. We've got the scaling power of the Kayle kicking in, and this will cut through the board, but Espat has been eliminated. Top 2 is no longer possible, so T1 will win the matchup and move forward in the competition.
He must have faced Crazy Moving, and his Gwen must have moved in a very crazy way to deal 18 HP worth of unit damage in Stage 6. That is a lot of units left alive. I have to imagine it was Gwen just almost insta-killing the entirety of his backline, and Malphite left alive, not able to win anything.
We're just looking at the faces of Alcats here. It can happen just as suddenly as that. You can just see it starting to sink in. The journey is over. Of course, the T1, they're just so glad to be back on form and back up at the top. But our very first elimination of the entire tournament, our first crushing of a key will be coming in. And I mean, at least we got a hell of a final game for Alcats here to show exactly what they were capable of.
And it's tragic. I think the game plans were good. I think Espat did a great job of playing into the crew. I think Rebanav identified, hey, Kayle's much stronger in this encounter. He tried to play it yesterday, I believe. It didn't work out. He went 8th. And then in this game now, he really found a lot of success with his Kayle comp. But the Fishbones from Portable Forge on 4-2 just completely threw a wrench in everyone's game plan, and Crazy Moving really did elevate himself to become that win condition player for T1.
Gosh, it's such a heartbreaker having the cameras there to be able to see the players just rolling on the last bit. For Rebanav, of course, as Crazy Moving actually moves in, they won't even, for Alcats here, they're not even going to get the satisfaction of being able to come first in the final game, because it seems like the Gwen is just too strong.
And Heartbreaker Volta, a player who I think has been in so many high-pressure situations. I think he'll come back from this, of course, but to be the leader on your team in terms of experience, to be the leader on your team in terms of just how much is expected from you as a player, and to not really show up in the way that was expected in a game like this, going 8th in the end. Maybe just the spots that he was given was the spot of having to sacrifice himself and his skill to play more for rerolls, and he just never seems to have had that luck that characterizes him, that wasn't able to hit the GP3 in any of his games, really, which has really been unfortunate in a meta like this one.
All right, last shot coming in. Rebanav will just about survive to take the hit another time, but I mean, it was the grand experiment for Volta, the most extreme version of this idea of could one great player, an absolutely incredible player, be the makings of a team. And of course, we didn't get to see, we didn't get to experience for ourselves necessarily, what Volta was inputting in terms of verbally to the teammates and exactly what he's contributing. You'd have to imagine it must have been immense, the amount, to be able to direct the team and organize, make sure everyone's doing what they need to do, and also pivot when incredible opportunities present themselves like they did for Crazy in this game.
And I think Rebanav, Espat, and Flouders have also really proven their ability as great players of TFT across the last few qualifiers. Looking at, when they eliminated also 100T, for example, in the LCQ, they've had some big upsets. They were unlucky, I think, across many games and many situations with Gold Destiny, for example, across these matchups. But in the end, T1 wins the series in a dominating fashion. Bintum had his star moment. Really, every player on the team had their star moment in these 2 games. And this team is once again looking a little bit more similar to what we saw last year. A dominant T1 team that finished in the top 2 spots.
Just absolutely astonishing stuff. I mean, you can see from T1 just the relief painted on every single one of their faces. All right, we'll take a few more moments just to celebrate. Of course, we'll be heading to stage in just a moment to celebrate this first survival of the day. Of course, across the entirety of today, we will be seeing Mous versus Falcons, the Flashballs versus Fnatic and Rock versus Team Liquid. We will see 4 teams leaving the competition by the time this day is done.
And biggest surprises potentially from this series, the continuation of the crew is a very, very strong reroll as well. So a lot of meta adaptations we've seen across this first series that T1 was able to win. And I think we'll see more surprises as teams pull out all the stops to try and stay alive or to continue forward.
All right, we're going to be heading across the stage to hear from our wonderful, wonderful interviewers. Let's go and hear the word directly from the horse's mouth.
I'm here with the wonderfully crazy moving joins me right now on the stage. Firstly, Crazy, I absolutely love your name. I'm sure we'll get to that at some point, but for now, T1 back to winning ways, back against the wall, lose, and you would have been out of this tournament. How did you and your team prep differently for this one?
일단 크레이지 무비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 어떻게 보면 탈락을 할 수 있는 상황에서 또 다시 반등에 성공하셨는데 좀 이번에는 좀 어떻게 다르게 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 다르게 준비했다기보다는 어제는 약간 맵적인 부분에서 조련사 골렘이 나온다던가 약간 그런 부분에서 좀 그런 게 잘 안 풀렸기 때문에 그냥 하던 대로 잘 하면은 우린 다시 올라갈 수 있다. 그리고 올라가서 꼭 다시 웨이버 만나서 이기자. 약간 그런 마인드적으로만 얘기를 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I feel that we were just unlucky last game because like there was some kind of a map aspect like Golem coming out. It was kind of unlucky for us. So that being said, like we just try to control our minds for ourselves that like we just meet Weibo Gaming again, then win again. So yeah, that's what I prepared.
You are the addition to this roster that was here last year that finished second at the Esports World Cup TFT. What do you think you can do? How can you aid this team get the job done this time around?
이제 작년에 이제 준우승을 했던 로스터에서 어떻게 보면은 새로 들어오신 크레이지 무빙 선수잖아요. 그래서 크레이지 무빙 선수가 좀 이번에는 좀 우승을 하기 위해서 좀 어떤 기여를 하실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
사실 로스터가 바뀌고 바로 전 대회 ACL에서도 준우승을 했는데 일단 아직까지도 제가 그 전 멤버에 비해 좀 부족하다고 생각은 하지만 그래도 절 믿고 뽑아준 팀원들을 위해서 그저 열심히만 하고 있습니다. 그리고 열심히 하면은 빛을 볼 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
Yeah, I mean, I was added to the roster this year. But that being said, in the last tournament, ACL, we actually got second there too. So yeah, I know I'm a little bit behind, like compared to my teammates, but I'm trying to do my part.
Do you want to face Weibo Gaming or Vitality next? Do you want the rematch or do you want Vitality?
이제 다음 상대로 이제 웨이버 아니면 바이탈리티를 만나시게 될 텐데 웨이버 게이밍과의 좀 재대결을 좀 기다리고 계신지 아니면 바이탈리티를 상대하고 싶으신지 궁금합니다.
저희가 평소에 연습을 할 때 바이탈리티 친구들과 연습을 좀 자주 해요. 그래가지고 좀 정도 많이 들어가지고 바이탈 친구들과는 좀 높은 데서 보는 걸로 하고 웨이버를 다시 만나고 싶습니다.
Yeah, we scrimmed a lot with Vitality, so we want to face them in a higher level, so higher stages. So that being said, we want to face Weibo again.
All right, listen, you are about to make history for TFT here this year at the Esports World Cup because you get to be the first team to crush a key. Are you ready?
이제 TFT eSports 월드컵에서 최초로 이제 키를 부수는 또 팀이 되셨는데 키 부술 준비되셨나요?
Absolutely.
Big smile on his face, no translation needed there. This man, Crazy, is ready to crush a key and we cannot wait to see it. Congratulations to Crazy Moving and T1. We'll see how they progress further in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, T1 locking this one in. Pretty clean 2-0. Great performance from them on the day. All smiles from Crazy. He knows that, some of that pressure has been alleviated. But what they say from the fire to the frying pan, I'm not entirely sure. Because, you just won against Alcatia, and tomorrow is another matchup, either Vitality or Weibo, so that's a difficult one too. But I like that they're compartmentalizing it, because this was that first step towards making it to playoffs.
yeah, they have the chance to, obviously, to go for the win and try to get the trophy, but I'm pretty sure that memes will be made about the face, about the expression that Crazy was actually giving to us. So this is so good, so wholesome, and one of the reasons I love to see EWC here, players in present, players trying to demonstrate, and as they said, this is the new up-and-comer player here for T1, making it work twice in both games, being the winner for them.
EWC is all about changing careers, and it has done so for Crazy Moving. He was the one that was going to be questioned the most if T1 faltered. He was the only change on the roster, and honestly, we didn't understand the pick. Korea is a stacked region. Crazy Moving was actually a CS2 professional player, and he was not very accomplished in TFT. They still picked him because of the 4v4 experience, and it has shone very brightly today with 2 back-to-back wins for T1 and setting them moving forward.
Also, it was an X factor. First game, the crew, normally very difficult to execute. You need to roll in several intervals, getting the win, and then trying to play Sorks, that we haven't seen Sorks winning. It's a good average placement, but then he was laughing, finding the Gwen 2, finding there the fishbone, and getting the accessibility of the Gwen accessing the backline. So this is just good stuff for T1.
Yeah, and from Alcacia's side of things, unfortunately, today did not go the way that yesterday went. They weren't able to get a single match off of T1, and with that, they are going to be out of the competition. Something that Alcacia, though, should be very proud of is that they did have to face 2 of the most difficult teams, if I do say so myself, or... You know, here at EWC, you start things off with Vitality. You're then heading in against T1. And the thing is with T1 today, they were all on form. Luck was on their side too. They were able to make these adaptations. They've clearly learned from their mistakes yesterday. So that is, unfortunately, another giant that they were not able to slay.
Yeah, also Bintium, I want to recognize that even though he wasn't the hero that you were looking for, Clement, he played amazing, and he was the strategist for the team, playing Viego 3 in the end, just trying to pocket, recombobulate into that, and taking a 6 that normally you cannot do it in that position. It's very difficult. So actually beating the leader for a team is not always being the hero. He's just playing for the rest of the team and making it work for the whole situation.
I wonder if the rest of T1 players actually even know what Bintum is playing any single game. He's always extremely random, plays outside of the meta, but that's what you need in the 4v4 format. You need alternative win conditions, and that's what Bintum provides.
That's what you asked for Volta, but no. Once again, it was the contested GP. He didn't hear the speech. Genie, you set it up for the speech for Clement. It wasn't performing, but I mean, we say goodbye right now for Alcadia, but well, Volta, once again, he will still be the hero for the game, and I'm sure he will come back.
Yeah, a little bit different here in this 4v4 tournament, right? As we're talking about, the format is different, everything is different, and that adaptability, or just like the spanner in the work that we're seeing from the T1 side of things, gonna be really interesting to see how that's gonna be carried forward in the tournament, because now other teams have already seen that, and they could be thinking, oh, maybe that is something that we could play too. So how many aces will they have up their sleeve?
I have to say, I think a lot of teams are actually overcommitting to contesting the GP. If someone is too far ahead of you, maybe contesting the GP is not such a good idea. Volta ending up 6th and 8th places in these 2 games, both of the times losing out on the GP fight. And unfortunately for Alcacia, he is their captain, he's their best player, and you're sending him into a coin flip. So unfortunately, I think that was something that strategically probably was something that they could have done better at.
Yeah, it was a very difficult situation in the end. Revenant and Espat, they played amazing. They both recognized that it was a high resources with Koroporo, tried to play the 1 cost reroll, 1 with the KO, 1 with the crew, and they managed to get 2nd and 3rd. So it was a win-out possibility. Once again, the 8th from Volta was the hurt and not making a win right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a sad position as well for Alcacia to be in. They will be knocked out, the first team out of this tournament. They have, unfortunately, not a singular win under their belt, and that's also the first key that is going to be crushed here, which, again, TFT history being made by T1, getting to crush that first key. And who knows, maybe this is the start of them getting that confidence, getting those adaptations, being a little bit more comfortable here on that LAN environment, and just shoot up.
Oh, Crazy Moving has definitely got his confidence. We could see how nervous he was in terms of the scrims. T1 was, it didn't really feel the same as with Bobe. With Bobe, they were absolutely dominant, but now with Crazy Moving, acclimated and confident, I think they're going to be wonderful.
Yeah, and with that as well, the bracket has been, of course, updated due to the fact that one team has been eliminated. We're still going to be having to looking towards Weibo and Vitality, how that's going to be playing. Oh, never mind. That is also updated. Vitality!
Weibo taking the win against Vitality. And we have a hype game tomorrow in the Decider, Genie.
Oh my.
Team Vitality versus T1 tomorrow.
Clement's face is everything. Like, this is an honest, true reaction because we didn't know the outcome of this game as we were heading back onto the set. And what is going on? I mean, Vitality or T1 are going to have their key crushed tomorrow, which is also something to really keep in mind here. But first key to be crushed is, of course, going to be Alcatia. And Crazy Moving, it seems very happy about that.
This.
He's having a great time.
He's one of those ruthless players, I'd say. He's smiley inside, but he's really enjoying
the CS2 really coming out there, you know? Like, a little bit of toxicity here and there.
Oh, there's the crush completely. Oh, first key. Oh, the expression in the end. It popped. I love it when it pops. Sometimes it's just like the bending. Yeah. This time it pops, and it gives out a value here.
Honestly, that was pretty brutal. It was a brutal game from T1. Unfortunate for Alcatia, they do lose as well, and their key just being crushed in half. I don't know if that's like a sign of how it went here. But again, I think as well, we also have to talk about the fact that they did really well yesterday against Vitality with that first match. And I think at the end of the day, when it comes to TFT, it comes to you have to adapt. You can't approach this as a free-for-all. It is a 4v4. There are certain changes and adaptations that need to be made. And unfortunately for them on the day, that wasn't necessarily something that they were able to do.
Now walking out Mous. So this is the next face-off that we will have Clement against Falcon. This is also a hype game that we'll all love to see. Elimination Max. And these are one of the best players right now in the field.
Yeah, if you're looking at the Mous team, they have had 6 trips to the Tactician's Crown, one of our most veteran squads. The same thing with Falcons, the tournament favorites. They all peaked in Informed Fables, 3 of them being in the finals in that tournament right there. Now they're together. They're the new faces of the CN Dynasty, now here to carry a trophy home.
Yeah, another very, very crucial matchup that we're going to be looking at today with elimination for both of these rosters being a possibility. Which if you told me on day one, there's a world where we live in that Falcons is going to get eliminated on the second day, I would have laughed in your face. And I would literally say that you're trolling me. But you're not, because that actually is the case here.
Yeah, they're close. I mean, and going up against Mous, Mous is one of the favorites also. We saw it when we saw the contenders and the favorites to win. Mous was up there, Vitality was up there, some Falcons. So this is one of the best that will be eliminated. It could be for anyone. I think Falcons has the edge, at least in favoritism and in players, but it could go either way.
Honestly, every one of these matches could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for Falcons right here. They're second currently in the club ranking. If they can overtake T1 with TFT, that would be worth $3 million. So just to add some stakes to this.
Yeah, and also really important to remember that you need at least a top 8 finish, so you can't go out today. You have to hold on for as long as possible to be able to get as many points as possible. But also, what a crazy story it would be if they come into TFT as that favorite roster and they do drop out on that second day. Because if anything, that for Falcons would be considered a failure.
I will say that a part of that failure is because they're the only team in the tournament so far that has not been able to play a GP reroll game. They just have not been able to find even the singular ones. So I think it was a bit of a fluke accident from the tournaments that we saw earlier today. We will be seeing more conventional, I think, reroll lineups.
Yeah, I mean, something similar to what happened to Bintium, that he wants to play flexible. Lishao is the same. He wants to play flexible. He wants to be the one being created, going for that level 9. Him and Shelty have very similar styles. These are the ones who changed from Wolf to Falcons to have this possibility. So I really feel they don't love the meta right now, but they need to adapt and go for it. So we already saw X Factor from Crazy Moving playing crew, playing something additional. So we'll have to go that way also.
Yeah, and instead of sitting here and thinking, oh, what's Falcons going to do? What are they thinking about? We have an interview ready with them for ahead of the match. So let's see what they had to say.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett here, and I caught up with the Falcons pre-match in the S&B Arena. Now, I want to start by asking, you bolstered the roster coming into 2025. What are the expectations for the team?
想问你们今年2025年，你们 Falcons 战队相当于阵容也大大的加强了。想问你们来到这次比赛当中，你们展望的这个名次是多少呢？
我们队伍组建的目标就是冠军，然后我们队伍里面本身就有那个冠军成员3个嘛，然后我们就是冲着冠军去的。
We definitely have our sights on the championship. We have 2 real reigning champions after all, so that's the goal that we're aiming for.
It's going to be a long road. Yesterday, you were upset early in the group stages. What do you plan to do differently on day 2?
那昨天你们在小组赛 失利了嘛，就想问你今天准备做出什么样的一些调整呢？
昨天就是对手比较顺嘛，然后我们自己也没有打好 然后今天就是调整心态吧，不要太急，然后做好每一把最好的决策，然后尽量赢下每一把比赛。
Well, yesterday our opponents definitely had luck on their side, and the fact that we didn't play well ourselves either. So today, our main focus is on making sure that we are mentally prepared. We are not to, be too, be too impatient, and just take things one step at a time, make every decision carefully, and be able to win things from here.
You look focused. Best of luck. I think it's all going to go your way. Back to the desk.
Thank you. Mous taking on Falcons, and Falcons seems to be very much ready for the game today. We had a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk as well. Not just a new game, but new analyst, Casanova and Stewart. Welcome to both of you. Let's dive straight into it, starting off with Falcons here, because we just heard it from the man himself saying, yes, yesterday, a little bit unlucky, not the results that we were looking for, but today we are hoping to change those things. We are ready, we are locked in, and we're here for a win.
I think the interesting thing is yesterday, I think Hoope just briefly mentioned it as well, that it was a bit of lack of meta. They didn't really know what to do in the first day in terms of the meta. They didn't know what compositions to go for. There was even one game where none of them actually played Gangplank at all, which we know is one of the strongest comps. So I think coming out of that, they need to readjust for this, second game.
Yeah, it's like a mix of whether they were having too low of priority, maybe not accepting low roll spots and just kind of forcing their way in, or if they were completely ignoring it. I imagine it's the former, and they're going to hope that they find some very nice GP spots today that kind of bail them out. I think this team is way too good to have 0-2'd yesterday and fallen to this point of the competition, but Mous is no slouch either, so they're going to have to work really hard to actually pick this up.
Yeah, if anything, it has been a little bit of a story of underdogs and upsets here at EWC when it comes to TFT, which I am personally very much enjoying because the entertainment value is there. But then you're looking at Mous as well, as we touched upon, and this is a team that we were looking at, coming out of EMEA, a powerhouse, a lot of experience under the players' belts individually as well, and we were thinking that this was not going to be a team that's going to drop into that lower bracket, but unfortunately for them, that is the case. So when it comes to their performance yesterday, going up today against Falcons, what do we want to see from them differently?
I think they had a much better meta read compared to Falcons yesterday. I think it was just to do with just individual mistakes. We saw right at the end of game number 1 with Mous, that little bit of mispositioning, the Gangplank going straight into the Karma on the back line. In terms of the games overall, I think they had a much stronger performance than Falcons yesterday, but just individual mistakes, if they can button up a little bit, then they'll be fine with the series.
Yeah, I think Mous is probably frustrated about the loss yesterday, but they losing to Aegis again, right? They lost to them in the qualifiers, made them play the global qualifiers because of that, and then from there, they actually lose again here at EWC, and I think, as Stuart said, I think their meta read is good. I think they're playing solid. They just need to button up a little bit more, find the right spots, and they should be able to pick up some wins. Problem is, their opponent now, for their life in the tournament, is Falcons, which is definitely going to be a tough road.
Yeah, I mean, they are both here for a reason in this lower bracket, so I think it's a 50-50 chance for either one of these teams. But I also really like the fact that when we're talking about Mous, the fact that they had individual mistakes rather than the whole team, the lack of meta read or maybe a little bit unlucky, which to me means that it could potentially have been like first day land jitters. Now that they got rid of those, they're actually playing on the stage, so maybe they're going to come back, but hopefully not.
I think that's the same with Falcons as well. Again, like you said, the day one jitters, they come into a LAN environment. They might not be used to the environment at all, especially 4v4. It's still a new format in TFT, so I think it's just a lot to adjust in terms of the players, in terms of the teams, but they need to make sure they adjust and they lock in because, as you said, one more series loss, that's it, that's done.
I think it's like kind of a tale of two upsets in a certain way, right? Where Falcons, that seemed like an easy on-paper upset. We did not expect Falcons to lose that first series, but, Aegis versus Mous, Aegis is actually the higher seeded team. They're kind of expected to win versus Mous. However, when we heard a lot of the teams talking about who they thought were some of the best teams at the tournament, Mous's name kept getting brought up, and yet they still went 0-2 in their first round. So I think a lot of the other teams were expecting Mous to be maybe an even higher performer.
Yeah, maybe also when it comes to scrims and how they went, Mous probably was performing a little bit better, which even further feeds into the first day jitters or being on the stage for the first time. And I think the fact that we're going to play on the main stage today could be a little bit of an issue as well. Hopefully not. Hopefully they're able to shake things up and come in today and just take it game by game, because ultimately that's really what you need to do. Because again, if you do not lose today, you advance to tomorrow, but again, you are still in that lower bracket. It is still quite nerve-wracking because your back is against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is with Mous is you look at this roster and it's so much experience, right? What Jungler, Solga, Song, Salvi, they've all just been playing forever and they've been playing at the top level of competition. And I don't think LANs are that new to any of the players on this roster, you know, Losher as well. And I think that there shouldn't be LAN jitters. That shouldn't be an issue for this roster. If it did show up, I know they can wash it away very easily.
I think, you know, carrying on from your point as well, they have 2 EMEA champions as well on their team with Salvi and Wet Jungler. These are 2 players that have been to the top of EMEA, been to the top of their region, been to multiple Tacticians Crowns, as you mentioned as well. So I think it's very difficult to see this team in the lower bracket as the EMEA representative. But I think that, as I mentioned, if they button up their jitters from yesterday, I think they'll be able to smoothly, potentially even take this series. I think the Falcons, they need to change a lot compared to Mous.
Yeah, I guess in that regards, Mous is a little bit more in a favorable position. Are there any players that you think from yesterday could have made the difference if they did show up a little differently? We can't talk about the Karma GP part.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think we need to call out Salvi more. I actually think Salvi had a really, really great day. I think Wet Jungler kind of left a little bit to be desired. This is a player who has been considered one of the best in modern TFT, just in general, not even just in EMEA, based kind of off of his set 9, you know, second place performance under title. And from there, he had a couple other great performances, but in recent sets, it's not been the same magic we had seen previously from Wet Jungler, and that kind of reared its ugly head yesterday with a couple of tough placements in those first 2 games. I know this is a player that has a lot in him, and I think we need to see a little bit more out of Wet Jungler, especially because he had a GP spot and went like 7th, and that is really, in this tournament, it just can't happen.
Yeah,
and with that as well, I mean, it's really important to highlight that both of these teams are on the chopping block today. Falcons, a tournament favorite, and the defenders of the club championship points as well. TFT going a long way towards that, whereas Mous, an EMEA powerhouse. Whether or not they'll be able to continue their run, let's find out.
Day 2 of TFT at the EWC. So far, it's been a story of 2 O's, both on Stream A and on Stream B. Upsets, underdog stories, and everything in between. That is what we've been seeing so far in the competition, and it's getting spicier and spicier.
Look, if you've just tuned in, if this is your first time watching the Esports World Cup, now you get it. It's cruel. You lose, and we crush you for the world to see. Literally. It is brutal, but it's what makes this tournament so unique. And now we need to bring on 2 more teams that face the highest of stakes. Starting with Mous. After falling to the French yesterday, they do not want to let their first main stage appearance become their last.
And their opponents, it's none other than the hometown heroes, Team Falcons! With their tournament life on the line, and one of the favorites to win it all, valuable club championship points needed now more than ever. Can they cope, or will they crumble under the pressure along with their key? 1 best of 3. 1 team will be sent home by the end of this series. Will it be Mous? Will it be Falcons? We'll find out. Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ian, from the main stage here. And we're here going into the second match of the day between Team Falcons and Mous, representing Titans from the CN region and the EMEA. I'm alongside with my favorite color caster. You mind if I say that? I think you're my favorite. Alan ZQ.
Humble. Too humble. I'm too humble. Thank you so much for the compliment. It's been a pleasure. I always love casting with you. And what a match is upon us. Mous against Falcon. I think it's fair to say strong contenders for winning it out, matching already against each other at the loser bracket on the pretty much second elimination match.
Ooh, I don't think anyone would have expected them to meet up so early because they're such accomplished players here. And I do kind of want to ask, because you're kind of like our EMEA expert here, what do you expect Mous to change? What's their actual play style?
Yeah, they have a lot of players that like playing flex TFT, fast 8 TFT, they are good at it, and this is not particularly patched for that kind of action. So this is, we've seen them yesterday struggle because they had a bit too many players going fast 8, trying for those Karma boards, trying for those Yumi boards, instead of going a bit more towards the rerolls, as we've seen other teams, particularly the successful ones, lean towards only one player maximum, playing for the fast 8 board, and the rest just playing reroll and playing especially defense from the opponents like GP lines. And the less rerolls you have, the less defense you can play against opponents. So if the opponent team chooses to have like 4 reroll players, they can help each other on hitting. And then like even if you go fast 8, like even if you hit, that's not gonna be good enough because they hit ahead of tempo because they helped each other hitting.
Yeah, especially if you're rerolling, you can also grief at the same time. And it was a very similar story with the Team Falcons as well. They played majority of their lines in that 4-cost space. They couldn't find their GPs in the roll down, the only team in the tournament so far not being able to play a mentor GP line. So it was a bit of an off day for them. This is a team I watch a lot in terms of their scrims. They're super talkative, very communicative. They've been with each other for a very long time. They've been in the study group far beyond the EWC scope. So, you know, I would be so shocked to see them fall down here. They really are the heavy favorites from CN and from the hometown.
Let's take a minute to talk about like the ego, the team spirit, because this is the most diverse from the normal TFT and we ever see. And this is the cool opportunity to take into like how often the very good teams, consisting of very good players, they don't even make through sometimes qualifiers.
Yeah.
Because perhaps of that particular reason of too much ego in one team and not being able to put it back and just focus on the whole picture instead of just your particular placement.
And Alan, you were here last time in EWC 2024. Can you talk to us about what you think is the perfect team chemistry? How would you ideally run a 4v4 squad?
You need definitely a person that will put everyone together when something goes down, because it happens often. We talked about it yesterday. It's good to remind, like, there goes sometimes radio silent on the comms because something went wrong, someone played incorrectly, and it's just like the one game went down because someone mispositioned. And like, it's important to just lock in, forget about the game, move on, drag the conclusions. And yeah, just do better, because if that one game takes you back, then it's just doomed.
You have to keep on communicating, you can't leave your teammates in the dark, and you always have to be looking forward to what comes next. That's what I'm hearing from you. Of course, Alan ZQ was on Z10 the last time here. You guys took some big names down, if I recall.
I mean, when it goes right, it's all cool and fun, but when something goes down, it's really the problem. And our problem was we didn't scream enough, our comps were not right, and the ego was definitely not there. Players just wanted to play for themselves too much, and they thought of themselves too much. Hopefully those players took the lesson from the last year, from other teams, from themselves, and from like the coaches, and they're gonna lock in for this. So you talked about the Falcon particularly. Do you have like insight of the like players that can actually play for the team, or they are more so of the players from themselves? They are like star players.
Their team dynamic is very interesting because the main shot caller, the person that talks the most, is Shelty, who is also part of the Wolves squadron there. Their most accomplished players, I would say, in terms of individual performances, is definitely going to be Lisa, who was MVP last time and was able to get 3rd place at a previous TAC round. So Lisa is an interesting player is because he's known to be very steady, but in 4v4, he's actually kind of the X factor. He's the free-flowing player that goes for alternate win conditions, which might be very easy to hit when we have a Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah, absolutely. But given there are some players that are very not comfortable with rerolling, and they will be forced to reroll this patch because of the nature of it, and Fast 8 not being as good as the rerolls. And players might struggle to adapt. They might not see the reroll line when there is offered one, because they are tunneled to their comfort zone. And I think that could backfire on the Mous back, because again, they absolutely love playing Fast 8. Solo is a known Fast 8 player, like 1-2 comps enjoyer, like doing the roll down between one or the another. Jungler loves to cook, whatever he hits on Fast 8 roll down, he'll play. Then we have Salvi. He's a very strong AP player, often plays for the most cap boards on the Fast 8, like we've seen yesterday, angling Sorks twice. And then we have Lesher. Lesher is all around a good player, can play everything, or leans towards more rerolls, so he definitely is comfortable there. But we'll see if the rest of the team can adapt to that.
And I wonder if there are AP reroll lines available in the meta. Like usually when you have an AP start, a big problem is you're kind of forced into the Sorks or forced into the Prodigy line. If you want to play a reroll, is there an AP line that's
Oh, absolutely. Slam Devcap, slam Archangel on that Mundo, and he's very happy.
That's an AP line? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, Alan is just much higher much higher elo than I am, so sometimes when he's joking, I can't really tell. Okay, but maybe Cap Mundo, something we can.
I mean, it's a really good third item. Like Devcap, not so much, but Archangel is really solid if you have the other scaling stuff, like just some resist and healing, and then you can outscale pretty much a lot. We have Scuttle Paddle, so here reroll lines are good, but like if you play freeway contested, it might be rough. So we're probably gonna see a bit more fast pace, less reroll. I would expect one Mundo each. Oh, heavy is the crown.
Space Camp is, I've played this a couple times. I feel like it's one of the best augments, especially if you have a lot of gold in this encounter, as you do. He's rolled 2 and 3.
The problem is the comp doesn't struggle hitting the 1-2 costs, the crew. They struggle hitting 6. And augment absolutely does not help you with that.
Okay.
It helps you hitting the Shen, which is usually like, but he just comes naturally. Whenever I played crew, it's just not a problem. But we see this is the premium argument you want to pick for reroll.
Treasure Hunt. Ooh, I see it. Yeah.
And that's gonna be the pick-off. Definitely one of the more overtuned arguments, as much as solo leveling. And we see what we gonna see from solo. We see already Mundo on the bench, but usually you want to, like, the Mundo boards are not gonna be the highest cap. They're gonna can contest for top 3, top 2 sometimes from the proper spot. But if you want to go for highest cap, it's gonna be GP.
Absolutely, and taking a look at Solo Gazang's items here, he does have the potential for the Winsu's Rage Blade going into it. So, Treasure Hunt on Treasure Hunt action. Very interesting to see this one. Both of them, I think they cancel each other out, because you kind of expect the Treasure Hunt players to go top 4.
Yeah, and leaves one having already slammed Shojin. So, what would you think that the Kaisa? Kaisa Mundo?
Yeah, I think Kaisa is the most common one that we've actually seen.
That can utilize Shojin.
Yeah, with Shojin coming into it. But it's also a very much EMEA-focused composition. We haven't seen the CN teams actually play it yet. So.
I believe it's better than Jin. Even though stats don't confirm that from the day one, it does what Jin struggles with. Even with the artistic KO, he does struggle against wide boards.
Yeah.
Where Kaisa has a bit wider spread of the missiles, and when she gets enough scaling, she can actually do well. But often you play either one you hit, and depends on the items. Both really like crit, both like one going so you can play either one.
Ningli has found himself in a very good spot. 2 GPs to start off, and also just taking care of his bow problem, potentially. So we know who the GP player is already here. Staked his claim very well.
We've seen the GP having a pretty much low play rate given the day one, having 3.28 average. I was talking yesterday about it, that I believe the GP will be underplayed, and the stats confirm that. Like 3.28, it should be pretty much higher to balance out the average.
I was interested in asking you, how many GP players do you think ideally there should be in the lobby?
Depends on the portal. On this one a bit less, but on the low econ portal where this gold from the GP is more meaningful and like it can punish weaker boards, it should be 4 per lobby. It should be 3 to 4 per lobby. 3 to 4 per lobby, 2 per team. Given how strong it is, it's just a matter of the components. If the players can find the right components for their GP. But we've seen last game from Volta, I believe he rolled incorrectly on 6 too deeply, even though it was Scuttle, and he couldn't stabilize what makes the board really strong, which is for Mentor, upgrading all those abilities from the key units. And he ended up going 8th, which this board stabilizes on 7 heavily. What you usually do, you roll on 6 for GP2 and for some other upgrades, and then you go 7 and you reroll on 7. Rolling on 6 is strat where you want to get ahead of other GP player, want to take out those GP copies, but you have to have a really good spot for it, which was not the case for Volta. He should have been playing for 7th, trying to not suck his spot, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think like rolling on too deep on 3-1 has been a death trap for a lot of these players right here. But super interesting to see 4 GPs. This is Alan ZQ recommending more GPs to people. Very interesting to kind of look into that one. And we're going to be taking a look at some of these boards we haven't had a chance to necessarily spot. Shelty going to go for the Jhin line. Salvi here is open to any reroll, but is going to most likely be one of those AP lines. Probably the BA Prodigies, most likely.
Maybe it's a Rising Chaos Syndra.
Ooh, could be. Have we seen... I don't think we've seen Rising Chaos Syndra being taken
There
all
was
the way.
one yesterday. I think it was, I believe it was between exactly Mous and Aegis. There was a Manazane Rising Chaos Syndra, which was pretty strong. It was like, it secured top 3 or top 4, I believe.
That sounds very spicy. Can't
And
wait
you,
to see
as you
one of
see,
those
you don't need specific items for the GP. Just from what you have, you get a Rage Blade, you get some Striker's File. You can distribute those items later among the tank, among the Yasuo. But just slam what you have, whatever you have, and play GP for tempo. Push that 6, roll for GP2, push 7, roll for the rest of the Monster board. You don't need Rise 2, so you just need 1 forecast, which is not too bad.
You definitely can find it if you're rolling a bit on level 6, or as you said, you know, stabilizing on 6 and then rolling heavily on 7 here. Let's see if Ningli can keep his streak. Currently already leveled to 5, is going to face up against Wet Jungler. Take that one quite handedly. Same thing for Li Duchuan on the left as well. So both 100 HP players now on Falcons, getting a bit of tempo lead here.
Yeah, so we see the jungler on the patient study. We're gonna see probably a Battle Academia kind of board, given that a stronger AP line right now is the 5 Prodigy, 5 Battle Academia, not the Sork line. Sork line struggle too much against a singular tank such as Mundo, and against the Mentor it's just too slow, and the Kobuko is just too tanky. So the problem is it doesn't have the snowball effect. The Sorks scale off more units, so they are really good into fast 8 boards, but they are not that good into the reroll lines. So you're looking more towards the Battle Academia, which has the scaling, and Leona is a lot tankier there, given the sucking potential from the armor and the resist from the GP as well, from the other tanks, and she can actually cast 2 or 3 times with the proper items against the rerolls.
Yeah, the true damage there being given on the Yuumi is like a pretty big factor in that one. And it's really interesting to hear all of your thoughts on the meta reads, because we're not getting this 4v4 information anywhere else, really. Taking a look back at the game boards here, we do have both. Okay, Li Tutuan did lose his streak, so Ningling is going to be the only one ahead. And Ningli is also playing the GP line, so this looks like a pretty strong start for him.
Yeah, GP on the Scuttle 5 streak, this is such a good spot. And you want the GP player in your team to have an extended streak, because they can snowball that streak even farther, because they are B-rolling on 6. Like when you have to choose which player keeps the streak, even though there is one stronger player that could be the GP here, but he will not be rolling on 6. So there is no guarantee to prolonging the streak. It's most likely gonna be losing it at 3-1 or 3-2. You want the player that will be rolling on 6 to keep the streak, so it can be extended to 10 streak instead of just being 6-5 potentially.
And he does have the extra gold to start rolling on 3-2 here. Let's see if he gets a GP2. Wow!
God.
2 rolls!
That's all it takes.
Okay. Let's see if he rolls any deeper here.
He already found Udyr, so he doesn't need to buy Kai'Sa. He can just make the econ of it. He might decide to play 4 duelists for now. But holds the mentor line, but we'll see probably go to 7. Depends how contested he is, but like this is the premium spot to just push 7 on 3-5 and slow roll from there. Try to find deep, the roll deeply to for the rise, because it's Scuttle, he'll get the Regius. You don't have to worry about the econ, you just want to keep the HP, you want to keep the streak, and focus on that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's boards out there that can take on Ningli as of now. Li Tutuan here is going to finalize his board direction. It's going to be the crew. So far, not a lot of copies, to be honest. Only 1 copy of this Sivir. So, what do you think about this spot here?
He didn't roll too deep. It's already Ziggs 2. The Ziggs 2 costs solid bunch of money. It's 5 Malphites. It's 4 Sivirs, I think, or 1, and Ziggs 2. I think this is pretty good. He just wants to slow roll on 5.
Oh, okay. So Sivir might be a little bit late, but as we were talking about, Ziggs is actually kind of the gatekeeper for this composition. And meantime, Sologa-san also getting a 4-win streak.
we're gonna see, probably you want to focus more on the combat power. Lithius is interesting with the crew, can get this initial cast, but we'll go for the combat upgrade on the last argument. So since we just seen power up, we know the last argument cannot be prismatic by the default, and the gold plus silver cannot be a last silver, I believe. So it's guaranteed to be a gold argument now.
Are we looking forward to anything that's particularly strong for gold augments on 4-2?
Prismatic, because it's gonna be upgraded from the power up, invested. If you are missing, if you are not hitting with the crew and with the treasure hunt, the invested is so powerful.
Wow. Well, I'm just getting you to write the script because I know you're so good with this. I'm just like every
he might not need it. Like he might just hit without it. Treasure hunt provides often the small Nico.
Yeah, we just saw that last game as well with Crazy moving. He gets the 2 extra small Nikos with the crew and just kind of snowballs from there. We have the GP contest from Losher here. As Alan was saying, every team really needs to focus on that one, and he's hit the early rise on level 6. Still not going to be able to break the streak.
You cannot have one team, the uncontested GP. Like, even though the player has a premium spot as an English here, you cannot let him have it for free. You need to make him roll harder, roll deeper for it. You cannot hit him ahead of the tempo. So like contesting is required. And especially this will stabilize you against other players, even though you're losing to this one.
I did want to ask about that because Losher rolled to 10 gold.
Yes.
Only getting 4 GP copies. Do you think, in retrospect, was that, if you knew the results, would that be a good roll down? Or
Yes, but I hope he just doesn't roll farther now. He now that he has 4 mentor, I hope he just goes to 7 and on 4-1, and he'll continue rolling on Ven and probably never go to 8 anymore.
Okay, so
but like going to 8 is extremely important. But now that he has Rise, again, you need that mech. Like mech rescales nicely the HP, gives you the time. So like you have to sacrifice something when you're playing the 4 mentor, and the mech just needs to find the Jarvan, and the strategy is buff. The 2 strategies has a really good breakpoint, and like getting 3-4 is not as important as getting just 2 online.
It looks like Sologasong is most likely going to be contesting Shelty here with the treasure hunt. On the other hand, Shelty does have 4 duplicators, both of his augments being duplicators. He doesn't need any combat augments, just wants to race with Sologasong.
Yeah, but we see that the GP got ahead of the himself and will fall down to Nar, and will result into just Mundo being able to tank it through, especially with the Find Your Surrender, making Mundo pretty potent even as a DPS, upgrading his damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a big blow here to Falcons, losing their main win streaker. There is going to be a pan here. I'm not sure if there are any compositions that particularly want that. Looks like Salvi is considering it. He could make it into a Prodigy.
We know that Salvi is playing Prodigy Battle Academia based on the items, so a pan is he has Pandorite, he can convert it to the spot, so it can be either Prodigy or Battle Academia based on his choice. I believe Battle Academia is just better because you want to throw it on the Cassante. It's so powerful, all the HP and the damage jump, all the stats he can utilize from it. But again, depends on your items and depends on your hits.
It's going to be the second cash out for Salvi here. Let's see, does he have enough juice here to stabilize? Already on a very big loss streak, down to about 50 HP.
He's still pretty healthy, given that he's on 7 loss streak. He goes to 7. I believe he'll just greed until 8 and he'll roll down on 8. I don't think this board requests rolling. Plenty of upgrades on the backlane. This board kills at least 4 to 5 units per fight with the free item Syndra. And it's been Killer Instinct, so she gets the extra mana regen, she gets to target the proper units to kill them. Pretty strong. Not as strong as Lud and Ari Killer Instinct, but still.
It's good enough, it's good enough. It can get the job done by just making you take less damage as you continue to power through. He's going to face up against his teammate Wet Jungler here. This was also one of the boards we were kind of guessing where it would end up with the early Shojin Slam here. Keepers just seems like always good. I think
Jungler goes Karma here, 100%.
Yeah.
And just holds the reroll lines from the opponents on the bench. You will see on the right side is his units, and on the left side he holds the units he holds from the players' powers.
Perfect win here.
Yes.
1 unit win against Salvi, who's lose streaking. Very well done. Takes a lot of communication to get that in.
Yeah, and they have the strategy of this, like 2 players on the scuttle going fast 8 at least, if not more. So they're gonna help each other rolling. And obviously, normally as a Sorc player, you want to buy Leona. She's like one of the tankiest side of the Cassante. Where this time she'll be probably skipped. I'm curious if the jungler will be buying Cassantes, because this is another unit that the Battle Academy really needs. The problem is he needs J4, which will be very contested in the lobby and will be held. Yeah. So I would expect him to buy probably at least Cassante and ignore Leona.
No, I could see that. Just to keep the tempo up, and Cassante it's been more available as a frontliner for a lot of these compositions coming in here. Let's take a look at Losher's GP count. He has 4 so far, and found a decent artifact.
One of Kobuko already.
Oh yeah, true.
So once he gets a bit better item for the GP, this team he will go towards the Kobuko most likely. And the Kobuko is quite a menace at that 3-star with the free items. Like, he can do actually more damage than GP in some of the fights. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, he's incredibly tanky. He's so hard to tank out. Kobuko is kind of like the two of us right here in terms of like the bulkiness coming onto the board. There is one board we haven't seen much about. That is Lisa, who is also at 52 HP. We're talking about for Falcons, this is kind of their X Factor, their ace player. Wonder where he is going to end up here.
Before we jump into him, we're taking a peek at the Ninglis board. Went level 7, as we talked about, and there are slow rolls on 7, because again, Lesher roll too deep. There was no point trying to contest on 6. You cannot get many upgrades, and hitting this 4 mentor and this precise board, getting all those precise 7 units online is extremely pivotal for the board strength. And we see that he's at 91 HP, lost only once, so he's doing his job.
Yeah, very nicely played here. Only lost his Saloga song once. And we will be continuing to keep track of mainly the Jarvans and the GPs. Those seems like the most contested unit. There's also 2 gym players on the board, 1 on each team. So we're going to have the GP roll down right now.
We see that Lesher decided to go for the GP deep roll down. He found already Kobuko. He didn't find Jarvan, and he's trying to finish off the GP, which is still 2 off. Chooses not to buy the Udyr. Chooses not to go for the free, and there we go, the GP. So this is the difference when you opt for a level 6 roll down, that this is open to you if the other player decides to go push 7 and he lacks extra copies. And Ningli playing defense on the Yuumi on 7, which is a very correct play against the fast 8 boards that Salvi and Jungler are playing.
Yeah, Salvi gonna go for that line. On the other hand, one Jungler already found his Karma here. It's a Karma 2, in fact, so very good on the roll down. Let's see if he's able to survive against Ningli's onslaught. Ningli's big mech already into the backline, but it's not enough.
I mean, this is like 2-item GP, and there's a Bramble plus Gargoyle Swain. You are not getting through this with this kind of GP. So Ninglis will be falling a bit behind right here. Oh, that could change things. 2 premium arguments. Portable Forge and the Bronze for Life. Which one do you go for?
Well, looks like he rolled away with the 2 of them. So it has to be the bronze coming in here.
Yeah, given that he has already itemized Kobuko, it would be a waste to go for the Forge. But Forge could have a high roll potential here.
Yeah, a lot of that range extension coming in.
Lishao goes for the contested Sorcs to not allow Jungler just have the line for free for himself. While Lituts1 trying to finish that 3-star Ziggs on the 6, which is the most efficient way to roll. You hit your one of the crews on level 4 or 5, and then you push 6 and you start slow rolling on 6. You pretty much never press level up button until you have all your crewmates upgraded.
Every time you just re-roll, you get a free point of experience. It essentially means you only spend 1 gold coming in here. And because we are Scuttle Puddle, all these boards on 4-2 are looking very complete. But just like you said, Salvi is going to be picking up the Cassante here for the front line. Already found the Yuumi too, despite the denies.
And yeah, it's just the Battle Academy is so strong, especially into the Sorcs. When you have Cassante front lane, the Sorcs do not get the chain explosions because Cassante just doesn't die. He just goes all out, and he goes out for the blood.
Cassante is just such a crazy unit, denying the extra burst right here. And it does look like Falcons might be in trouble here. Lee Sao not being able to stabilize, playing contested, down to 24 HP.
Okay, so like we have I think the good picture of what's happening in the lobby now. Salvi hit. We didn't see the solo board for a while. Jungler hit. Lesher hit. So I think the Falcon spot looks pretty bad here. Even Volishao also has a pretty solid board with the Karma too. I think he's not stabilizing, and Solo being grieved by the every role player. We've seen 5 genes held by the crew player, and we've seen also a bunch of genes on the other benches from the Falcon.
Yeah, those look very precarious here as Mous expected to win most of their matchups against their opponents right here. Take a look at Ningli. He's still sitting on just 5 copies of the GP, but the GP found the backline.
I think this is a big mistake from Solo, not putting Luchador emblem on Jin. This is his base item essentially. Even if you look at the stats, you want that extra protection like Eon, Luchador emblem, something to protect it, because the problem is Mundo procs sometimes and he's left alone. And if the Mundo is left alone and Jin is left alone and you don't put another unit next to there, Jin will be still alive and the Mundo will be only targeted. So I think this is big oversight from Solo, not properly itemizing the units here.
Getting the wraparound, a much needed win coming in just to find that extra GPs. Take a look at everyone's board here. Li Tuchuan did go for the Call to Chaos. Very interesting to see what he finds in the end there.
He hit everything and he was a bit far from hitting, so I think we could estimate it was
gold rerolls most likely.
Yeah. I think, is this Dankor on Ziggs?
Yep, Dankor Ziggs.
Could. Is there artifacts from cash out from the Call to Chaos this?
I think it's from Treasure. He also
oh yeah, he got the artifact from Treasure. Yeah, that's right.
This is just such a broken augment. Every time I see the cash outs, I'm like, how is that gold?
Yeah, I like this. Every time I pick Treasure Hunt and I play Crew, it's just free first. I don't know. Like even from most egregious low roll spots where you like end up with 5 Maya Falcons and stage free, like you still find a win like after hitting on stage 4. And like he hit everything. He's stable. He can push levels for the TF. He's getting another set of items. We've seen day 1 players itemize Janna even though they hit Ziggs free, which make like those are first 8 players usually, which you might think they don't know how the ship works.
Yeah, but is that correct? That can't be correct, right? There's no way. You
only correct like if you don't know how ship works.
Yeah,
it is correct. I would say Janna is better if you put unit next to unit without synergies, like just strategies, buff strategies. So you do just nullify, because it's the shielding, the sustain. But the problem is you are not getting the ship crewmate procs.
Yeah, you get extra damage. So the ship basically is, I think it's like 25% damage of the entire crew damage dealt as well. Basically another amplifier. A couple big losses coming here. Again, we had Li Tuchuan losing 1 to Li Sao. I don't think that was an intentional loss. His front line just got blown up there, so still not stable. Now taking a look at Wet Jungler's board. Does have the Jarvan 2 for a steady front line.
Items still on the Swain. We have the Spirit Link, which is better synergizes with the Swain, given that he gets himself max HP and Keepers to get that initial cast. So like you could question that like itemizing Jarvan would be better here, but in this precise case, I think it's better to have items on the Swain.
Yeah, especially with round 2, I'm just not re-rolling that. I was like, nah, I'll keep it there. We're good to go. Li Sao now, he's on his last legs, 13 HP on stage 4.
Look how much tanks. English went 8. He decided that like he's no longer efficient for rolling because how many units did Lesher take out on his level 6 roll down, and he's just playing for tempo. He's trying with the Bronze for Life to just give some HP to teammates, stabilize, not lose himself too much, but starts falling off to all the fast 8 boards that he.
Looks like Fast8 doing a lot better than we expected here, and Li Tuchuan, I expected him to be the win-out player for Falcons, but also taking another loss.
The main reason for the Fast 8 comps doing better because it's Scuttle, more resources, you build up early better econ throughout the games, you have more items, so naturally they're gonna be better than rerolls, unless the reroll hit. And if you're playing contested reroll, obviously it's gonna be doing worse if you're the one not hitting. Where normally in the normal case it's not the case because Fast 8 is not able to hit that amount of the items plus resources to finish off the units.
For sure, this is not your normal 4v4 experience. This is the juiced up version of this one. Salvi going on a 5-win streak after hitting everything early on.
Oh my!
And the denial coming in. We know that Li Sao is on his last legs. He was already trying to use a body copy to get a Gwen 2 on his board. And now that's going to be even more difficult. The Gwen 1, sorry.
So now, even though we know jungler wants Gwen, it's more important to send other Sorc player from the opponent's team AF than to not deny your teammate. Like, you have to deny the outs from the Lisuao here.
Yep, Lee Sao, he was missing that one Gwen, but it goes on to the other team, and now he's facing the GP3. He could be the first victim in this game. Already on stage 5, if he loses by 3 units, that is it, and the GP looks incredibly healthy.
Oh, that stretching arm is online. He's shooting. Oh,
the last disc.
Oh, the disc with the mech. Holy, that was so close.
And he holds.
That last cast before the Karma getting shot, the Lucian tanked the shot for her. He was just in range there for the GP shot.
Might be Li Tuchuan that's the one in trouble. Treasure Hunt going 7th or 8th is pretty unacceptable in most scenarios. Let's see if he can find the TF. That would be a big stabilization point.
That's a very good pickup, but a bit too late. You want that Braum to save you early HP. 4 loss streak on hitting so much is unusual, I would say. He did find his Radiant item at 5-1 from the Malphite.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how poorly this crew board is doing. You know, he did pivot into it rather late.
The items on Ziggs are very inefficient. Like, you want attack speed items. Like, this is just... He's not a caster, he's like an attack caster. Like, he wants to attack.
Does bonus magic damage on every single auto attack. And
damn it, unstoppable!
Closure with the positioning diff right there. Goes right onto the back line. Goodbye, lights out for Li Tuchuan.
Okay, but like, okay, look at the Lesher positioning. He positions Kobuko, so he goes through the Malphite. The Kobuko blocks off the pathing to the Malphite from the GP, so GP can just go straight to the Ziggs and shoot him with the shotgun to the knee.
Oh wow, it wasn't just to the knee, I think it was straight to the face right there. Li Tuchuan going 8th place, Li Sao just hanging on by a thread. It looks like Mous is heavily favored so far in this game.
Wow. I mean, honestly, Lesher there with the positioning just clutched it up. Really, really solid play.
MVP for Mous so far, also the best AVP on the team so far in the tournament coming in. We're going to be taking a look at, this is going to be Shelty's board, it's not Ningli's board. Let's see how far he hit. Despite heavy denial, is able to find both of his critical 3 stars.
I'm surprised Solo is still in the game, given that he got denied by other players, he got griefed, he got contested, he's still in on the Scuttle Battle, playing Jhin Mundo. It's just Mundo doing all the heavy lifting. Perhaps he did move Luchador at the end.
It's kind of interesting to see Sologasong still there. I think it's just Treasure Hunt, man. It's just Treasure Hunt's way too good, keeping him alive. Ningli.
Ooh, Ningli managed to actually hit GP3 on 8. He was like only on 5 copies when he went to 8.
Both of them playing bronze as well.
Oh, the Eon. Is this Eon Div? It is Eon Div. Hitting the bronze for life on the GP board is so disgusting.
It is, like the mecha you can tuck into there. So many triple trait units in that, on that board.
And Lisuao find the stabilization, end up, he did find at the end the Gwen too, even though Salvi was holding free. That is very impressive to find the Gwen, even though so heavily contested.
Yeah, taking a look at things here, it's still relatively wide open. If Lee Sao can inch forward, he does have a sizable population lead over Wet Jungler. I could see him, you know, overtaking Sologasong as well, as we were talking about.
I think Lee Sao might be win out spot, and Jungler with his items so far, he's not far from hitting. The arguments are like okay-ish, but not the best for Sorc. I think Jungler is going here 7 for 6. So it's just a matter of if the Shelty can take one more final lap at the lobby.
Can Salvi be a win-out position? I know he's streaking super hard right now, but he is playing that Prodigy board that might be a little bit tough against the Sorcs or
It will matter if he finds the Yasuo items, but like we see that Ningli is fine the Yasuo free, so I doubt that Lesher is anywhere close. And like it's the secondary carry of the company.
Okay, so the Yasuo 3 online already. Going up against Falcon versus Falcon action. This could be unintended consequences.
And on other screen we have the Shelty against the Jungler. Figuring out if Jungler can manage to send the Jhin player bottom, but like Sorcs are giga hard counter to Jhin because of how much pressure the Karma applies with the disc when Mundo procs the Luchador. The disc just flies to Jhin and one-shot him, with the, especially with the Gwen pressure there. So we see that Mundo, as tanky as he is, he does not matter when he's the one left on the field, and Shell T will be taken out.
Wow, and that means that Lee Sao and the remaining player Ningli have to go 1 and 2 in this matchup. It looks very difficult since Lee Sao are already on 1 life.
They don't have HP to work with. They like, Ningli is on 1 HP, Lee Sao is on 1 HP. They cannot just suck for each other, and Mous is too healthy. I don't see a way for them unless there is some egregious matchmaking. Also their boards are not like giga win out. Like, yeah, the English board looks scary and it looks like many other boards we've seen to win out, but again, it's a reminder, it's a scuttle battle. It's not as scary as on the vanilla, more of type of portals and counters.
Well, Lee Sao just has to take everything one step at a time, going against probably the strongest board from Mous here. It's going to be the GP Mentor board. Went onto the GP already, and she bursts him down, so able to survive for another round. But they need every single one of them to count. Let's take a look at Ningli. Can he keep himself in the game?
Solo on the screen right now, and Solo will be beating out the jungler, I believe, to his death. So, Ningli was taken out. He goes 6.
Then that's it. The game is called. Mous is able to win already. Falcon going 6, 7, 8.
Why? Okay, I know that he caught Artifact late, and there might be no remover, but there is Fishbones on Nar instead of Jhin. This is heartbreaking to see. The Fishbones is like by far like minus infinite delta for the Jhin in terms of placements.
I was worrying about that as well. I was thinking, did he have a power-up or something?
It had to be late treasure hunt to cash out.
Yeah, because the Jhin has 6 range. You almost instant target backline.
It's about like just one-shotting backlanes. It's just so strong, especially if he hits the artistic KO. But like it does not matter anymore. He managed to lock in, he managed to hit, and yeah, Mous will be taking game 1. We're just taking the final lap. Who built at the end the strongest board, trying to hit some forecast, Ronic on a 9 for the Salvi.
I don't think we've seen a 3-star forecast just yet, so it's about time, you know? There's no official pick'ems, but we can make our own.
We've seen like some cool play from the Bintom in last series, doing the pocket recomp shenanigans.
Yeah, that was spicy, man.
You liked it?
Oh, I loved it a lot. I thought it was really smart because he saw that there was 3 1-cost rerollers and he knew he could just like take the Ezreal 3. Yeah.
But didn't do too well, besides hitting a pretty good unit.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the Soul Fighter vertical comp was the one he wanted to go for. I almost feel like he would probably do better on the Duelist. Yeah, that would be my guess. Soul Fighters is just not in a very good spot right now.
Yeah. The stats they provide is just like it's a Gwen comp. If you hit Gwen, cool. If you don't, well,
yeah, you're not hitting Gwen in this 4v4 meta. I'm sorry. There's one off Yuumi though. That's what we're all looking for. Come on, everyone rooting for Salvi. We want to see one of them appear.
Also, 2 of Cassandra. Where do we see the sell on? I mean, he still have enough lives to just chill. And we see the perfect utilization closing facility, pretty much the best in slot for the Cassandra because it just provides another unit that has essentially 2 lives. That's why Trickster Glass is so strong on this unit as well.
Killing 4 Cassantes in one battle is a tall ask for everyone involved right here.
And it's also very annoying for like the Karma because she doesn't get the reset. And like having Unstoppable, it cancels the drawback of having itemized unit in her draw.
Oof. And this is going to be really tough for the mental of Lee Sao. Back in their previous run in 2024, they actually did drop a lot of games, so they can bring it back from their brink, but I don't think they've been crushed in such a fashion. Have not won a single game, not talking about match, have not won a single game so far at EWC 2025, despite being the heavy favorites, despite having Falcons behind them as one of the teams with the most points in the clubs.
So after we see pretty much this is the 3rd game from the Falcons, what would you say is their biggest drawback so far? Like, what is the problem here?
Well, if I was looking at their previous games, I would be saying that's like, probably just playing too many 4-cost compositions going into it. Like 75% of their comps or 4-cost rerolls. It was kind of forced because they rolled down super hard, didn't hit the GPs. In this one, however, I was surprised at the Lee Tu-Chun board. I didn't love his spot coming into it for the crew, because he actually had a very, very small Sivir count to start that one out. He was like playing the crew on 1 Sivir. So, you know, you're not going to have the 2 crew early. 2 crew is so important. You get the extra rolls for that type of stuff. And he ends up going 8th with Treasure Hunt.
I think that spot would be okay if it wasn't Scattered. He hit pretty early, but he just lacked the spike. The itemization wasn't there. Like Crew is that one comp that requires specific items from Ziggs.
Yeah, you do need the Gwinsu's, Striker's Flail, that type of itemization. Dawn Core was not it for him.
Yep. Like Striker Flail, the JG, and the Guinso is very good on him. And I think we see some freestar on the Salvis board. Oh, that's the Mazahar. Debated. I was just looking at the... Oh!
He sold his Yumis?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay,
we got a big boy.
Okay, I guess Cassante, I can accept.
Just 2 of them, like no problem. Cheers.
Alright, that's probably lights out for Lee Sao, even though he has a 4-win streak. Do you want to see a DPS check here?
Okay, quick change to all out.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Flip the power up.
You might as well. He has an IE for it as well. He's probably saving up for the build. He's going up against Lee Sao. Lee Sao's still having fun. I think that's a smile on his face.
I think the players are already thinking and talking about the next game and like what went wrong this game, what we have to improve, what's the angle to improve slightly for the next game. And we see just 2 Mous plays left over for the last battle to take it down and prep for the next game.
Yeah, for Falcons, I was, I talked about Lee Dutuan. I was surprised that he was going to go 8th in that spot. For Shelty as well, because he was going pretty far. He had 4 Nikos and still wasn't able to stabilize with the Jhin composition. Goes out in 7th. I think both of those two were pretty surprising.
Contested the Jhin, and one of them went 4th. You see how big diff is Treasure Hunt.
Yeah.
For those type of spots. So like, even though you contest, even though you hit before them, it still doesn't matter because you just get like argument check at the end of the day.
He got the, I believe he got the pan and also just the 2 artifacts. So Sologasang able to sneak out a 4th despite that.
So would you say that Ninglis actually took the incorrect approach here and didn't roll aggressively, let Lesher hit on 6 instead of...
Oh, my personal preference is rolling heavier on 6. Like I don't think rolling on 7 has yielded good results this tournament, at least from what we've seen so far.
I
think rolling too deep is probably worse, but
here Lesher rolled to 10 in this game.
That's true. That's true.
But again, it's Scuttle. There is a reduce, there is GP that...
Yeah.
Again, I think that's not the case for GP because he just brings you so much econ back. So rolling deep, making sure you can stabilize is quite important.
Yeah. So you still think that rolling to 7 was... going to 7 for the stabilization was correct?
Like... The last game, like the last series, where the Volta did the exact opposite, sent him 8th.
Yeah.
Here, actually, made Lesher go top 2. It's just a matter what's the more average, better play.
Yeah. Definitely depends on a lot of factors. And sometimes it's just RNG. We don't have the largest sample size for that as well, but it's going to be very interesting to continue to track how players kind of approach slots. GP 100% going to get contested, but do you stabilize, do small roll on 6, stay on 6, or just keep on going? We're going to toss over to the analyst desk here to hear more breakdowns here of Mous taking home Game 1.
Guys, Mous do indeed take over Game 1. They beat Falcons 1-0 in the lead right now, and it was such a dominant win as well. It's not like this was a close-cut game. Falcons on 6, 7, and 8, really struggling to get the momentum going in this game. So to me, it seems like Mous has completely reset and learned from their mistakes from yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like overall is a very high-level game of TFT. I think the overall from start to finish, both teams actually played it very well, but in the end, I think it was a great performance from Salvi, especially with that Crystal Gambit in the end, winning out the entire lobby.
Look, if you're a Mous fan, this is the exact game you wanted to see, right? Every single player firing on all cylinders. Salvi, you talked about it, Crystal Gambit, but angling Prodigy, which was a wide open line the entire time with his itemization, using the gold from Scuttle and the Crystal Gambit to hit hard. And because of that, he gets to go to 9, gets a Cassante 3 to close out the game. But on top of that, you had Losher with his contest of the Gangplank rolling down extremely heavily very early to bully Ningli out of trying to go for the 3-star, gets it first, and then finally I think Sologasang stabilizing on the Mundo, even though his Jhin was getting contested so heavily he never even gets to go for the 3-star, but still holding out for a 5th. Just incredible.
Yeah, incredible performance overall from Mous, but for me then, Stuart, it's about Falcons here as well, and the fact that they are really looking to be struggling with the game in general, because yesterday it wasn't very close cut when we were looking at their game. Today against Mous is a very dominant win. What's going wrong here? Is it the meta read? Is it the teamwork? Is it the adaptability? Is it all of the above?
I think overall, we had a very early indication overall in the early stages of this game, you know, with 2 treasure hunts, with 2 patient studies. I think Falcons had the right direction. We can also shout out Shelty as well, who went for the double lesser duplicators, tried to contest the Mundo Jin line for Solo Kazan. In the end, it didn't actually work out. I think if he uses the maybe lesser champion duplicators on maybe an uncontested line, maybe something like the Kaiser instead, hit the Dr. Mundo early on, but contesting that Jin, Solo Kazan getting more power though with Treasure Hunt allowed him to outposition Shelty in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the big thing. We saw the difference of the treasure hunts. This has been an augment that, I mean, you heard Clement saying it. A lot of times you just kind of expect when it gets clicked, that's going to be a top 4.
Yeah.
And yet, for the Falcons, going treasure hunt into crew on the Scuttle Puddle, the itemization on Ziggs, maybe not the best because it's just generating mana when it wants to be kind of this attack caster. And from there, you end up with an 8th playing with the treasure hunt. And I think that is really kind of unacceptable from the Falcons to have that happen. They really need the player who gets the treasure hunt to actually be able to convert.
Yeah, and I think as well when we're looking at Mous in general, we already touched upon it a little bit, it's that they've learned from their mistakes. And then to me, and maybe, as you said, a little bit lucky as well, but to me it means that this is what I want to see replicated in the next game. If I'm a Mous fan, and I'm very happy right now, I want to see this exact same performance once again in Game 2.
Yeah, the early indication I think was really huge for Mous, as I mentioned. I think the Salvi was by far the biggest top performer in this lobby. I think even yesterday as well, I think he also played very well in that series against Aegis. You know, a little bit of positioning in the end, which we said that he needs to, you know, learn upon from yesterday. He's learned from that today, played that Crystal Gambit, which, if I'm not mistaken, might be the first Crystal Gambit we've seen double down as well. Tried to go for that really big cash out, which in the end came up the big difference, was able to push to level 9 with Scuttle Puddle being the portal.
It was a heads-up play because on stage 2 decides to double down because his pool is mostly teammates, and he recognizes that his teammates are going to guaranteed not grief. They're going to make sure that they beat him on stage 2. And on stage 3, if you expect the Falcons to grief, it's kind of okay. If they want to sell their board on stage 3 to grief your double down, then that's fine. You just lose your loss streak, you pivot into another strategy. And I think it was really good recognition for Mous, and the team play throughout was incredible between Salvi and the rest of the team. We saw Salvi with the roll down grabbing all of those Gwens to try and deny the Sorks player from Falcons. And then when finally Wet Jungler wanted to roll down for Gwen, sold it. Wet Jungler ends up finding a Gwen 2 to be able to finish out that game.
Yeah, Lisha, however, from the side of Falcons, we do see him creeping towards the top side of the board, but it makes it a little bit difficult when the rest of your team is sitting towards the bottom. What is it that allowed Lisha to stand apart at least a little bit for the Falcon roster?
I think it was the patient study early on, allowing him to get extra experience with the Scuttle Puddle as well. You get a lot more economy as well. I think we saw that with Salvi. We see it with Lishao as well. When you have that patient study, when you have a portal like Scuttle Puddle as well, you have so much economy, you can push to level 9 and try and find the legendaries. Even with Salvi holding the Gwen 2, we saw that Lishao was still able to get 2 Gwens, able to get a 3rd eventually as well. It was enough, unfortunately, because his reroll teammates didn't actually hit in the end. Unfortunately, it was a bit contested. But in the end, it's a good shining light for Falcons. They still have a chance.
And part of that is just, you know, line selection. When we looked at the stats kind of at the top of the day of what comps are performing, the only comps with even good stats are Gangplank and Sorks.
Yeah.
Everything else, you look at it and you're like, wow, that if this was just kind of normal single player TFT, you'd be looking at like, is this just a 2 comp meta? Could we not play anything else? But it is just kind of the variance between those other compositions. The only consistent things that we have right now are the GP and the Sorks, and so Lisa being on the Sorcerer's line is just a lot safer, more stable line with patient study, played a good game. You kind of expect that top 4 to come through.
So are we expecting them for both Mous and Falcons next game coming up to really heavily prioritize the GP?
Expected. I think it for sure.
For the rest of the tournament?
Rest of the
rest of the tournament. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like Syndra version 2 from last year.
Well, and I think Alan is right. You know, you heard him in the game talking to Clement. How many GPs are there supposed to be in the lobby? And he said, well, depending, you know, Scuttle Puddle maybe 2, but a lot of the other portals, it's maybe supposed to be 4 Gangplanks in the lobby contesting each other to not let those 3-star come through and get that almost guaranteed, it seems, first that we've been seeing outside of extenuating circumstances like a Cassante 3 that Salvi was able to pick up.
I think the surprising thing overall as well is that we have only been seeing 2 GPs, one per team, where I was expecting maybe 3 GPs, 4 GPs in the entire game, just because how strong this unit is and how strong you can stabilize whether you go for the reroll as well. We did see Falcons yesterday in one of their games not going for Gangplank at all, so they have adapted from yesterday. They do have the early player with the Gangplank, they do have the reroll player as well, but in the end I think the outcap potential from Solo Kazang with that treasure hunt, with the heavyweight on Dr. Mundo as well, especially in that mirror matchup, we saw that big difference in the end. So, the crew as well at the end, I think, even though it was an 8th, it was a pretty strong board. It was a pretty strong 8th place board.
I like the ideas that Falcon has had. I don't think this game was looking too bad. I like the ideas they had. I think they improved a lot from yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Mous played a heater of a game, and I'm expecting Falcons to be able to bounce back in the next game.
All right, whether or not they'll be able to do that, we're going to find out after this little break. And after it, we'll be back with the second match of this game of Falcons going up against Mous.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming into the elimination match between Team Falcons and Mous. And currently Team Falcons is staring into the abyss. No games won so far in the tournament. And now if they drop one more game, they will be completely eliminated. A tournament favorite, a heavy regional representative coming in from CN might be meeting their end.
You sound very surprised, Clement, by that. I believe in my boys from the EMEA. Mous are pulling through here.
I think all the teams did have Falcons pretty high up. We saw earlier in the power rankings aggregated by the casters that they were there, but I want to hear your opinion. Where would you have placed these two teams in the totem pole?
I mean, I do value the skill share that the Falcons have individually, but as a team, I think they are missing something. There is just I think there's no team spirit. They are doing just a correct play in if they play the ranked game of TFT. But I don't think there is it's what you need for this type of format. And I think we've seen Mous, even though they took a pretty hard beating on their day one, now they are making it through. Perfect removers, positioning for the teammates, and making sure that the teammates don't take too bad of a loss even when they are in the matchmaking position the correct side. Everything goes right for them, the correct line selection. They had a straight up line selected on 2-1, they stuck to it, and they just pulled it off. Sometimes in TFT it's not correct, but I think at this format, at the current patch, playing flexibly might be the doom of you.
Yeah, if you want to play flexible, you probably just have to hit Gwen 2s. That's kind of the out that we've seen from flex players. Commit to your rerolls, signal to your teammates, communicate with them. I agree with you, Mous does seem to have a more cohesive team culture. That's I believe what you're referring to right here. But this is not surprising to you? You actually did have Mous higher than Falcons? Falcons, they have 3 players.
I had no idea how they play as a team. Again, as a players individually, sure, they do have stars. But stars are not always the answer. I don't know their scrim results. I didn't quite follow the APAC and the China scene. I don't know how much they scrim. But I do know how much the Mous practice. And I know they believe in each other, they are friends, and there will be no ego here. It's just about small things that there might be more individual mistakes on the Mous side than on the Falcon side, but I don't think that's as important as playing correctly as a whole team. So hopefully we'll see Falcon pull back on this one final game.
If you're saying one final game and pull back at the same time, well, I think you've betrayed your intentions here.
I was just making sure you are paying attention to my words.
I am. You are my co-caster, I have to. Going back into this game, though, we do have another rerun. It's going to be the Yuumi encounter again. So once more, Scuttle Puddle. As we were talking about, Scuttle Puddle does change a lot of the implications. Maybe the team composition, as you were talking about, perhaps the ideal is 2 Fast 8 and 2 rerolls.
Yeah, I would say, I think it should be mirrored pretty much, what the teams will do. 2 Sorks, 2 Battle Academia, 2 Mundo, 2 GP. I think that's what should be, what the average game should look like. Maybe some Crew, maybe some Kayle. But this should be the default line for everybody. And they should determine who has the spot for which on 2-1 and who should default what. We know that Salvi prefers Battle Academia, but he also is very good with the Sorks. So I would be surprised if he's not playing either one. And the jungler also is likewise. And I think Lesher is on the real duty whenever he can. And Solo pretty much is also on the real.
Okay, so kind of identify the reroll players coming in for each of the teams. It's going to be a prismatic start, resources on top of resources going in here.
Investment strategy. There is your reroll argument on the Scuttle Puddle, worth the wait. I think golden version of it is better. I don't like the prismatic version. And then there's Caretaker Chosen. So you have your level 8 type of, or level 7 reroll, or your first level 8 type of argument, or you have investment strategy, your type of Mundo argument. And then we see it was probably there was communication on the team, who plays what, and there was a call that we definitely need a player that will go for at least level 7, if not fast 8. If you go for 7, it might be GP, but not necessarily, it could be just a fast 8 mode.
Obviously, you get the Radiant from Caretakers on level 7, so this might be more of a leveling strategy if you just want to tempo it out for Li Sao. Very important is actually a lot of the early power-ups. I feel like in set 15, the power-ups kind of determine if you're going to tempo or not, so hopefully we'll get those on the screen soon enough.
We need to see the other arguments. We don't see many players pushing 4. We see only Mous team pushed 4, and the whole team of the Falcons remained on 3. That could lead into thinking there might be more players, just that even if they get each other, they'd rather make more econ and not damage each other. So pushing 4, only for the players who want to go for the streak.
Yeah, the other players are just kind of wait-and-see mode here. Li Sao finds Unstoppable, one of the better ones for the tank lines. Runs into his teammate Li Tuchuan, who's committed to a reroll line with Fnatic. Roll down there. We're going to get a look at all of the augments on the left side. Shelty with Protagonist. This has been a very, very steady.
Perfect form. This is Panda's favorite.
It's his favorite?
Yes, he loves this augment. He was just, where is the perfect form? Where is the perfect form? And there we have, I bet he's just watching in the green room, now standing up and making sure the Shelty makes the correct items and plays the line correctly. The problem is, we have 2 Zacs. He'll get the Zac free from coming from the augment, but this needs to be played from tempo. If you play this from the low streak on Prismatic, this is bottom. And he might not have slams even.
It also depends on like how many of the
God.
Zacs are going to be taken away here. Wet Jungler looks like he might be interested in going that direction already with the Kale online.
Oh, this is Mundo on my screen. Just a bit more purple.
Pretty much. Unkillable tank into the front line right there.
This is Astral Beast Mundo item.
Yep.
Mundo 1, fast 10, we on ladder. Genuinely. This item is so broken, Mundo. The Radiant Anima Visage.
I'm actually going to check how much HP regen you get for the Radiant one, but even just the normal one's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's disturbing. The normal one is the 2.5 or 3.5 per missing HP, but the Radiant one, once he gets that wound, he's skyrocketing from the stage 3.
It's going to be 5% health regen per second here.
Yeah, and the base stats, the DR, the amount of the HP plus mana regen, all those stats are meaningful for Mundo.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there's actually 18% damage reduction.
Yeah,
on
it's
the
like if you think about it, it's way better than Steadfast.
It is, it is.
Just by the value it provides you. The Steadfast is the upfront kind of item, where Anima Visage serves the exact opposite, where it's a from behind, it's scaling type of item. And we see on solo side the Radiant Kraken Slayer together with Eon. So we have already our 1 GP player, we have 1 Mundo player from the Mous side. Now we need to see what Lesher will go for and what will the Salvi go for.
Yep, still a couple boards we haven't had the pleasure of checking out just yet. So, let's see, moving around the boards here. Okay, Losher is going to go for the AP builds, already has the Arcane.
Okay, Lesher is designated to go to the Battle Academia. Yep. Salvi, does he have any slams?
He does have the Trickster Glass.
Oh, so it's probably just Cassante, Flex.
Yeah.
Which is probably Sorks. Or Battle Academy. I don't think he'll be contesting. Lesher already has slammed Archangel, so it's Battle Academy most likely. And yeah, Salvi probably just his hard into Sorks with Cassante for later.
Yep, most likely Sorks going in for Salvi. Checking in on the Falcons players here. Lisa already building into a Mundo, and then we have Li Tuchuan playing a reroll line. Does have 1 kill just yet, but hasn't committed.
So pretty much as we covered before the game, is happening exactly that. 1 Mundo per team, 1 GP, 1 Battle Academy, 1 Sork. And then instead of it could be for Lisao, it could be fast 9 Kale technically.
Yeah, I'm prodded, like, Kale just loves the extra injection of gold. This would definitely be the encounter to do so.
I don't think so it will be. I think he's just playing flex, whatever he hits the Lisao. We'll see on the side of the... Inglis has... It's pretty much flex. We don't know what he'll go for. Very generic items. And then on the side of the... Lesher, just an item for now. The Syndra, but will struggle against that Mundo. This is such a crazy unit on stage 2.
He does have the Crystal Gambit in, so at least is
oh, the Rising Chaos almost took down the board.
There was still a Gnar on the top left, so...
it's another one, no items. He's like this just chill guy.
Lisao, this board going full win streak stage 2 is a little bit disturbing for me.
Really? I think I'm not surprised at all. It's Mundo 2. It's Mundo 1 with 2 items. With the Luchador.
True. Unstoppable just doing a lot of work right there.
Yep.
Tons of CC into it.
But solo should outscale this easily. Like this GP beats this. And there is already Udyr on the board. There is Lucian as well. This board beats it. No question asked.
Yeah,
also,
I'm not surprised
so many
that this board is
Yasuo,
gonna
already
go
2
into it.
Yasuo, 2 Kobuko. Look how many natural units that Solo find. And they will fight against each other, and I would be very surprised if GP is unable to win this out. Especially that Kobuko is in the right place for the tanking the backlane, and GP already find his way through to the backlane because of the Luchador proc.
Yep, Mundo doesn't really like protecting his own, so he goes forward
he's very
into the enemy
selfish.
comp. And with the Edge of Night as well, I think there was almost zero chance at least I was going to take this one down. So Logasong gets the win on the top side, while 2 lose streakers. Lee Tusuan actually got his loss streak broken as well. So not a very good stage 2 for Falcons.
Oh, you hate to see that when you have 3 players loss streaking, it's not very good. English has like a mixed kind of streak, but probably wanted to go more towards the loss streak. And when Litus one having the one streak, and probably faced Shelty, the teammate here, so it's really bad news so far for the Falcons in terms of stage 2. Maybe they can recover on the next one.
This is where they have to prove their mettle. A lot of these players were reigning champions of the EWC 2024. Ningli was the coach of Wolves. We saw the MVP, and Shelty was the main communicator on that squad. So reforming under Falcons, if it doesn't work out, it would, even if it was a massive regression in terms of their standings, that has to feel bad.
Yeah, essentially what should be like the dream team might as well not be. It might be the disaster. The team spirit, the team comps might not be there. And we see Zac with the 3 items, missing 2 more rounds for that Zac 3, just trying to go past 9. We have the itemization that can go, might as well go later towards the Kale, might go to the Malzahar, but will be pretty good for the Zac 3 for now.
Should be able to get tempo once that is hit onto 3 stars. Salvi now fully committing into the Sword line like we assumed, and has a very strong start for it with the 2 Lucians. With Pursuit dashing across the board. Can he dodge him?
Oh, the dodges actually mattered so much. The Zac, the counter to the Lucian, you've seen it here.
And nearly was able to survive with just the ADC challenger moves, but doesn't work out. On the other hand, Ning Li, this is kind of an interesting build coming in from him. Mogul's Mail and Gambler's Blade. Typically I've seen this mainly on the Kale compositions or something like Kog'Maw. Wonder where he's going to go with this one.
Yeah, jungler insta-rolled backup dancers, which is quite strong when you have a good front lane. And this is a good front lane, and he needed the damage. I'm actually kind of surprised that was insta-rolled. It's a lot of attack speed scaling.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite augments when playing something like Crew.
Yeah, it's really good. I agree.
Over 10% every 3 seconds.
So what is jungler going for here?
Yeah, he's rolling incredibly deep.
I mean, he has to. He refuses to go for the G2. Oh, okay, so it's just the Gene board. The war was holding on the... Okay, G2.
Knows that he has the 2 and the perfect 2 items. He can definitely afford
Regenerative
this
as well.
Yeah.
This Mundo is not
That's
dying.
unkillable.
I wouldn't be surprised if this Mundo just solos the Zac as well later on.
And now we do have Shelty finally with the 3-star Zac. Perfect form in line.
Ooh, cloning facility to get the extra front lane coming from the Zac 3. Really smart choice from the Shelty. And making sure the other Zac can give the DPS, while the other one is just a tank point.
Yeah, so we do have our 2 Jhin players locked in place. Ningli also can commit to that line. We're kind of thinking where he was going to go there, but as you said, it should be mirrored.
Litus1 going for the late game scaling argument, which is a package. And like while being on the lost streak on the Scuttle, if this was his best choice, his spot might be really doomed. And we see only 20 gold, GP2, which is pretty good, but with those augments, it's tough. There is Kobuko free on the side though.
Yeah, he is keeping abreast on the GP race, but as you said, the augment difference might be difficult to overcome. He's probably tasked with not letting the GP run away, so going to mirror here as well. So Logosong, though, is just so far ahead. 7 win streak, 100 HP.
So this game will be very cool to watch. What Solo will decide to do while being so ahead and with Econ up. If he pushes 7 while on Scuttle, or he will roll deeply on 3. And we see this Zac just obliterating GP. Holy.
I can see why Panda likes this augment so much. I usually only play it for protagonists. It's so hard to keep the tempo up.
Yeah.
If you have to roll for it yourself. But wow, look at that Mundo.
Artifact for the jungler.
Artifact
Finding-
Radiant Mundo.
Holy moly. That's a Mundo. Where is Boombot for him?
Do you change your build because you have such an amazing Mundo, or is it still just going to be the normal Jhin?
I think you just go fast 10. You can go fast 10. I don't
Yeah.
think...
I don't think you'd roll for the Jhin anymore. You could
Yeah,
play
I think
around
you
Varus.
put fresh levels for the... You could even go for Luchador here.
All right, now we're going to have three spats on the board. It's going to open up a lot of different path lines.
Could be Jug emblem. There is volley with the pan. Lesher is chilling around it and will take it.
All right, so Lusher on the Battle Academia line as available for the Prodigy. Meanwhile, taking a look at the roles here. Wet Jungler. He's still missing a Gwinsus. See if we can find that one.
Yeah, Lusher is playing a little Regius from the Crystal Gambit here. Not sucking it, just trying his best to kill maximum. Not caring if he wins or loses here too much. Might go for 7 Crystal.
Oh, true.
It's Scuttle.
Yeah, if you can find the belt
Could be win
for
out
it,
player.
the Reforger.
It's not too hard to find the Reforger.
Yeah.
It's just a matter if you want. The thing is, I think Battle Academy is still better than 7 Crystal.
Probably.
I played 7 Crystal so often.
It's a little too risky. You have to find the Zyra.
I mean, if you hit, like you have to get multiple cash outs before you even reach the final cap. You have to get a bunch of emblems. You need to get like the strategist emblems. It's just so much you need.
I was not born with 4-leaf clovers around me, so you know, I think I'm gonna stick to Battle Academia.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can hit the 8 seconds. Wow, there's the big Mundo coming in with the Luchador chair going across everyone's face.
Give him chair, boy.
Yeah, let's see if Wet Jungler. I think he stopped rolling. He was just rolled very, very deep in the previous rounds.
And he's just recovering Kikon right now. A little rejuice for the Lusher with the gold. Happy to see that. And we'll now start playing the strongest bot. We'll take out the Crystal Gambit. Litus one rolling deep. One of GP while having pretty solid itemization. Have Kobuko already free. So we see exactly what happened the last game for Lusher. Roll deep, hit, while the other player was going 7. Fast 7 and running on 7. We'll see what Solo does.
Yeah, it's a very similar story. Judging by Solo having 50 gold, he's probably going to the level 7 path. Yeah, he's going to level up instead.
Yep.
So the same conundrum that we saw last game, same encounter going into it, and very expected same kind of results as well. You kind of expect the person to stay on level 6 to be able to find that GP3 earlier.
How much do you like this comp is very hungry on the power removers. How much do you like for itemizing the power up, the Udyr, even though you'll have to remove it later on?
I think I'm fine with it, to be honest. Like, because he had such a strong win streak early on.
The cool matchup. Who is better?
I'm gonna go for perfect form, but
I think I'm going for my Mundo boy. He's already ascended. He's almost dead through ascension.
Oh yeah, he already ascended. The timer was a little bit off.
Yeah, he actually died. The Malzahar dots were too much for him.
Yeah, it's percent HP and it cuts down on healing.
And the Wraith scaling as well, healing and doing the damage. It was for Wraith.
Yeah.
And the Shred coming from the Kale.
Oh, he does have that Zyra line open, so depending on what he hits here, it's a possibility.
Hold up. When as well. Mous really likes the Poppy as the tank for the Battle Academia line. Coming together because she gets the Star Guardian bonus of her own because of the Syndra, and they just utilize her instead of Cassandra. Really often. We've seen that on day 1, we've seen it now.
Yeah, gonna hold. Does end up selling the poppies in the end, so just
it's
Cassandra.
like if you hit the Cassandra, if you hit the Leona, you don't need it.
Yeah.
It's just like a backup plan in case you are not hitting the Leona. And we see a struggle right there.
It's gonna be Yumi coming into the back line here. Let's see if he can hit as well as he did as Salvi in the previous game.
Ooh, that's already 80 gold gone. That's rough roll down. While jungler, oh
he
jeez.
stayed on 6. Oh, I didn't expect this. I thought he was gonna...
I mean, that Mundo is scary. Okay,
It
what's
is
the
scary,
best?
but
What's the best DPS for that Mundo power up that he could find?
It needs to be something self-sustaining, like doesn't die too fast.
Yeah, I mean, he is not dying too fast from anything. Like, you just assume that those items alone on Mundo are enough with 6 Jugger.
Yeah, I just mean the backline is like
he's
so
alone.
target.
Like, you assume this Mundo will be all of his own. He needs to be able to carry somehow. Or maybe just assume that Snar never dies, and we because of the Luchador. Find this Snar like a Eon as well, and like, maybe it's good.
So I actually like the Gnar, but he's actually going for Gnar 3, which I was kind of like surprised about a little. The Gnar is good because he can kind of self-peel for himself, the Luchador.
Double Sacrifice, more resist, big friend in damage reduction. Piercing Sight, a Double Sacrifice it will be. I think Piercing Sight is not that good because that Mundo will be one-shotting at the end, and if he's left alone, like, he can't really utilize it. While Noble Sacrifice provides a lot of resist to the Mundo.
Losher now on 38 HP. He did turn the corner in the previous round, 3-2. Now hit a 3-star Malzahar coming into this one. Still hasn't found his tank, but he should be stable by this stage.
He did get the... He did get everything he needs, honestly.
Yeah.
He just needs that Leona. Rolled very deep. Picked up just for the Malza free and extra gold, the heroic grab back. On the Scuttle, when you don't have... Oh, he does have items for Malza. Okay, I actually like that choice.
Yeah. 2 extra items. The slam right there makes us make a lot more sense. Shelty very cleverly using the Leona with the Swain as his front line, so taking a number of carries away from the side of Losher, but Losher still powers through. That was a huge win for him.
I mean, the 5 Prodigy just healing through, the extra mana, it's just so much stats for the backlane.
Can this front line only comp actually win out? Wait a minute, he's just... Litu-chan just farming cash off of this Mundo because of how long the fight has gone. But it looks like the Mundo is going to break through the front line. Litu-chan now in a perilous situation.
Jungler might be the win-out player. Can he... Like, honestly, okay. This board is never killing the Mundo. Let's get that straight.
Yeah.
Which board's actually killing the Mundo?
We have Perfect Form.
Oh, I know. The Battle Academia boards are killing definitely Mundo. I guess GP boards are killing Mundo. If they can wrap around, if they get stuck on Mundo, it's worse. So this positioning on GP is not right.
Oh, but he does have the Yasuo 3 to kind of take out the backline and then focus the Mundo down.
Oh, and we'll see the
slowly.
fight. Perfect. Thank you, production, for scripting this properly.
We do have the best script writers here at EWC. Let's see where Yasuo goes. Doesn't go in the right direction necessarily. Wants to take out the Nars quickly. He'll get there. And it does look like with the range that, yeah, the Nars are not going to survive and it's just going to be
Oh, no,
a
it's Nars
mosh
still.
pit.
Oh, never mind. It is gone. Yeah. I mean, okay, we got Ascension. Eon proc.
Can he 1v5 this?
I mean, depends
Is
on the
Luchador
targeting.
Mundo?
Whom?
Gonna carry
Double sacrifice? Oh, nah.
There's no healing reduction
Move.
left
He can't
anymore.
move.
Aw.
We're a team. Help!
But the Rage Blade is just too much.
Yeah, Rage Blade plus the...
Yeah, there's infinite scaling there on the GP
and the
there.
Eons as well. The anti-heal that comes from the Udyr if he's still alive. That's too much. How is the solo doing? He's he pushed 7, he's still rolling. So I think this is a conclusion where you have to deep roll on 6.
Yeah.
Like, this is another game where you're stuck rolling on 6. And like on 7 and you are way behind the player who rolled on 6.
He's already going bottom 4. Salvi also playing for the Sork line, but not hitting any of the Karmas. That's going to be trouble for him, so...
And not
at
hitting
least for now.
Gwen with the sniper, this is so bad.
Yeah. Does look like Falcons could be on their path to a comeback here.
Ooh, he's slow rolling. This is... No, okay, okay, I am convinced this is not right. You have to roll on 6. Like, if you are contested on Scuttle, you are rolling deep on 6.
Hey, I'm glad you're on board now.
I mean, this is precisely on Scuttle.
Yeah.
One-way contested, but you should never be one-way. On Scuttle, you should be one-way, but like on others, you should be 3-4-way GP and push levels.
Yeah, if there's extra gold and the other player can roll that fast, then it's just, I think it's probably correct contesting a little bit earlier on. Lee Sao trying to save some HP from his teammates here. Oh no, that's actually not Lee Sao's board.
It's Shelty on the Zac. And Fante +1 Wraith from the carousel. Like,
Solo gets decimated.
And the 6 Wraith is just decimating, as you said, the board. And working towards the Zac 4. Can he get it in time? He didn't get many Zacs naturally, so it would be like stage 6 Zac 4.
It's going to be a 2v7 here for Wet Jungler's board, relying wholly on that Mundo. There is no scaling like there were on the GP board, so can Mundo actually do
He's
this?
locked in animation too long, I think.
Yeah. Just swing your chair or stop going through animation.
Yeah, that's the problem. He does not have a teammates. And he doesn't have a power-up that... Like, I think he has to work towards like a better power-up. There are some power-ups that deal AoE damage based on HP. And I think that should be his choice here. I don't remember all the names. But I think Jungler should have considered those.
Wow, Shelty, let's see what he hit with the duo here. Okay, so we're gonna move.
It was TF, Zyra, maybe, or the Varus. Like, he's fast 9.
Yeah. Really good finds here, and once again is going to be use a remover. So not skimping on the remover economy, knows he wants to keep Ningli alive here.
He finds Lasher, so he'll put like the old items.
Full slam going into this one. Is there any way to position against perfect form to maybe keep your players safe?
Don't clump.
Don't clump, all right.
Spread out all your front lane.
Spread out like you're against artillery.
Fight was actually looking close, but like again, there is a 6 Wraith proc, which would just be able to push off, and then we have Mundo ascending again. He does ascend every fight, but hey, there is no team again. What you do?
Yeah. This is way too slow of a composition, but maybe he can one-shot the Karma and turn the fight back.
There is a mage on Karma. I think the player does not know.
Takes
Does he know? The Karma mage. I think the second disease disappears as with some testing, and when she throws the other one, like 2 discs cannot exist unless it's from Shadow Clone.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So you
like
can't
you can look at the
basically.
damage. Like I'm still not sure, but I've never seen 2 discs spin at once. If she has too much mana, if she casts another one, the other one will disappear and do the full damage. I don't know why is there mage offered Fen at her, because then it should not be the case at ever, or it's just some coding issue, or I might be just wrong.
I asked Sloan about this specifically, and he said that you can have as many discs on the board as possible. But you know, like with all things in TFT,
I might be just wrong. I'm like the testing might have gone poorly, so I might be just wrong on that. But there is a reason why you always see like efficient on the Karma, why you see other ones you don't see mage being picked up.
Yeah,
by the players.
It's pretty rare.
This is the first time I see someone pick up mage on the scene. It's
one
always
copy off. Doesn't find it. So Logasong now with a 3-loss streak, still missing his main carry here.
I think
Salvi
you
and Losher are also down.
You still roll deep. Yep, there we go. Correct. I like it.
Gives up on the Yasuo 3. He has to stabilize it right now.
And it's the right time because he faces Lee Sao's board. Time to take some HP from the Falcons.
All right, let's see if we have 2 discs on board. You can have 2 discs simultaneously, but we're not sure how the damage is work here. He's not going to swap out.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, there are 2 discs. Like they are actually visible here.
A huge win coming in from Sologasong. We take a look at the bottom board here. Ningli, Lee Sao, everyone.
This Mundo is always so poor. Alone, thrown around.
This is kind of a painfully slow death, to be honest.
Yeah.
With the Braum, I don't think he's going to be winning it. It's just too much CC time for the rest of the team to stack up here. And Wen Jungler starting to lose HP, but he's still the lobby leader. Lee Sao and Losher both on 1 life left.
So they need to make sure the Lasher is not going down. They need to utilize the remover. Salvi eventually found out the Gwen with the sniper focus, but still only on 1 Karma. This Salvi could reach a critical mass with already having Cassante on with the Bigster Glass, and then if he hits Gwen 2, Karma 2, this board might can turn around very quickly. Spread out items because of the Cyberlink, just to make sure to have a maximum value on the Sorks. I'm thinking if 1 GG shouldn't be on like Jarvan maybe, like just a bit more DPS because he's lacking on the department, and he does have good
All right, let's see if Lusher actually survives here. He is going to run into his teammate, and Wet Jungler is going to ensure he survives. See, that is a naked Mundo, so very well done. Keeping the remover economy.
I'm pretty sure he
working
beats
for
him
them.
no matter what. I don't think this required remover. I think this board easily outscales.
That's true, actually. That's a lot
And
of
like
backline
losing
access.
here too much HP from jungler might be a mistake. This is like, so see, like if you are not aware of the matchups, like sure do it. Like, are you really thinking this board is not beating Mundo? Like,
yeah, you're
and
right.
this,
You're right.
this is just losing too much HP for no reason, I think. And they are too cautious. Yeah, again, for no reason.
But Ningli takes another loss. He might be going on an 8th. We know this is absolutely critical. 8th place, you need the rest of the team to stand up.
I mean,
and
this is not
surviving.
going anywhere.
No.
But, like Ningli, like they need to make sure they sack for Lasher and Salvi now. Salvi, this board loses to Muda, I believe, because it's too not upgraded. So like, if Jungler had only one remover and he used it already last fight, and didn't put back items, he gets the Shelty, and I believe the Zac will not be.
One jungler should be able to take this one. Is going to transition to Juggernaut Snipers.
It's TF2 Ray. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
Oh wait, I spoke too soon.
Even the 1-stars are able to take him out.
Focus. And on the left side we have Ningli trying to take down Mundo.
Okay, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think this is because it's front to back. It's actually losing to jungler. Any matchup that goes front to back against jungler has no chance because there is a backlane that will be supporting Mundo. However, if you my spice, what's that?
It's an extra pop for everyone. Attack crowns galore. Take a look at Lisa is now currently in 7th place. If they go 7 and 8, it could be basically lights out at this point. Lisa does not have any of those Gwens, so still itemizing onto the Lux. His board does not look particularly good. Hasn't found the Braum either.
Yes, Salvi was praying here for the either Karma or Gwen, but ended up denying Varus, I believe, from the perfect form player from the left Shelty, because there is still only one Varus. And Lisao is finding the last few upgrades, holding on 7 Karmas, I believe. Is that it? Yeah, that's 7 Karma.
He's pretending this is Shadow Clone, and he does swap out. He doesn't trust the mage anymore. Going for efficient.
Yeah, I believe it's better. I think it's better to have the stronger initial proc. Like the mage just locks you in the animation as well, dealing less damage, and especially it's weaker into something like resistant.
Yeah, you
assuming it works properly.
Burst potential.
But I'm still not convinced it works properly.
This might be a board that I think Lee Shaw can handle with. It is going to be Wet Jungler's Ghost. And on the other hand, we're going to have to take a look at if Lusher can survive Salvi. Salvi did not find any of his upgrades.
And this is the classic story. Mundo is left out all. And he will not even proc. He'll just die.
Okay, so Salvi goes out likely in 7.
Yep. I mean, he did his job after roll down. You cannot be upset about it. The problem is jungler will bleed out. Because like there's just matchups he cannot win. But here, I think Solo sucked for him one. I don't think the Mundo should be beating the especially with the Radiant item.
We'll find out with the scaling, it should
was
go
there
Solo's
No, he had all the items. He would sucked with positioning, I think. He didn't want to use a remover. That was a GP Solo on the left side.
Yeah, I think they communicated that just to have the GP focus down early.
Yeah. And then he might be sucking also for Salvi, because like if there was Salvi in the pool, he could have gotten focused on the GP or Lesher. And then this is pivotal. Who will go down at 6th place? Because I think the Falcons actually have the win out spot.
Yeah, those look like Li Tuchuan stayed ahead further on the GP, but this looks like the end of the road for Li Xiao. GP in a perfect position.
Lesher on the right side could actually beat the GP board.
Oh, wait a minute. No, the GP actually walks in front of the Karma and is taken out. Huge.
And the Lesher will go down on the right side, so actually Falcons pull it back.
Yeah, I thought the Mentor GP was going to be able to close the deal here, but not happening just yet. In the meantime, Shelty, this is like an 8 versus 1. He should be able to clinch this.
I mean, this Mundo is definitely clenched.
This Mundo has been very entertaining, but not terribly effective.
Yes.
That's the way I would put it. He's captured our imagination, but...
I think it's still regenerative on him. Oh, it's resistance now. I wish it was some damage one.
Oh, resist. You want Lee Sao to change resistance to...
Oh no. We've seen. I think we like. I was talking about jungle.
Mundo.
I think we've seen that Mundo was under resistance as well.
What would be a good option for a monster Mundo like that?
I mean, I believe there is. I don't remember the name. It's Singularity, maybe. I don't remember. There is like percentage damage of HP.
Yeah, you can only get that on, I think, before stage 3, so it would have to like, stack.
Oh, you can't get later.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's all around the.
This is a great answer to the Mundo, though. Just look at that Braum.
Hold up, are we getting the actually Zac 4? We are. There are
2 copies off.
1 to 2 lives. He needs 2 runs. That's not very easy. I mean, if there is a bunch of Mundo still in the queue.
All right, now Falcons try to claw themselves back. It is a 3 versus 2 scenario.
The thing is, I don't think Mundo beats anyone left over, and Lesher is out, and I think it was their win-out player solo. He's not capped enough, so I don't see how Mous can take it back anymore. Also, this Radiant Void stuff, like the base stats it has, 60 AP, 60 attack speed. So that's why the Karma Mage here is definitely not good, because of the how much attack speed she has from the Void stuff. Like she'll attack enough fast times to just cast another disc. In the
2
time
knockouts here. Solo. We're going to see how the GP players end up. It is going to be Lee Tuchuan and Shelty left. So congratulations to Falcon. They will extend this series to game 3.
Yeah. So wasn't a final game.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to hear from Panda in the green room all about this Zac.
It is such a comforting way to play 4v4. I think Protagonist has probably been our highest AVP augment coming into this tournament.
I mean, you get all the tempo. It's such a nice, like you just get a 3-star, and like it's a better build about if you think about it.
Yes.
The unit becomes essentially a 4-cost.
So we did have a very mirrored game.
Let's watch the Zac. It should be entertaining. Even though the game is over, look at this guy. He's actually doing so much damage with the Wraith also scaling.
The range is incredible on that.
Wow. Zac winning out. That would be very unusual.
Oh, he looks like an eraser, man. Just like going down, dropping a huge bomb on everyone. The 6th Wraith build, also just healing him up again.
And this TF has so much scaling up until now. I can't imagine how much attack speed and AP he farmed so far.
Yeah, this was a 4-2 TF, so he's been being able to juice himself up over and over again.
I wonder if he got at any point the 3-star crew, so he could utilize that for extra XP. I don't ever see anyone doing that, but that's like a small optimization you can do when you're ahead.
That's why they give me the 3-star Malphite. Everything's suddenly clicking for me, you know? It just looks like, oh, I just sell things. I was like,
oh, 9 gold, thank you.
Gold. It's only 8, by the way.
Yeah.
But, like, it's very unfortunate. That's how you play it, okay.
Yeah, you sell it later, but like utilize it during rolls to get the XP.
Ah, okay, I see it.
And you go to 10 of it.
I was high rolling. I just thought I was low rolling, but I was actually high rolling, okay. Everything clicking for me here. Lee Tuchuan is going to make a last hurrah with the Yone 2. Not going to be able to stand in front of the perfect form. The experiment has escaped the lab and now is dominating Riyadh. We have Falcons clawing themselves back, taking it this series 1-1 apiece.
It turned out that Mundo was not the true monster here. It was Zac all along.
Yeah, I felt like he could have just straight leveled because he actually hit the Mundo 3 pretty early, but then decided to roll even further for the Gnar 3.
I hated that.
That was kind of questionable for me.
Yeah, I think it was like, I think it was even Mundo 2 and you push levels 6 jugs are enough to make him ascend and you just go for like the real backlane units. Like you go for TF, you go for Zyra, and with the 6 jugs it's actually good enough of them.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misstep. We also saw the GP roll down, probably in both games at least, a small sample size that we have. Rolling down 6 seems to have been the answer.
I think Mous believe they have win-out players, so all jungler had to do is just tempo, make sure he has HP to sack for the team later. So they didn't need another player to go fast 8, fast 9. They need a player that will be just there stable, keep HP high, and they just misjudge their spots.
Yeah, true. That's a really good point. He just wanted to get the 4 mentor in, stabilized there, and the win-out, I believe, was supposed to be...
Lesher or Salvi.
No, okay.
Because one had a really good 5 prodigy setup with the emblem, and the other one had the sniper Gwen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't able to find the Gwen 2 in time. We're going to be taking a look at the highlights of this game. And
the analyst will break it down for us shortly at the desk.
Exactly. So we're going to hand it over to Genie and the crew. Take it away.
Genie and the crew. I'm not part of the crew. I'm just existing.
It's just also with the crew, I guess.
With the crew. No, I'm joking, guys. Thank you so much for that great cast. And again, Falcons actually being able to push this to the 3rd match, which is what we were kind of hoping for, because it would have been such a shame if this team was knocked out of the tournament without even a fighting chance. But I would really like to break this down, because at the start, it didn't look like they were gonna be able to push this to that 3rd match. We saw that Mundo, and he was just throwing his briefcases and just unkillable.
I think that Mundo is everything I love about TFT. I love that Wet Jungler kind of found this line, going for the Radiant Anima, which is a pretty obvious choice to go towards Mundo. Once you see that, it's the best in slot Radiant item for Mundo. But then when the Portable Forge came around, ends up clicking the Talisman of Ascension, which is one of the worst artifacts that's in the game as far as stats. It doesn't win very often. It's really hard to make it proc, but recognizing that, hey, I guess my Mundo's probably unkillable, maybe I can go for Talisman and it can work as a carry. I thought this was a really cool decision, and it became this big tempo monster. I agree with Alan and Clement. Maybe I would have liked to see some levels pushed instead. Maybe it could have capped out higher, but it's still anchored for the team and put a lot of pressure on the Falcons.
I think what made a difference as well was the 3-star version as well. Of course, we saw that Ningli actually went 8th in the end, only hitting the Mundo 2-star. I think was a little bit difficult for him to actually pilot this game, but I totally agree with you. I think the Mundo is a really cool interaction with, Talisman and everything. Unfortunately, fell off in the end though, but I want to shout out the protagonist on Zac. The protagonist, I think, was so huge, the perfect form as well. Seeing that Zac jump around and do so much damage was even beating some of the GP boards in the end as well.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen protagonists do so well in this tournament. I mean, everybody was talking about it pre-tournament as, hey, protagonist is insane in 4v4 because it just guarantees you that you're going to hit this. You're basically going to get a top 4 no matter what. And the fact is, if you can push it to that 4-star Zac, as we saw, you can get the 1st place.
Yeah, and that's a breath of relief from the Falcons here to be able to stay in this competition for at least a little longer. From Mous' other side of things, though, I think this could potentially be a little bit of a worrisome position to be in, because you start off this match and you're already off of that high of winning that first one, and you come into it and it looks like everything is going your way. You've got that Mundo, unkillable at this stage, everything's going really well, but then something went wrong.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly where the decision changed for this team, because previously Losher went for the big quick reroll for Gangplank on 6, and this time we see Solo Gasong wait and slow roll on 7, whereas it was flipped, and Li Chuchuan was the one who actually went on 6, takes the prismatic ticket. Of course, that helps you kind of push that reroll, push that tempo, but finds the GP faster, and we saw that flip between the two teams. Same, once again, we're having the Sorks being contested. Lee Sao just ends up playing another amazing Sorks game, and we saw that in the previous one, but this time around, the rest of the team has kind of followed suit. I don't know that Mous needs to be too worried. Just second Scuttle Puddle game. They didn't play this one nearly as cleanly as the first, but they definitely have to regroup and think about maybe the Gangplank strategy. Both times the level 6 player has kind of come out on top, and maybe that's something that will continue throughout the tournament.
Yeah, we didn't see as many one-cost rerolls this time. Of course, we had the protagonist, but I think outside of that, with it being Scuttle Puddle for the second game in a row, normally we see a lot more one-cost rerolls. We see a lot more aggression. But I think there's been the big difference, as you said, Cass, in this series. I think in game number 1, Mous were the more aggressive, rolling down. In game number 2, it was Falcons, as you mentioned, the prismatic ticket helps, but I think this third game is really going to come down to who's going to be the more aggressive one, who's going to try and hit the 3 stars earlier, because you know that with the 3 stars, the tempo is going to be so important.
I also want to note, Losher went for the same kind of route that Salvi did, and Salvi had such great success playing that Crystal Gambit going into the Prodigy line. Losher played the exact same idea, even selling a Zyra, saying, hey, I don't even want to mess with Crystal Gambit 5 or 7 or even look towards that direction. But this time around on that roll down, missing the Yumis, missing the Leonas, not fighting the front line, ends up getting the Malzahar 3, which can be a great secondary carry. But when you find the rest of the comp so late and you're on Scuttle Puddle, everyone else was just way too strong and Losher fell in 6th instead of being able to fully stabilize.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of now going back to the drawing board and going back and saying, okay, this game didn't go our way. We still have it in us to do what it takes and to be able to take down the Falcons, because that's ultimately what Mous wants to do here. They started off the series strong. They want to finish it strong. So for their side of things, it's just how would you approach this, Stuart? How are you going into this third game and thinking, okay, we need to mentally reset and XYZ is what needs to change?
Yeah, I think in general, I think it's going to be probably a complete, unless we get third Scuttle Puddle in a row. That might be kind of crazy to be fair, but I think with Scuttle Puddle, it just makes the game so obnoxious overall. It just allows you to get so much econ, and sometimes it can throw players off guard. So I think it's just, you know, they need to relax. They still have one more game as well. They proved in game number 1 that they can be the more aggressive team. They can be the ones that hit on the roll downs, that they play more aggressive, rolling down to like 10 gold, even sometimes below 10 gold sometimes, you know, before in game number 1. So I think it's backstage, relax, chill out. There's still one more game to go, and I think they have what it takes.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to actually come up with an exact change to make because those first 2 games were on Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah.
And their Scuttle plans seemed good. The first game, they came out swinging. Second game, they tried and play the same plans on Scuttle Puddle after their win. However, just slightly changing the approach to Gangplank, and I do think that that was potentially a mistake, though I think they saw the prismatic ticket and got scared off it, which is the big issue. But I do think going into the next game, as Stuart said, unless it's Scuttle Puddle, there's really, I mean, it's going to be an entirely different game plan.
Yeah, and this could be the last game. Well, it will be the last game here at EWC for one of these rosters. Falcons or Mous will be eliminated in this third match. Who's it going to be? Let's find out after the break.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Falcons strike back. They were winless throughout this tournament, but they find their footing. The water has broke. Now Team Falcons, they have a chance to move on coming into Game 3. Mous, they did suffer a pretty big defeat in the previous game, but we know their resilience, we know their strength. Everything comes down to this. We've been watching these two teams ever since April, since the qualifiers. It's been a long journey here, and it's just heartbreaking. It has to end for one of them.
One more final game that decide whose heart, whose key will be crushed. Will it be Mous? Will it be Falcons? We'll find out in roughly an hour. Maybe sooner.
Hopefully sooner. An hour seems to be a very long time for a single game.
I mean, that Mundo needed some time. It wasn't enough.
That is true. That is true. We are going to get the Braum encounters. I can't remember which one that is off the top of my head. Just kind of throwing that to my co-caster here.
Which one, sorry?
The Braum encounter.
Braum encounter. I have no idea. That sounds like a gold sub or loot sub. We'll find out soon. That sounds like some loot.
It won't be any more, at least no more crowd.
No more scuttle. 2 scuttles enough. The players should have an opportunity to showcase a true TFT, a normal type of vanilla encounter. Maybe, oh wait, isn't Braum like golemic? The golem?
I think it is.
I just realized.
Uh-oh. You wanted normal. I wanted normal. I wanted to see, like, 3
Oh, I don't mind chaos.
You don't mind chaos?
Yeah.
And your chaos
You know what would be funny?
I remember
Think
the
like a
Fnatic
complete brick of a golem, just hard force DP.
Just ignore it completely.
Yeah, it just ignores golem. But I'm not sure.
That would be an amazing take out, actually.
I'm actually gonna double check. You can, yeah.
All right. We are heading into game, and let's see if it's actually.
No, it's gold sub. It's gold sub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone calm down.
Pretty much the best one.
We're not getting, I love gold sub because you're not impeded on where you want to go.
Yeah. And like it's often just like a 2-3 gold. It helps you make the econ early. It's not a big deal. Unless it's randomly a prismatic gold orb on stage 4-5. Then you just get showered with the gold. Aside of it, it's a pretty good one.
Yep, we're not expecting this to change too much. I think we had 2 sort of fast A comps in the previous 2 games, but this time around, probably 3 rerolls each.
Absolutely. So now that we are in a more of type of vanilla portal, will we see 3 GPs at least?
I know you've been calling it for this the entire tournament, but honestly, it's been pretty rare. Like, you still think people are underplaying the GP, perhaps how strong it is.
It does require certain items, so hence I think it's the reason. But if the players can find often like Pandora, component buffer, I think we'll see it more and more. But like when you open up with the rot tier, you're less likely to play it.
I want to ask you a question about that. What if you already can see that you're 2-way contested and you can't hit? What is the off-ramp for a GP comp?
What do you mean? You just play GP until the end of the game. If you try to move items to Yone 2, you are weaker.
Okay. So
it's a gold opener on top of the gold
go
sub.
straight level and you just like keep on fighting it.
So the thing is, we kind of think it's a normal vanilla game, but we already see it's a gold opener plus gold sub, so we might see again past 8. 2 Mundos, a GP, and I believe it's it looks like 1 item component opener, and it's because it's either 2 component or 1 component. It's 2 component opener. Grand Slam, no slamming around. Slamming. Pilfer trade sector. I would see slamming most likely, especially it's a low item opener, so you could get some tempo if you're good start. I don't think it's trade sector. The argument is not particularly too good when you are having gold opener. Slamming is way more effective. But he will go for the reroll line, especially when he had already that Mundo. We might see every turn roll once he gets to level 4 to get that Mundo too. Oh, never mind! He found the line! Oh, who that?
Wet Jungler going for it again.
Yep, the Mundo Whisperer.
Okay, and Sologazon is going to end up with... there's a lot of rerolls coming back into this one. Sologazon with the Rising Stars and Lusher with the... Lusher, sorry, with the Worth of Weight. Salvi might be the one going the fast 8. We've seen on the
classic Salvi.
Most.
Ningle is also going fast 8. Shelty going for the more econ, probably roll down at 42k type of argument. Having Mundo 2 with the cloning facility is so potent for the jungler. Has no slam whatsoever. But like that should be with Naruto, Jungler looks like a solid 5-streak board.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get through that board. In the meantime, we do have just multiple rerolls coming in from the side of Falcons here as well. We're going to go over them one by one. This is, I believe, Ningli's board.
Silver Destiny into... I thought for a second it's a Nico, but it's a fully adapted one. It's really good with Rakan. It's a hidden like tech, not maybe hidden anymore.
Can you talk about the interaction with Rakan? Why is it so?
He doesn't get mana locked, and he really like it increases the mana he gets from the as a tank, and he gets the AP that scales of his healing.
Yeah.
So it's extremely potent on the unit like this, and he can pretty much go infinite. And it's like there is a big burst like from Yuumi. Yuumi is the only real counter, and the counter. I mean, Stars Are Born GP.
Yeah,
so
Stars Are Born.
Wait, what if this is GP without Stars Are Born too? No,
There's no way.
We would see Vi too in the shop.
That would be truly disturbing, but he's a normal start. He's a normal start. So
he's a normal start. Having already, I mean, okay, it's Stars Are Born, it's justified.
He spent an augment on it, you know. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Okay, if there is an argument that says grant GP 2,
it's probably a gold. It's probably worth a gold already.
I mean, to be fair, he needs to find GP in the shop in the first place.
Yeah, so that's why I said, like, just give me GP2 is probably gold.
What if it's delayed 2 turns?
2 turns?
Nah, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I think Stars Are Born.
I think he would buy like Mundo, GP there, and a bunch of other units probably. It's not just Mundo. GP, sorry.
Okay, so this is Salvi's board. I thought it was Ningli's, but the camera was incorrect here. So Salvi going with the Prodigy line most likely, as we've been. And look at the amount of Syndras he has. 7 Syndras, natural.
Yeah, if it's gonna be raised, so far it's a Killer Instinct. We might see the raising Chaos. If it's raising Chaos, Star Guardian is actually viable. The Syndra free. However, also like Prodigy line is probably better still, but still something worth consideration.
Oh, and Lusher is with one of my favorite hits coming into the work the wave. It's going to be Lucian. Most likely going for the Sork line or getting them.
It's a very good tempo worth the wait, but we'll be losing to Clattermind. The thing is, Prodigy is so strong early game because just how good of the unit is Syndra and Ezreal. They're just so extremely effective at dealing with the single target. That's why they fall off later, because they are single type of units, but so potent at the stage 2. So the part about the Clattermind being so nice is that you don't lose that much econ because it was full gold opener. So the Salvi can actually make econ while holding the units and potentially going for a free star Syndra, as you mentioned.
Taking a look at the Falcon side of the board here, and Li Tuchuan starting with, interestingly enough, going for the Cannon 2 to start. Lisa most likely contesting on the GP. There's 2 open bows still for all of the GP players, so good news if you're going into that line. And Shelty looks like he's most likely going to be contesting on the Prodigy line, but still undecided as of yet.
We'll see because he gets the XP. He didn't get to buy units because of the AFK, so type of augment. So we'll pretty much see what he decides to do at 3-2, if it's a type of reroll spot, or if he goes for the fast 8 spot, kind of board. But let's see that from Falcon. Lisa is already going for reroll. And did we see anyone else rerolling from the Falcons?
No, currently there's one. Lisa's the GP reroller, and Ningli's slamming, so most likely fast 8. And then Shelty looks like he's currently on.
We don't know Shelty because it's a plus XP augment.
Yeah.
So it can be anything. It can be reroll, it can be fast 8. We see that there is, for now, Garen just holding the Battle Academia kind of bench slash board, and already the slumps, indicating it's that type of game.
Yep, going with the AP, either Source or Prodigy, depending on what he hits. Let's see if the Wind Streakers can carry through right here. Wet Jungler is already on someone else's board. He knows that this is a done fight for him. Gonna take that win handedly.
Having such a healthy spot while playing Clattermind is very good. Normally, when you're Clatter and you're just staring at like 5 loss streak, and maintains the econ while doing so. And Jungler, not surprisingly, win streaking with the Mundo 2 Naruto opener, having already a Slumber Rage Blade. So he can play either the Naru reroll, he can play Green reroll, but given that there is already 5 Nars, 3 Mundos, I think that's a pretty right direction of what you want to go. And given how Mundo works, like the more I played and the more we see how the players play out, the problem with the Jhin is Mundo drops aggro, Jhin dies.
Yes.
And Mundo drops aggro, Gnar drops aggro, and then he leaves.
He can survive, he can reposition him. That's why I like this reroll composition so much. Should the Lisa already lost his win streak earlier in the fight?
And he hit the best. The thing is about cloning facility, it's usually not that good because of the fact that you itemize the unit that is there. And with Unstoppable, it just charges through, and the downside is pretty much negated, which is the big upside for the jungler right now. Just
You're always going to have someone protecting your backline. If it isn't Mundo 1, then at least you'll have Mundo 2.
Oh, there will be 2 Mundos just proccing back to back, dropping aggro so Gnar can take the double hit.
That would be tragic. I heard there is this positioning trick where you always want to kind of like solo tank your Mundo and make sure he gets the jump first, lands, and there's still people in front of your backline. Small trick to keep everyone safe and healthy.
So the Shelty side, we see that he's level 6, 50, pretty wealthy.
You know, I love taking this augment into quiet quitting, and you just skip like 2 stages of the game, straight to fast 8.
Yes, right, no HP, no problem. You miss out, and you FF. Nice, GG. Ezreal 2 will be pretty nice. That will secure his stage 3.
Yep.
Garen 2, Ezreal 2, that's more than you need.
It's just on time. He's going into straight win streak here, so losing the 5 losses is fine.
Holding
for him.
already Jeans from the jungler, but where jungler doesn't really care because he's going for the Gnar.
True. He's already on 5 Gnar copies the last we saw of him. And this is typically the big roll down we see from the GP players here.
And holding Kai'Sa. Holding both ways, essentially.
Ooh. If he hits the Akali 2 here, does he just straight pivot?
I think it's worse than GP2.
That is true, but
Sad,
also
but
sounds kind of sad. Right, is going to settle on with the 4
If you would
duelist
hit it
board.
with the Cassante 2 on the same roll down, sure. I could see that.
Right, 2 GP players facing each other, both of them deciding to roll pretty heavily. It does look like Lisa needed to roll more to stabilize. Going head to head.
Oh, but Solo's GP looks a bit more potent in that he had Kobuko too, which absorbed a bit more damage. But the rest of the board looks a bit better on the ASO side. So it might be still going on the Solo side.
Kai'Sa's still there.
Yeah.
Should be able to clean this up. Now it's a Kai'Sa 1 versus Kai'Sa 2.
Yep. Scaled enough. Got some damage. And closed up. The duelist stacks.
He's also needing a lot of items to make that composition.
Oh, will we see double down?
There's no way, right?
Come on, click it.
Go big or go home.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Yeah.
Are you feeling lucky, Li Tuchuan?
Oh, he's asking teammates. He's not feeling lucky.
I don't think he took it.
I think he has to pick the augment before he can pick the...
Okay, so he did double down.
Yeah, he hit it, you can see on the rows. And he got the extra HP as a reward. Nice.
Whew. So what do you think he pivots into later on?
Oh, you can play anything.
That's true.
Like, you could double down again.
That seems a little bit much, but...
What do you mean? You go for 500.
Okay. Okay, let's go for 500, Li Tuchuan. Go big or go home.
He won't, because he won't HP, but like, this is really good spot. And the nice part about the fully adapted, now you don't care about positioning it front or back, because the bonus is provided based on your tag, which is fighter, caster, or tank. So it doesn't matter if you put now tank like third row, you will still get the bonus you should be getting based on the item.
Is he just gonna lose straight off the bat?
Yes, he will. He got grieved by teammate.
This is an interesting play from Falcons.
I mean, okay, he would have gotten the same cash out, to be fair. Like, only 65.
Yep.
I don't think it was, like, he should just remove items. Like, okay, like, how are you beating, like, okay, this is concerning. Like, something went wrong there on the comms.
Yeah, there's no way he was supposed to win that. So, all right, I guess the 500 cash out plan is instantly off the board there.
I mean, this is a good one, but like, he had to. Okay, you had to remove your items from cannon. Like, come on.
That had to be.
And I think he still wins, even if he does remove the items.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for a double down, given the amount of communication that just happened before the round, I would expect your teammates to at least try to be a little bit stronger.
I mean, he did everything he could, I think. He played all the items. He just didn't have, like, he would need to roll for upgrades.
Okay, very interesting mishap here, and this could be fatal, unfortunately, in a series
this changes
close.
everything. Like, we are not selling it enough, I think. Like, this changes everything. We went from the win-out spot with the Giga Reduce to, oh, oopsie, and no Reduce. Now change of plans. We have extra HP. We go for the normal level 8 board hope we hit.
I'm just kind of bewildered that that happened. That's why I'm still in the shell shock phase of this happening here. Man,
and now you proceed to just take 6-0 again. Maybe he should have frontlined his own throw units. I don't know. There was something to be done there for sure. Either remove items, but he wanted to preserve removers. Maybe just sell cannon, like if you don't want to use remover.
I agree. All right, Luster's going to find a big forecast here. Kennen going into his composition where he was already playing with the worth of weight Lucian. Great find for him.
That's Karma, not Kennen.
Oh yeah, Karma, sorry.
That's oddly looking cannon with the spin blade.
I was still thinking about the Kennen.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, I got you.
Both Sorks. Same.
Both are Sorks, yeah. Both are doing some magician tricks.
Wet Jungler still staying in 100 HP, 8-win streak, top of lobby.
I mean, are you surprised with that kind of opener?
No. I just wanted to see how far he rolled down. Okay, so he's continuing to roll
50
here.
gold, so slow rolling probably. Or going... he's 6, so he would have pushed already if he wasn't rolling. And then we are looking at the Lasher. Went for the power up, which means the last augment is gold by default and then prismatic for the Lasher. So his best out is probably Belt Overflow, I would say, in this spot. Do you think anything better?
You know, I always like Belt. It's not the most exciting one, but it's always sturdy.
What do you mean? I get very excited when I have 0 frontline items and I see Belt Overflow. Whoops! A whole frontline spawned. Cassante 2, boom! You don't need more.
Easy win over Ning Li. And
I think what would be good, or very good for him as well, is 1-2 buff. Even has no anti-heal yet. And like the items are pretty good for Gwen, and the Nico also is beneficial for the Sorks. Like 1-2 buff or Belt Overflow, just like component 1. More them or front. And we are moving to the jungler's board. Has a decent backlane, okay-ish front lane items so far. Stand United. Stand United, so we know that he won't go vertical Jaggers, I guess?
Yeah, this was off a Silver Destiny.
Oh, I guess he might treat it as econ argument with just like extra flavor. With the 4 traits, it's not too bad. Like you got 8 gold, and you are getting what, 6 AP AD? Are you really sad about it?
Nah, you're fine with it.
Yeah.
I think as long as it's not done with fire or something. Completely restart or something.
Thoughts on taking double reroll augment from the
In
Falcons?
4v4, I think it's actually okay.
If it's GP...
If it's GP, then it's turbo okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
They should like look at the items. Like those are not good scaling items for this.
No, he's still missing on the Quinsus, the Krakens coming into this one.
How much of a factor is getting your own teammates when you play GP and you just tag them for 6-7 damage on the stage 3?
What do you mean?
How big of a factor it is in 4 vs 4 when you roll down and all you hit is your just teammates for 3 rounds straight with GP and you just tax all of them 6-0.
I think it would be unfortunate, but it probably means the opponent GP hopefully is doing the same to his own teammates.
Also, the reason why jungler is so healthy and streaking is the B-patched power-up, which is still broken. The Kahune Haha.
Did he hit it?
Yeah, I think I've seen the animation of proccing the true damage.
That one is just absolutely busted. There's a lot of games where you can just fast 9 with it.
Yeah, we'll need to double check that, but like I think there was like an animation of the true damage blasting the backlane unit.
Yeah, I always keep my Nars just for that augment. If I find it, I'm playing a Nar and just, free stage 2, free stage 3.
Yeah, especially if you hit on the back of the Mundo too.
Right, Ningly's going to starting his fast 8 roll down. Let's see where he goes with this one. Actually does pick up on the Soul Fighter units here.
Executioner emblem from the random one. So it's not too bad. You can make it work with the 7 Battle Academia, with the
Katarina inside.
Or you can just cut Rakan and play the Katarina, not play Cassante, and play towards the Rise. Or just if you manage to high roll Seraphine.
And also just the emblem itself does give you a little bit of true damage if you just want to slam it on someone. Oh, he actually reforges it, I believe. Oh, that's a perfect find. Wow.
Oh, boy, that's talent. I think when you're supposed to high roll, you high roll it on your final game for your life.
For all the marbles, he gets the Prodigy in. That is some insane stuff coming in.
Is he still losing?
Yes, he's still losing.
Bro, he's losing to Lucian 3 while hitting everything.
He didn't hit the... He didn't have Leona too, so...
Okay, look at this spot. Solo, very healthy. Jungler, 11 streak. Lesher, Lucian 3, stable. Is this the doom of the Falcons here?
It could be. It does look very much like that. The HP leads are kind of massive here. That's at least 50 HP lead in the top. Is this Kahunana? A Kahuna? Is that how you pronounce it?
Something, and then
it's like
it starts with K and ends with A.
Yeah.
It
is. Kahuna. There we go.
Kahuna, no, it's Kahuna Hahun. No, sorry, hold on. Kahuna Huna.
Yeah.
Kahuna Huna.
Yeah, it's Huna twice.
Yeah.
That's how I memorize it.
Body change, power font for the Salvi. Hitting the front, missing on the back. Only one Yuumi. Again, contested. Away at least Battle Academia. Together with the English, I believe. Was it English?
I think it was Shelty.
Yeah, it might be Shelty, yeah.
This looks a little bit precarious here for Salvi. He has no gold to roll anymore. Kind of has some natural things.
The really cool part is when you're playing Battle Academia and your teammates are playing Mundo, it's like the Mundo players will be healthy enough so you can actually naturally, without sucking into them, win against them. The Mundo player with the Yuumi, because it's a natural counter. So it's a really cool dynamic you can have a whole strat prepared for.
So just to clarify that, you mean it's very easy for the Battle Academia to get a win against the Mundo?
Exactly.
If he kind of like sacks and exposes his back.
And the Mundo usually player will have pretty much abundance of HP to give you to your teammate, and it won't be required to remove any items because you should be beating them naturally.
Yeah, I could definitely see that coming into it. How about Ningly's spot right here? This is a very unusual. We have
Lee
Edge
2.
or
Set 2. Set is the Lee is pretty good unit.
Yeah,
wait, that's a Samira 2. He hits everything.
But the comp itself, though.
Yeah, like his like this is very good if you are playing in the balanced TFT patch.
Yes.
We are not. I feel like this board would lose to GP2. I'm sorry. Okay, I might be too much of the GP glazer.
You're not wrong. I'll tell you that. I could definitely see it losing if there's like a Kabuko 3 or something.
Okay, when is the... Okay, I was about to ask when is Ningly about to lose the loss streak, but it's time. Now Litus1 still on the 6 loss. They did get double extra HP, which is very beneficial in 4 vs 4. Probably the best silver argument you can hope for. But I promise you're slow down in the denying.
Salvi denies the karma. That would have been critical for Litus1's board there. Great find for him.
Litus1 on the Seraphine too. Not stable. Seraphine 2, what are you on it? 3 items. Again, it would be a great play if the Seraphine would be doing that.
Seraphine 2? I don't see a Seraphine yet.
Is this Ari or Seraphine?
That's Ari, unfortunately.
It's
probably even worse.
No, Ari 2 is better than Seraphine.
And Sorks, yes.
Yeah, she's definitely a unit. Okay, and English also having a pretty good argument for the Samira, which is Shadow Clone, one of the better ones. And Lee sitting on the final boss, which just stacks you the Omnibomb and the damage.
18 win streak on the top for Mous, not running into each other at all. Fight RNG, definitely favoring...
Listen, you take those.
Yeah, you do.
You lose some, you win some, and then English will be fighting against Sork Lesher. That click Call to Chaos and... Okay, I'm assuming it's not XP, and I don't think it's gold with this board. It could be items. Like, what did he get? Well, is this actually the board with gold, like, or extra rolls?
I don't think so. Like, if you had gold, I would expect at least the Karma to.
If you'd go 9 probably of the Lucian 3, no?
Yeah. So it can't be gold.
Extra rolls?
40 rolls.
Yeah.
We're checking on Li Tuchuan, 15 HP right now. Has not won a single match in stage 4.
I mean, he won one during stage 3, the one after doubling up against Teammate.
Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD from that. Don't remind me.
I mean, that's the only fight. Like, imagine this. He could be just now cashing out the second double down.
Well, that's the difference. Honestly, that was a huge blunder. There is no way to go around that. That double down running into a teammate, when at least you could have gotten the second cash out. Shelty is going to have to keep him alive by removing items from the Yuumi.
I don't think you sack for teammate here, honestly. I think you just sacrifice Li Tuchuan and you play.
I think Shelty has 63 HP,
unless Shelty
though.
has a win out spot, then sure. But like, is he having win out spot?
Not really. I don't see it with this board.
Yeah.
Even with Prodigy
I
plus
think it's
one,
a waste of HP,
so.
honestly. It's a team HP that should. And it's just like, do they really think that Salvi can go 8 here over Li Tuchuan? That was like 1 extra HP. He could have still had. I don't know. I hate this sack from the Shelty. I think it's incorrect.
You think it's
like,
just
he needs
probably
to
better
sack
to
for
kill Li
like,
Tuchuan
look at
off?
the total HP. Like, he needs to sack for Lisao and he needs to sack for the Ningli steer. Possibly. And like, sacking HP for Li Tuchuan, who is losing against everybody else, and Salvi had still 2 HPs there.
Yeah, this board's not stabilizing on stage 5, though. Just a reminder that this is a Brahmin counter, so there's extra gold injection already, and the board still looks like this.
Does find the Jarvan too. Holds the Yuumis.
He's dead without Karma on this next roll.
Oh, gold. Gold Torbor.
20 gold.
Rolling.
We're 1 Karma off. Can he find
no
the purple
Gwen,
unit?
no Karma. Cannon 2? Do you even buy it? I think you can't. I think you have to roll for Karma and Gwen. Yeah, this is a... Okay, and like, we need to see the Salvi's board if he manages to find the stabilization here after the gold injection. Because those are the only 2 players who are potentially at 1 HP at this point. And they will be fighting each other. And there is Yuumi 1, however there is Cassante 2. And I believe there are better arguments for the Salvi. And he does have a better carry. Better itemization, but there are 2 carries on the Li Tuchuan board. Wait, he moved items to the Lux.
Oh, true. I do think Lux actually does pretty well sometimes, better than the Ahri.
I think that's a mistake. I think it's worse than Ahri. I think it has to be Ahri items.
And Ahri without Star Guardian is so slow. Like, I feel like a unit is balanced around
I think this was the single-handedly most important fight now. The Salvi against Li Tuchuan. And the Salvi just beating him out with that Yuumi was...
That was a huge win.
Yeah. And like, Lux does AoE damage, and he just needed single target to take down the front faster so Karma spin could go farther.
That's true, that's
like,
true.
That's not what he needed.
And look at that Karma too. Wow, what a beautiful unit sitting on the board. Li Tuchuan,
I mean, they're gripping each other because Li Tuchuan holding the extra Yuumi as well.
Yep, holding hands, going down.
This is just a battle who the tanks and Ave. Now the positioning. And he will face the teammate. Oh, it will be
Lisao. Lisao still doesn't have the GP3, even with all the extra rolls.
Wait, okay, so there was he removed, but he put back the items. Wait, I'm confused. What was he removing? Who was he removing for?
It had to be Li Tuchuan. There's no other.
I mean, he put them back right at the start fight.
Yeah, because he was going against Salvi. I agree that he probably shouldn't have removed it, though.
Yeah, but what's the... Yeah, exactly. What's the point of
because like Li Tuchuan's dead anyway. He's dead right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he would even win if he didn't... Like, okay, I'm just confused. What's the point of remover there?
Alan, you have to accept. Sometimes players make mistakes. Not everyone is...
I mean, I'm assuming they're coming prepared, and it's just like, I'm not understanding something, you know? Like, I want the insight. Meanwhile, Ninglis cooked. This is 5 streak.
This is so cool.
This is unusual, where Flex, actually TFT, is paying off.
Yeah, we saw this earlier from Bintum as well. But of course, he's carrying the Samira this time instead. And also just the... oh, this is so cool from the final boss, Juggernaut, Lee Sin 2. playing around the 5-cost hits.
And the Mundo abandoned the team.
Yeah, I don't think Umuno is coming back. Samira goes in. Can she find that Nara into the back line? Doesn't get any focus fire. And one true damage shot nearly takes the Samira clone out.
True damage. It was Shadow Clone, not real. Oh, but who will be now? I think it's a 6 Jagger Mundo already.
Yeah. The damage just wasn't focused onto the back line. The Mundo moved out of the way, but Samira just, flying somewhere else instead.
Okay, so important part is do not suck HP now for Salvi. He's out, he's 7th. Unless he has Yumi 2 somewhere. There is no shot. He's too far off and he's losing to a bunch of boards. You have to just cut him off. He made his part. He didn't go 8th, he was going 7th. So you just take this and you focus on the other teammates. You do not want to suck HP here for him. If he wins, cool. If he doesn't, well, bye.
Who do you think wins between Lusher and Ningli? I think that's the, if Salvi's...
I think Ningli doesn't win. Like, we just watched him lose to Nart.
True.
And there is already Karma 2 on the Lusher's board. I think that was a cool board for the stage 4, but I think it's gonna fall off to real boards now. And Salvi did find the upgrade.
Yep. Should be a lot more stable at this point. So it does look like...
Ooh, is he removing for the team? Is someone close to hitting something? Wait. Whoa, okay, hold up.
Oh, yeah, the tank items are
Maybe he wants to put one item on Cassante for the Cyberlink value. And just so much more. The Steadfast is so much more. The Stark is so much more effective on the. And he just picked up a new item. Yep. Great item, Leona. And he will be finding Ningli. If he finds a win here, holy.
Oh, that was such a cool item swap towards the Braum. That's already the second toss that he's got onto the main tank. This should be Ningli's fight.
Yeah, the Braum 2 is just doing so much heavy lifting. Like, Braum is so effective against solo frontliners. And yeah, he just tosses it around. It will be very potent against Mundo as well. So like, it's definitely way better than Lee.
All right,
I love the item swap from Ningli.
Lisao still not hitting that GP3. Wow.
I mean, he's not the only GP player in the lobby, is he?
No, but you have to consider he had 30 plus free rolls this game, so...
I mean, he didn't roll on 6?
As we have learned, key to the game and to life. Roll on 6 for your GPs.
Still so far on Yasuo as well. Holding on that Yone to go for level 9 spike. Oh no, he does play Yone now on the board. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just going for the 4 mecha.
Yep.
Losher should be able to deal with his board quite easily here.
Ooh, the team fight. It might be Bloodbath. It might be one of the Falcons going down now against each other. Depends how better of a loss does he take. And it looks like a pretty big one. I think the Lisao is dead. Yep, he will go down.
Does drop, so that means it has to be 1-3 from Shelty and Ningli.
And Lesher on the Virtual, which is going out as well. So, and Jungler is slowly bleeding out. Lesher has a... He does have the Fusion Dance. He's utilizing nicely the tech. The Easter egg.
Yep, the tech. If he gets the Gwen too, I'm pretty sure he can actually just send Ningli to top. Ningli at about 4.
Like, Braum could do some magic here.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Like, Braum is really unpredictable in what he does.
And we also just saw Braum just throw the enemy main tank right in front of your carrier.
Yeah.
So that also happens.
Poor Lucian, did so much heavy lifting now just to be wearing BTG at the end. What a fate.
That's an honorable PG. We take those, we take those. Oh, a tons of gold being injected here. Let's see what the final cap of the board bars 2 does find its way. This is an incredibly strong board.
Is this the final board cup?
I don't think Ningli ever beats this, to be honest.
Really? Oh no, he did. Oh, true. The Braum will be not. Like, it depends on the targeting on the Braum, honestly.
Yeah, because the Braum's never going to be targeting the Mundo early, and it's already 5 sniper.
5 sniper.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Hold up. There is GP3.
But it's not from Lisao anymore.
Yeah.
It is.
He does have everything. 2-star except the GP. Oh, and the
Wet Jungler.
I think that's solo, right? Yeah, that has to be solo. And he will be winning against Ghost. solid win.
If you're Mous, who do you designate as the win-out player? Because you just need the win-out.
Oh, Solo is down. So Lesher needs Gwen too. So I think it's jungler.
Okay, jungler.
They don't need win out. They just need to make sure Shelty goes bottom now, and they are fine.
Yeah, that's true.
They just need to suck for Lesher. And then they don't have HP to suck for the Shelty anymore. The Ninglis cannot suck here, can he? He did remove the items from the Braum.
He takes 13 HP minimum.
Yeah.
So
you have to be very cautious about sucking. But like he cannot eliminate Shelty here. And like Mous will always suck here. And what we have Lesher against Shelty, and on our screen we have Lesher.
Well, it's Mous against Mous.
Oh, it's Ghost on the left one or on the right one.
Both fights are Mous against Mous. Oh no, Shelty on the left. Shelty is the one with the Prodigy. Oh, the Yasuo finds him in the corner. Shelty goes down. I think that's it.
Yeah. And Lesher survived. He got the teammate stuck.
So it's going to be a blowout for Mous. They take the win here.
Yeah, and that looks like Mundo should take it. Yep.
Yeah, it's not enough damage.
It's minus 1 HP for the English. Yeah, and that will be it. Yeah, Mous stays in. Falcon with one game won, 0 matches, will go out on the second elimination match.
Yeah, and we're taking a look across the players right here. Lisao just having a chuckle at what happened in this game. He knows that this was not meeting their expectations. He just has to live with it now. On the other hand, for Mous, they're all smiles. They're sighing breaths of relief.
So would you say it's key to actually roll with GP on 6 here? Like after watching all those series today, I think the conclusion might be you have to lock in on 6, and like if you don't hit, you don't hit, like same as Volta. Volta did the correct call.
Yeah.
And the rest of the players are just trying to do the what looks like correct call, but isn't, because rolling on 6 is just so much more beneficial.
You do lose immediate HP, but once you hit 3, like the stabilization is way too strong.
And even Vol Solo, look how stable he is with the like no real arguments.
Yeah.
Like what stars are born. And Lesher will go down against the Braum. I'm really keen to see the Ninglis cooked board, because this is the first the second like the flex kind of TFT today.
Yep, we got it from Bintum earlier in the day with T1. Now Ningli has to go up against the dangerous Mundo or in Juggernaut Sniper board. This is just such a great game from Wet Jungler. Now the clone for extra HP, going in to level up Kahuna Huna, a great pickup for this composition. Gets him straight to Fast 9.
I can't help myself, but I think you're a bit down after the Falcon going out here.
Huh?
You seem down a bit, Clement, after seeing the Falcon going down.
I mean, they were kind of the reigning champions, but I'm happy for Mous. Like I meet Sologasong all the time. I don't know why. Like we don't live close to each other at all, but I just run into him. So
yeah, I'm happy for obviously I'm from EMEA. I'm cheering for the EMEA boys, so I would be sad if the Mous went out. And yeah. Happy they actually managed to lock in and close the games, and hopefully they're gonna be just in there for the.
For me, the main sadness comes from the way Falcons went out. They kind of blew themselves up with the double down into the straight win.
Yeah,
and then
this is really
that was kind of.
I already forgot about it.
Yeah. You want to forget about it. That's the problem. It's just one of those plays where you're like, we're so tense. It's so hyped in the matchup. And it's a pretty critical mistake happening right there. But all smiles on the side of Mous, Wet Jungler, carrying his team to the summit.
Yeah, we've seen the Jungler failed to make Mundo, maybe not failed, he did his job on
his
the
previous
game.
Mundo game was a little sus, I would say. I think the roll
I
timings
agree.
were a bit sus.
I think that could have been played better. But here, I think when he's seen the Gnar being Kahuna Huna, I think locking in and rerolling Gnar was actually the correct play. Because how the power-up is strong on it. And given that he had Unstoppable on the Mundo, the early Mundo, really clean gameplay. Even though it looked like a spoon-fed game, still you had to make a decision. Do you push? Do you level? Do you roll? Like what do we do here? And like sacking for the incorrect time for the teammates is also efficient. Like you cannot waste removers in the incorrect timing as well.
And with the Mundo comp, the positioning details were just amazing, as you pointed out. we saw it multiple times where it's just like, okay, we can kind of move Mundo out of the way, give you access to the backline carry. That way you don't have to remove anything. And they're putting the finishing touches on this game as Slogasong smiling, grinning ear to ear as the combat goes on. Just the bounce house of a fight.
I've seen Solo between the games. He was a bit like, I don't know if he was focused or he was a bit down after losing the second game. But now this is a completely different Solo I've seen an hour ago.
He
and I'm so happy for him.
hard for this.
Yeah.
He skipped a lot of his stream schedule just to make this work out.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be super competitive in this. It's great to see someone who's dedicated to one thing, make it succeed. Salvi as well. You know, I think Salvi's story is one that he's often forgotten in the EMEA scene. There was a long period where Salvi didn't produce, I think, the results that some might have expected of him. But now he's in the Pro Tour. He's rolling with the team here.
And he's in the comfort zone. He does what he's like he almost never rerolls unless given the spot. And he's just playing those fast 8 boards and he's making them work, even though when he misses the roll down. And just making sure he's securing the maximum amount of the HP from the spot he was given. So here, going 7 is absolutely a win.
Yeah, so hard work does pay off. In the meantime, though, I do feel bad for the home crowd here. It was QAD getting eliminated in the first match, and now Team Falcons in the second one. So it has to kind of feel rough for all the fans maybe in the venues watching here.
Yeah, taking into consideration also Club Championship, the points they really needed. And this will hurt them, especially if the Liquid does well. We'll see in the, I believe the last match of the day is the Liquid's elimination match. If they manage to go through there, it would make an even bigger gap between them and Falcon, the club points.
Currently, Team Liquid is already 500 points ahead of Team Falcons. If they can't find a footing here, they're going to have to find in other titles coming up further.
There's not that many left?
Yeah, it's a problem with it. Congratulations to Mous as they put the finishing touches on this game right here. A hard-fought series. Lots of doubt coming in from game 1, but they brush those aside. They take down the heavy favorites, the tournament favorites in Falcon. The previous reigning MVP, Lee Sao, swept aside, and EMEA comes up huge.
Man, I'm so happy for the boys. The German taking it down. I was worried for them after looking at the day 1, but I think they did get the proper talk.
Yeah.
They
what do you think happened in between day 1 and day 2, if you had a guess?
Too little reroll, too little reroll, too much fast aim. And which it changed today. There was like at least 2 reroll per game for them, which is the right move. 1 Sork, 1 Battle Academia, not more. And yeah, we're set.
We saw 1 unstoppable Mundo and 1 GP from all of their games, and it proved to be a winning strategy. Playing around how strong that Mundo is, playing for the Kahuna Huna out. We're going to be going over some of the highlight moments of the game. This is when Chelty was eliminated. He pulled out all the stops here. He branching out, reforged into Prodigy, exactly what you needed, but still it was not enough.
This bailout was not enough. It was a bailout. You cannot name it. He was already after roll down. It was not like, oh, I hit Prodigy emblem, I'm gonna roll for this precise comp. No, he had 0 gold. He already passed rolling. If it was like Juggernaut, boom, unplayable for him. And then he just gets Prodigy. Literally best in slot emblem he could have gotten. There was nothing better. Nothing. Yeah. Not even Battle Academia.
Felt like it was crazy that we had an 18-game win streak with the top 2 in the lobby, both Mous, and they never melt each other. So what an amazing game. We're going to be going to stage for an interview with Mous. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Salvi from Team Mous after a 2-1 victory against one of the contenders to take it all in Team Falcons. Salvi, congratulations. First win on the stage, especially against someone like Falcons coming into the tournament, 2 previous world champions. How are you feeling after such a victory?
I mean, me and the boys, we are feeling obviously great. It was a really close series. We knew it was going to be close probably because they were like one of the best team, maybe the best coming in. So yeah, obviously feels great. High stakes game, playing on the stage felt honestly amazing, yeah.
Now, can you tell me, what do you think was the key factor that led to the victory for you guys in the series there? Specifically, let's talk about maybe the third game if you'd like.
Oh, in the third game we realized like Jungler and Sol had like really good spots. The plan was originally to just let me die. Then we saw we could even go for like send them 8th. And then, yeah, just send them triple bottom because we had like very high HP lead. And yeah, just capitalize on that.
I want to say you definitely did, and it looked like the pressure was on going into that third game. Now, with that win, you have one more series left, and you will be facing off, I believe, against Virtus.pro for the qualification match. How are you feeling going into that one? But that's going to be tomorrow as well, so you get some time to rest.
I was scared we were going to say Aegis, because so far we only lost to French teams. So yeah, our plan is to dodge the French, and then maybe if they make the final, beat them there.
All right. Well, we also have one more thing for you. Taking down Falcons, you get to crush a key. Are you excited?
Oh, I was looking forward to this, yeah, for sure.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, Mous with an incredible performance, 2-1 versus Falcons. We have a key to crush, so we'll head on over back to the studio.
Mous coming out on top. Didn't see their true and full potential yesterday, but this time around against Falcons, when it mattered most, with their backs against the wall, they showed us exactly what they're made of.
It was an incredible performance in the end by Mous. I think there were a few little mistakes, though, that I think we can talk about, Cass, from the Falcons side as well. But overall, Mous, they stabilized very early on. I think the GP2 with Stars Are Born, the Mundo 2 as well from Wet Jungler. We heard from Salvi there as well. He said that they knew that they had two players in great spots, and that's what you need in 4 versus 4. If you have two players that can win now, the other two just need to hold their horses and just make sure they don't get the 8th.
I think one of the big things we were talking about with Mous coming into this was, hey, on day 1, it looked like maybe they had the right plans, but they didn't execute perfectly. I felt like across these 3 games, the execution on the side of the Mous is some of the best we've actually seen throughout the whole tournament. I think they were playing extremely well. They're fully locked in, and I would be scared if I'm Virtus.pro and I'm waiting for them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like Mous really got that wake-up call yesterday when they lost against Aegis again. I feel like, you know, it got them maybe a little bitter. They went back home, back to that drawing board. And also coming into this series, specifically Stewart, we touched upon Mous and just their ability to be able to reset mentally, because that is exactly what they needed. Not just coming into this game against Falcons, but also after that second game, after you have that Mundo, it doesn't go as planned, and still, they had the confidence. They played this game out, and this was another dominant showing from them against the Falcons.
This is what I was talking about just before the third game. You know, I think they have the player capability to be able to take down this series. I think in the end, it came down to them just staying relaxed, staying calm. We know the high level of these players as well. 2 EMEA champions on this team as well. We can't forget that. I think in the end, it just came down to one final game, one final chance for this team to come out on top, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I just once again watching Solo Gasong play tempo has been a thing of beauty for the history of TFT entirely, but it's been something we've seen in 4v4 with Solo Gasong in the global qualifiers as well as here now, that he's always able to just hold on to these big HP leads. Yes, Wet Jungler was the one with the 13 plus win streak, but Solo also had spots where he's just holding on even from a not quite as favorable spot as Wet Jungler.
I think we also have to touch upon obviously Falcons a little bit here, because coming into this, it is maybe not necessarily a decorated roster when it comes to how they performed last year, but it is in terms of the players that they have on that roster. When we're looking at Wolves winning EWC, 2 of their players on here, you're expecting them to perform, you're expecting them to show up, and very quite frankly, this is the team that we thought we're going to be seeing in finals, not one of the first ones to be bombing out.
I think this is one of the most disappointing, rosters so far in the tournament. You know, I mean, we'll have to wait, of course, about the other eliminations, but as you mentioned, Jenny, 2 players from Wolves last year, you expect them to come in as one of the strong points as well. But I think in that third game, the double down on the Crystal Gambit, that's a huge mistake that you cannot do in the 4v4.
It really fell apart, and it's hard to say exactly where to put the blame. Really, at the end of the day, it's a team play, and you have this spot where you double down, don't remove the items, which means, okay, your teammates must be stronger than you, but then immediately the fight versus Ning Li, he's as strong as his board can be, but it's a very weak board, which means maybe this double down never should have happened, or maybe you should be selling most of your board to do the double down so that you can actually play around that, but didn't happen. And I think that was just the last nail in the coffin for the Falcons.
And then he went 8th after that as well. As soon as you get that 8th place, the Salvi was saying as well, it's like he was just going to sacrifice himself. He was going to take that 8th place, but then he realized that, hey, I can actually get a 7th, I can get an extra point and put a little bit less pressure on the rest of the team as well, which I think was a huge difference for Mous in terms of the confidence boost when it comes to the gameplay itself.
I think it's been a mistake that they've previously made, is actually sacrificing way too much HP to try and save someone who's in a doomed position, especially Especially, we saw it, I think, in game 2 with Wet Jungler being in a spot where he had so much HP over, and they tried to save Losher from a completely doomed position, end up losing a bunch of health for it. And I think that's a good development that we're seeing from Mous, is kind of recognizing these spots where they can sacrifice a player a little bit more readily, because that is just such a huge skill gap that you can get in 4v4 when you're not losing too much HP needlessly.
Yeah, and with that as well, Mous is able to crush Falcons' key here at the tournament. The second key that we're going to be seeing crushed, which is actually kind of crazy that we're saying that. But for Mous, this must feel incredibly great, because you're crushing the key of probably one of the strongest contenders that we had. And even when we were having an interview earlier with them in the week, they said, yeah, Falcons is one of the keys that we would like to add to our trophy. And now if you end up winning this entire thing, you could not only add it to your trophy, but alongside it claim that you're the one who crushed it.
I have to say, this is one of the most unique, you can see their reaction as well. This is one of the most unique concepts, I think, in esports overall. You know, being able to crush the enemy's key, knowing that you are the ones to take the victory in the end as well. And as you mentioned, going all the way to the end as well, being able to add some of the keys in the end. But you can see as well, Virtus.pro versus Mous, though. I mean, Mous have their job's not done. They have to remember that. This is a great victory against Falcons, but tomorrow they're against Virtus.pro, and this is a team that I think a lot of people are underestimating as well with how strong they've been performing.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Falcons themselves and then actually pushing Aegis to a third game. I know backstage we were watching some of that. I actually thought Virtus.pro was going to take that series. It was incredibly close, came down to the wire in that third and final game, and Aegis just barely got there.
Yeah, and the Virtus.pro game against Aegis was being played on the B stream. So if you're wondering how that's going and you have a question because for some reason you don't have a double monitor set up, we got you.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett over on the secondary stream, and we just saw a Game 3 come to an end. After dropping Game 1, you had to win back-to-back. And during that Game 3, some of the commentators were saying it looks like Virtus.pro has the edge. How did you guys take it back?
For sure that they had much better game than us, but still I think we had like one small win condition was to make the Crystal Gambit player come back and go for first, because it snowballs, and if we put him in good condition, we removed items for him, we let him win many rounds because he was very short on HP, and so then after that he could get enough rewards to come back and get for the first. So
it was impressive, and you guys all stayed so composed, and then a big celebration. When did you know you had it locked up?
Just when the fight was over. Like, it was impossible to guess before. When it was 1v1, we were kind of confident, but still everything can happen. And yeah, after he killed the two carries, Cassante and Akali, then we knew it was over.
So now you are locked into the playoffs. You're guaranteed top 8. Your key remains safe. Do you think Virtus.pro survives their elimination match and makes it to join you in that bracket?
To be honest, I have no idea what are the results of the other.
They're still going on. It's been crazy.
I don't know, because we've not screamed them, so I don't know if the Team Falcons level, because we've not screamed them, as they are in the same group, of course. And it's hard for us to guess. But I would say that Virtus.pro are a very good team, and I wouldn't be surprised that they reach the quarterfinals as well.
Final question for you. When I first saw your gamer tag, I thought it was something to do with football. You told me it means you're unlucky. Do you feel like the luck is here right now in Riyadh for Aegis?
It was here yesterday. Today, not really. But yeah, who knows? Maybe tomorrow come back. No, tomorrow we don't.
Yeah, tomorrow you get a whole day off.
Tomorrow is safari and the swimming pool. Yeah, perfect. Very good. That was the motivation for us.
The luck's coming on the final day. We're saving the best for last. You're moving on. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you guys back.
I love that plan, Safari and the pool. I hope you guys enjoy it. A very well-deserved day off and a great win as well from the side of Aegis. And you know, luck was there yesterday, as you said, maybe not necessarily today, but Virtus.pro, they're going to need that luck tomorrow if they want to go up against Mous. And I think it would be nice to maybe touch upon a little bit on this bracket where we're looking at Mous and Virtus.pro to be the one of the two to qualify. Who are we putting our money on?
I mean, after Mous' performance today, I think they're going to be coming in full of confidence. Of course, with Virtus.pro, we know that this is a team that came from APAC. They took down some of the best players from APAC as well. So I think it's a team that coming into this tournament, we didn't know really too much what to expect. But in the end, they were able to take down Falcons. They do have a very strong roster as well. I think it'll be another close series tomorrow. This group has been stacked from start to finish with so many close games.
I mean, this feels like a group of death for sure. Virtus.pro took down Zeta Division, which would have been a 2 world champion. Well, actually, 3-time world Championship team because Tidal having 2 of his own, denying them from getting here. And I think Virtus.pro in general, I think we've underrated a little bit coming into this, and I would expect that either matchup, or either way it goes, it'll be a 2-1.
Yeah, and up next, we have Fnatic going up against Flash Wolves. Both of these teams as well putting down a formidable performance yesterday, but unfortunately not enough.
Yeah, for Fnatic, they went 0-2 against Citadel, and Flash Wolves lost that incredible series we watched yesterday. I mean, it might have been one of the best series of all time at the Esports World Cup, losing just to Twisted Minds. I think coming into this, Fnatic had a really bad reading on the meta overall. They actually were contesting comps with each other's teammates as well, which was a really, really bad sign when it comes to 4v4 as well. I think they'll come in with a fresh face, but Flash Wolves overall, they're going to be felt really hard done by yesterday's series.
I think Fnatic really needs to come with something big today to take down Flash Wolves. This Flash Wolves team actually looked incredible yesterday against Twisted Minds. Came down to some heroics by Flancy at the very end to seal up the 2-1 victory in what looked like a Flash Wolves win. It was incredibly heartbreaking for them to lose in that fashion because it felt like they had it all tied up, but still they have to be happy with their overall performance because they've looked like an incredible team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the thing that I want to hammer home here is the fact that when we're looking at Flash Wolves, it was a close series. They put a great performance forward. They really fought tooth and nail to be able to win that game, and they didn't. They can't be too upset about that. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. They did all the prep. So coming into today, they know that they have the right basis. They have the right foundation. Whereas you're looking at the Fnatic side of things, and as you guys already mentioned, it just felt like the whole approach was not necessarily what you want it to be for a 4v4 tournament. The meta read was not there. The teamwork wasn't there. So for them, there's a lot more things to fix coming into today, which makes things a little bit more complicated.
I 100% agree. I think that when it comes down to their compositions, you know, they were playing things like Ash Juggernaut, which we haven't really seen too much as well as this like weird Samira Volibear comp, which we saw actually in that last series do pretty decently, but it's never going to get really into that top 4 spot with the rest of the meta at the moment, as I said, with them contesting the same compositions as well. So they have a lot more to fix. I think Flash Wolves will come in this with a whole bunch of confidence, with their series going down to literally one fight. It was 3 players remaining against Twisted Minds, 1 fight, and that was it.
Yeah, and whether or not that's the confidence that they're carrying into the game today, we're going to have to wait and see, but we do have a pre-game interview ready with them to see exactly how they're feeling.
What's up, guys? It's the Gentle Giants, Puckett with Jin, our translator, and of course, the Flash Wolves are in the house. We got to start with yesterday. Very, very close series against Twisted Minds. What gave them the edge at the very end?
昨天你们跟 Twisted Minds 交手的时候，就是非常焦灼，就对面也是险胜，你们也是惜败。就想问你，昨天到底是可能哪一个细节方面对面处理得更好呢？
昨天 Twisted Minds 的沟通跟协调做得非常非常好。那我们在就第2把的时候沟通了一些小失误，那我们学生复盘的时候已经确定会改进。
Well, Twisted Minds have done very, very well in terms of their team coordination and communication. Whereas for Game 2 for us, I think we had a bit of an error in terms of team communication. So we're gonna we have worked on that. We're gonna improve on it, and today we're gonna do better.
Will playing on the main stage give you an edge or encourage you to work better as a team?
那今天在主舞台上面打的话，是不是对你们战队有更加鼓舞的效果呢？会让你们发挥得更好呢？
今天来到主舞台呢，我们一定是全员更兴奋的。那当然，今天是我们背水战，所以我们会激发出我们更多的潜能，发挥更好的表现。
Well, being on the main stage definitely makes things more exciting, but it's also an elimination match for us. So, you know, we've got our backs on the line here. We're gonna play to our utmost. We're gonna draw all our potential and win this.
Well, go protect your key. Best of luck. Cheers. Back to you guys.
Even after such a strong showing yesterday, Flash Wolves coming into this and saying, hey, the communication wasn't necessarily there. That's something that we're going to focus on. We're going to fix it for today, and we're going to come back stronger?
Absolutely. I think they can lock in. If there is a time, if there is a place, it has to be it now. How do you think, Peter?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, as we've been talking about before, you know, that was an incredible series that I think it's a very, you know, it's a matter of degree that they're modifying here. And I think talking about that kind of thing like communication, those are the kind of, you know, percentage points you can add onto your performance. And I think that, you know, that's what the Flash Wolves need at this point.
Yeah, for Fnatic though, on the other side of things, what did you touch upon a little bit before you guys came in and sat down? Also, welcome to both of you. We jumped straight into that conversation. The fact that Fnatic has a lot more things to fix. I think when we were looking at the game yesterday from Flash Wolves specifically, it was like, okay, there was maybe a small mistake here and there, and eventually it was like, technically they were supposed to win and then they didn't. But you're looking at Fnatic and it just felt like the entire system was falling apart. And who's going to have more of an advantage coming into today? Is it a team that only has a small little things to fix, or whether it's Fnatic who has so many more things to tick off and check off their boxes?
I believe we've seen from every team so far hops and bumps, like even just a series ago with the double down. A bit of miscommunication, and again, Fnatic, the EMEA team, that we don't know if they had enough good of a practice. They are coming in today, but hopefully they did. And when Flash Wolves today on the live, they did have like a bunch of misplays. Hopefully they got it talked out. They got some stuff done with the coach, and they're gonna be in the perfect form today.
Yeah, when we're looking at the roster specifically here for Flash Wolves Counterfeit, is there any player that you think can make that difference today in these games against Fnatic?
I mean, we saw him first on the list there. It's absolutely unreasonable. Look at Balgo. I mean, just double checking my notes here, just to be completely certain. Went first, second, and first across the 3 games he played, and yet his team still did not win. It's just an absolutely outrageous level of performance. And I think if the rest of the squad can catch up with that, then it's going to be easily a wash.
Yeah, from the side of Fnatic, though, we didn't see too many heroics coming through. But again, we still have to highlight some players here. Alan, who are you keeping your eyes out for today?
I think the best player from the Fnatic is Bensak by far. He is the ace usually in terms of coming to clutching up the games. And Clemu had solid results so far, but makes no mistakes. They did put up all the work. They know how important is the event, and they definitely will do their best.
Yeah, of course. Yesterday, for both of these rosters, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call in terms of what is going right and what is going wrong. Fortunately, for both of these teams, a lower bracket exists, so it didn't mean that they were sent home on day one. But unfortunately, for both of these rosters, they are now finding themselves in a very peculiar position, Alan, because this is it. This is where you have to perform. Otherwise, you are going home.
Absolutely. And you know what feels worse? You come in, you lose 2, not 1, but 2 matches on day 1 too, and you have to sit, watch other players play, cheer for them. Just, it doesn't feel right. You want to compete, you want to win yourself. You came here for a reason. You didn't come here to just sit on the bench, to sit on the couch. You came here for a W.
No, I mean, we came here to sit on the couch, absolutely. But, I mean, the thing is, like, you're coming to the situation for, Fnatic, they got blown out in both of their games so far. They bottom 3'd their team. When you compare that with a team that could easily be in the upper bracket right now, if not for, 4 HP difference, it's a terrifying spot to be in, knowing that your tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, and we're looking at both of these rosters as well when it comes to the favorites and teams that are going to be able to make it forward out of this group stage into the playoffs. Do we have a specific team that we're looking at from this matchup we're thinking, yeah, they can do this?
In terms of teams, from the Fnatic and the Flash Wolves, I think those both teams, we didn't want to put Flash Wolves in the underdogs, but after the roster changes, and I think they are there. And with the Fnatic, I think those 2 teams were meant to be in the lower bracket. They can still go through, but it's just they're lacking a bit of the star players. The Flash Wolves do have the Ironbog, who did have a very solid results recently, but it might be the team spirit might not be enough for those 2. They need to have like the individual performance as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Ironbog, YYDM, with the other option as well. Though I think either of those players are capable of stepping up. I think once you get 2 players operating at that kind of high level as well, I think it could be a very straightforward series.
I'm looking forward exactly how that's going to be playing out. But a quick prediction then from both of you. I'm going to start with you, Alan.
I mean, I have to go with my boys from the EMEA, even though the odds are against them. I think they can lock in and get it.
I have no loyalty whatsoever. Flash Wolves 2-0 by a mile.
By a mile. Okay, I really like the confidence that you're throwing in from your predictions. But after a devastating loss yesterday from Flash Wolves against Twisted Minds, question remains whether or not they'll be able to mentally reset and hit the ground running. They're going up against Fnatic, who is also fighting for their life in this lower bracket.
Welcome back to the main stage here on day 2 of TFT at the Esports World Cup. And we've seen tears and triumph already here. And we are only halfway through play day 2. It's brutal, isn't it?
It really is. And you know what? The roller coaster of emotions and upsets does not stop, because the action continues as we have our 3rd game of the day ready to go.
Who will be next in line to progress, and who will be next to feel the weight of the key crusher? Let's bring them out, starting with Flash Wolves. After falling in the closest, most electric series of the tournament so far, can they regroup, rebuild, and charge forward here at EWC?
And their opponents on the hunt for a dub. It's Fnatic. They fell short here last year, winless so far this year. But the Frenchmen are not waving the white flag just yet. They will not go down without a fight. And now it's time to prove what they can do here in Riyadh with everything on the line. Our next game is ready to go. The stage is set. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone back to the caster booth here. I'm Impetuous Panda, joined by Stuart for this game number 3. Some Mamiya bias on the caster desk, but overall, what a riveting match we have coming up. Flash Wolves and Fnatic, 2 really great organizations historically in esports, really great teams here in TFT as well. And day 2, but everything on the line for both of these teams.
We've already seen 2 keys crushed, and then it's going to be a 3rd after this series as well. This is a brutal day for Teamfight Tactics, and could be a brutal day for one of these 2 teams as well. I think, as you said, you know, when you talk about organizations, you know, Fnatic being one of the most decorated in EMEA, same with Flash Wolves as well. When it comes to the teams, though, again, as I mentioned, as I teleported from the analyst desk over to here, the Fnatic have a lot to improve. I think they're the team that come into this that needs to change a lot. Whereas Flash Wolves, they had that very, very close series against Twisted Minds. I think they had a great meta read overall, but Fnatic, they need to change things up.
Fnatic's a team that finished 2nd seed in the EMEA qualifiers, just behind Aegis. It was kind of a French teardown, basically, a few months ago in set 14. The key thing that really helped them succeed in that meta and in that set was Bensak specifically playing around the Aphelios Marksman comp back then. So he was really the player that would go fast 8, that would stabilize heavily, that would play very high tempo in the early game into that fast 8 line through the marksman, just being very strong in stage 2 and 3. And he preserved so much HP. So many times he came into stage 4, 90 plus HP, 80 plus HP. You can't really do the same now with fast 8 in this meta because mostly it's leading into Sorks and Yuumi, and you're usually just not strong enough stage 2 and 3. There's stronger reroll lines like Gangplank, they're going to bully you a bit. I'm curious if Bensak adapts to that and wants to play more around reroll, play more around like Mundo, Gnar, Jhin, like we saw White Jungler in this last series, and preserve a lot of HP that way instead. I think, like Alan was saying, Bensak is the star of the show, especially after his evolution last set where he made it to TAC round. He had a really great showing there as well, and I think he's coming into this individually with a lot of confidence.
I mean, you talk about Bensak as well. He was the star player really for Fnatic, even though they did lose 2-0. Bensak went 3rd in both of them games yesterday. So I think it's a player that everyone has to keep their eyes on. You know, if you're a Fnatic fan back at home, if you're a Fnatic fan in the studio, you need to keep an eye on Bensak, see his position. He's the player that can try and win out for Fnatic. And we know that in 4v4 environment, we've seen it over the last few days, you need that player that has that win out position. You can't have teams, or you can't have players in your team that are just going to play for top 4s, and that's it. You need someone that can have a spot where you get some crazy econ augments early on, some crazy leveling, and you push levels, as you said, like Bensak loves to do.
And for Flash Wolves, K-Baba has been one of the star players in this tournament, but historically, Ironbog is that superstar player on this team. He's a player who's won back-to-back APAC regional championships in recent sets, which is one of the hardest things to do because APAC is considered to be one of the most competitive regions with massive player bases in countries like Vietnam, in countries like Thailand, for example, and just all of the APAC countries as a whole. But we're moving now into game number 1 of series number 3, elimination matchup between Fnatic from EMEA and Flash Wolves from APAC. Star-studded rosters across the board. And hopefully we're going to see a spicy meta. We know what the obvious things will be with Gangplank and a few of the obvious Fast 8 comps, but we're starting to see a few conditional comps come through and really shine. Kaisa reroll, perfect form Zac. We're seeing the crew pop off sometimes as well. So this is, I mentioned it before and I'll mention it again, I think it's one of the keys. Having one player who can find a conditional X-Factor comp and overperform on this comp to potentially swing the tide of the matchup as a whole in his team's favor.
Yeah, I think the variation is so important, as you mentioned. I think that's kind of like the meta shift that we've seen happen from day 1 to day 2. In day 1, it was all about the Sorks, all about the Prodigies, but players and teams are starting to realize that we need to find something else outside of this that can try and beat the Gangplanks, that can even try and beat the Sorcerers as well. And I think that it all comes down to, you know, picking something like Protagonist, taking a big risk, taking something that can put you in a position that you don't normally see. You know, we saw in the last series as well with Ningli going for a very unique Samira board with Volibear. Didn't really work out too well in the end, but I think they're the spots that they need to try and look for.
Yeah, Bintum as well. I mean, overall, it's one of the hardest lines to get into, the Flex AD lines, but if it works out, it's definitely a path that you can go down. For Ironbog now playing around the less habitual frontline for stage 2 with the Protectors, but does have the Cannon upgrade and the early Nico. Going to sacrifice buying the Syndra and the Juggernaut there to do so. Look at the options here. Knuckle Dusters is one of those conditional comps that you can play and find great success with. You completely ignore, nope, gonna go for Mogul's Mill instead, I assume, here with the upgraded Kennen. I personally, speaking from bias, my last 2 games on ladder have been Knuckle Dusters. It was a 3rd and a 1st, so I am very high on this offense right now. It's kind of like playing GP reroll, but with Vi instead, because you do farm loot and you do snowball a lot. But it looks like Ironbog there opting to not go for it all.
I think you mentioned in the end as well, I think when you go for the Shimmer, you can stack so much gold with Kennen 2-star early on, which I think could be really, really huge to try and get the economy early on, try and push levels. But I completely agree. I think Knuckle Dusters is one of them comps that can be unique, that we've been talking about before this game started. If they can get into a position where Vi can become somewhat like GP. You build it very similar as well with a lot of damage.
Ooh, Bensak is on Hard Bargain. I believe that's the icon, one of the new augments in this set, which doesn't allow you to pick anything on the carousel. It kind of gives you the last option, but you do get gold and you do heal, so it's very good with Crystal Gambit. Curious to see from what spots Bensak is picking it in this game, because generally not considered to be a strong augment unless you have the god spot for Crystal Gambit.
think treasure hunt here for Haruru, being able to pick up the early Kraken as well, maybe going into the Gangplank.
Maybe.
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 Are you trying to confuse our viewers? He is certainly going into Gangplank reroll.
I mean, 2 Destinies as well. We're seeing 2 Destinies being picked up as well. One was Preparation, the other, I can't remember exactly what it was, but Preparation, not really an augment that we actually see too much. Of course, with Destiny, you get a completely random gold augment. We've seen it backfire. We've also seen it to help people as well. A lot of people take the augment just really for the amount of gold that you're able to get with the augment. But Preparation normally allows you to maybe play towards reroll lines, but with Gangplank, being potentially off the board for that team, we'll have to see what other reroll lines could be up for grabs.
Okay, Kebabao went for the Thornmail, so really trying to get a Mega Tank online. Does buy the Ezreal in the end. This is one of the, I would say, most awkward positions to be in Stage 2, where you have a backline that doesn't really pair with the frontline you're playing for. With Ezreal, you want Bastion, for example, to play for Battle Academia, for example, with Garen and Rel. And then you end up not making 10 on 2-2 or sometimes on 2-3, and it makes things very awkward if you're holding too much. So Kebabao in a bit of an awkward position here, playing around this Udyr Mega Tank, which I think he wishes was a Mundo, as weird as that is, considering it's a 2 cost instead of a 3 cost.
I mean, you can see the Mundo on the other side, but I mean, it's a bit of a big difference with Mundo being 2-star. But I think we've seen throughout the tournament that Mundo could maybe be as strong as the Gangplank in the end, and just tanking up so much damage. We've even seen some unique builds as well, with like Talisman as well, with Radiant items. I think overall, we saw in the last series as well with Wet Jungler, if you can find that Mundo 2-star early on, it's such a huge front line for your team. You have the Luchador in as well to help you out with jump in, and it kind of works as like an Edge of Night in a way. And then your backline, you don't really need to upgrade too much because Mundo just tanks so much damage.
Mundo is kind of one of these units that really ties together so many AD comps, because if you are playing for Mundo, a 2-star Mundo is just not as good as a 3-star, obviously, but it's not that much worse, basically, to just fast 8, fast 9 with, which is a hard thing to do with just a 2-cost tank, for example. if you hit Mundo 3 early and you're very far behind on copies of Kai'Sa or Jhin or Gnar, you can always just play for tempo, and the Mundo buys you enough time and stability to play for Ashe as a backline carry, to play for a Luchador combo like we saw Bintum playing for, with just that 2-star upgrade in some cases. So without Mundo, AD Flex would, I would say, almost be dead on the current meta in the current patch, but thanks to Mundo, he enables a lot of comps as playable that can compete with Yuumi, with Karma, and with all the other reroll lines as well.
I think we've seen that flexibility throughout the tournament as well. I think like Kai'Sa, for example, was really a unit and a composition that we wasn't really expecting to see in the tournament. We expect to see a lot more Jhin, but overall it has been, you know, Kai'Sa coming out as well. The other Destiny was, I believe, Blood Rage. I believe that's one of the new augments as well, which gives you a little bit of extra healing.
Yep. If you fall below a certain HP threshold, you get damage amp, essentially.
Not seeing a lot of Gangplanks, though, be honest.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's always a chance. Actually, it might be 0. Am I crazy?
No. Haruru is definitely playing into Gangplank.
No, I mean like on the boards at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not up to the players. If it's up to the players, there would be
everyone would play Gangplank
for everyone. But
if they had a choice.
Not up to them just yet. We're seeing the strong AD opener here from Armor Truck with Slammin as well. So this is most likely obviously not going to be reroll because you're losing the value from Slammin once you make it past level 6. It can be because you're kind of slow rolling on 6 and you want to keep pushing levels anyway, but most likely this could potentially become one of the newer comps in the meta, the Frost Touch TF Fast 9 comp. You're playing off of upgraded Gnar, you're playing off of Mundo frontline, you have an Econ Augment in Slammin as well to continue bumping levels. If you can finalize a Spirit Visage, which we're seeing here, as well as have enough damage, which is one of the big problems Mundo has. He can tank for infinity time, but his backline just dies and can't kill fast enough. Gnar with Rageblade can scale fast enough to actually do something. And with this, you can just push levels and end up making it to level 8, sometimes just level 9.
I have to see what decision is here for Armor Track and for Fnatic in general to see if they can actually keep pushing levels and keep winning rounds. But unfortunately for Armor Track, he will be losing this streak just before the neutral round, so he's one that's going to lose it. Not too sure if Clemu might be keeping his streak. He does keep his 100 streak going at the moment, and Haruru on the other side on a 4 loss streak. So also playing Gnar as well. I think Gnar just as a unit is just very powerful early on, especially when comboed with Rageblade.
My laddering experience changed a lot once I was open to the strength of Gnar as a 2-star on stage 2 and stage 3. It made things a lot easier when going into some lines, and I think Clemu and Armor Truck have both identified this. They're not contesting each other, they're not re-rolling Gnar, so it's okay, they're playing the same backline carry. They're going to use this Gnar as just a very consistent damage dealer, especially when paired with the best, 1 or 2 cost tank in the game in Mundo.
Even at the Gnar as well with the Kahuna.
Yep. Some very Shadow Clone as well, very strong with the extra Luchador proc, for example. So just a lot of really great interactions to find consistent results in stage 2 and 3.
Having that Kabuko on the front line as well, of course, doesn't have the full mentor, which we might see a little bit later on in this game with how much crowd control the Kabuko can bring, but it can be a strong front line. But you're seeing that Mundo 2-star can be stronger than Mundo 1-star, but when you don't have the backline to do damage as well, actually slams the Edge of Night. Actually wants to try and guarantee the win,
perfect
and
loss for Clemu, or perfect win rather for Clemu, perfect loss for Yoroi. So really, I think good min-maxing from these teams. You can tell they're focused, you can tell they're trying to find any small edge they can in terms of preserving HP for one player and still continue the win streak for the other.
And I think with Clemu standing in the Edge of Night in the end as well, he does have preparation, so he can actually try and go for Gangplank later on as well. He can be the one that's contesting Haruru in this game. Has the Edge of Night, has the Rageblade, which is 2 of Gangplank's best items. Already had the Kabuko 2, as I mentioned as well. So we might be seeing a lot of aggressive roles in 3-2, and there's something I want to talk about as well. I think the teams that have been winning these games in these series so far have been the ones that have been more aggressive on their roll downs, have been rolling down a lot, trying to stabilize their boards early on and saving enough HP, because we've seen so many team kills already in this tournament with just losing so much HP early on.
You have to. If most of your team is playing for this kind of Karma, Yuumi, fast 8 and roll down with 30 HP game plan, your spot is doomed, because the moment you miss, the game is already over. Players in a game like this where there's 4 players and they can really mitigate RNG, they really want to try and control that variance as much as possible. They don't want to go into these huge roll down gambles where the game is instantly over if something goes wrong. And this is where you have to preserve HP in stage 3. You have to play for massive roll downs on 3-2, on level 6, and to try and, for the most part, bully those fast 8 players from the opposing team especially.
That's exactly what Haruru is going to do after this. In 3-2, he has the treasure hunt as well to be able to get the extra bit of loot, extra bit of power as well. But seems like two Flash Falls members have both gameplay,
Oh no, it's Haru. We just flipped the...
Oh, we just flipped the... Oh, okay. I was a bit confused there for a second. But yeah, in general, you know, you're going to be seeing the roll down with the treasure hunt, trying to get the extra loot as well. We've been seeing treasure hunt being one of the more popular augments, I think, in this set, one of the new ones as well. Just with how much value you can get when you're rolling at every single stage and with how important reroll comps are in this meta, why it's so powerful right now.
The Mous here yet again having another win. So a 6-win streak now. Oh, no, this is Armor Trick, sorry.
Too many Nas. Yeah, too many Nas. I think
maybe
everyone...
Fnatic over-indexed too much on Nar. He's great, but maybe not 3 players.
You did say he's great, so...
Moving Prismatics, a lot of very warping options here for the Giga carries. Radiant Refractor for a Gangplank, for example, for a Mundo can be so impactful. We saw it in the last game, or last series with what junglers set up with the Talisman and the Radiant Spirit Visage. We're seeing here the Refractor for Haruru. Best option will be, I believe, stat-wise, the Radiant Kraken's Fury, with Rageblade being second best.
No Gangplanks on the roll down on the right-hand side for Haruru, which is really bad. Of course, he is rolling for that treasure hunt as well, so he is going to get that bit of a cash out, but not even finding a pair of Gangplanks is really rough. He's going to get a little bit of something, just a component anvil for now. That roll down is really, really rough. Of course, as you mentioned, the Radiant item going to help out this Gangplank a little bit more.
Will be Rageblade in the end.
Yeah, but not finding anything on the roll down, just the karma to sort things out though. He can't really pivot from this point as well, so he's rolled down to like 20 gold. He doesn't find a GP2, not even a pair. He found a karma, but he's already slammed AD items, so it's a really tough spot.
And a very unique spot from YYDM. He has it on level 6, so he's not playing the crew. He is carrying a Sivir for now. He has a mix of attack caster items as well as just full, double deathplate items as well. Curious if he's playing for edgelords with the Blood Rage, especially with Volibear. Volibear does want to have bursty kind of IE Guardbreaker Edge of Night setup. Double Deathblade is fine if you split it between Samira and the Volibear. And it's all about burst, that comp, right? You're trying to really... The Rage is a bit of an awkward part, is the only thing on the Callisto right now. So we'll see where that ends up going for YYDM. He's on a 6-loss streak. So he's a player who, if you're playing Edgelord from behind, it's a little bit more dicey because this is not the S-tier metacomp that wins everything in stage 4 and 5.
No, exactly that. I mean, if we look at the HP totals as well, I spoke about how you want to save HP in the early game. Everyone on Flash Falls right now are in the bottom 4 in terms of early HP. We see Clemu as well. He's the one that hit the GP2. He has the preparation on the bench as well, which is going to give these units more stats. Also went for the Radiant Refractor as well, as Haruru finally hits the GP2, but has 0 gold. So that's really rough.
It feels very rough, but it is always worth it, in my opinion, because Gangplank farms gold. So every gold he farms is essentially as if you're 1 interest higher. So if you're farming 1 extra gold because he's upgraded and he's either winning fights or killing more units because of it and farming gold in that sense, it's as if you were staying above 10, above 20, above 30 gold anyway. Okay. So like we're seeing here, this is a fight win that's off of that upgrade. You're getting more gold, you're making 10 still here, and you get the preservation of HP, which is even more important in 4v4. So always worth it with Gangplank in 4v4 to roll very heavily, in my opinion.
Another reason why players are playing so aggressive as well, because you can farm so much gold with Gangplank, especially stabilized on 2-star. We thought that maybe coming into this meta that players might be able to stabilize on 1-star, but it hasn't really been the case. You really need that GP2 to help you out. And it seems like there's a lot of Radiant items across the board. We see a Pandora's box as well, which is going to give you Radiant items. Bensak going for Buried Treasures just to give them more items overall. 3 Radiant Refractors actually. So a lot of Radiant items that are going to give these, the carries a lot more power.
There is a pan here. It's going to be going to Ironbog in the end, who is playing around Sorks, it looks like. Does have Pandora's. Can swap this to a Spatula if he needs to. Curious if he decides to pivot his game plan off of this pan pickup. And he is one of the players that I would say is one of the most creative TFT players in the world in terms of playing for fast 8 and rolling down and playing for anything that he hits, kind of like Vintum, for example. I think they're quite comparable. So we'll see what Ironbog does with this free element he's been given on the carousel now.
Could be Strategist. I think Strategist is one of the more popular spatulas, potentially.
In his line, yes, but I think he's a player good enough to pivot off of his line if he can to extract more value from getting this free pan. Because there are, of course, just stronger setups overall that you can get other than a Strategist +1 for Sorks.
How much not going for the reroll? It might be the Ashe composition that you was mentioning before as well. Radiant Rageblade online. Normally you see these on a GP, but they're on a Gnar instead with the Infinity Edge. But still only has that Dr. Mundo 1, but has gone to level 7 already. So very aggressive in terms of leveling. Of course, has the slam in as well, so he was able to get more XP over time. interesting to see what composition this goes into. Like you said, it might be the volley bear as well, could be a potential with the luchadors. We don't really see this pushing levels in terms of AD compositions. We normally see it with the GP, but with the Gnar, it's still doing pretty well and he's still sitting at the top.
I think right now Fnatic has one player playing GP reroll, one player playing Jhin, Gnar, Mundo reroll, and one player using Mundo, Gnar as a tempo option to go fast 8, fast 9 into either Ashe or TF and Ashe on level 9. I really like the game plan. I think this would be one of my solutions to the format right now in the current meta. I'm very curious to see if it works out, because in theory it sounds good to me. You preserve so much HP off of Gnar Mundo combo in stage 3 and stage 4. We'll see if their cap, especially for the fast 8, fast 9 player, will be good enough to actually perform in stage 4 and 5.
Keeping the pan in the end here for Ironbog, so really curious to see where that could be going towards. Does have the AP item stand as well. Keeping a Yuumi on the bench, so it could be something like Prodigy maybe.
I think you get much more value from Prodigy Emblem. Yeah. Compared to Strategist Emblem or Sorks, for example.
Yeah. Could be an option. Does have a Yuumi on the bench, of course, not the strongest at the moment with no other prodigies. Only has the Malzahar and also the Syndra on the board right now, but maybe valuing the Malzahar over the Yuumi right now because doesn't have the Battle Academy in, but has been farming up a lot of gold as well. Another player that, you know, took this kind of econ augment early on, is trying to push levels as much as possible. I'm not too sure if he actually slammed his, he must have slammed his Radiant item. We couldn't quite catch what it was, but also he does have the Pandora's box as well to try and make sure that he guarantees the pan that he wants.
From Haruru now has Econ all the way back up to 50, thanks to, I assume, GP helping him out with the extra Econ across the later stages of Stage 3, and is now on a 5-win streak, as well as Yoroi on a 4-win streak now. Fnatic leading the pack coming into Stage 4 with 3 of their players above 80 HP. Generally, this is very good news. That being said, I mentioned it before, all 3 of these players are playing AD Flex, and they're playing for game plans that this is what they're meant to do. They're meant to be stable in Stage 3 and dominate and bully the rest of the lobby. The big question is, do they stay in that top 4 in Stage 4? If they do, Fnatic has a very good chance of winning this game 1. If they don't, it's going to be a spicy end to the game, I think.
I think it's how they cap out as well, because we know that, like, you know, Ironbog and YYDM might have a lot more in terms of economy because they've been able to save so much overall. You know, we're seeing the Ironbog actually using all his gold. You can see on the right-hand side is rolling a lot of his gold. YYDM went down to 0 gold as well, already level 8 at 4-1. So YYDM playing aggressively, trying to roll down and hit the units that he really, really wants. So that's the power of kind of lose streaking sometimes. It's a lot easier to lose streak compared to win streaking, so you'll be able to earn so much economy over time. But now's the question, can YYDM come back in terms of HP and has his board stabilized to make sure that he can, you know, counteract some of these boards like Kermu and Armatron?
Playing the 5 Mighty Mech version of Gangplank on this level 6 before he pivots to the 4 Mentor. I assume on 4-5, of course, you need to get a little bit closer to Gangplank to consider going 7. But the Jhin will win out the battle in the end. Can Karma, without the full Sork, actually win it? I think this Mundo will be saying no with how tanky he's looking, how confident he's looking as a frontliner for that comp. Another prismatic augment coming around. More very strong options here. Things like Belt Overflow, so strong for Yuumi comp, for example, with this Battle Academy for Kebabao, because the Yuumi scales by herself. All she needs is time. If you give her a lot of time, she will do as much damage as you need her to do. She will kill Mundo, she will kill anyone in her path. These belts are going to help not just the Leona, but a secondary tank as well by even more time.
You can even give a little bit of HP over to the Yuumi as well. Usually build items like Guardbreaker as well. You know, you can give that little bit of HP, but you're expecting, you know, potentially double Warmogs to be slammed. It's a very, very popular. Leave one of the other belts, as I mentioned, for Guardbreaker, which is very popular. Fortunately, the roll down not really working out too well, though. We can see on the right-hand side, the only Yuumi won so far. Nothing really else to help out in the end. Not the best power-ups either. Sky Piercer is not too bad to give that extra shred, but overall, it's not looking like Flash Walls are really hitting on these roll downs as well. Ironbog as well, also only on a Karma 1, so a lot of these Flash Walls players that were looking to try and push levels have not hit yet.
And this is exactly what I talked about when the game first started. The fast 8, 30 HP, hope I hit game plan. Yeah. Is it going to work out? Are you going to end up winning the fights? We're seeing here just barely able to win against Haruru, although this GP might actually prove me wrong. Oh no.
We love stretching.
And this is the problem with this game plan. You're down to 25 HP. You are now forced to donkey roll every turn to hit your pivotal upgrades. You're forced to play into Sork emblem or Sork +1 because your teammate is playing into Prodigies, into Yuumi, so you can't really pivot off of this with the JG and the Guard Breaker. And YYDM has been given an option to win the game for free if he finds a single 5-cost copy of a unit called Gwen. Because with triple sniper's focus, well, she does a lot of damage. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not going to calculate how much, but I'll let our viewers just enjoy themselves once that combo comes together, if it comes together.
I've had to deal with that a few times in ladder. It's a bit of a nightmare to come up against, to be fair. But I mean, in terms of everything else as well, of course, with Gwen, you normally want to pair with either the Soul Fighter or the Sorcerers. It looks like he is going for the Edgelord version.
One crazy thing, actually, maybe YYDM maybe doesn't want to lose this round, but he would be happy to potentially lose. The current priority for the bottom 4 positions is 3 players from Flash Wolves and only Bensack here as well. If there's a Gwen on the carousel, they really, if they give it to YYDM, I mean, he's almost guaranteed a spot in the top 4, considering how strong that combo is with Gwen. So we'll see if that'll be the case here. 5 costs are Braum and Seraphine. No Gwen, unfortunately, just yet.
Not just yet. We're seeing the other augments as well, seeing the other choices across the board. Armor Truck actually going for Invested as well. So he's really pushing levels to potentially to level 9, potentially looking at that composition that you was mentioning, with the Twisted Fate and the Ash as well. Composition that's really only come out over the last few days, really, to be honest. It's not been a composition that we have seen yet on the A stream, but with Invested, you can stack up so much gold over time.
And Bensack with Hard Bargain has gone into Prodigies as well in the end. Now thinking about it more, it's not just for Crystal Gambit. In 4v4, it's also very relevant. You're healing a lot of HP on every carousel. There could be the difference between finishing 5th or 7th or 4th or 3rd, and that could decide a series. You're not going to be the win-out player most likely, but it could be very relevant actually, where HP matters so much more in this format.
I think he realizes as well that, early on it's obviously not going to be the case because you don't know what positions people are in early on. But in this case, that Clemo and, Armor Truck can really look for that win out. So you're really just making sure that you save as much HP as possible. Last series, we saw a bunch of Titanic Titan as well, getting that extra HP, which sometimes, as you mentioned, could be a big difference.
Mystic Key, Bullet Hell power up on Yuumi and is still sitting only on the Leona 1. Cassante main tank for now, not really ideal setup just yet for Bensack. He really wants to try and preserve some more HP here, win some of the fights in the tail end of this stage 4.
Doing pretty well.
Armor Truck is pathfinding, invested on his 4-2
It's a good time to play him,
offense.
to be honest. It's a good time because in this scenario, you would actually want Bensack to win more.
Yeah, exactly.
And you want Armor Truck to make sure that he can obviously keep his gold, but later on, he might win rounds anyway because he's obviously going to be pushing to level 9, which probably will be after this neutral round, probably push to level 9, see what that roll down could be. Artistic KO is going to be the option for this. Jin hasn't hit Mundo 3, is one away from Jin 3 as well for Yoroi. So as you mentioned with that Mundo 3.
That's the game plan. 70 HP coming out of stage 4. This is, you've already done your job. In this role as Yoroi. If you hit Mundo, obviously earlier rather than later, fantastic, you'll preserve a bit more HP. But we're seeing, of course, some very strong hold from the rest of Flash Wolves, trying to deny that from happening. Ironbog, 14 HP, could be 1 life in stage 4 if he gets a big enough loss against YYDM, who hasn't removed any items, still has his triple sniper's focus, Yasuo.
Oh, that's
a lot of units left alive.
Against a teammate as well, is that going to do it for him?
He's just barely alive, yeah, it's a 1 HP survival basically, so let's just say calculated. Cool, calm, and collected from Flash Wolves.
Again, he just has to keep rolling. Actually went for the Sork +1 in the end with the pan. So putting that on the Zyra, which is one of the best units that you can put on, just getting so much AP and so much attack speed to his team as well. But again, no Karma 2 means that it's going to be a really big struggle to try and stabilize this board. And there you go. It's a comp that you mentioned as well. We can't really see the power up just yet.
For Ash and Unstoppable for Mundo.
It's not bad.
And you might think, this board is looking good for Fast9, but not fantastic. And then your eyes look down a little bit more, and you see that he's level 9 with 76 gold. So he still has a lot more of upgrades to fish for. Okay, he's not going past 10, thankfully, or else I would be a little bit worried.
There's the Ash 2.
Is this the Ash 3 game
Ash 3? It could be. Twisted Fate 2 as well. That's pretty big upgrades.
No one is paying attention that he has the potential for Ash 3 right now. He should be holding Wens, I believe, with YYDM fishing for them.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous series.
And with Ironbog also playing Sorks. So I think that's a misplay, not holding more Gwens there.
You're on the other side. Jin 3 and Mundo 3 here, which is really, really huge. And still has a lot of HP to play with.
Ashes.
No one's really looking at the moment. Is holding the Karma though, so does actually realize that he needs to hold some units with this extra gold
and
that he does have.
He is playing Severn Juggernauts as well, so has to correct that and add in the Zyra, which I believe he hasn't yet.
Benzak could be a huge MVP this game again before Fnatic if he takes the Iron Bog in this one.
I believe it's still Leona 1. The Swain's tanking for a long time. The Yuumi is scaling, but there's much more burst from the Karma. The Rise even helping as well. That's going to be another loss for Benzak. He could be in trouble here. The hard bargain may be a bit too hard to accept.
I think it really comes down now to making sure that you don't get 8th. You know, it's such a big thing. You know, that 1 point can make a huge difference overall. Jarvan 2 for Iron Bog is huge. Still hasn't found even the Karma 2 yet. Has actually swapped the Sork over to the Rise to try and get some more damage output on the backline. But when you have the power up, yeah, when you have the power up on the Karma, when you have most of the powerful items on Karma, like the Radiant Guardbreaker as well, you really want this Karma 2 to come online. The front line is great, but overall, it seems like there's not enough backline damage.
And the extra Sword +1 allows you to play a Bastion, which really helps Swain's tankiness, and especially if you're playing a Bastion like Braum, who can add some utility as well.
Against a teammate.
Okay, Bao. Yuumi, items have been removed from the cat, which means that this should be a win for Iron Bog. This is one more lifeline being given. For Yoroi, items have not been removed. Jhin is looking deadly, Mundo is looking tanky, and Yuumi has to be a killer in this matchup. She has to have a good angle on Jhin here. Jhin might angle her first with snipers. That's exactly the case.
No.
He doesn't cast again. And I think this is a loss.
Seraphine?
Unless Seraphine can clutch it. Wait, Ezreal putting in the work. MVP for Ezreal. He knows how to dance that one off. A huge win for Benzak there. Look at the HP total at the bottom.
I mean, that was nearly so well played by Flash Wolves. Of course, making sure that you use the removers later on. Saving the removers in the early game is so important in 4 versus 4. Of course, in ladder, you can use them to swap your items over to another carry. But in 4 versus 4, it allows you to try and sack rounds and try and make sure you don't get that 8th. Luckily for Fnatic here, that round win was just in the case for Benzak. But like you mentioned, the HP totals are crazy.
Can we check out their boards to see what some of these boards look like? We've seen Iron Bogs, but Armanchuk, I'm wondering how he is still losing. He had a pretty well-assembled board, I would say, but we're now with Armanchuk, we're with Bao as well, both fighting for their life against teammates, both of them. So in theory, they should be both surviving here if their teammates had enough removers. It looks like that is the case for YYDM. The Cyber Focus are off of the Yasuo, and it looks like Aruru also removed the GP from the war altogether. It's on the bench right now, so correct team play from Flash Wolves, correct matchmaking from Mortok potentially in terms of both of them having a chance to survive.
That means Fnatic also played against each other as well. So what happened with Fnatic? Were they able to communicate?
They also survived.
We'll have to see what the HP totals are. Looks like everyone is alive.
And looking at Armanchuk's board now, it is still just the Ashe 2, TF2.
Lee Sin 2.
Braum is in, Zyra, I believe, is still not in yet.
How is everyone still alive? This is absolutely crazy, but I think it's really well played by both teams. I think being able to understand the position that you're in, we need to sacrifice some rounds, we need to keep people alive, and this proves that both these teams value the 8th place so much. They don't want the first person to go out, but it's going to come down to some of the top players actually losing a lot of HP now. You know, we see other players like Yoroi now, you know, sitting really low on HP. It's going to be really close and going to come down to the wire here.
And there's still no Gwen for YYDM, so he's still carrying, I think, the Yasuo with Sniper's Focus. But looking now at the 2 boards from Flash Wolves that are on their last live, both of them fast 8 AP players who hit a little bit later than they would have liked, I think. In the case of Ironbog especially, he was down to 1 life very quickly in stage 4, has been saved multiple times by his teammates. Now, I think most likely matchmaking will pit him against someone from Fnatic, and that could be the end of the road.
Ironbog picking up the Strategist +1 as well from the carousel. That extra bit of shielding, extra bit of damage might be crucial here. Is going to go up against Armanchuk, that fast 9 board. Whereas on the right-hand side, it's going to be Benzak against Kabao.
So everyone currently on screen is on 1 life. The victors will stay alive. The losers eliminated potentially in 7th and 8th place.
Ashe is stacking.
Ashe is stacking. She's staying alive. Karma's down. It's just down to Rise, the imposter sorcerer. And he does not have the wizard hat he needs to have. 1 death each. Who took the bigger loss? Yoroi also down for Fnatic. And Ironbog did take the 8th, so small advantage in that sense. But in the end, it is Fnatic with 2 players who have now been eliminated. It's still a triple Sniper's Focus setup for Yasuo, but we're going level 9, and we have a Gwen on the bench. It could be a somewhat of a Soul Fighter pivot back into Gwen, I have to assume, when she's 2-star especially.
I mean, in the end, Clemu and Armatrock were the two players for Fnatic that needed to win out for their team. You know, we talked about Armatrock fast pushing to level 9, Clemu in a really strong spot as well. But it's actually Flash Wolves that have been able to out-cap at the moment. Armatrock is going to play against Clemu now, so Clemu, is he going to sacrifice HP? It doesn't look like he's removed any items at all. We'll have to see if Armatrock can do enough damage.
Yasuo is targeted, he's taken down, so all the threats here on the opposing board are very far away. It should be an easy win here for Armatrock. Were items off of Gangplank, I think, potentially for Clemu?
There was some tank items on Gangplank, but not too sure.
Maybe that was the case. Anyways, Armatrock stays alive. K-Bao is going to be out, so that is going to be the sandwich formation in the bottom 4 with essentially parity in points. It's now going to come down to, as usual, whoever wins out is going to have that big advantage coming into this top 4. Armatrock, halfway level 10 with Slammin. He has a strong board. Is it stronger than Triple Sniper's Focus? That is the big question for me.
Triple Sniper's Focus and also the other board as well being at the you know, the Gangplank here that we can see on your bottom left with Clemu as well wasn't able to push levels, but in the end it's going to come down to, you know, potentially this final fight. But I think the HP totals at the moment for Flash Wolves is just way too big, you know, for the likes of Clemu, for the likes of Armatrock. This Fast 9 board, I think this is one of the games that kind of shows the sometimes these Fast 9 boards are going to be very difficult. We're rolling down as well for Haruru, who was able to find that GP3, rolling down of course with Treasure Hunt as well being one of the strongest augments right now in the game.
Quick little +1 spike on the board. Not too bad for Haruru, not too bad for a gold augment like Treasure Hunt.
Extra Udyr on the board. Would much rather prefer Udyr 3. Does actually get the extra strategist in with the Janna, one of Udyr 3, but I think in the end it's going to come down to this. Haruru is going to be going up against Clemu's board to see if he's going to have enough power.
Battle of the Gangplanks. The problem for Fnatic is both players from Fnatic are on 1 life, so if they go down here, it's pretty much over.
Ash is stacking, not enough damage. I think that's going to do it.
Clemu, yeah, his Gangplank seems to be surrounded. There's way too many units left alive. Clemu is taken down, and Armatrock is taken down in 3rd and in 4th place positions. And this is what we were talking about. Stage 3, the game plan looked great.
Yeah.
The problem is, how does that transition to stage 5 and 6? Are you able to somehow preserve enough HP where it doesn't matter how strong you are? And do you have a win-out player? The answer for Fnatic was no. Armatrock was maybe meant to be that. Maybe if he had the chance to fish for the double Frost Touch, new combo has come out, that could maybe be I won't say auto win, but a very strong win condition. Wasn't quite the case for Armatrock. He went for the more traditional setup. And also, this was a wrench that was thrown into everyone's plans. Triple Sniper's Focus came out of nowhere and took over stage 4 from YYDM.
Yeah, it's really difficult, but I really like this board as well. I think we're seeing a lot more Volley Bears, a lot more Samiras as well, a lot more of these Edgelords coming on through. You can even see as well, like YYDM's board right now is actually very, very strong. It has that Twisted Fate 2 in as well, and Lee found that Twisted Fate very early, and of course if you find it very early, you can keep stacking up your board and doing so much. But overall, Flash Wolves a very strong performance in this game. One didn't look too strong in the early game, but I think, you know, sacrificing that HP early actually came out a big difference.
I just realized Haruru was thinking probably the whole game, like, hey, where are my Yasuo? He's like, wait a minute, YYDM, are you still carrying Yasuo 2 with Triple Sniper's Focus? This is what we were talking about when it comes to a player who finds a conditional way to become stronger through a non-meta line.
Yeah.
This is what swings games, and that's exactly what happened in this game. YYDM knew that Triple Sniper's Yasuo is a beast. I was not fully aware. I know about Gwen, but apparently Yasuo is also just a Giga Chad with this setup, and we're seeing it, right? He didn't even pivot to Gwen 1, so Yasuo 2 better than Gwen 1 apparently, at least with the board setup he had where he wasn't playing into full Soul Fighters. And all in all, it's looked very, very impressive. Definitely a tech that I will be stealing for my games, and I think other teams in this tournament have to be looking at as well, because it's a pretty common reward that you're expecting from Call to Chaos when you pick it.
Definitely, and Call to Chaos still being a very strong option, even though sometimes the RNG cannot be on your side with things like that, things like Destiny as well. We've seen a few times in this game. But I think the double Prismatic setup as well, you know, to kind of round out this game, really put a spanner in the works for both of these teams. You know, being able to get so much extra power from things like Call to Chaos, from the Radiant items as well. You know, the GP3 in the end from Haruru being, you know, a big difference. But unfortunately for Fnatic, you know, as you mentioned, you know, with Armatrock potentially being at level 9, you know, fast push player into level 9, wasn't able to win out. You know, in that spot, you're expecting to try and win out, especially with invested as well, having so much gold to roll down. Hit the 5 cost, but I think it just shows that sometimes the 5 costs are not really that powerful.
I would even say he had too much gold. At the end of it, he hit his entire board with still like 60 gold to roll on level 9, and you're thinking maybe he just doesn't take invested, and he just plays for combat augment and has enough gold to go fast 9 anyway. You're risking it, obviously. Maybe he hit higher than or earlier than expected with that much gold, but it's a consideration, right? When you have that much more gold and you're not able to extract value from the extra gold you have, you're essentially down a prismatic augment, and that was noticeable in these last few fights.
I think overall, you know, with some of the teams, especially in this tournament and in 4 versus 4, I feel like Econ Augments have been a much higher priority over Combat Augment, with 3 stars being so important, with the 2 stars early on being so important to hit, to play aggressively at 3-2 to try and save a lot of HP. It's been a lot more popular to see that over Combat Augments, but I think some of these games you kind of see these extra augment powers, you know, with things like Radiant items, with Call to Chaos, with Triple Sniper's Focus can make a huge difference, as well as another strategist goes in here. But yeah, Kabuko 3, Gangplank 3.
I would have maybe liked to see Armor Truck play more for the Ashe 3 win condition. It's very hard in 4v4. There's multiple players obviously trying to grief you and hold. It's not just like a ladder game where everyone's asleep. I was able to you know, sneak an Ashe 3 by without anyone noticing.
I feel like that's you maybe sometimes.
There'll be a lot of things happening in 4v4 obviously, or just verbal communication.
Yeah.
But it was a win condition, right? He was on 5 Ashes, maybe 4 before rolling a lot more of the extra gold. He could have greeted out with invested. And at the very least, he forces the other players from Flash Wolves to hold Ashes on their bench or to roll for it and kind of bring down their own possible cap.
Essentially the final fight here, the winning fight here for Flash Wolves. With the Gangplank trying his best to try and take everyone out, and will take everyone out on the end of. We'll have one final fight after the last mini round. Go to stage 7. I feel like in 4v4 you go to stage 6, stage 7 quite a lot, because we saw the HP totals in the end of this game. Like, everyone was on 1 life, and it really came down to who was able to use their removers effectively. And we saw one round where Flash Wolves were going up against each other, all 4 members of Flash Wolves going up against each other. Same with Fnatic as well, and they were both able to communicate enough. So I don't think it's a problem with Fnatic in terms of communication. I think it's probably down to do with, you know, the meta, what spots they're in, how they can try and win out as well, which has been a struggle, I think, with Fnatic, especially we saw yesterday as well. You know, with Bensack getting 2 third places yesterday, but in this one, not able to find a win out position, but you can tell the communication is on point.
I'll be honest, I think the Call to Chaos, Sniper's Focus, that's completely unpredictable, and YYDM went from the worst spot to the best spot in stage 4. That completely warped all the HP and stability that Fnatic had fought for in stage 3. I think the game plan in theory is still very solid in terms of playing a lot of this AD flex and playing very strong stage 2 and 3. As long as you have a win-out player. Armor Truck did not quite make it there. I think Bensack's game plan also did not look too solid in terms of missing the Leona 2 and losing a lot of HP in stage 4. And Clemoon was just the more low-roll GP player, I would say, whereas Haruru just had a better setup overall.
Down to the final fight here as well to see if the Gangplank can win it all once again against the Sniper's Focus Yasuo. Obviously not dashing, making sure that he keeps his distance, but I don't think anyone could do anything about the Gangplank, especially with stretchy arms. It's like he has a hidden Sniper's Focus in him with his own power-up.
And what a first game. What a roller coaster of emotions for both teams. Fnatic bullying and dominating in stages 2 and 3. Flash Wolf saying, you know what? We're okay. We're going to scale. We're going to come back stronger in stage 4 and 5. And then YYDM saying, yeah, I got this, guys. I'm going to call to chaos, and I'm going to hope for the best, and the best did arrive. Triple Sniper's Focus. Yasuo, you have to know how to make use of those high rolls. He knew perfectly well how strong Yasuo was in that setup, and he completely took over all of stage 4 with a massive win streak, preserving so much HP for his team.
And I think you don't rarely get into positions like that as well. And I think, as you mentioned, you know, the position to understand hey, the Yasuo 2 is going to be better than the Gwen 1. Of course, we know the power of Gwen with the snip, with the Sniper's Focus going from across the board. But overall, understanding that position, maybe not playing as much in that point, but being able to get there is really important.
We'll hear a more in-depth breakdown from our analysts now. Take it away, guys.
Absolutely. But first of all, we got to congratulate Flash Wolves here by staying resilient through that roller coaster of emotions. You know, looking at the game, you're thinking, oh, Fnatic got it, and then they don't. And having that resilience, staying cool, calm, and collected from the side of Flash Wolves is definitely a skill to be applauding here.
Absolutely. We've seen at the pretty much stage 2, stage 3, Fnatic being dominant, and then trying to send one player AFE. They collectively had 8 karma, just denying that from the Flash Wolves player, and then in the end he couldn't hit and he went AFE. But guess what? The rest of the players did actually well. They had a solid spot, they had a win-out spots, while Fnatic had nothing. They relied on the Arma track, hitting something like 3-star 4-cost, and he ended up not getting there. He played the defense alongside the teammate, denying karma, and he himself didn't hit much. And trying to cap out on the Mundo 2, Ashe 2 is just not enough. And that was their player, and he ended up going bottom alongside the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, just to bring it back out to the big picture there, it was really striking to see all 4 Fnatic members in the top 4 for an extended period in that game. I couldn't help shaking the feeling that there's reasons that teams don't generally do that, with all the, say, the loss streak goal and things you're missing out on. I do like the fact that Fnatic have really changed up what they were doing from their first series, where they were really aggressed onto, but it feels like it's a strategy that needs a little bit more refinement.
Yeah, and this game we've seen Haruru on GP with the treasure hunt, and he massively low rolled. He rolled to 10 gold, and on the initial roll down he did see only 1 GP. That's really bad, and we thought it's a doom spot because it was their GP player. There is in the Fnatic player also GP player, and when this happens it could be a doom spot, but at the end the copies came later on and he managed to clutch it up with the treasure hunt.
Yeah, they managed to crawl this back as well. And I think for Fnatic, you're touching upon the fact that they have improved a lot from yesterday's game into today's series. And I think that's something that we, at the very least, expected to see from that roster. When it comes to this game, though, specifically, I would really like to maybe dissect it a little bit further. The fact that we see these players in the top 4 spots for such a long period of time. I don't think we've seen that before from any of the other teams. Is just a mistake when it comes to how Fnatic has approached the game? Or do we think there's an underlying strategy? There's some method to the madness?
It's a common strategy, sending one player AFE, and they successfully did it. But the problem was securing the higher positions. And the thing is, YYDM hitting that triple sniper focus pretty much crossed all their plans. And he said, nope, Yasuo 2, I am stable, I can go down, baby.
I think maybe against a team that's less put together than we saw, from the Wolves here, it maybe would have caused them to panic more, but it didn't seem like they were at all flustered by taking so much damage early on. They knew they could spin around and come back into this one. I do think, though, if we just see a slight modification, trying to build maybe a little bit more late-term potential with the Fnatic, I wouldn't mind them seeing a similar sort of thing again.
Yeah, we're looking at this series though, and I think the question then is for me, what can Fnatic change even further? They've improved already when it comes to yesterday and to today, but what else is lacking? Because this is Flash Wolves that you're going up against. It is a team that put on a formidable performance against Twisted Mind yesterday as well.
To put it as few words as I can, too much tempo, too little value for Fnatic.
No, I think that's very succinctly put. Again, I think it's only a matter of degrees. I really hope this goes to 3 games because Fnatic are getting better and better. But as we saw, from the series yesterday, Flash Wolves are unflappable under pressure.
Yeah, and that is also a difficult scenario to be in because the pressure now for Fnatic is very much on. They are potentially 1 game away from being eliminated, 1 game away of being out of the tournament, having their key crush, and that is not an easy thing to deal with mentally.
Absolutely. So I would love to see them having a dedicated player for a win-out. Again, they thought, I think it's Arma track, but so little combat power in the augments, and where they've seen the sniper focus hit from YYDM, they had to go for some Hail Mary, like a 3-star Ashe. And we've seen an attempt, but then he took around the Arma track to play Denial on Karma instead of going all in on the Ashe. So, and once the Flash Wolves realized that, they could actually play Deny game. So he had to give up on the Ashe at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be tempting, I think, when you're coming in as Fnatic as the underdogs to go for something, more high risk, high reward, which is vulnerable to failure, because that, face to face against the Wolves here, it's going to be very hard to beat them in standard 4v4 TFT. So maybe there's just another more tricky play they can do. I don't know. I hope we see Fnatic adjust, but it's going to need to be a big adjustment to get the win.
Yeah, that's necessary, definitely from the side of Fnatic, but from the side of Flash Wolves, you want to stay in the driver's seat. You want to try and get through this with as little as, turbulence as humanly possible. So for their side of things, what are we looking at?
I mean, I was a bit worried for the Flash Wolves this game due to the fact they had 3 players going fast 8 with 1 player playing GP. So if you miss on your roll down as on the side on the Flash Wolves, you are doomed. And 3 of those players were at the bottom of the bracket, hence their spot was looking shaky on stage 3. But 2 of the players hit pretty well, 1 of the players didn't, and this was the player the Iron Box they decided to send AIF successfully, but rest of them was perfectly fine.
I mean, in a weird way, I kind of feel like it was good news that Kababo actually went 5th in that game after being the leading player for such a long time in the previous series, just to show that the rest of the Flash Wolves can perform at that kind of level, and it's not just a one-trick pony kind of team. So again, more of the same, I think, very much is called for.
Yeah, so then when it comes to Fnatic for this final game, I think we already touched upon that we want to see them maybe make a couple of changes, adapt a little bit, too much tempo, too little value for it. How can they approach that in a very specific manner?
Be greedier, play a bit more for top end, don't be too low on the floor.
All right, well, there we go. Some very concise, quick words of wisdom from our analyst for Fnatic as we're going to be heading into the second game of this matchup as they're going up against Flash Wolves. But first, a little break, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the third elimination series of today's group number C, Fnatic versus Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves is in a dominant position now. A strong comeback in that first game puts Fnatic on the chopping block for this game number 2. And Fnatic, I mean, as an organization, very different team in last year's EWC with an American roster, with Dish Soap, with Wage and Iverson, with some big all-star names who also fell short at the start of the tournament, losing to LNZQ Z10 back then. A big surprise loss. And once again now, this Fnatic roster, very different, EMEA-based, but again, against the ropes on this second day of competition.
Yeah, Fnatic back home with their roster, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like they're finding a home on the boards right now and in Teamfight tactics. A team and an organization that, you know, of course expect the best of the best from their teams, and they expect to try and move on in this tournament as well. But I think with Falcons already going out today, I think just proves how brutal this format can be and how different 4v4 is as well, you know, for us as well as casters and for all the talent. It's a new environment still for these players as well, and I think it's such a unique way, and players are still learning from 4v4 tournaments, and you know, with this happening as well last year, I think it's still a learning curve as well.
Coming to this game, we're seeing Twisted Fate as our encounter extra component anvils. Important for a couple of reasons. First of all, rerolls and their main carries will hit their 3-item spike a little bit earlier, especially in the case of hero augments. It's very evident how important this will be in terms of bullying and preserving HP in the early game. Second, you have a much easier time finding BIS for key units. Karma, for example, wants exactly Shojin, JG, and Striker's Flail to deal amounts of burst damage necessary to just insta-kill tanks and allow for that chain explosion with the percentage HP damage coming out from the 6 Sork vertical. Something like a GP as well, we mentioned it. If you're playing it from tempo, which you kind of would like to do in stage 2 if you have the board for it, the downside is you can't fight for bows on Carousel, which means you can't, you know, play for Rageblade or Kraken's Fury. The component anvils really help with this. Bensack has a possible line for Smolder. It's not shiny, so gonna have a little bit less stats than you would if it was a color blue. But all in all, a very interesting line. I'm a big fan of it. I think anything with Juggernauts is kind of strong in stage 2 and 3. Smolder can win games in the right setups. He can kind of has kind of a natural scaling ability with his monster trainer levels. And this could be, again, in Fnatic's game plan of playing AD Flex, playing around Juggernauts. Mundo's just so strong in the current meta. We'll see if he goes for it.
Prismatics might change that up, though, a little bit. I think we haven't really seen any Smolder at all, I think, throughout the entire tournament. No.
We saw yesterday there was a second place from one of the CN teams.
Yeah, I think we've only seen it once, which is pretty difficult. But yeah, I mean, Prismatics changes it up so much. You know, you might have an early Smolder, does have the over 9,000 as well, so you can get the extra bonus stacks, which can stack over time, which is going to be great, whether it's HP or AD. But yeah, Prismatic Ordnance to start things off, it means that things like Protagonist might come out again. We saw it in the last series with Protagonist, with the Zakira augment being very strong.
Mous has a hard choice here between upper mobility, one of the fast line augments in the Prismatic meta. We saw it so often with Boombot's last set, and we're seeing it now here from Mous. We'll see what comp he ends up going for. For now, has a very strong setup with Battle Academia with the Protector Rakan, 2 copies already, and the Katarina. He is popping anvils already, so maybe starting to look at other options. I'm very curious what line he goes in terms of fast 8, fast 9. You really only get the value from the augment if you end up going 9, basically.
2 interesting spots here as well. At what cost? But another Protagonist, this time the Kennen being another very powerful hero augment. We already saw how strong Zac was in the previous series. Kennen also can be very powerful. And as you mentioned, Panda, with it being component anvils as well, it makes it that little bit easier to try and hit your best in slot items for these hero augments. And already thought Bao is going to be in a very comfortable position, is going to feel very confident about this game.
For Kennen, you usually want Rageblade and JG Guardbreaker, for example, or Striker's Flail is usually considered best in slot, I would say, for Kennen. And this essentially means that you already have one best in slot item right away. The amount of times that you play for a very structured, non-flexible comp like a hero augment is, and you just don't hit the right components on Krugs or on Wolves, and you're winning in the early stages of the game because you're very strong, so you're not having priority on Carousel. It's a nightmare, basically, and everyone on Fnatic knows what items to greed for you to not hit your best in slot, but the component anvils on TF Encounter really help with this.
Manazane with Infinity Edge. Normally seen the Manazane with something like the the Karma and the Yumi, but could potentially be looking at Caitlyn reroll as a
Varus
potential.
is also a very strong
Varus,
Manazane
okay.
user. We're obviously in 2-2, so a little
very
bit,
early on,
a
but-
little bit far away from fielding a
I
Varus.
can see Caitlyn being pretty well though, because it's obviously her ability is just very powerful, and you can just quickly get a second one straight away as well. So that could be very nice to try and snipe the back line. But a lot of interesting augments, of course. Prismatics, we always mentioned, that can just make the game so wild and so free with how much that you can get there. Something like Odd Commit as well, also going to be very strong. But Crystal Gambit opener for Armor Truck will have to make sure that hopefully he doesn't get griefed by his teammates like in the last series. But
Really not.
Can be a big possibility here to try and potentially look for that 210 cash out, which I think a lot of players are looking for that Spatula +1.
Ooh, Haruru also a very interesting setup. For now, Dawn Core onto
Dawn Core.
this Katarina. It is a strong option. It essentially starts becoming a Beyblade. You have to give her some amount of damage, though, is the one thing that you have to consider. But it can be a very, very strong setup for Haruru as well. It's very strong with Rising Chaos Syndra, for example, as well. It's strong with GP. So, I mean, Dawn Core is a pretty good item in the current reroll meta.
Yeah, one of her strongest artifacts for sure. I mean, she can be very, very powerful and keep spinning around. Of course, you have the Edge of Night, which is also going to be very powerful as well to make sure that she can toggle aggro, she make sure she doesn't get focused. And then you need something like a Had of Justice as well, making sure that she has the extra healing, as you mentioned, extra damage as well. Obviously not going to be as powerful right now as a 1-star, but we haven't really seen Katarina performing too well in the tournament so far. I think that a lot of players were understanding that it's pretty nice to be able to position against, and it can be difficult to try and hit as well.
Bensack, some extra tech here with the component anvil. You can pop it right before the carousel comes up, and you have more information around completing a full item, a full best in slot item, by knowing what you're going to get on the carousel and then knowing what component to match alongside of it.
Definitely very nice. We see the other augments as well coming on through for these players.
A lot of artifacts.
A couple of Living Forge.
At what cost? Very strong for Ironbog. Going to really bully the rest of the lobby in terms of damage dealt. And then we'll see. I mean, it seems like Clash Wolves likes to take their risks, right? We're seeing Call to Chaos working out for YYDM in game 1. At what cost now? We'll see what the random augment pick is going to be on 3-2 and on 4-2 for Ironbog. Bensack has a Radiant Rageblade Smolder already set up here, and I think this could be the game plan for Bensack going forward. Has the GP as well, though. He is considering. He will hold it at the very least. If he naturals a GP2, surely.
Do you swap it?
I don't know what everyone on his team is playing yet. I think right now you can kind of index into the Monster Trainer, get the level ups basically on the takedowns, and then identify your spot at 3-2 and then start to decide if you want to take the risk and then regret not playing GP, or if you just want to go for the meta line.
As long as it doesn't ruin your econ, but I think with the, as you mentioned, with the monster levels, but also the over 9,000 stacking as well, it can be a possibility. If you find like a Smolder 2, it can stabilize your board pretty well. Smolder 1 doesn't do a crazy amount of damage, but I think with that Radiant Rageblade is definitely going to help him out as well. In terms of the HP totals, Ironbog still on that win streak, as you mentioned, with at what cost as well. He's going to help out with his levels, but of course, he won't be able to pick his other augments, so he's not really going to be able to see what's going on. But Armor Truck now deciding to double down again, going to be very strong to make sure that he keeps this loss streak as well, and then he can try and look, like I said, I think the big one is like 210, where you can get the Spatula, and then from that you can kind of play flexible. Actually, already has a, is that right? Already has a Spatula.
I believe he made, oh no, I think it is right.
Not too sure if that's someone else or if that's
there was
him.
3 spatulas picked up on the carousel, and he did get 1 emblem from his augment, so yeah, that is right. He has Protect Emblem for now. And if that's the case, I'm a little bit surprised. I guess he doesn't want to commit right now to Crystal Gambit, but there is the idea that when playing Crystal Gambit, if you have an emblem for it, you can field 2 Crystal Gambit units, 1 unit that you don't care about, that you essentially just want to use as a unit that can potentially kill 1 unit at the very least to save some HP. And then as the fight starts up, if you are going to lose by a lot, you slam the emblem on the unit, you kill some units ideally, some opponent's units, and you lose that fight. If you are winning, because the opponents from Flash Wolves are sacking to make sure you can't cash out, you don't slam the emblem, and you just essentially delay your cash out by 1 round, but you keep the stack going, basically. So it's basically ungriefable. At least you have 6 turns to do 4 losses, basically. So.
I guess it kind of depends if you're okay with, like you said, delaying it as well, because you're going to delay the cash out, you're going to delay that spike that you need. You might lose a little bit more HP. It's probably a lot more safer to play, but it can be a little bit riskier in terms of your HP.
If you put it in at 2-1, it's fine. If you put it in any later, that's where it becomes dicey, because then you're starting to sack 4-1 before your cash out, and you're not able to do the cash out on Wolves to then have that much more time to pivot and to stabilize on 4-1.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because it could be a very interesting board, and one of the times that we could see the 7 Crystal Gambit, which pretty much turns it into a win streak. Win streak trait, being able to get so many cash outs, you can get artifacts from it, you can get gold, you can get units, so definitely a very interesting spot with already 1 spatula and could potentially get another spatula and could make a crown as well. So plenty of positions that these players can put themselves in. They're not completely committed, but one player that is committed is Kabao out on this Kennen right now as a few away from that Kennen 3-star, but of course doesn't need to roll because has the protagonist, so he's going to get one every single round.
Yeah, once away for tempo, we're seeing Bensak has indeed pivoted to Gangplank, and it's only a Gangplank 1 for now. Gangplank 2 holding Katarina's, understanding that someone from Flash Wolves is going to be rolling Katarina 3. So going to just try and hold his Katarina for now, while also increasing the odds of him finding key 2-costs like GP, like the Kabuko with some Katarinas out of the pool. And we do see a Katarina being held by Armor Truck as well. So a unified griefing effort from Fnatic in this game number 2, understanding that they have to, yet again, try and send one player 8th. And Alan was mentioning on the analyst desk, we need to find a win condition player.
Yes.
Armor Truck says, you know what? I raise my hand, I sacrifice myself, I volunteer yet again. This time trying to go down a more secure win condition, which is the Crystal Gambit cash out if he makes it that far.
I would say normally going for Fast 9 would be normally a win condition as well in of itself, but maybe not just in this meta, in this patch right now. But overall,
it's happening. The true thematic Kennen hero augment into Tesla coil.
The Lightning Israel.
There's 3 essential kind of like Pokemons in this set. Kennen is the 4th one apparently because he will be zapping everyone. We do see the Crystal Gambit emblem. We are seeing 5 Crystal Gambit played, so Armor Truck apparently not scared of his cash out being broken. 2 more rounds left to go for this cash to be as spicy as possible. And he does have a heavyweight emblem slammed as well. Or no, this is from the flexible, rather. So he didn't slam this. He just came into his comp. Doesn't really fit too well with the Crystal Gambit as a whole when it comes to the stable comp on level 8. You can add a Kabuka, though. It's going to be good. Actually, no, you're playing Udyr already for Ashe, for Juggernauts, and Duelist. So
yeah.
Not ideal.
It might be a little bit difficult to fit in, but I think already having that Crystal Gambit +1, as I mentioned, trying to potentially go for the 7 Crystal Gambit. But as I mentioned, if you go for 7, if you go for another spatula, if you can get one from the cash out, and you get 2 Crystal Gambit,
this guarantees that you have 7, which is
exactly, yeah. Because at the moment he still needs to hit a Zyra to be able to get the 7 Crystal Gambit, which can be a little bit difficult, especially when you lose streaking. You don't have that much money to kind of input in terms of XP. You want to roll down to make sure you save that HP after you get the cash out.
We saw a Wild Wild West showdown there between Bensak and the Katarina player, where you look at the Katarina's player bench, he has 4 GPs. You look at Bensak's bench, he has 3 Katarinas. You're like, you know what? Unless you sell, I'm not selling. Really spicy game 2 starting to come together. Armor Truck, we're mentioning, Crystal Gambit has a very, very high chance of winning this game if he stabilizes. Up to finding the Zyra with 2 Crystal Gambit emblems. He has 7 Crystal Gambit, which is just an insane power spike in terms of just full-on stats on your board. 500 HP to all Crystal Gambit units, and I think it's 35% damage amp for the numbers that were added on after the B patch, making it a very strong win condition comp if you can make it that far. Battle Academy emblem for Aruru here.
Yep.
Playing around, obviously, the vertical Battle Academy, which is a more traditional build for Katarina. Able to fit 7 Battle Academy plus the Rise on level 7, which is a big deal, obviously.
Really big. Another big deal as well is holding them Gangplanks on the bench. Hasn't been able to find the Katarina too, unfortunately, because we know the Katarinas are being held, but same with the Gangplanks. The Gangplanks are also being held. So we're seeing now that these 3-2 roll downs are not only to play aggressive in terms of making your board stronger, but also making it so you can deny a lot more units as well. You can pick up the Gangplanks, you can pick up the Katarinas as well, making it so important.
There's no Ashe. There is a Poppy for Ironbog. Could be very interesting. He's not really close to the first pick. There's a Yuumi as well for the Battle Academy players. So some really strong pickups here. Karma as well for YYDM, who I believe is going for Sorgs. That is the case here as well. So we're seeing 3 Fast 8 players again from Flash Wolves. why Ironbog actually with At What Cost, I think, not sure if on purpose or just due to his natural shops, playing into Star Guardian makes so much sense because they have both AP and AD carry. So when you can't choose your second and third augments, having the flexibility, having comp that can maybe benefit both AD and AP, and it's just a very flexible comp as a whole, is actually a very good idea, where you can fit so many different side traits to pair along with a vertical.
They get the cash out in the end. Couldn't quite see what number the cash out was. I don't think it was quite as high as what he was hoping for, but I don't think you can really double down. How you say it? Double down with the.
You can't do it now. You can only do it once. So
yeah.
that's going to be the end of the game.
It's a bit
or the
difficult.
end of the cash out for Armor Truck.
It's slamming Rage Blade though, so I think he actually is going to go for the Ash. Yeah.
I mean,
just committed with the +1 as well.
Talking about plenty of wing condition. This is the wing condition. You can't pivot out of this. I mean, you're locked in. Once you start the process, you do not get out of this. The only question is, do you have an easy game where you find a Zyra on your level 8 roll down? Considering he's on level 7, 30 gold, I'm not too sure that's going to happen. Looks like he's very far away econ-wise. Or do you find a harder game where you're forced to stabilize on 5 Crystal Gambits and then slowly make your way up to that Zyra?
Does he have double Crystal Gambit actually?
He might. It could be a delay in the HUD. So I will, it looks like there's a delay on the HUD.
Wow, no, it is. He has 2.
It is 2, so never mind.
That's huge.
Zyra not
Don't
needed.
need a Zyra.
He will have Crystal Gambits pretty much for free the moment he finds the Ash. And that is a very big deal. For this comp, around stability, you're looking at a few key units outside of the Crystal Gambit units. That's going to be Cassante for Protector, although in this case we have a Protector emblem, so not really going to fit as well. You're looking at Udyr especially because he pairs 2 synergies. Duelist for Ashe, who is going to be your main carry for the comp, as well as Juggernaut alongside Vi. And then pretty much any 5 cost will fit. You can eventually upgrade the Udyr into Lee Sin. You can fit a Zyra obviously onto the board. TF is going to be a great Duelist emblem carrier, which is one of the possible cash outs you get from the kill streaks you end up going when you have 7 Crystal Gambit in. So we needed a win condition for Fnatic, and we have one. Armor Truck yet again stepping up to the plate.
I haven't looked at Bensak's board for a while as well, but Bensak, 100 HP still as well, is on that nice streak. Is going to carry on that win streak as well, with that Gangplank being, of course, so powerful as what we know as well. Bronze for Life in there to give you extra bit of damage, as well as Stretchy Arms and the Radiant version of that Rage Blade. So we have Bensak on a win streak, who's in a very strong spot. We have Armor Truck, of course, on that loss streak, but we know he has a really strong win-out condition as well. So it looks like, again, that, you know, coming into stage 4, Fnatic look like they're in a very strong position, but it's kind of at this stage of the game where things kind of fall apart for them and they can't find their ways to try and win out these lobbies. But I feel like it's a lot easier this time around. It's a lot easier to execute this time around in terms of the compositions and in terms of where they can look to try and win out.
The big question is, does YYDM stabilize? 31 HP. He does have
last game.
he maybe has enough gold, I believe, with the loss streaks to end up rolling on 4-1. If he, like Ironbog, misses the Karma 2, misses the key upgrades for the Stork board, he might be going 8th because he's just not going to be strong enough to survive the stage 4 with the reroll players hitting and the other fast 8 players hitting their 2+ carries. So. And secondly, does Ironbog hit the right augment? He has a completely random final augment. It could work with his game plan, it could not. He's playing now for a vertical Star Guardians with Nico 3 as main tank, and it's looking pretty good for now. Has 7 Nikos already on this roll down. He is level 8, so not stuck on level 7. 8 Nikos, 1 away, while also holding Ashes to deny the 7 Crystal Gambit from Armor Truck. Great roll down and great play from Ironbog. Finalizes his main tank.
Lesser Dupe is going to be the option. We do have to wait for the next round to see what his final augment is going to be, but a very unique composition that we don't really see too much. But as you mentioned, that's kind of flexibility that what you need with At What Cost, because if you get some sort of AD augment to end things off, or something that doesn't really fit your board, if you're committed to a certain line, then it can be a little bit difficult. But in the end right now, Ari, you trying to do enough damage. Nico 3, not considered one of the best frontline tanks, you know, compared to someone like Mundo and the Juggernauts, but can definitely help. And especially with that second chance power up, you can help out with even more frontline with the target dummy.
Unfortunately, he goes for the huge upgrade, rolls to 0, and then hits his teammates on the matchup.
That's pretty good.
Not bad. Not bad at all for this Nico by a lot of time. Haruru finds the GP3 while playing Katarina reroll. What is going on? Surely you pivot this board. I mean, you kind of can't, but you kind of should, no? It's a GP3.
I mean, you might as well.
What is going on?
I've never seen that before, ever.
This is insane.
I mean, surely you just use a Dawn Core on the GP, right? And surely you just put it all in. And
Ironbog has 2 more GPs. I mean, GP3 is not being hit by an actual GP player in this lobby, that's for sure.
You just keep it on your bench for the rest of the game?
We have to check Armatruck's board to see if he's hit the Ashe. We have to check YYDM's board as well to see what his roll has looked like.
Still on a loss streak as
These
well.
are both players that are on 2 lives now in stage 4. There
has
not been an Ashe, but there's a Zyra, which, I mean, it doesn't quite allow you to itemize an Ashe, which is what you were going for, but you have a TF as well, so this will take these attack speed items and will use them to great benefit. The question is your front line strong enough? You've added in a Poppy with the heavyweight emblem you got from Flexible. Is this enough to stabilize in stage 4 to slowly get more and more snowballing kills here?
Yep. Bensek, I believe, removed items as well from the Gangplank, so making sure that the Crystal Gambit can win now. And again, this is the big thing that people need to understand is like with Crystal Gambit, you want to lose streak when you have 3 or 5 Crystal Gambit, but when you hit 7, it's all about the win streak. It's all about trying to get as many kills as possible.
And Potable mentioned it with Aegis. They moved on to the playoffs by doing exactly this. Lides hit 7 Crystal Gambit, and the rest of his team allowed him to get free wins and to get snowballing loot from the trade itself to then become strong enough to win all by himself without any training wheels online.
Doesn't have a lot of gold.
It's just about buying time, really. With this setup where you have either an Ashe or a TF that is scaling the Rage Blade, all you need is frontline. Crystal Gambit gives a lot of HP, obviously, but you want to have the 2-star upgrades to make the best use of that. Armor Truck's starting to look very, very scary. And Bensek, you can start giving up on the GP3. Just a little tempo action instead, potentially.
He still has it on his bench.
I mean, Bensek is also not playing very fair. He has 4 Katarinas as well here.
It's just a game of holding, isn't it, really? I mean, every single player on on both teams at the moment are just holding each other's units. No one can hit 3 stars. It's just a 3-star Rakan, which, to be honest, is a pretty decent 3-star to hit, especially with Unstoppable as well, and can be pretty annoying. The Katarina 2 proving worthy as well, with Dawncore being one of her strongest artifacts. And of course, the only other 3-star as well is that Kennen, potentially trying to go for the 4-star as well. But I don't think I've ever seen in a game of 4v4 in Teamfight Tactics where you are sitting on your bench with a 3-star 2-cost Denian. That is a lot of gold.
Zyra on the carousel for Arma Truck, but YYDN says, I am definitely not asleep. I am wide awake and giga focused. I will not allow you to take this Zyra for free to hit that 2-star upgrade on the 5-cost Crystal Gambit Legendary.
And YYDM as well, we see with the reinforcement, it was able to use the, I believe that's a Shadow Clone as well. I don't think that's 6 copies of Karma, but
it's
just a Shadow Clone, with the HUD. But
so he made it.
was really strong. Yeah, he hit it.
The player we were scared about. We saw Ironbog in a worse position, not hitting the Karma until very late. So many Karmas being held by Fnatic in game 1. In this case, it looks like both YYDM and Arma Truck, the lose streak risk players who are playing for a win, or at least a top 4, have both hit and stabilized.
And again, I feel like it's a big thing in this tournament as well, where people and players are taking augments to guarantee that you can hit your units. Normally you want something with combat instead of reinforcement because it might be kind of difficult, but reinforcement, as you mentioned, kind of pretty much guarantee. It doesn't 100% guarantee, but it pretty much guarantees that you're going to get that 2-star Karma, which hopefully should stabilize your board, as we see on the other side, YYDM coming up against Yoroi.
Unstoppable here is going to be huge for the Poppy. I think that was a pickup in the end from Yoroi. He is cooking here. Still Caitlyn, but he has a Varus pair, one in the shop, one on the bench. It's going to be hard to pivot out of this Battle Academy setup that he has now, and he is still losing fights here. This is the more risky and flexible and creative position from Fnatic. We'll see if Yoroi can pull things together.
Arma Truck still winning. We saw glimpse there as well of Arma Truck still winning. Hopefully is at the point maybe where he can get more gold and potentially try and look to get some artifact anvils online. But this Karma board is so powerful, as I mentioned, with reinforcement. It kind of guarantees that you're going to get that Karma 2-star on the backline. The Radiant Death Cap as well is just dishing out so much damage, which of course gets shared as well with the Shadow Clone. So you're dishing so much damage on either side. Your front line is pretty tanky as well. You'd probably much rather prefer Ryzen. I'm seeing a lot of players do this. They just put the Ryzen in the front line as well, which is
this is something to learn for our viewers at home. If your Sorcerer frontline is dying too soon and Karma doesn't have time to deal her damage, Ryze is not doing much without an emblem. Just add him to the front line. He'll tank a little bit. He'll buy some aggro, buy some time for Karma. Although Yasuo maybe does not agree, he's targeting Karma. He targets her again. She's down to half health. She's down, but GP, can he clutch up all by himself? The second Karma comes through, and the Shadow Clone showing why it's so effective as a power-up.
Yeah, splitting the damage as well, I think, is very important, because for Karma, you could put 2 of the Shadow Clones on one side, but the benefit you get from spreading it on either side is you can try and kill on either side, and also it makes it very difficult to position against as well. Normally, you want the Karma to, if you're playing defensively against it, you want to try and put the Mundo there on the huge tank, and it means Karma doesn't spread her damage. And it's very difficult to position when there's 2 Karmas. There's one on one side of the board and one on the other side as well. So great positioning there for the Karma able to beat the Gangplank.
My biggest concern here is Armatruck looking great. Congrats to you. You pulled it off. You're looking like you're in a snowballing position with Crystal Gambit. Clemu, 3 loss streak. Yoroi, dicey game plan with the Manazane IE combo.
Yeah.
Bensak, 5 loss streak. What are these other players going to do in stage 5 to stabilize and to be the support squad that Armatruck needs to make this a Fnatic victory and to force a game 3?
It looks like for Clemu is going to be going to level 9. Doesn't even have the Yuumi 2 yet, but realizes that if he potentially goes to level 9, has that Seraphine on the board already, so can get that 5 Prodigy online to try and help this Yuumi cast some more. Does have the Poppy 2-star on the front line because hasn't hit the Leona either, so we talk about trying to hit some of these 4 costs and guarantee hitting these 4 costs like YYDM has. As for Clemu, hasn't hit his 4 cost 2-star, so it's a very, very tough spot.
16 HP, could be 1 life if it's a blowout. He is facing Bensak, who is on a 5 loss streak as well. He was, of course, the GP player. Maybe Poppy can do enough here with the Yasuo being stunned at the beginning and potentially at the end, but no, all of a sudden the Yasuo and GP both clawing their way towards the Yuumi in the back line. It could be a 16 HP loss with how lopsided this was.
Team kill. No.
1 HP and a dream. 15 HP was dealt there, so
Does Armatruck also lose? Armatruck lost as well. That's really surprising. I mean, he does have 50 gold, but Armatruck now also on 1 HP.
He is getting loot here. It's just a component anvil.
This is looking really tough as
he
well.
He has to go
for
9
Arma.
here. It's barely going to be enough to roll. Jarvan might be the ad. Just completely ignores it.
Yeah, I mean, not finding the Ash 2 is really unfortunate here. I mean, not even finding the Twisted Fate 2 as well. Uses one of the lesser duplicators to try and get more gold. That's the Twisted Fate, but
this is awkward.
you have nothing else to really...
You sell the Jace. You sell the Jace here.
Oh, you just sell the Ash. I'm not too sure what he's sold there.
Oh, he's playing 4 heavyweight, that's why. TF2, Poppy 2, are they going to be enough as the de facto carries in this Crystal Gambit setup for Armatruck? He's facing the strongest comp in the game right now, protagonist Kennen. 9,000 volts. Is it going to be stronger than a 7 Crystal Gambit? Double cash out. TF is scaling. This is where he shines at 2-star. Kennen is brought in by the Indomitable. Swain says, come here. Little zapper and big win for Armatruck.
Clemu, though, unfortunately dropping in 8th place. So Armatruck, as you mentioned, in a strong spot, but we know that Armatruck can be one of these win-outs now. You know, with him defeating the Kennen, we thought Kennen could also be a win-out as well. But I think with Armatruck, if he can keep on getting these extra items, the extra artifact anvils as well, the Indomitable doing a great job to help out there. But other than that, you know, the other Fnatic members need to make sure they all don't go bottom 4, which can be a strong possibility.
And for Clemu, I mean, upper mobility, I just don't think there's a strong and stable enough Fast 9 game plan in this meta.
Yeah.
Especially not Yuumi to play for upper mobility, where once you get to 9 and you hit, you're stable. It's not the case. It's sometimes for Yuumi. And we see there the 8th place for Clemu.
Bensak, though.
Bensak has hits, it looks like, despite the GP3 hold. Ironball could be taken down and will be taken down. This is a very big win for Fnatic, especially if Ironball gets sent 7th and no one else from Fnatic dies. Does Armatruck win his fight? That is the big question here. Ironball is down.
Armatruck? Looks like he lived.
Is winning.
And YYDM.
Win streak now for Armatruck, and it matters so much because Armatruck, the more fights he wins, every amount of loot he's getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and it's more and more likely he will win the entire lobby outside of something absolutely crazy happening from Flash Wolves.
I think the difficulty now is, though, that I believe, it's going to be a situation when Armatruck might come up against one of the other Fnatic members. I can't remember exactly who it was, who was right above him, but is also down to 1 life as well. So eventually, them 2 players are going to come up against each other as well. So I think it's going to come down to, what that's going to be. I mean, he's still got the GP3 on the bench, by the way. Is that even worth it at this point? Like, he's already hit GP3, so what's the plan here? What?
Recombobulator, 4th augment.
Stage 6-2. Heard it here first.
I think for me right now, the scary position is Yoroi. he has to really try and dodge the bottom 4. He's on 8 HP, he's on 1 life.
That's the play I was talking
so
about.
So is YYDM.
It's down to
Bensack has
Armatruck as well.
enough HP to buffer and maybe finish 3rd, which is maybe enough if Armatruck wins the entire thing.
Oh, this is a big fight.
YYDM versus Yoroi, direct matchup between 2 teams. Both players on 1 life. Caitlyn, can she sneak in a shot onto the Karma? She's aiming, but
Gwen's
there's a
in the
unit
way.
in the way. Get down, Mr. President. Gwen tanks the hit with Edge of Night. Caitlyn is now down, and Yoroi is also going to be going down. Only the Cassante left alive. And YYDM clutches it up for Flash Wolves.
And it could be over right now if Armatruck also loses, but it seems like Armatruck is still alive as well. So this game is still pretty open. We can see that Armatruck can still have the possibility of winning out this lobby. Bensack as well also has a possibility of winning out this lobby with the GP3 as well. So Fnatic still have a chance. I think it's all going to come down to matchmaking now, because if Bensack goes against Armatruck, you have to make sure that Armatruck doesn't win by too much, because then Bensack's also going to go down to 1 life as well. So it comes down to
We've had situations where
yeah.
the Giga Strong player, like Armatruck with Crystal Gambit, sacks a little bit too much and dies.
Ooh.
So we have to hope that doesn't happen. You can't kind of go too far onto the Razor's Edge. We are seeing Armatruck versus Kebabao now. Kennen yet again versus Crystal Gambit. Can Armatruck deal as many big blows as possible? That is the big thing. Deal massive amounts of player damage to all of Flash Wolves to try and guarantee Bensack and him finish in the top 4.
Looks like Armatruck is doing enough for now as well. He's able to get a Luchador +1 as well. So if he can get a potential Brom 2 on the board as well. Not enough damage though, unfortunately, for Armatruck.
It's impossible. I think he was too healthy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was pretty close to be fair.
It would have to be like Aurora bringing in units from last set to deal more damage for that to come.
It was pretty close. I mean, look at the HP totals now. You know, when we're going into stage 6 now, YYDM 3 HP, Armatruck on a 4 win streak, but it's down to 4 HP, Kebabao on 5 HP, Bensack on 5 HP. We could have a situation where both the Fnatic players and both the Flash Wolves players come up against each other, and it might come down to something else as...
It might come down to Armatruck having to identify exactly what items he can remove if he faces Bensack to knock him out with as little HP as possible, so that he finishes in... Oh, never mind. Okay, Kebabao's down already. It is going to be a top 4 position for both Bensack and for Armatruck. If Armatruck is expected to be the victor here, it should be just a top 3 that's required for Bensack as a GP player.
Could be really important now. The Gwen 2 online is really important. Extra items and trying to find something. I think the problem with YYDM at the moment is the front line is a little lacking, as Haruru actually benching all of his units and does come up against YYDM as well, so it does mean that he can do it. Whereas on the other side is Bensack versus Armatruck, so one of the Fnatic players are going down.
No items have been removed here. Is GP strong enough to get enough unit kills? It looks like it's a very big sweep here. Bensack will be going down in that 4th place position.
This is a really tough position for both these players at the moment. Of course, Armatruck's still on that win streak as well. Gonna have that possibility of maybe trying to win out. We have artifacts across the board. We have a bunch of prismatics just warping the lobby so much as well to see what the possibility is. But for Katarina, I mean, the GP at least has been sold now, which is a great sign. So GP can really can go now because there's nothing else to worry about. But yeah, could come down to this.
What a strange setup holding that GP3 as a Katarina reroll player in the end. We're looking at YYDM, who has survived. He was a player coming to stage 4 with 30 HP. He's made it all the way into this later part of the stage 5. Facing off against Haruru now. Hitting the Radiant Rabadons, hitting that Shadow Clone was so relevant. We're seeing another big win for YYDM, guaranteeing a spot in the top 2 now.
Armatruck as well, though, should be also winning. So I think it's going to come down to Armatruck and YYDM. Actually, no, it's a double kill. YYDM, wait, he lost to a ghost, did he?
Armatruck goes down with 7 Crystal Gambit to this Karma board, which I cannot imagine how that must have happened, how the damage must have come through from Karma to burst one side of the front line. Maybe the front line was not strong enough, but Flash Wolves, another dominant win. Armatruck yet again, just a few steps away from getting that win that Fnatic needed so much. A dominant 2-0 win in this Group C elimination match series in this day 2. Very clean play from Flash Wolves, very dominant on all of the conditional comps. We're seeing Kennen Hero augment, we're seeing YYDM both times playing a high risk, high reward game plan and stabilizing both times on stage 4 under different conditions. All in all, very impressive play from all of Flash Wolves coming into this day 2.
Incredible. I mean, both our faces were in shock. You know, if there was a camera, they would have seen the shock of our faces with that one, with somehow Armor Truck losing right at the end as we take a look at the highlights. But I love just how much flexibility there is down though that these players are starting to come across. You know, there's benching happening as well, of course, making sure this fight in general was a really, really huge fight. For Haruru benching his Rakan 3, his Katarina 3, making sure he stay alive as well. But yeah, misery for Armor Truck, unfortunately, and for Fnatic, because they are right there as well. The Crystal Gambit was there. It was the first game as well. They were so close. They were within touching distance of being able to win this, get at least one of these games.
And we will be hearing from our players on the stage after such a high intensity match. Let's hear with our interview coming up.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm standing by with Haruru of Flash Wolves, who just secured the dub. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First things first, yesterday you put up such a huge fight, couldn't clutch up the victory, and then you make your debut here on the main stage at the Esports World Cup, and you get it done in 2. How did you maintain composure this time around?
就昨天你们对战的推斯曼的时候，就是惜败了嘛。虽然打得很接近，但是败下阵来。但是今天呢，你们走到主舞台上面，就非常强悍的2比0拿下了对手。就想问你，现在你们是怎么做到这一点的呢？就是你们如何保持你们的这个士气，然后在主舞台上面发挥得如此好的？
就是因为昨天呢，我们真的差一点点惜败，所以每个小失误其实都是影响关键。那我们今天就把我们所有的沟通、摆位以及血量的控制全部把它做好，那细节起来，那主舞台又让我们更加激起我们的斗志，所以顺利的赢下来。
Indeed, we lost yesterday in a very, very close series, and we feel like, we lost due to minor details, minor mistakes, things like positioning, things like the amount of health that we need to be controlling at, and all this stuff, and team communication as well. So those were the areas that we really focused on in terms of improving, and today I think we executed perfectly.
You absolutely did, and it just goes to show you did fix a lot of those problems coming into today on the main stage. I've got to ask, we haven't done this with any of the players yet, but what do you think, and are you enjoying the new meta here for TFT?
那也想问一下，就是现在这个新的版本，新的这第15赛季，就想问你，你们目前在享受它吗？你觉得有什么地方比方说要改的吗？
要改，强化果实是一个很好的，其实让玩家可以发挥很多的创意以及组合，去让游戏变得不会枯燥，而且非常的多变。那当然平衡的部分有些过强的，像大家这版本的导致钢普一样，如果可以平衡一点的话，可以有些阵容更百花齐放，会更好一点。
We're definitely enjoying the new patch, the new season, and we feel like the power snacks are definitely, like a great addition, and it makes things a lot more interesting. A lot of heroes, a lot of champions, a lot of units become much more powerful. However, in terms of balance, there's room for improvement, and I think that if a few certain overpowered champions can be toned down a little bit, I think it can allow a lot more different varieties and different lineups to shine.
Well, there's definitely room for improvement with your rematch against Twisted Minds. Like we've already discussed, it went the distance. It was an absolute nail-biter yesterday. In the next matchup, how can you ensure that you beat them this time around?
那今天你们这边战胜之后呢，你们下一场又要再次对战 Twisted Minds， 就想问你，而且明天下一场呢就是一场背水之战了，就是一场淘汰赛了，就想问你，你们这边准备怎么个调整去重新面对 Twisted Minds 战队呢？
在昨天这么接近的情况下，我们相信只要把我们昨天的小失误全部改进的话，明天应该是顺利可以赢下。
Well, considering that our last matchup against them was already a very close series, and like I said before, it was really decided based on like the minor mistakes that we made, like all the little details. So as long as we make sure that we don't make the same mistakes, as long as we make sure that we execute perfectly, we should be able to win this.
Can't wait to see it. Just have a quick look over here. The key crusher is waiting for you. Are you ready to crush your first key?
后面就是那个碾压钥匙的那个机器，就想问你，你已经准备好去碾压你第一个钥匙了吗
当然，这是最期待的部分了。
Absolutely, this is what I've been waiting for.
Ah, that's what I love to hear. We cannot wait to watch you do it. Flash Wolves progress here at the Esports World Cup, and a key crush is imminent.
And with that, Fnatic is knocked out of the competition. A very clean 2-0 from the side of Flash Wolves, recovering very well from that game yesterday against Twisted Minds. And you know what? They get to crush that key, as they very much were looking forward to.
It's been an absolutely joy to see they finally locked in. The final pretty much few matchups were crucial, where we've seen Bao sell his full board to intentionally lose to the creeps. So Fnatic doesn't have a free round against Ghost, and it forced them to have a matchmaking against each other, which was guaranteed pretty much one of them to be out. And they needed to have one free placements to win this one, and by the Flash Wolves move, it guaranteed them to be at most 1-4, which would not be enough to lock out the series.
Yeah, I think it's a representation of how far the 4v4 format has come overall, that our teams are doing this now on the regular, that they've got the level of understanding that they can be playing a regular game of TFT 4v4, but finding those opportunities to sneak through victories, and even in games which look like Fnatic were much, much better than before.
Yeah, that also highlights just the difference when it comes to free-for-all against 4v4 and how a lot more strategy and thinking and teamwork and communication genuinely makes part of these games, and it makes or breaks teams, and unfortunately in Fnatic's case it breaks their key.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan that Fnatic made the Armatrack here their win-out player, and they made their hard work pretty much to allow him to scale off to the later stages of the game. They gave up their HP, they were removing for him on stage 4 when he wasn't strong enough, but at the end the problem was the rest of the team wasn't strong enough, and they gave up too much HP early, so he couldn't essentially do it even if he wins.
Well, I mean, I think that illustrates the whole thing, isn't it? You know, from the Flash Wolves side of things, they were refining their strategies down to a fine point, whereas with Fnatic we're seeing they are improving leaps and bounds game by game, but there's only so much room for them here in the EWC to get better as a team.
Yeah, and unfortunately their time here is up, which means that they don't have an opportunity to learn even further, but it's really great to see the improvement that they were able to make in such a period of time. Flash Wolves, however, they've also made an improvement. They've also shown up better on the day, and that's great for them because they need to take these learnings and move that forward into their next match that's going to be against Twisted Minds again.
It was an absolute joy to watch not only individual skill from the Flash Wolves, but also the team play. I think it was honestly the most flawless game I've seen so far at EWC.
No, absolutely. It was incredible to be part of the casting team for that one. I think people couldn't get more excited. I saw Sandstorm storming the stage because they just wanted to be closer to that game.
It was a great game performance from Flash Wolves, and they should very much congratulate themselves and be happy, but they can't rest just yet because of what is in the future. But they do hold on to live and fight another day. They are still in this lower bracket. Pressure is still on them. But if this is how they perform when they're under pressure, tomorrow should be very exciting.
Yeah, but there's still key crushing upon them. That's a very exhausting activity. And yeah, before they crush in the next day Twist Minds, they have to crush Fnatic's key still.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. I think it's kind of, we saw how excited he was to get that underway. I think, honestly, getting a chance to, to officially send someone else out of the tournament, to potentially, I have to think at this point, you're going to be taking that key and putting it into your trophy later on if you get the opportunity to do so. This was such a meaningful win and a huge step forwards.
Yeah, but what do you think has been the biggest improvement then from when we're seeing Flash Wolves yesterday into today? What if you could pinpoint a specific change that they have implemented, what would that be?
I think the individual skill was on point yesterday. However, the team play wasn't there. There were bumps in terms of deciding when to remove, who to remove, and just playing for the team, where it was not the case today. It was literally flawless gameplay in terms of from the stage 2 to throughout the whole game until the end.
Yeah, I think, just the way they were talking about all those small improvements coming in. I honestly think, the kind of stuff we're seeing there, I absolutely agree with you. It feels like they're kind of pushing the bar up for other teams to say, watch how we do 4v4 and learn from us.
Yeah, so they are looking to be pioneering in that regards when it comes to this 4v4, and I love to see the teamwork has been on par. Love to see that the individual skill is still there as well. So it feels like to this extent they do have a little bit of that perfect recipe for success. Unfortunately though, it's still in the lower bracket. They got one more game at least before they qualify, but if they show up in this form tomorrow, it's very promising.
They are extremely greedy team. They go for the high-end comps and high-end arguments. They lean away from like tempo arguments for early. They do not preserve HP. They go for that max greed, and it paid off in those series. We've seen they pretty much outvalued Fnatic twice.
Yeah, and you have to know Twisted Minds are watching very closely as well, because of course one of these two teams will be facing the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah, and they finally get to crush that key, which is what, they were very much looking forward to. Not a hazard this time around. The team's going to be just looking very comfortable. Look at the grin.
Look at the smile. He can't wait to crush it alongside the dreams.
Oh, boy.
Ooh!
Bonk!
Yeah, that was a little loud. Even the players got caught off guard, but that's it. That is another key added to whether it will be the graveyard or the trophy of the winners is something that is remained to be seen. But matter of the fact remains that is another team out of the tournament. And with that, Fnatic has been knocked out of Group C, the first team to be gone. Citadel Gaming is also the first team to be qualified. So that means that tomorrow, Twisted Minds against Flash Wolves determines the final team from Group C that can advance towards the playoffs.
I mean, seeing Citadel here advancing already to playoffs, I think they were considered underdogs. And rocking through the just 2 series straight up to the playoffs is actually quite a surprise.
Yeah, honestly, I wish we got to see that one for ourselves, because the fact they were able to hand that out to Twisted Minds after what we saw before means the best is yet to come.
Absolutely, and that's something that we're going to see in the playoffs. But before we do so, we have a little exit interview with Fnatic now that they have been knocked out of the tournament.
Hey guys, it's Puggy here with BenSec, and unfortunately Fnatic is now done here at EWC for TFT. What was it about set 15 that gave you guys trouble?
Oh, I feel like our preparation was pretty good. We had a rough day one yesterday. Games were a bit unfortunate, and today I feel like we managed to play our game. It was just not perfect. They played really good, especially around the Katarina, and yeah, we're just missing something, and we saw today why we lost, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting group to see how it played out. Citadel actually went 4-0 to make it into the playoff bracket. With you being done, though, what is the next move for you and Fnatic? What do you want to do after this tournament?
I don't know yet. I feel like we're just gonna all take the loss for now, and we'll think about the future in the next few days. But yeah, to talk about Citadel, they were kind of the underdogs, but everybody kept saying they are really good and 4-0, so yeah.
Can I ask you individually, what was more difficult, playing Citadel or playing against Flash Wolves?
I would say against Citadel, the games weren't really as playable as those ones. So I would say against Flash Wolves, I feel like their game plan was really good. So, the high risk, high reward type of play, we knew they were going to play like that. We tried something, didn't work. So I would say Flash Wolves, yeah.
Well, I know a lot of people are waiting for you to get home. Best of luck in the future, and thank you for your performance here at EWC.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much from the side of Fnatic, and it's really good to see that regardless of how this game went, they are taking learnings from this and they're looking to bring those into the future, and maybe that is the next 4v4 tournament, which could be next year, but also for them individually. This has been a good experience, and it seems like they are taking things away from it.
It's extremely important to know how to win and how to lose. Taking this as a lesson is important for the future, but Fnatic might be cursed. Like last year, it was the same result as this one, going out in just 2 series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real big shame, of course. Fnatic, a huge force, in esports. I do think, though, yeah, you're absolutely right. The attitude was there of improvement. I really hope, we're under the Fnatic banner or another, that we get to see these players coming back and showing, their learnings and hopefully continuing to grow stronger and stronger.
But first, we have another game up, and that is our final best of 3 series of today. Another elimination match coming your way with Liquid going up against Rock Esports.
Yeah, this will be very interesting one. Rock Esports having some new addition to the squad. Liquid being pretty much friends all together, being playing for a very long time in their inner secret on the America, and having all around strong roster. However, on day one, they was a bit on the shakier side. So, same as Flash Wolves, I want to see more team improvement.
No, it was very rough, honestly, for both of the teams coming in as of day one. We didn't just see blowouts on both their parts, we saw wipeouts with both the teams going entirely in the bottom 4. So again, we're hoping to see some of those big improvements coming in here with one last chance to stay in the competition.
Yeah, this is do or die for both of these teams as their keys are also on the line, and this is, again, an elimination match. You get one chance here to prove that you are worthy, that you deserve to be in the competition. And so far, it has been the story of the underdogs. There have been a lot of upsets. If Liquid were to bomb out here, would you consider that an upset?
Absolutely. Given that Liquid was considered a strong contender for the whole event, losing to the biggest underdogs, which was pretty much EVO considered by the players, and getting pretty much 1-2-3-4 by the EVO was a big surprise. And I'm just worried that will affect their mental the most, and they won't bring the A game.
Yeah, instead though, we had a catch-up with Rock Esports ahead of their game against Liquid to see what kind of state they are in and whether or not they think this is the game to win.
What's up, guys? It's Puckett here with our translator, Maddox, and we got Dr. O ready to defend his key. It's a big day, too. How do you feel coming into the elimination matches?
오박사 선수 이제 엘리미네이션 매치 이제 남겨두고 있는데 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
어제 지고 시작해가지고 조금 뭐 그렇게 좋은 상황은 아니지만 다 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, we don't feel good because of the lose yesterday, but that being said, we're trying to win this, and we're confident that we're trying to win it.
There's been a lot of upsets in the tournament. Teams like Falcons already knocked out. Do you feel this gives you an opportunity to go deeper in the tournament?
이제 유력 후보였던 팔콘이 또 패배하는 등 여러 가지로 좀 이변이 많이 발생하고 있는데 그럼 이번에야말로 좀 기회가 왔다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
팔콘이 평소에도 잘한다고 생각했는데 이번에 그 갱플랭크 메타가 좀 되면서 좀 약간 변수가 좀 많이 일어나고 있는 것 같아요. 저희도 뭐 그렇게 막 좋은 영향은 아니지만 그냥 우승 한번 해보고 싶다 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
Yeah, Falcons were a very solid team, but that being said, it's been a GP meta now. I don't think they have been adapted to it. So I think there's a lot of open doors to us as well.
I like that final question. You are playing against the Brazilians from Team Liquid. Do you like playing teams from other regions, or do you prefer teams that you've played in the past?
이제 브라질의 팀 리퀴드 상대하게 되실 텐데 혹시 뭐 다른 이렇게 지역과 맞붙는 게 훨씬 더 좋으신지 아니면은 그냥 지역 내에서의 좀 그 팀들과 붙는 게 좀 더 편한지 궁금합니다.
뭐 다른 지역이든 뭐 같은 지역이든 상관없는 것 같습니다. 네, 다 저희가 할 거 잘하면 다 이길 수 있다 생각하기 때문에 다 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
I mean, it doesn't matter of the regions. I think, well, it depends on how we play. So if we stick to our plays, then I think we can win all.
All right, well, paper beats rock, but Liquid's a horse. I don't know how this is going to go.
Rock seeming locked in and ready to go. Looking forward to playing Liquid for this elimination match, as one of them will be sent home today. We have another analyst joining us once again. Stuart, welcome back. When it comes to your opinion on this matchup, so on the expectations that you have for both of these rosters in this game, but in EWC tournament in general, what were they like before yesterday?
I think Team Liquid for me were one of the definitely favorites in this group. I feel like with the kind of the Brazilian super team that came together as well, with so many strong players from Brazil. On the other side, Rock, I think, have a few strong players. You know, it's kind of a mix of a few rosters from last year, which didn't perform very well, unfortunately. But for me, Liquid were on top. But unfortunately, after yesterday, both these teams losing, they only got one more chance.
I mean, you know, for anyone who's unaware, I think the big advantage for Brazil, as well as being, you know, some of the very best Brazilian players, is having the father of Brazilian TFT as, you know, as their coach, as their manager with them. The player who literally brought TFT to popularity in the country is behind them. So I don't think they could be in a better position to pull themselves back from the brink.
Yeah, and this is for the time for both of these teams here to lock in, and we really are expecting Liquid. So far, we're expecting them to at least, you know, make it out of the group stage. So it is, again, a crazy position that we are sitting in where they could be sent home today. And I think they would be joining the ranks of Falcons as well, who were left early from this tournament or kicked out early, so to say. I think that's the better word for it. When it comes to what we've seen from Liquid yesterday specifically and the adaptations that you want them to make for today so that they can actually make it potentially further into this lower bracket or at least into that playoff stage, what are we looking at?
I think for me, yesterday it was down to EVOS really finding that unique edge over Team Liquid. I mean, there were some games where Team Liquid just fell short completely. You know, all four of them players going into the bottom four as well. And I mean, it's the same with EVOS. But I think for Team Liquid, they need to come back really strong in this one. They were focusing a lot on econ augments yesterday. They weren't really focusing a lot on, combat augments. I think in general they need to play more aggressive this time around. We've seen that today it's all been about aggression, trying to hit the 3 stars as early as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of goes without saying that it's not a surprise that all of their games yesterday were really decided around the Gangplank play and who was able to get it to pull off. But I think as a team overall, I certainly expect them to be able to keep the nerve. We've got the sleeper factor from before. We've got so many Worlds appearances across the team overall that, I don't think this is going to necessarily be the most pressure they've ever been under.
And when it comes to Rock Esports, what would be the standout player, the player that will most likely be the ace, the one that we all got to keep our eyes out for when it comes to this matchup against Liquid?
I think it's either Doctor or Panda. I think both of these players are very, very highly rated players, just not only in APAC, but also in the world as well. A lot of players respect them very highly. I think in general, it's a very different roster because they have 1 player from Philippines and 3 from Korea. So there might be a little bit of a language barrier there that could be a huge problem. That could have played into effect yesterday. I do think they were a little bit unlucky yesterday against Wolves. We don't need to remind ourselves about the solo leveling Gangplank in a few games that happened with them, but a little bit unfortunate yesterday, but I think they'll come in with good confidence today.
I mean, I think, you're sometimes a little bit of a victim of the format, given there's so few chances here.
Yeah.
Do you want to highlight Array as well as one of the players who has been doing better for the squad overall in what we've seen so far? So I'm hoping we'll get to see more from them than we've seen so far.
And when it comes to predictions then, I would really like to hear them. They're both here in the lower bracket for a reason, but I'm going to start off with you, Stuart.
I'm going to go 2-1 Liquid Just. I think it's going to be a very, very close series. Just, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's been close of the day.
I'm feeling more like 2-0 for Liquid, but I'm still a believer up until this point. I want to be surprised because honestly, I think it would make for a more entertaining competition, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Rock has got something special for us.
There's not a world where Rock can win, okay? I feel like
Not
our analysts...
this planet.
All right, a little bit of bias here from our analysts, but we are ready to head into our final elimination match of today. Liquid going up against Rock Esports.
One more stop on the way to Elimination Station here on the second day of the TFT tournament at the Esports World Cup. One more key to be crushed, flights home to be booked, but who will it be?
I think it's quite shocking for a lot of teams because it's very early here in the process of TFT at the Esports World Cup, but I'm sure that several teams are already checking in their bags as we speak at Riyadh International Airport. And the heartbreaking thing is, one more needs to drop.
Yep. So without further ado, let's drop them onto the stage, starting with Rock Esports. From the heart of Saudi Arabia, a new power rises after a hard-fought loss against the reigning champions in Wolves Esports. They had to dig deep, reset, and come back stronger. Tonight, Rock Esports step onto the stage with fearless ambition, fighting not just for a win, but to show the world that setbacks are only the start of a comeback.
Their opponents are Team Liquid. Donning a badge synonymous with victory here at the Esports World Cup, Liquid runs again. Champions across countless titles, a legacy built on precision, discipline, and the unshakable will to dominate. Let's see if they've got what it takes to continue their journey here in TFT at the Esports World Cup. Our final elimination match on Playday 2 begins now.
All right, we've got Liquid versus Rock Esports. I'm Casanova with Hupe's son, getting ready to jump into the action. There's a storm brewing, Hupe, a Brazilian storm, as Liquid have to be very upset with how the first day went, and they want to turn things around as a potential favorite of the group coming into this, and ROC Rock looking for that upset.
100%. Team Liquid, second seed here for the Americas. Rock making a statement yesterday, but not the best results against Wolf Araya, the Filipino, being the one taking the lead here. And he was supposed to be the one without less communication and maybe some difficulties. On the case of Team Liquid, they said it, Slooper, the coach, is the representative. This team cast has been built around Ego Illusions. He has been the staple player of Team Liquid, and he was able to decide which of the players he had, so he decided to go for the players from Brazil from last year that went from Giga Esports, in this case Babsera and BCLF, and the addition is Euso Lucas, the Magic, the Storm of Brazil, and this is a fully capped squad. I expect so much from them. Last chance right now, and they need to take a win.
Yeah, and I mean, look, when we're looking at Rock, right, the global qualifiers where they came in, I think they were a surprise coming out of that one. And I think a lot of that was just Araye being so incredibly strong, playing as the ace for the team during that tournament. And it makes it so any language issues would not be a problem. Araye just has a great spot. The rest of the team communicates, makes the magic happen. And they're such great team players. We even saw it previously last year at EWC. They actually upset quite a few teams when they were here. So we know they have what it takes as a team with their teamwork, and it is just a matter of can they bring it to Team Liquid in this spot.
Yeah, the way you phrase it is perfect, because actually the player that is losing the strategies, if you will, the one that has to avoid the eighth and try to help the rest of the team, that's the one who has to communicate, that has to help the rest of the team. Araye never got there. He just being the hero of the team, as you just mentioned, and trying to go for the win. Players are focusing right now, and I mean, this is just a turnaround. BCLF, in terms here from Team Liquid, full experience here together with his illusion, and I want to highlight Babsera in the second seat from the front. He's just a youngster, the young gun here, taking so many wins, being in the World Championship also, and once again now in EWC, trying to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think this team has such high hopes, high expectations going into the match and going into this tournament. And I mean, you put it together, it's maybe 4 of the 5 best Brazilian players that are out there. So the fact is this is some of the best players in America that we have, in the Americas as a whole, putting together for a squad. And you really expect big things. I mean, Ego Illusions, after the merging of the regions, still was staying on top, trying to crack into what would have been the big 4 of NA. Now, Ego Illusions was knocking at the door immediately as soon as the regions merged, when a lot of people had questions on would LATAM, would Brazil be able to contend with that merging? And the answer was yes, resoundingly, because of Ego.
Yeah, and Ego, internationally, as you said, one of the best, in that top 5, if you will, in America in a moment. Lucas, on the other hand, other one with experience, and always in regionals. This is amazing. Maybe not every time in Tactician Crown and in Worlds here for TFT, but he always managed to make it, so this is a consistent player. Lost to play AP, maybe not the player that we will see going for that GP that we love and hate right now. But I mean, we have another angle. We have the Sork angle. We saw the Yumi maybe not being the greatest, but that's obviously a line that Brazil with his Magic are obviously trying to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing with Lucas is he's the one who's kind of always had to make us coin the phrase, don't believe the stats, believe the magic, because Lucas tends to have statistically not the best things going into a big tournament, regional tournament, whatever, with the set.
Sure.
But then he will make some of the most exciting plays. He will play some of the most cooked compositions out there, and you won't expect it to do great. And he'll make it work. Yeah. That is the magic of Euso Lucas, and that's why we always are excited to see him show up at an event like this and see what he can get done, especially with team play, when sometimes you do have to be more flexible. Sometimes you do have to play, you know, a C-tier composition, because that's just what is open and what's available and what's best for your team. And I think if anyone's going to cook something like that to higher placements, it is a player like Lucas.
Yeah, and we have seen 2 win conditions. Normally is the player who gets one GP player per team, and the player who gets the GP in a better spot is the one to take the first win condition. And then the second one is, as you mentioned, the X factor. Who plays maybe a comp that is difficult or needs a perfect angle, maybe to try to play it, because you're not in the meta, maybe a hero augment, maybe something that helps you, and maybe only play tempo and get something interesting. We saw the 7 Crystal Gambit also as a possibility, losing in the end in the previous series. So that X factor is also something that you need, and you cannot plan for it. You need to go there.
Yeah, and I think another big thing that we can talk about here, Hoope, is not only is this the TFT tournament, but there's the Club Championship on the line as well. And Liquid currently has the lead in the Club Championship. You know, they're above Falcons just narrowly. Of course, Falcons dropping out is helpful to Liquid already, but the fact is taking a bottom half performance here, not actually getting any points for the Club Championship, would hurt a lot. And I really think that would hurt the pride of some of these players on the Liquid team. And I don't think they want to let that happen. So I think they're trying to look to at least get some points for their org.
Yeah, 100%. Taking a little of aura here, of possibility here in the stadium. We are in the SMB stadium, and this is the same stadium where Magnus Carlsen won for Team Liquid that first place in chess. So they have that additional auras. Team Liquid really on the run, and as you said, Cass, they can only surpass the gap. They can be only farther away right now here for Team Liquid against the runner-up for Club Championship versus Team Falcons. So this is the way. That's the reason that they're here. Obviously trying to take a huge win for TFT, then trying to go for the MVP, but of course the 70 million that we have for EWC is throughout all the games, and the Club Championship want to go for that chunk, maybe like a little more than 20 millions only in Club Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best, right? I mean, we saw Falcons run away with the Club Championship last year, right? They just had such a huge lead by the time we were here. It was like no one can catch them. Liquid doesn't have a lead like that, but a win in Teamfight Tactics would start to widen that gap and lead towards potentially Liquid repeating what Falcons had done in the previous year.
Yeah, it's important to recognize. In each game, maybe the prize money could be different, but the points for the club are exactly the same. You get that 1,000 points you get at first, and it's so important to get a Predelo lead. Right here, players are just about to start cast. This is one of the series that I have been waiting for the longest time. So Rock trying to take the lead and take it away. And important to recognize, whoever wins here will have to go to the decider game tomorrow. So this is not done. Tomorrow we'll have more games and more eliminations.
Yeah, they will still have one more matchup against either EVOS or Wolves. And, you know, of course, Wolves being the former champs. But overall, I think a lot of people saw this as a weaker group. And maybe they've changed their minds after the first day and seen these teams actually competing. Because a lot of them, we didn't even get a chance to see them play 4v4 on this patch, but the qualifiers being on the previous set. And now it's a question of, okay, is that the truth or just a fantasy as we jump in to Braum encounter to start things off, Upe, as it is going to be Team Liquid versus Rock, and we're going to take a look at Ego to kick things off.
Yeah, we'll have gold subscription, that's the Brown, so just a little influx, a little more resources for the players. Maybe not as much as cutoff bottles, but you can think about Kale, you can think about rerolls that normally require a little more gold right here, and of course, Ego getting a GP early, and you have to be happy about it.
Yeah, I think Ego is stoked to just be like, all right, well, I guess me GP, unless we see other players from TL also picking it up with a better spot. Gangplank is just going to be the most powerful unit on the patch, and you know, we even talked about potentially there's supposed to be more than 2 Gangplanks per game, 1 on each team. Sometimes maybe you're even supposed to play an additional, as we see even Ego looking to tailor for the Gangplank. Find stretchy arms and Midas touch. I assume we're just going to go for the stretchy arms and call it a day and never have to try and look for it again.
Yeah, makes sense. Of course, you want to influx of gold, but just ensuring stretchy arms right here is the best element right now, getting the range, getting the additional damage. And now already in a great position here to try to contest this composition. So Rock will have to decide who will be the one who will play the GP from behind. From behind in fruit, from behind in having the units, but you have to. If you leave alone, one person just playing the GP is just out of control.
Yeah, taking a look at Songyop, he just had an Udyr in that he may keep around. Panda has a Mundo and a Jhin, so very likely to be that composition locking in. I mean, you don't have to, but when you've got some of the early units, tends to be better to kind of identify your line early in 4v4 so that your team can play around it. So kind of looking at a Jhin Mundo, might as well just play the line.
Yeah, it's one of the 3 comps that we have seen the most. Of course, GP first, then Sorks, and then this Jhin Mundo line. Mundo so impressive, only 2-star. And of course, if you're trying to make a 3-star, has some possibilities. We saw it with the Talisman of Ascension. That was pretty cool to watch.
Oh yeah,
from
I love that
Juggler
game.
in a previous with Mouth. Maybe not winning at the end, but of course, one of those niche spots that we were talking about, Cass, the X Factor. You need to find a place outside the meta that works. And of course, I will be very attentive to see what the teams can bring us in that aspect.
Yeah, interesting. Last second save, aura farming, and heavyweight. Heavyweight can be okay in this comp because heavyweight Mundo is just very powerful to have that augment, but I do think that just having the combat power with last second save makes the most sense, and we see that as the pickup. As we have potentially a contest here, I think they were probably considering between the two who has the better spot, as Araye also going to have Mundo and Jhin, and ends up picking up a rapid fire cannon to go alongside that.
Yeah, Echo also with the keepers, very flexible keepers. Normally we started seeing in the set with the duelists, but actually works in almost any comp right now. Step sniper, because you need to get them, of course, with a little range. So good possibilities here. Clutter Mine also for Dr. O, thinking about that level 8, fast 8, even fast 9 could be a possibility here. We see Araya right now slamming Winsus, getting the rapid fire cannon, so full range, going up against Babsera, who already committed to the AP line and having also the possibility to level up.
Yeah, he's got the patient study, so I'm going to assume that that's going to be Sorks. I think we've seen that as the premier AP comp. However, it is just a jeweled gauntlet slam, so it could still be Prodigies later on. I see with the early Lucian, though, I think Sorcerers is very, very likely to be the direction that Boppy goes.
Yeah, it's the default for sure. Right now, Dr. O also slamming Amorello. Could be flexible, or also holding Battle Academia units right now, holding the Sork, so being open to any of the possibilities of line, being flexible also in the front line, having this sack and the Kobuko, and with Midas Touch just trying to ramp up a little the economy. Lucas, on the other hand, now with Prodigy assembled, but just holding units right now, Cass, not with a great position. I feel this is more like a maybe lose streak kind of angle.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like we're going to have Lucas, Prodigy, Babzera, Sorks, and those are going to be kind of defined. I agree with you. It's just kind of look for the early loss streak, but I'm curious if Lucas has some kind of Cook reroll that he would go instead.
If someone has it, has to be Lucas.
It might be just more priority on the Malzahar than other people will and rolling earlier for it, but other than that, I think it's just going to be standard Prodigy coming out of them. And then we've got, Ego on Gangplank, and then really the question is just where does VCLF end up, because the rest of the team seems to be spoken for on their comps.
Yeah, also VCLF has another Gangplank, so maybe this was something that we were discussing. There's a possibility that two players in the same team play Gangplank, and that's totally viable. Normally, you get a little diminishing returns, obviously, when you go for it. So now the decision for Rock, do we not play the Gangplank and just hold it? That could be a chance, but of course, this is tier S unit. What do you do? So right now, the Brazilian player from Tulico just said, okay, the Gangplank is tier S, we will all play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We actually saw Twisted Minds do this against Citadel. They actually played two versions of Gangplank on the same team while there was one Gangplank on the side of Citadel, and it didn't end up working out for Twisted Minds in that game, but it was a very close game. It wasn't a blowout by any means, and it felt like maybe the Gangplank can get there if your team even plays the two copies of it. So I'm curious if we'll see Liquid just commit to both of them playing it, or if they'll decide to have a pivot out at some point, as the Bloodthirster is the slam from Ego, which is not traditionally going to be, one of the best items that you'll see on Gangplank.
Yeah, he's holding on to Swords, he's holding on to Kale, so has some additional possibilities here. Will be very interesting what they end up against. We have now some more options of what they're doing. Arraye going for also a rapid fire cannon there with the Gnar. We have Babsera already seen with the AP. So, I mean, they're still with an angle, and interesting for Panda, already getting the 3 Crystal Gambit in the start.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on that Crystal Gambit and see where that goes. I mean, we've seen a couple of times the double down work out, and then also on the other side, we've seen the double down be a complete disaster. And so it is possible that it will just be kind of one early cash out while you're loose streaking early, or we may see Panda actually look for that full commit.
Yeah, we're saying now with Babsera or Bapicera, you can call him either way. And this is the young gun from Brazil. This is an amazing player, playing aggressive, playing good, playing very flexible, especially in the middle of the game, in the mid game. Yeah, being so flexible, playing strongest board, and this is a player that always impresses me. And there's always a lot to learn here. Being flexible right now in the front line, playing that Lucian, and just trying to ramp up the tempo of the lobby, going up against his teammate. Also, Lucas on the other hand, already finding the pair of Malzahar.
Yeah, got the pair of Malzahars online, and I mean, honestly, if you get Mouse 2 this early in the game, if you can pick up that third piece, Lucas can set up for a massive win streak after this loss streak across stage 2. Stage 3, just hit the Mouse and go.
Yeah, Vicile finding here the Krakens right now for the GP, so huge more damage. And as you said, maybe two possibilities, maybe going for the duelists as a chance. We're seeing duelists in the start. Normally it's the transition until you go for another place, but there's a world where he plays the duelist as a front. That's normally the way the Gangplank used to be played. You play Gangplank, then go for the Viego. But of course, now people are just trying to play the Gangplank with the mech.
So good.
And Mentor, yeah, it's just so amazing. But I mean, there's angles, and I know if someone can do it, it's the Brazilian team.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch this from VCLF. It seems at this point VCLF is for sure locked as the Gangplank player with the stretchy arms, with having the rapid fire cannon as well, right? Like, this is clearly staying Gangplank.
Yeah.
The question just becomes, does Ego actually stay there as well? Because we saw it was just a Bloodthirster slam. It's really nothing that was like, oh, this has to be Gangplank, other than he found stretchy arms Gangplank as well. So I'm very curious which way TL is going to take this. And now it's really about kind of breaking down what each of the Rock comps are, because I think some of them were a little less defined than what Team Liquid already was out the gates.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we haven't seen anyone pivot out of Gangplank normally, and what is the cost of opportunity, right? You have two players playing it, maybe not with the ideal items like you say for Ego, so it will be very interesting to see what will be the change. So Babsera finds the Karma right now, and in a great position to play Swords.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the streaks right now. I mean, I think this is massive for TL. You have two five win streaks, and then Ego on a 4 streak.
Wow.
And then at the bottom side, Lucas got the full loss, whereas two Rock players only were able to complete 4 losses across the stage 2. So all the econ and HP massively in the favor of TL on stage 2. Already.
Perfect sandwich here, and dominance in HP and in economy right now, as you said, with both win streak on their favor. So dominance right now for Team Liquid. We're seeing here Babsera on the bottom and Araya, the Filipino, on the left. And now good possibilities here. Not finding the pair still for the Malzahar. Slamming also here the Archangels. You're having a ramp up possibility. And just, I mean, Archangel, I love the items in Yuumi especially. And of course, that would be the angle here for Lucas. Just being prevalent here, and of course, as you said, until he finds the Malzahar 2, I think he will stay a little more in this low streak.
Yeah, I think he's happy to loss streak, and then if he just happens upon it, he could actually just like look to level and maybe roll a little bit, just like fully stabilize the board. Really just push the win streak once he gets this Malzahar online. It's also just potential that maybe he just 3-2, goes 6 and rolls down a little bit, just to stabilize this board as well, because he got the early econ very heavily for Lucas, alongside these two Rock members that were trying to loss streak, but it's still just a very advantageous position. As we got Dr. O, looks like Prodigy is going to be kind of more locked in once we see that Gunblade slam alongside the Merlinomicon.
Yeah, and Full Battle Academia, of course. That will be the angle for Dr. O. So he will be the one contesting Lucas on the Prodigy line. So we have 2 Prodigy players, 1 AP players, and we have Prismatic right here with the decision invested for some includes of economy, critical here for water loss. And we have now a chance for them to decide. So there's the crit chance, and that will be the angle here for BCLF.
Yeah, and Araya ends up going into Gangplank, was on a Jin Mundo track early, swaps it up with this rapid fire cannon. That makes a lot of sense to try and find the Gangplank from there and go there, leave it open for Panda, who is also potentially on the Jin Mundo track. And so I think Araya, having the Gangplank 2, actually in a slightly even better position than VCLF. However, VCLF did get that full win streak and is still streaking here in stage 3.
Yeah, he's rolling here, trying to find the pair here of
found
TP.
a Rise.
Finds the Udyr. Yeah, there's a Rise, so Mentor is already on place, but he didn't find the GP2. Of course, Mentor very important. He didn't even find the Kobuko 2. So a little luck finding the 4 Mentors, but not actually in a critical position here to keep winning.
Yeah, and Ego is actually still just playing 2-star GP here, which is definitely hurting VCLF that there's so many Gangplanks out of the pool. But because he's already on 4 Mentor, there is consideration to just be like, okay, Ego's also going to tempo GP, and you can just find the GP2 and push levels because you've got 4 Mentor in already. You're so strong.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, we saw it in Araya. Araya got economy augments, and I thought he was going to roll for value, but no, he got the GP2 and he stayed, and now he will go for that level 7 and try to cap out the board. Panda, on the other hand, playing Storks for now with 3 Clistar Gambit, 118, not bad at all here. And we'll have a pretty decent catch out here to get more resources and try to accomplish something interesting. For now, the Ari is the one holding the items and not frontline. So he's just trying to get ideal items right here. He has the belts, and I mean, looking pretty strong right now for Sanjop, this super sack in the front.
Yeah, worth the wait, Zach. Very, very powerful with this belt overflow double Warmogs. This is an incredibly tanky Zac. However, there is no damage on this board yet at all for Songyop. I mean, we are looking at this Jin 1. It might be enough to have the Zac, but it's certainly going to be a struggle as there's an Echo now for Babsera, finding that Isekai to go along with the composition. And Yeah, I mean, the front line's gone. There's just no damage. There is 0 damage on this board. So even with that Zac with the belt overflow, it's not even close.
Wow, amazing for Baxera. Maintaining the tempo, as we said, just playing full strongest board right here. And they both are holding handcast in the front. Full win streak here for both Baxera and Ego Illusions, and they're just in a predominant position right now. We have some pans here and an spatula as a possibility. Lucas is the one who gets one of them.
Yeah. Sungap gonna pick up a pan. Lucas got a pan. Spatula still around. It looks like TL has control of that spat wherever they want it to go. If either Babzera, nope, Ego is gonna be the one who picks up the spat. Looking at his spot, he has now slammed an Archangels on his GP alongside the Bloodthirster. So he is going out of GP at some point. Where do you think he's going with this Archangel slam now?
I mean, we have to see. Maybe he will stay on vertical or duelist reroll. That could be a possibility. But I love the slam because when you have the Archangel on the GP, you get 200% possibility of gold. But you have to give it additional angle. So this is great. This is something I do in solo queue just to grid. And it's great to see right now here as a possibility. The transition cast, we will have to see it. I can only assume it could be Viego items, but normally you want to be bursty on duelist. So it actually doesn't make sense on the archetype. We'll check later on him to check the results. Babzera right now transferring the items to the Karma. So still maintaining strong and just trying to maintain this tempo and punish the rest of the lobby.
It feels like Liquid is finding everything they want, right?
Yep.
I mean, we identified Babzera wanted to be Sorks very early in this game. Level 7 immediately hits a Karma. Still 50 gold, still 9 win streaking. He can just go 8 casually, doesn't have to actually overspend. They can afford to be greedy because they're actually hitting a lot of this stuff just kind of naturally. And so I think this lead is going to be very difficult for Rock to overcome. And maybe the benefit for them is that Lucas is on this 9 loss, 26 HP. Yep. If they can jail Lucas and actually make him take the 8th, it'll actually give them quite a bit of space to try and find a way back into the game.
Yeah, that's a great out and a great call right there. BCLF is the one who was in the win streak with Babzera, loses the win streak right now, so Babzera will be the one punishing the lobby and maintaining the tempo. We're not seeing Lucas. So he just trying to go for this. Malsa already got it on place, finds the Prodigy emblem. That was the pan being used right there. And now this is amazing, Cass, because now he doesn't need the Seraphine. He can get the 5 Prodigy, 5 Battle Academia on level 8 in an easy way, and that's the cap out of the comp. That's the win out possibility.
Yeah, and if he does also have a duplicator on the bench, so if he's able to find just a pair of Yumis, he can get the 2-star, which I think is incredibly important for that composition and for Lucas to stabilize, because he just needs to hit ahead of the curve, and we'll probably see that 4-1 roll down. He'll just take this full loss and then go from there.
Yeah. We have to keep an eye here on Lucas to see what's going on. Dr. O's also being strong here, finding the Jhin. I think that's a Jhin 2 also on the bench. No, it's a Jhin 1, so he's actually very far away from getting the full comp in place. And we know Jhin is stable because of the Mundo, but if you want to accomplish maybe a top 4, even a top 3 or something better, you have to go for the reroll of the comp, and he's actually very far for now.
Yeah, we have to watch Dr. O versus essentially Lucas on this 4-1 roll down because Dr. O is directly contesting, looking for those prodigies. Babzera able to 10 streak as well. I love the tempo echo when you were already in a good spot because it's just immediately going to be a lot of power onto your board. Finding that Karma was so big, but now he can just kind of slowly level to 8. He's already very ahead as far as gold is concerned. And here's Lucas versus Dr. O. Here comes the big roll down. Look for the Yumis. What can get hit? Neither side finding the Yumi just yet. We're seeing a couple of 5 costs on the side of Dr. O. There's 1 Yumi for Lucas. Just needs to find 1 more, and he has the duplicator to get there.
Yeah, no, Leona still also to have the Battle Academy in place. Finds the Garen 2, at least to get a little more frontline.
Yumi for Dr. O now. Okay. And as you said, having the Leona on Dr. O's side and not having it for Lucas, that roll down was not what Lucas needed. It did not get there. Still trying to anchor around this 2-star Rel as the front line. Going up against Araye, who found the Gangplank 3 during the 4-1 roll down.
Great place here. The Filipinos here for Rock. Being the hero in the last series right now, once again in a great possibility here, takes out Lucas, who didn't find the Leona as we mentioned, and will have to keep donkey rolling here to try to stabilize. Final element here, we have gold once again. So now we're seeing the decision. Know your enemy. He knows they're being contested, and he's playing more horizontally here on the traits, so it's easier for him to get the additional pumping up in damage for him.
Well, and he's still just playing this kind of flex board. It's around 2 duelists. It just has a bunch of traits, as you said, right? Like, he's just looking, I guess maybe all-out Cassante is a potential here, and the AP items can still find a home, but yeah, actually, this is maybe works. AP items find a home immediately onto the Akali. Supreme Cell all-out Cassante. All right, we found it. We found where Ego was going with this, and that works really nice with the Know Your Enemy because of just how vertical that trait web goes.
That's amazing. First time we see in the tournament that someone plays Tempo GP into transition right now for the all-out Cassante, as you mentioned. There's Supreme Cell all-out Cassante right here, and finding this is amazing. And again, the creativity, the magic from the Brazilians, taking the win, taking the full tempo from Babsera, the loose trick from Lucas, and as you said, the win-out possibility here for Rock Panda. First one, try to take Lucas on the 8th place and then try to avoid something else. GP is down.
Just all-out Cassante gets onto GP3, takes it down. Ego going to be able to keep his HP high. He's been doing a great job. He had the massive win streak to start. And then from there, you know, taking some losses, losing a lot of HP, but he's still in a very good position. VCLF as well had that big early win streak. So really between Babzera, VCLF, and Ego, they saved a lot of HP for the team. Meanwhile, Lucas still looking to stabilize it. Looks like he grabbed a win on this last fight, down on 15 life. And the question is can he find the Yuumi 2? He just needed one more copy because he did have that duplicator.
Yeah, he needs to stabilize quickly and right now. And love to see that there's counters in TFT. Normally, you only see archetypes, but actually the counter for the GP is that all-out Cassante, because GP only targets the lowest HP unit, but Cassante is pretty buffy and pretty strong, so she's actually almost the last one to be encountered. Once again, there goes the Akali with the Radiant. Archangels will be so strong, losing aggro and also healing herself.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive, right? A lot of fights with the Akali go pretty late because she's just kind of dancing around, so you'll get a lot of this AP, and the other 2 items being purely for survivability. If this all-out Cassante fails, you have this amazing secondary carry. I mean, honestly, she's kind of the primary carry at this point of the game, but it will be such a great secondary carry throughout.
Yeah, doing a great job. Access to the backline, so important also to get those significant carries on the rest. We have a Zaira. Something interesting here, there's a win for the Sork players also as a possibility.
Yeah, notably, that was Panda's all-out Cassante board. So there's actually, it is contested, Ego contesting into it, playing the Supreme Cell version. And I was wondering where the Supreme Cell emblem was when I was watching that fight. And that's because, well, no, this is just the other all-out board, which is Panda playing it for Rock.
Okay, once again, they're focusing, they're talking here, just trying to make sure they know what's the plan from now on. So great communication here, especially on Carousel. Not only on the start, but also finishing the Carousel. Okay, here's the plan. We have to preserve HP. Maybe I can borrow some things right now. And this is the exact moment where normally the room, the play, the game is decided here, Cass. They need maybe to stack for it, so Lucas, if it's needed, avoid the 8th, and then they're in a full position, in a full dominant position on the top to take the win.
Yeah, the question becomes, do they think Lucas can escape this, and especially escape the 8th, right? Because the lowest member of Rock is Araye on the 3-star Gangplank. Okay. I have to imagine it's going to be tough for Araye to actually get sent 8th from here, though he has lost the last 2 fights. Meanwhile, Lucas was still on 1-star Leona, 1-star Yuumi. The item's not exactly there yet, so it might not be entirely worth trying to keep him around. But actually does end up using the duplicator. Found the pair of Leonas, duplicator's gone, decides to upgrade the front line. However, the back line is still severely lacking. If he can win fights on his own against Panda, that's amazing. But I don't know if Liquid needs to actually try and preserve Lucas's HP at this point. It might just be, hey, Lucas, if you win rounds, great, but we're not going to actually sack life for you.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, Lucas taking the loss here, taking the L, but full dominant position. Ego falls. Now he was 3rd in HP, and now we have him in 33. So now a difficult position for Brazil. Full dominance on stage 2 and 3, and now on stage 4. Everything is being more parity-wise. Panda being the one in the win streak right now for Rock. and with a possibility to be the win-out player.
Yeah, I think that all at Cassante board for Panda looks pretty insane. I think the Radiant item on Akali, Radiant Archangels, really helping. And the comp is a bit ahead of the curve right now, right? Because it was still not even on the Cassante 2, but it had the Akali 2, which I think early in stage 4, incredibly powerful. So if Panda can keep upgrading that board, definitely a great position to win out. This is Dr. O versus Lucas, the two Prodigy boards going up against each other. However, that is a Yuumi with items versus Yuumi with none. The Malzahar having to anchor as the carry instead, but Mal's 2 is doing a little bit better than Yuumi 1, and it might get there, and that's another win for Lucas, just holding on a little bit longer, seeing if he can find one more placement.
Guys, the difference was having the Prodigy emblem right here, just so much damage that you can accomplish with the mana regeneration, and also the healing that he can provide with the vertical for the Leona. Leona 3, Leona 2 with 3 items, just being strong. Babsera trying to swap a little here, hasn't found the Karma too, so losing a little more of that tempo that he had in the early phases.
But that's because he's going fast 9, right? We see this, he's gonna hit 9 right after neutrals here, decides, you know what, it's okay, I'm going to greed, I'm gonna lose out stage 4, but what the trade-off is his odds to hit the Gwen extremely, I mean, just so much significantly higher than if he stays on 8. And recognizing that Sorks are relatively uncontested in this game, so he won't be out of Karma's, no way to hit Karma if he does go to 9. I really, really like this recognition. And he gets rewarded. There's just no way. He gets the Gwen. Now it's a fast 10 angle for Babsera.
Trying to roll a little more here, finds an additional Karma, already has the pair, trying to find the pair of Gwen, that Karma 2, so important. There it is, pair of Gwen, and now he needs to roll. There's no need to wait anymore. Donkey rolling is the best spot here, especially trying to find the Gwen 2. That is so important right now, and he has the items to put in. He already has the Night Sets and also the Boy Staff. That is perfect on the Gwen, that she's able to do AoE on the whole board of the enemy.
Yeah, you make a good point, right? The entire comp is on 9. You actually just don't even need another slot. And now, you know, you're on a pair of Gwens. You just have to find one. Just roll the 0 every single round. And Babsera actually in a position to potentially win out. This is the spot where Sorks can actually win games. And I think Babsera is definitely in that position. As we do see Araye going up against Lucas, and this is going to be the final stand for Lucas. He's going to get taken down by the Gangplank. Didn't even have a chance for his team to sack for him, just fought a bunch of Rock members in a row, but I do think TL would have sacrificed Lucas at this point.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you have to, now the important thing is for Ego not to go 7th, because if not, the win condition will be 1 and 2 for Babsera and BCLF that they can be able to accomplish, but Panda is in a full win streak right now, so you cannot be playing onto that out. You need to avoid Ego going this, and you need to go, send Dr. O 7th at least to have a chance to win in an easier way.
I agree. I think the buffer for 1-3 is a lot more doable, because I think Babsera could take down Panda. I do think, you know, the burst from having the Gwen and the Karma, I think he's in a great position to win the game. And the question is can VCLF actually be stronger than Araye and Panda? And I'm not sure if he can actually do so. So really keeping Ego alive might actually be worthwhile, because they might have the health to spare this time around.
Yeah, Araye using the removers right now, taking the items out of the Gunplank, making sure he doesn't punish the teammates.
Same happens here. Babsera's Ghost. The Karma had the items removed, but now the items could get re-slammed. Dr. O into Panda. Panda removed items as well. No items on the Sakali, so Dr. O gonna survive. And it is not able for TL to kind of take down Dr. O, but they do keep Ego alive for another round.
So important, Babsera maintaining that HP lead to now help the teammates. So this is perfect 4v4 play from both of the teams. So now it's a matter of who gets the remover, who gets the most remover right now, who has saved them for this particular moment. And now Dr. O on the right, Ego on the left. Ego is pretty strong, but I don't think maybe if he just faces someone a little better, as you say, the bursty compositions are the ones that are good against Cassante.
I think with the Akali being contested and not being able to find Akali 2, I think it hurt Ego quite a bit, because I actually think that this composition had the potential to be doing this the same to what Panda is doing with the Supreme Cell Cassante, but just the problem being the Akali never found the upgrade.
Okay, and we have a Ghost on the right, so better position here for Rock. So is BCLF the one who will go up against Ego. BCLF is full damage, but only with the Gunplank 2-star. So this should be enough. It's very close fight, but it should take the win here for Ego and maintain. Yeah, there it is. Ego in a good position right here. Now watching Dr. O fight. just to see if they have good possibilities here. Dr. O wins also.
TL really needs to get Ego out of here because looking at BCLF's board, I don't think he's getting second. I don't think he's actually going to have that capability. And so with that being said, I think Rock's position is significantly better here. They just have to take Ego out. And from there, I don't know that VCLF is going to be able to stop Panda or Araye.
Yeah, Ego finding here the Protector's Bow, ideal for the Jarvan, just trying to maintain himself alive, maybe trying to go for the double ult on that Jarvan, so important. Thief's Glove here for Araye, just maintaining good tempo and getting additional stat, and Panda just getting good items here also to maintain possibilities. Once again, the story of the game is who goes 7th, who has the possibility here to send 7 the rest. Mundo 3 has been found here for Sanjo.
Yeah, I mean, the HP across the board, most players at 1 life. However, VCLF and Panda, both the players at 2 lives on stage 5 here. Araya can maybe get away with it with a very good loss. But Bobzera, 57 HP to spare. Bobzera has to hope that he can try and buy some space for VCLF or Ego at this point, because if they can send 2 more Rock players out, then they're really in business for finding the win.
Okay, Sanjo on the left gets a ghost.
Ego into Araye.
This is the important one. Araye is just too strong here, Cass. Having the GP full damage, weak side here on the right, and GP is just dominating everything. As you say, it will be important if she accomplishes the Akali falls down.
Cassante?
So there's not enough damage here.
There's another stun. Jarvan cast again.
Whoa.
So now Cassante's on GP and he's Edge of Night. Ego wins.
Araye just barely stays alive also, and Sanjo Queen, no one is being eliminated. BCLF falls down. BCLF is down, goes 7.
Oh no, that is a disaster for TL. They now have to go 1-2. Ego able to beat Araye, but doesn't send him out of the game. And now they need the 1-2, and Ego, he couldn't find the Akali 2. If he finds it, maybe there's an argument here, especially with him taking down Araye, but Araye is fielding an Akali 2 to try and continue to deny.
Wow, just getting it there and making sure they play. This has been 4v4 in his best level for both of the team. And now Araye going up against his teammate, and Panda going up against Ego. This is very difficult for Season 14 Liquid. Cass, they were dominating the first stages and rounds, and now it's all in Rock to take the win in this first game.
The 2 all-out Cassantes going up against each other, and it is just the difference of this upgraded Akali. Ego goes down, and while the placements don't look close, this was one of the closest games we have seen with these HP totals, and it just coming down to the wire at the end. Rock hanging on by a thread to keep themselves in it and lock down the win.
They are so happy, and they should be. The initial phase, round 2 and round 3, were totally for Team Liquid. They played it perfectly, but then just trying to ramp up, still maintaining to keep units and avoiding the win-out possibilities here for the rest of the team. Bapsera maintaining the win, but BCLF fall down in the worst moment. Everyone was so close. Everyone in the low 2 digits, and in the end, Rock, great win right now. I think for Brazil, they played also amazing. They need to reset mental and then try to do better on the next one. But I mean, great game we have for game 1.
I have to call out for TL is the issue that they had here is Bobzera has 57 HP at the end of the game here, right?
Yeah.
They certainly could have maybe used Bobzera's HP a little bit better, try and find a little more space, because we got to the end there, Rock having everyone so incredibly low.
Yep.
If Bobzera was able to give even 1 life over to another TL player throughout this entire game, it might have been the entire difference.
Yeah. Sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot, because of the way the matchmaking is being fixed.
Yeah.
I think they tried sometimes. We saw the way they were removing items. He did it for 1 round, but yeah, ideally you want to do it for more. You don't want to go that threshold of 57 additional as you just mentioned. But once again, this is just the way the cards were dealt in here. Rock, so happy. Araye with that big smile on his face. So wholesome to see right now. And Bapsera just keeping the focus, trying to maintain the mental up, and just trying to win the game here for Team Liquid, even though they have lost the game 1.
Yeah, of course. And Bapsera, I mean, we said as soon as we saw that initial Gwen hit at level 9 at the very start, Bapsera was definitely going to win this game. And he does get the first for the team. I mean, unless Panda can randomly start winning a bunch of rounds, but this is a Gwen 2, Jarvan 2. I mean, this is just like fully upgraded Sorksport. I think he's got it locked up.
Yeah, and obviously Swords with the possibility of bursting the additional units here will have a chance here to accomplish against Panda. So yeah, the favorite should be Babsera here, should take the win, and Liquid will have to just adapt for the next one. They have to reset mental, play again, and play good. I mean, the rest of the game played itself if you must, but the way Rock outperformed there, holding the Akali, making sure the rest of Team Liquid couldn't outperforming the rest and cap out the comp was perfectly played. So good recognition, good 4v4, and once again, this is the fight. Babsera taking the win, but it's a bitter one.
A bitter victory for Babsera as the team falls 1-0 currently to Rock Esports. Great showing out of Rock. Seriously, I mean, impressive team play out of Rock, being able to keep those HP levels all about the same. You saw the sigh of relief when they won. They were all laughing. They were like, oh, wow, we really snuck away with that victory.
Yeah, I mean, a little surprised, but playing for the win condition. They knew they were down, so they had to play the way they did. They had to risk it a little, holding the units from the rest, trying to find BCLF. BCLF for me was a total surprise. I didn't saw him falling down on 7th. Everyone was just so close, and now we're seeing a little of what happened. GP found early for both of the teams, and it was the name of the game, but the name of the game was Casante. Super Supreme Cell Casante making the win. Everyone enjoying the fight here, seeing what happened, and of course, Araya taking the best part of the game. And we see Babsera, the winner of this game, but actually losing for the team. This is tough. This is tough for them.
I mean, I think there just has to be the reset right there. Still out on the stage, just trying to regroup as a team, make sure that they can turn things around. I mean, this is just so difficult when you have what looked like an easy win and they can't get there.
And Rock managed to get that win on the board. I think your prediction was absolutely incorrect, but you went for a 2-1.
Yeah.
So yours is like still alive. Is this an upset? The fact that they came out the gate swinging so quickly?
I think like what Cass said on the cast, this was one of the closest games I think we've seen. I would say if Rock were to close this out 2-0, it would definitely be an upset. We've been talking about upsets throughout the whole day. You know, it's been Falcons being knocked out, Fnatic being knocked out, you know, all these big teams. Team Liquid could be the next one as well.
And it's so wild to think that where we started in this game and where we ended up was that range extension. I was pretty much just sitting back and saying, like, Team Liquid have got this in the bag from the beginning.
So what went wrong then? Because I feel like everyone was on that exact same page where they're thinking, yeah, Liquid's got this. It's going to be a 1-2 finish at least.
I mean, I think it's just the mental strength that Rocket built up, even over the short period of time to be able to come back from that one. Because you can forgive them for just checking out mentally at that point and saying, we're going to have better games at better times, but somehow threading the needle.
I think there's a lot of variance in the first carousel as well. We saw a lot of spatulas and pans, which definitely threw a needle in the works. I have to give a huge shout out to some of Team Liquid, you know, going for like Prodigy +1, also going for the Supreme Cells on the Casante all out, which I think was a very unique composition, which we haven't seen too much of this tournament, as you can see on the highlights, but they weren't able to really cap out these boards in the end. You know, only Papa Zero in the end, you know, doing pretty well with his board, but overall the other compositions just weren't able to cap out in the end. And I think overall Rock were able to stabilize their boards, hit their 3 stars, and come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm just so incredibly impressed with what they did there. I mean, I think, you know, it opens up the conversation further. That was one of the questions coming in today. How do you deal with Gangplank when there's especially the opposing team full of Gangplanks? You know, the melee carry, the Casante, you know, the Supreme Cell as well. It felt like there were so many really incredible ingredients that Team Liquid were bringing out there, but Rock just absolutely fearless.
Yeah, for the side of Rock, I mean, this is a really, really great start. Liquid, however, on the other hand, question remains, what can they do differently as we're going to head into next game? Where did things go wrong? Are they able to just go back to that drawing board and figure out exactly how they want to approach that next matchup? Because again, your backs are against the wall and your keys is so close to getting crushed.
Yeah, for sure. I think like you said, Counterfeit, with the double RSC happening at the start of this game, I think there was a lot that didn't really go in Team Liquid's way, unfortunately. I think they had really strong starts. They had really strong boards. They had 2 players on a win streak pretty much for these entire games. So it's kind of like what we saw in the previous series. You get that win streak, you get that early advantage, but it's how you close it out. It's how you cap out these boards, because as soon as you get that 7-8, you have to get that first and second to be able to win out on tiebreakers. If not, then Rock can close it out.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams were really swingy coming into the game overall. As we said, particularly for Team Liquid, it was blowout, either for or against them. I'm actually really happy to see them in this situation where it's so close towards the end, because it means that we're kind of growing together, the teams, in terms of skill level. So ultimately, I hope we see another very, very close game rather than one side or the other running away with it.
Yeah, I think that's obviously what we all want to see when it comes to these matchups, especially considering that it is elimination and that we want to see more of these teams. Because for being completely fair here, we haven't really seen either one of them like truly show up on the spot. And I think that is kind of like, we want to see something, right? You're on this LAN experience, you're in front of a big audience, you're on the stage as well. You would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't get at least an opportunity to show off some of your skills and some of the improvements that you made over the last couple hours, really.
I mean, that's how short this tournament is overall, and I think that's how brutal it can be as well, with how many games you have to play. It's only 2 days and we're already going to see 4 teams eliminated by the end of this series as well. So I think that when it comes to the mental state for Team Liquid, they have to recoup, they have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong in game number 1, which I don't think a lot went wrong. We saw like 3 or 4 players on single-digit HPs at the same time, so it all came down to which boards were stronger and who was able to fight out in the end.
And further to what you're saying, Ginny, as well, there's only so many opportunities in any player's life to play in a situation like this. To play 4v4 at all, but yet to play 4v4 in this kind of environment, it's an opportunity that you just can't let slip by with any regrets.
Yeah, and I think then as well, when we're looking at this matchup, because we're going into the second one pretty shortly, is the fact that we want Liquid to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong. Whereas for Rock, we want them to keep the foot on the gas, especially if you're a Rock fan. You want to see them do well here. You want to see them continue the right approach. What would you say was the correct decisions that they have made that allowed them to lead this into a win?
I think Araya, with the Filipino representative, doing very well with the gangplank early on, actually took the prismatic augment, rolling very aggressively, stabilizing on that GP2. Some of Team Liquid's members weren't able to even find a GP2 in the end, so I think that was really crucial. Again, that aggressive playstyle that we've been seeing, but also playing around the early pans, the early spatulas, the heavyweight for the Dr. Mundo for Siengyop, being able to play around that, play 4 heavyweight with Worth the Weight Zach as well. So I think it's a good adaptation. They're able to adapt to what they were given in this game, which they need to stay consistent and keep for that next game.
It really puts me in mind of the previous series as well. It's teams keeping their nerve under pressure when everything screams, just throw something crazy at a wall. But I think in this case, Show Rock really did keep, stay the course. As you said, with invested, they took the long-term planning in, even while Team Liquid seemed to be running away with it.
Yeah, and that is it for that first match. And Liquid here needs to hit the ground running. They need to figure out what exactly they can change to make sure that they stay in the competition for just that little bit longer. It is do or die for a team that is doing really well at the club championship points. And Rock, they want to keep their foot on the gas and want to keep going. We're going to be coming back with the second match of this game after the break, so don't go anywhere.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
All right, I'm Casanova here with Alan, and we are going to play a little game. I'm going to draw a champion with my supreme artistic talent, and Alan is going to have to guess. So don't look, Alan. I gotta draw this thing.
Surely it will be great. First time guess. No doubt. Supreme talent, he said.
All right, we've drawn it. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. We've drawn it. Beautiful artwork here. Alan, what do you think it is?
Oh, that looks like a very stretchy arms unit. Was that H on each side? Is it gun?
It's like a +1.
+1? Oh, it's a gold. It has to be Gangplank.
Yeah, he's got it. There it is. Stretchy arms Gangplank. Been running all over the tournament so far.
Perfect comparison to the all we've seen so far. Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup. We are at the S&B Esports Arena watching Game 2 of Rock Esports versus Team Liquid. Rock got the better of Team Liquid in the first game here, Hupe-san, but we'll see if Team Liquid can turn things around. Casanova and Hupe-san on the cast.
So close game 1, and this is the final series, Chad. This is the final game that we have today, elimination match. This is do or die for Team Liquid. They have already been on top in the club championships against Falcons. So this win, any additional points right here, Cass, is getting more threat, more scaling, more distant from Falcon, and being capable of taking the club championship is so important right now. Players are focused, players are ready, and this is the final series, as we mentioned. Let's see how many GPs we have in the early game. And it's impressive that we already saw the counter, right? That Casante may be a little more difficult to find because you need the all-out, but I think the meta is auto-balancing himself.
Yeah, it felt like the all-out Casante was a good way to answer the GP. And also, it just in general, it felt like a very strong composition. It just is difficult to get online, as you said, right? You have to find that particular power-up or else it just doesn't work at all. But on top of that, Casantes are getting taken from like Prodigy players when they're trying to get there for the front line. A lot of other players are just kind of stabilizing their front lines around Casantes. So we're not seeing it be picked up as much as possible. But we are going to get a pretty crazy game here. Lulu has shown up and giving us a trainer golem. 3 emblems for each player. And this is where we start to see some of the maximum caps you can have in TFT when you get these golems with their emblems.
Decider elimination match. This is very important, not only for using your golem in a good way, but just to recognize who has the winning possibilities. Because normally you can have the same golem, but someone has the better out. So they need to decide immediately in the early game who will go for the win streak, who will go for additional plan, who will try just to preserve HP and then trying to go for a top 4. So very important. Right now, Babsera with Battle Academia getting Juggernaut.
It's Panda,
Storch.
but yeah.
Okay, there. Yep. Panda with a possibility. Now Babsera taking the win here with Executioner, Duelist, Gambit +1. So holding onto the Syndra, this could be Gambit early and then try to go for tempo and then try to go for the 7 Crystal Gambit in the end.
Yeah, I think definitely if you've got the Gambit, you kind of have to start going for it when you have this early, unless you have a really compelling reason to not. On the other side here, Song Yop is going to have Star Guardian, Strategist, and Battle Academia. So Star Guardian, this is another way we can see the verticals. We don't really expect to see too many prismatic traits pop out.
Yeah.
They now get the quest, right? You kind of get to 8 Star Guardian, 8 Soul Fighter, whatever. You get the quest to try and turn it into a prismatic, and then it becomes game winning. However, it's very difficult to get there. One of the few ways you can is with these trainer golems, you may be able to find a way to get it online by like 3-5, and then there's the very real capability of actually turning that online and getting the prismatic trait.
Yeah, in Star Guardian, for example, you need to spend so many mana, so you need the emblem, you need then the mana saint, you need so many resources to actually just try to go there. Soul Fighter was something that was more being used in the initial of the set, but now being nerfed is not a comp that you actually want to go for. Could be a possibility, but now it opens up these type of angles that you just mentioned. So Dr. O looking for economy here, and no, expect the unexpected, so zooming or adding more variance to the game.
Yeah, ends up finding some 4 costs off of that out the gates, but it's Set and Ashe, so maybe not the exact ones that he would have wanted, but you could still build towards an Ashe Juggernauts from a very early stage in the game when you have these 4 costs way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, he had Supreme Cell and Executioner, so probably going for that Akali and the all-out Kazante, perfect for synergies there. And we have both here with Battle Academia in Curse of Araye, also with the heavyweights. This could be an additional angle. Finds the Kai'Sa early. We know it's a ramping comp, and it could be a good angle here. I don't love it with the emblem that he has, but maybe just a tempo play for now. So let's see what they start to decide here, Cass.
Yeah, haven't seen any of these emblem combinations being too crazy just yet. I mean, we did see, of course, Crystal Gambit for Babsera, and that's one to immediately watch out for. Exalted Adventure, Kabuko, Kai'Sa, Xayah going to be the setup for Araye.
Okay.
That's a difficult one to click when you do have these trainer golems as well, because they may not synergize with the emblems once you get it. And as you see with the options that were provided there, they don't synergize except the Kabuko.
Exactly. He can only go for the heavyweight right here, but he needs to accomplish the mission. You get so many resources right now, you can maybe forget a little about the golem, just trying to get him as a beefy tank and use the heavyweight, and that will be the possibility for him. At the moment, now Eusolucas, having the Soul Fighter, having the additional angle with the Wrath, and also the heavyweight, again, just playing tempo for now.
Yeah, Lucas just has an all-out Kazante, though, right away, which is very playable with the +1 Wraith on his Golem. So I'm pretty sure Lucas has found his comp for the game.
Amazing.
In fact.
So good. Also, Wraith, we have seen obviously on the Kazante and the rest, but also the vertical is pretty good. If you manage together, so that could be a possibility for Wrath is buff in this patch. And of course, right now, Babsera just trying to hold up the tempo and using the Crystal Gambit for additional economy. Good chances here with the Supreme Cell and the Executioner, and maybe just using for now a little tempo also with the Sniper.
Yeah, and this is Dr. O with the Crystal Gambit here as well. Babsera has the emblem for it, so they're both going for Crystal Gambit as of now, and we'll see what they end up contesting potentially with the cash outs if they end up both trying to look to double down.
Okay, on the other hand, we see it.
Wait,
there's
what?
the Build-A-Bot.
Oh, Build-A-Bot. That
yeah.
makes sense.
That's the Syndra Build-A-Bot. If you get Rising Chaos, it's totally amazing. That could be a good option there, so we will check there for Babsera. If not, he will have to just play this tempo and maybe even consider selling it in the end, or of course, trying to maintain the 7 Crystal Gambit that is just so good if you manage to find the Zyra.
Yeah, it's actually kind of nice. I mean, if you just want to play 5 Crystal Gambit out the gates, go towards 7, you've got this 3-star, as you said, Rising Chaos, if that gets found. Babzera just needs to try and get that 5 Crystal Gambit online as soon as possible, because he's just going to be playing Win Streak Crystal Gambit throughout most of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and BCLF, we're seeing that he has prismatic tickets, so he will be committed to this reroll line as a possibility here. Sanjob getting additional items here, holding the Katarina. So this will be a Katarina line, normally a combo in Battle Academia vertical that uses as many items as you can give it. And of course, as you said, there's a possibility. It's very difficult because you have to get so many items to do the prismatic challenge here for the Battle Academia. I've only seen it twice, so it's actually very, very difficult. Could be a possibility here.
It's interesting. Babzera had the potential to go grab that Swain, which would have made 5 Crystal Gambit right out the gates, right? However, ends up taking the tier, trying to make sure that the itemization is actually more important for this Syndra, actually just looking for that early win streak.
Okay. Lucas right now, all out Casante, as you mentioned, being so strong here in the beginning, thanks to expect the unexpected. So he already has the angle to go for. On the other hand, BCLF, we saw him re-rolling, so he's just trying to lose here, trying to maintain the lose streak as much as he can, maintain economy, gave economy, and then try to roll to get the full cash out here and go for the full re-roll. It's important that there's Exalted Adventure with the Kai'Sa, and also BCLF is maybe proposing the Kai'Sa. So very interesting that a non-premium unit will be so contested, and both of them will try to go for a 3-star.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good to maybe just contest this Exalted Adventure as much as possible, right? Try and deny those 3 stars. Do not let Araya get the cash out for free. And I think that's one of the scary things about clicking the Adventure in 4v4 is you know that 4 players in this game are going to try and grief you from actually hitting all your 3 stars, as we do see this double down from Dr. O. The question is there any way Babzera can try and actually contest here? Probably not, because of the 3-star Syndra.
Yeah, it will be tough right here. Dr. O with a significant loss here, just trying to maintain good possibilities. Lucas is the one with the tempo right now, with the swing and with the win streak. BCLF obviously trying to maintain, and I think Sanjob won, so he loses the lose streak, if you will. So BCLF the only one with the position of getting that influx in economy for now, getting into rocks.
Yep, so it will look like a full win streak for Lucas, so long as the all-out Casante can take this down. I don't think that's going to be much of a problem. Full loss streak potential for VCLF, and can even potentially try and grief Dr. O if they're in the same pool and try and take out that Crystal Gambit.
Okay, there it is. Crystal Gambit against the Super Syndra on the other hand. So it will be a loss here for Ego. Perfect for him to accomplish, and a little less ramping up here for the Crystal Gambit for Babzera.
VCLF able to hold on to the loss streak. Dr. O still losing with the Crystal Gambit. Lucas with the full win. Babzera, Heart of Gold on the Syndra.
So good.
More
so
econ.
many. It's perfect. I mean, if you manage to win here, he's already slamming items. He will get 2 gold per round if the Syndra maintains alive. So ideally, you just need to win, and you go get that influence. And it's so broken, Cass. You get so many economy right here, and this is a great place right here for Babzera. Even though he loses maybe 1 round, it doesn't matter. Just winning maybe half of the round could be enough for him, and then trying to go for that level 9 that will be so important for him to use that Crystal Gambit floor hand and go for the win out pot with the 7.
Yeah, so he's just going to be able to scale there much quicker. Going to push to 6 to try and ensure that he continue the win streak, getting Prodigy in for this Syndra to keep casting away. Has an upgraded Nico for the front line, which I think is kind of insane, right? Upgraded 3 cost on the front line. You've already got this 3-star to 1 cost due to the Build-A-Bud. And so Babzera just in a really great position, not even having to just play the worse Crystal Gambit units because he has the +1.
Yep.
So he can wait until he actually can put in 5 before actually really playing any of those units.
Lucas once again having fun already with the Super Casante all out. Going up against Ego. Ego decides to slime. He knows he's losing, but just trying to preserve a little HP against his teammate that is just totally broken right now.
Yep, that all Casante still just paying dividends. Great pickup off the Prismatic Augment to kick things off, as we are going to get our second Augment choice of the game. It's going to be Silvers this time.
Okay, we take a breather here, starting with Rhythmatic. So now Sanjop trying to get good possibilities here. Goes for additional tempo. So finding the duplicators, it will be great for the Katarina. Trying to roll here for Katarina 2 at least. Finds a Yumi. Not ideal because but having the Void Dive is pretty cool, especially in the early game. Keeps rolling, doesn't find the Katarina. He doesn't want to use the duplicator here. And I think he will have to cast. Normally, you want to save the duplicator for later and ensure the Katarina 3-star. But if he wants to maintain tempo, he will need to use it right now. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, that is a tough roll down. Sub 10, still on Katarina 1.
7 Battle Academia, so not bad at all. But yeah, you need to find it. She's your carry, and she's the one you want to maintain. At least he didn't break 10, recovering a little economy here. So he's not rich, but he's in good form. I think he will have to keep rolling a little until he finds Katarina 2 and then try to think about his plan. If he wants to maintain tempo and only play for a 5th or a 4th, or stay obviously in the Katarina line.
All right, but still able to pick up a win against Panda here. Dr. O still on the loss streak as necessary, and Lucas still full winning with this all-out Cassante.
Okay, perfect here for Lucas. Sanjov decides to roll again and finds it. This is perfect. I mean, not ideal, but it's the place he wants to be. BCLF is the one playing the GP, so just going for that duelist tempo in the mid game. Finds here the Viego GP, pretty good position here. Finds also the keepers, and now it makes more sense the reroll options. Also having an additional GP2 in the bench, so he will have a real high cap out very early into the game.
Yep, just needing 3 more gangplanks to close this out. And having that prismatic ticket means he's very likely to find it sooner rather than later. 4 duelist gets to be played as well because of the duelist +1. It really helps with his tempo as Lucas gonna go up against Dr. O. Dr. O still just looking for this big cash out. Is at 217, gonna be over 250 for this one.
That's so nice. Dr. O in a great position to have so many goals, and we know the snowball that this composition can make right here. So he's just trying to go for the win, being the win-out player with the Crystal Gambit is a perfect position. Araye with the Exalted Adventure still far away from having the mission. So now Araye, who has been the hero for Rock, in a very difficult, very dire position.
See this carousel. Any high-value units, of course, there's a Jarvan and a Cassante available. And also, I am looking at this Swain as a potential pick for Babzera now that he's actually been able to find a couple of the other pieces he needed as far as items are concerned that would just put him towards that 5 Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, good possibilities here, just trying to find the best. Babzera finds the Swain.
No,
in the
Sanjop
last
denied
second,
it.
Sanjop getting it. Wow, that was very, very close.
Recognizing that they didn't want Babzera to be able to be playing that 5 Crystal Gambit for free, make him roll for it. We've got the cash out from Dr. O.
Okay, trying to stabilize here, just making the best out of it. Still with the lose streak, so just trying to be strong enough to maintain a little more. There's the all-out, so second all-out right here. So contesting Lucas as a chance and finding the Radiant Edge of Night. So very big Cassante right now, and very 2 players with a great position right now.
Yeah, so once again, we're going to have all-out Cassante contested. Dr. O getting the Radiant Edge of Night out of that cash out and being able to play that towards the Cassante immediately. Trying to make use of as much as he can from the Golem, but really just trying to contest Lucas and maybe find some Cassantes out of the pool.
Okay, Araye doing good damage with the Kaisa, so Kaisa is scaling, but he will need to have a 3-star. Maybe enough. The Janna making good damage. Janna taking the win here, so Araye, he's the one who needs the HP, so there should be a moment where Rock either decides to sacrifice Dr. Araye or decides they want to preserve him and get HP for the Exacted Adventure to actually work. So that will be interesting in the moment they will have to make the decision. Lucas, on the other hand, is still maintaining the win streak and decides to go for Pandora's bench just to be able to ensure he gets the Cassante 2-star.
Yeah, I think finding bench here is great. Even though he is contested now, it's just increasing the likelihood massively that he's going to be able to find the units that he needs. And he's actually able to pick up Unstoppable for the front line, so finding immediately all the best stuff he can to try and maintain this win streak. Lucas once again holding a lot of HP for the team, or at least TL holding a lot of HP. As we look at the scoreboard right now, TL holding all 4 of the top 4 spots, with Rock struggling at the bottom of the table, so the HP advantage heavily in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, and BCLF is starting a 4-win streak right now, going up against Sanjop. He finds 2 additional Katarinas, so 5 for him. Good damage, Burti damage, and looking good right now. Everyone against the Kazanti is not enough, so taking the win streak here from him. Katarina making a good win, and obviously with items here on the Yumi 7, Battle Academia just too strong right now, and Panda with the Zork line, holding for now the Lux as the holder for the carry right now.
Yeah, will take a win over Dr. O, as we do see still trying to make this pivot over towards the K'Sante. Looking for a Akali, I think that's the biggest hit that Dr. O can find. Trying to make use of the Supreme Cell. So you roll down to 30. We'll see how deep Dr. O actually wants to go.
Okay, decides to stay here at 34 now.
For the neutrals, of course.
Okay. And let's see what will be the angle. Yeah, so many gold. So already level 8. He has a chance to spend as many as he can. 40 gold right now. So much to be the one pressing the lobby right here. So let's see what's the decision. There it is. Huge roll down, finds the Akali. Gets additional gold from expect the unexpected, or even more. Oof, Akali too.
Massive upgrade.
Hasn't made items, but has good possibilities here. Has the Edge of Night, an additional one, and also has AP items here to try. Okay, go for the Moralo. Losing aggro here for the Edge of Night, and now thinking about any AP items here as a possibility. Maybe, no, Void Staff, just making sure he is able to diminish or avoid the front line of the enemy.
Yep, and now going up against VCLF, the Gangplank 3 has come through alongside the Kabuko 3. Upgrades getting there with the Prismatic ticket, paying dividends, and it is just up to the Akali. Try and get it done, not going to be strong enough. So TL once again going to take some HP away from Rock. Every one of these wins so massive for TL, as they are kind of playing that fast, aggressive, keep your HP high, try and send the enemy team bot 3, and there are potential win outs available for Rock.
Also, he had like 7 Kaisas in the bench, just making sure that the exacted adventure from Araye will not be accomplished. So making it work. The fundamentals being played right now for Team Liquid. They lost the first game, remember, and this is elimination match. If Team Liquid loses here, they will be eliminated for EWC TFT, and Rock right now are not in a good position. So it looks like we will have a tie, of course. This is just the mid-phase of the tournament right here, or at least of this series. And now Lucas just trying to get any additional that he can, trying to use the Pandora's Man, and BCLF is just too strong right here. Making sure he already has the Kobuko, lacking only 1 item, and the Gunplane is just giving it so much gold and so much damage.
Yeah, and he's holding a Kaisa 3. Yeah, he's holding a Kaisa 3 on the board because it does let him go 4 duelists with the Golem, 4 Mentor, 4 duelists, but using the Kaisa, trying to deny Araye. Not able to, as we see Araye has the Kaisa 3 as well, but still very funny to see that they've able to just utilize that Prismatic ticket to try and deny Rock as much as possible. And Araye, I think it's worked, because Araye is struggling in this game on a 5-loss streak, free-falling towards going 8th. Liquid still finding wins, win after win, and the HP gap is just massive at this point. Lucas going to take another hit at Panda.
Yeah, Panda very low right now. Araye, as you said, hitting the Kaisa very important, but he also needs to hit... Oh, well, he has the other one. Like,
yeah, they got the
Kaisa.
Xayah, so the upgrades are there.
Okay. Managed to get there in the end, and now just trying to preserve HP as much as possible. They're holding hands on the bottom, Panda, Araye, and Dr. O, so someone needs to step out here, but we know this is a ramp comp, so he should be pretty strong right now. The Kaisa should be giving good damage, lacking a little frontline.
Yeah, lacking it a lot. In fact, with just the Kabuko being upgraded for the front line. Did get the 4 Mentor in, so just utilizing that power. Try and buff up these 2 carries of Xayah and Kaisa. And it is 2 fully itemized carries, so they will have a lot of damage to shred through, but with a big lacking of frontline, it really is just down to this Kabuko. And it is enough to take down Bopzera. But over the rest of the lobby, a lot of TL players are still able to pick up wins, especially VCLF and Lucas still dealing damage to Rock. Panda able to find a win over Ego.
Yeah, it's dangerous here for Babsera. He's maintaining gold. He's trying to go level 9 and finds the Zaira just to get the 7 Crystal Gambit, getting any additional resources that the Crystal Gambit is giving to him. And this is a risk because he already knows he has good position there for Lucas, for Ego and the rest. BCLF looking strong also. But Babsera is taking a huge risk right now, getting the Juggernaut in. A good position, but of course, in this moment of the game, Syndra 3 is not good enough, at least for maintaining the tempo, and we saw him completely being abolished in the last fight.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of Rock's boards have surpassed Team Liquid's boards, and so they're able to find those wins there. But the problem is they'll have to fight each other, and they need to have impeccable team play to bring this life deficit back. They cannot take big losses into each other. They need to weaken a little bit when they face each other to try and have close fights, and they need to be strong as possible against the TL players.
Yeah, we see Panda right here only using the Zork emblem right here for the Golem, so this is a lot of diminishing returns for him. This is not enough value. The comp looks good, but only the Karma 2 for the Karma 1 for now. Pure Heart, Soul Cheaper doesn't look like it's enough, and he's going up against BCLF, who's very, very strong right now.
Yeah, VCLF is the TL player who's still strong enough to make sure that they can win and beat down on the Rock players. And VCLF is trying to do just that into Panda here. It is just the Gangplank staying alive. The backline has fallen already. Stretchy Arms Gangplank doing work once again. Panda going to take a huge hit from VCLF, and VCLF just being the juggernaut, the bruiser, the bully of TL, trying to put the beat down onto Rock and try and take the win for his team. And once again, all 4 TL members at the top of the HP leaderboard here.
Total dominance, we saw it in the previous game, at least in the initial rounds, and then Rock was able to turn it around. Will they do it again? Right now, looking a lot better than the last game for Team Liquid, having so many out possibilities. Babsera also looking the weakest, if you will, but going for that level 9 with the Kappa comp. So all of Team Liquid with the win out possibilities, they're in a perfect spot to take game 2.
Yeah, I mean, look at this all-out Cassante for Wraith in with the upgraded Varus. Varus 2 on 8, just due to the Pandora's Bench. Just finding a couple 5 costs, rolling them to find the Varus. And maybe this can even stand up to VCLF. It's actually quite close. Might not be enough, but that is that all-out Cassante, which has done quite well into the Gangplank boards.
Yeah, so many HP, it doesn't matter. Using the buff of the 4 Wrath that we mentioned in the beginning, just finding the Varus, playing good tempo, and I mean, maybe it's not the full win outcome, but he's preserving SP, he's playing for the team, and now Dr. O is the one getting a huge win right now, 4 win streak for him, and he could be a win out player to give a little breather for Brock, to give them a possibility to maybe have an option, a universe, a multiverse where they can win this game.
I think they might just not even have enough HP for it to be possible at this point. When we look at the bottom 3 members of Rock, all on essentially 1 life going into stage 5. Songyop probably can survive 2, but outside of that, I mean, Araya and Panda just moments away from falling, and they're going to have to fight each other at some point as well, if not just get taken out by VCLF or Lucas.
Okay, is it enough? Changing items here, making sure double Radiant on this Kai'Sa that has been ramping up since the beginning, so much AD right now. Is it enough for Araya to maintain, to keep himself alive and avoid the 8th here? 3 of the Rock players are in that difficult position. Araya, even though the lowest in HP, he's pretty strong right now, changing a little the power-ups in the front line. Will the front line hold? He needs the fight to be abolished as soon as possible. He has a lot of damage. The sword is there, but there's no shield. Cassante totally destroying it, accessing the back line, destroying everything, and Araya will fall.
Araya goes down. Panda facing off against this Katarina does end up finding the win there, so not going to fall, but it looks like that might have been his other teammate, or was that Ego that was playing that? Songyop goes down, Araya goes down. That's the 7-8 for Rock. And it would have to be Panda and Dr. O going 1-2, chipping through over 100 HP on the side of TL. Over 150 HP remaining for the side of TL.
So many control here. And as we said, yeah, maybe Dr. O has a chance, but he will have to face Panda in a moment. And there's not enough removers in the game to abolish that difference in HP that you just mentioned right now. So full dominance right now for Team Liquid. They should be able to tie the series. And remember, this is the last game of today, the last elimination match. One of these teams will go tomorrow to face either against Wolf or an additional team, and then face off to have the opportunity in the deciders match for tomorrow. So let's see who takes the win here. For now, Rock in totally difficult position, and let's see just if it's enough. There it is the face-off. BCLF taking the win, and there it is.
Yeah,
Rock.
there is the 6-7-8 for Rock. TL dominance in this one. If the last game was one of the closest games we've seen throughout TFT at EWC here, this is maybe the most one-sided game we have seen, with TL absolutely dominating. Dr. O having a good shout to try and turn things around. But this is unfortunately more of what we saw with Wolves versus Rock yesterday. And we did see the glimmer of hope in game 1. I'm curious if we'll get that same Rock going into game 3.
Yeah, it will make sense. Let's see the next game in a while. And I want to recognize once again BCLF taking double bonus from this Prismatic ticket, helping him get the GP3 and then avoid a Riot from getting the Exacta la 20, at least in the early game. So that delay make a Riot go 8th. So BCLF obviously helping the team and also punishing the rest of the lobby, punishing the enemy team right now. So once again, recognition for Team Liquid, playing themselves, good communication in all carousels trying to grief. Both of the teams are playing great cast.
Just have a few final rounds as TL take their victory lap. And once again, Gangplank being the hero. VCLF able to find that early. And I think Prismatic Ticket has been an augment that often falls out of favor when it comes to just standard teamfight tactics, but I think is proved itself time and time again in 4v4, not only for you finding your own composition, but the ability to grief your opponents on what they want to roll for. VCLF, of course, holding a 3-star Kaisa alongside his board of finding his own Gangplank, stalling time, making Araye hit the cash out later than anticipated, and that sends Araye 8th, and a lot of this comes from this Prismatic augment. And fortunately for those who are able to click that augment, there is a 2 cost that you want to be re-rolling so aggressively that doesn't need the combat augments to be a good composition, and so it becomes even better. But it was something we even saw last year. Even when you weren't playing the Syndra comp or just going for the reroll composition, it could allow you to grief so effectively.
Yeah, and then you have additional value. You can go for the Yasuo 3. He didn't find it, but he did find the Udyr. That is a good unit. Also having the Formentor, full value bonus for all of them now going up against the Casante. So just making the fundamentals here. Dr. O trying to go there. Finally loses against BCLF. So we should be close here for the end of the second fight. BCLF, Babsera, Dr. O, Ego, the last standing right now.
Yeah, once again, getting to see that all-out Cassante and just the question of how good can you make it. And we've even got Ego, 9-star Guardian in, has the quality over quantity, and is seeing if he can get that Prismatic Star Guardian going. I don't think he's spent nearly enough mana to make it happen, though.
Yeah, getting full value in over the Star Guardian and losing the value on the Jinx, but getting additional crit chance. So yeah, perfectly played. Everything in a great position here. Playing tempo, getting a good laugh here. So Team Liquid in good spirits. Losing the first game, now winning in a dominant phase. This second game, last game will be a banger cast. Who will take it, Rock or Team Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to say, right? The first game was incredibly close. This domination from Liquid. I mean, they were dominant in the first game at the very start, and everything just kind of slipped through their fingers towards the end, not able to finish off the players on Rock, and this time that was not the case, right? Rock fell low fast, they fell hard, and they got knocked out. They didn't get to claw things back like in the first game. And with that being said, I mean, out of the 2 games, it looks like Team Liquid is kind of ahead of the curve against Rock, and the question is, can they just duplicate what they were able to do in that first game when it comes to playing those greedier comps, securing the late game, and making sure that they had the win-out potential, whereas TL has shown exactly what style they want to play here. They want to play fast, They want to play high tempo, and they want to deal a lot of damage when they are getting these hits.
Yeah, the double jeopardy, as we will, you need to win the GP battle, and then you need to win the X Factor battle. In this case, the X Factor was the anomaly, was the encounter that we have with this golem, and not all of them could get additional value. For Team Liquid was amazing. For the rest, they had to just get whatever they could have. And of course, the next one, once again, having the first augment being prismatic, additional variants included into the game, and Team Liquid for sure were the ones who were managed to use it the most.
Yeah, even interesting to see something like Bapzera having the Crystal Gambit on the Golem, and then still opting into going Build-A-Bud. Lux out does find the Syndra, which I think is maybe the best option to find off that Build-A-Bud, but from there, just still playing high tempo, not trying to commit to anything around that Crystal Guardian or Crystal Gambit. And it just does so well for this team because instead of having that one loss streaker that was allowing the Rock players some reprieve to find a win here and there, it was just 4 Liquid on top of the HP, just dealing damage every single fight.
For sure. Now we're seeing BCLF, level 9 for him, trying to find an additional value. This is just the final board that he decides to go for Mentor, 4 Duelists here with the Kai'Sa. So this Kai'Sa being so strong, being ramped until still from the early game. And now just trying maybe the Yasuo, we don't know, decides to go for Strategist, just gain additional value for the front line, getting a little more durability and of course damage to the ones in the back row.
And here, maybe the final fight of the game, Dr. O going up against Bapzera. It is just going to be the Syndra trying to fire away. It looks like the all-out Cassante has kind of outstayed its welcome as it does get taken down, and Dr. O will fall. Now it is just VCLF and Bapzera remaining in this one, and we'll see if Bapzera can hold out and take down the GP, or if we're going to get yet another stat pad for Gangplank and another first place.
I can see it. It's possible. He will need the Brown to disposition the Kobuko in a place and then access a little there on the Gangplank. Let's see what happens here. 7 Crystal Gambit in the end. He decides to do the pivot. So Bapzera once again, even in the last game cast, Team Liquid lost, but Bapzera did an amazing performance winning the game, and now once again with the winning position. This is the hero. This is the young gun from Team Liquid making it work right now for the Brazilian squad. Team Liquid has an amazing team right now assembled, and as we said before, they're looking not only for the win here in Teamfight Tactics, but also the win in the overall club championship.
Yeah, first in the last game for Bapzera, potentially first once again. See the Kabuko getting focused down, the Gangplank stuck in the corner, might be able to get a shot onto the backline soon with these stretchy arms. As it is just Syndra trying to fire through the Gangplank, finally it breaks it down.
It's not enough.
Looks like it will just be VCLF finding that win. Bapzera is just live for one more round. They're keeping us in it. They're keeping us hanging out here. Upe.
Taking a laugh here. Final carousel here for the game. So it's Bapzera versus BCLF, full reroll for BCLF, 4 Duelists, 4 Mentor versus Bapzera now with the 7 Crystal Gambit, full win-out boards for both of them. And now just getting a chance to take the win. There's additional value, gets only 4 costs, so nothing interesting for now, but items in the side that could make the difference here.
Yeah, the items on Zyra can definitely make a difference. Very close to being able to actually just go 10, play an additional unit as well. Bapzera, if he wins one more fight, that he can actually potentially win the rest because he just needs to find a little bit of space, but that is a Yasuo 3 for VCLF. Try and close it out.
Also with Titans, is it enough right now? BCLF won the previous fight, and now going up against Bapzera. Also ramping up with the Twisted Fate on the other hand with the Duelists. Kobuko falls, and now they're focusing the Gangplank. This could be the chance. Huge ult, but Gangplank is still alive. Accessing the backline cast, and this should be a wrap-up. And it's a win for BCLF, taking out Bapzera. Huge win right now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and still Bapzera going first, then second in these first 2 games. As you said, he's been a star for this team. The young gun coming through big for Team Liquid as VCLF able to hold on to that win streak the entire game, find the Gangplank very quickly, dealing punishing amounts of damage to Rock. Team Liquid really needs that win, needs to bounce back as it is 1-1. The winner here moves on for a chance in the decider match. The loser here is done.
Yeah, and I like the way they approach. In the last game, they maybe had one win-out player, and now they say, you know what? We'll have 3 win-out player as a possibility.
All right, and we'll send it over to the analyst desk so they can further break down this matchup before we get that final game of the series.
Liquid equalized the playing field, sending this to a 1-1, meaning there's only one match left before we know which other team is advancing and which one is going to be going home. This is exactly what Liquid needed to get back into the saddle, to start things off, to be able to really show us the Liquid that we were promised, Stuart.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the variety of this game happened really from the start with trainer golems. This is the first time that we've seen, at least on A stream, trainer golems as the encounter start for this. It opened up so much potential for this game, I feel like. Then we started with the Prismatic as well, Exalted Adventure. Everything was happening in this game, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many individual pieces of what went forward into this puzzle, because you kind of look at Trainer Golems and think, it's going to be a chaotic game, but if anything, it felt like it was actually more measured and more controlled than what we saw before. I mean, starting with the Exalted Adventure you mentioned, it was reacted to extremely well by Team Liquid to shut it down real hard.
Yeah, I think the Prismatic ticket was really, really smart by VCLF. Taking a Prismatic ticket when uncontested Gangplank as well. We have to remember Cassante was more contested than Gangplank. we never see that in Teamfight Tactics in this set. So to see a Cassante so early on, to see that being contested, GP being uncontested as well, and picking up the Kabukos as well on that Prismatic ticket meant that Araya had to go for the Xayah and the Kaiser instead for the Exalted Adventure, and went dead last. Wasn't able to get a big enough cash out.
I do want to point out as well, as we see the Cassante camera on screen there, the most ludicrous thing to find the all-out Cassante at 2-2 in that game. Even if it hadn't been, a trainer golem game, that would have been the most outrageous thing going on.
Yeah, I think as well for when we're looking at Rock Esports here specifically, this is obviously not the result that you wanted, but they have now been tested. I think that first game, it was a lot more of them being in the lead, them being able to really dictate the pace of how everything's going to go. But this time, Liquid is throwing a spanning in the work. They are really testing you and your capabilities of adaptation and being able to work together as a team. And unfortunately, they weren't able to heed that call. But now, again, we still have one match, right? So there is hope for both of these rosters.
I think Cass said it pretty perfect on the cast where he was saying, him and Hooper were saying that Team Liquid were in the lead as well in game number 1 as well. They were in control in game number 1. You feel like Team Liquid are the ones that are supposed to be on top in this series as well. I think they just outplayed Rock completely in this game. I think with the Exalted Adventure deny, the build above Bud for Syndra as well, we haven't talked about, with 7 Crystal Gambit to end things off as well. I think for Rock, it's just a very unfortunate game with the denial of Team Liquid, but it's well played by Team Liquid at the same time.
It was kind of crazy to see the Team Liquid win the top 4, at the stage 3, and I started to get worried because of what we saw before.
We've seen it all before.
It's going too well right now, but you're right. Pap Zero was absolutely amazing in that game. I love seeing the sort of the win streak crystal coming in, the Heart of Gold as well.
Yes,
with the Build-A-Bud was such a great combination to make sure that he stayed in control the whole game long.
Yeah. And Liquid here, this is what we wanted to see. This is what they needed. This is the confidence boosts that they're looking to carry into that next match. So it's a great start, because I felt like when we were looking at Liquid, yesterday wasn't their day. We weren't able to see what they're able to do. Today, the first match, again, they didn't really showcase us the Liquid that we were promised. But this feels like a little bit of a resurgence. They're coming back into it. They're showing us what they're capable of. And as you touched upon, they just completely outplayed Rock. And that is the expectation that we had coming into this. And they're living up to it.
I mean, exactly that. They were one of the teams that we were really looking out for as casters. This Brazilian team that have come in, that have plenty of international experience as well. They've played against some of the best as well in Teamfight Tactics, and I feel like this game really proved their level of TFT. But again, they have to go back again. They have to make sure that they stay focused as well. And they do the same as what they did in game number 2. They understand the situation of how Rock can win out the game and deny them completely. They did it perfect in this game with the Exalted Adventure, with the Crystal Crystal Gambit as well, being able to get that win streak, but they have to do it again to make sure they don't get eliminated this time around.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid really cleaned up their play. Of course, this being the last series of the day, they've been waiting around to play this for a while, so I can sort of forgive a little bit of rust coming into game one, but it does, like we've seen from another series, we're seeing particularly Team Liquid seeming to get stronger game by game. So I think it's going to be a really rough run in the final game to try and take them down.
Yeah, that's also that momentum that they now have going into this, the confidence, and as you touched upon, the rust as well. Yesterday was the first game on stage, today's the first game on this main stage with the walkouts. Everything is a little bit different. So now that both of these teams are settled in, this final match is really going to dictate which team has been made the biggest improvement and also which one is the most comfortable in the current situation.
I think Team Liquid are going to come in more comfortable for sure. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable after game number one. I think they were a little bit unfortunate in game number one. Game number two was just a stomp in my opinion. I think that it was just completely one-sided in game number two. They're going to have the confidence now coming into game number three. Rock though, they need to make sure they keep their level-headed as well. They make sure that they don't lose their heads as well, because one more game, that's it. One more game of Teamfight Tactics determines who goes out and who stays on in EWC.
I mean, as much as we've seen a lot of good stuff from Team Liquid, I'm starting to maybe believe in Rock. They surprised us so much in game one. If we get back to just a normal game of TFT, it doesn't seem impossible they could do it again.
Ooh, so your prediction still stands true. Yours, you can no longer change it, and you went for a
I'm still riding the Liquid train.
So,
I'm still riding it.
Everyone's still on that Liquid train, and we'll see whether or not that is the right one and whether it will leave the station heading towards tomorrow or towards their own homes. Either way, Liquid and Rock are on the chopping block with only one game left coming up after the break.
This is Peter. He plays Tekken 8 on PlayStation tournaments. Peter wins hundreds of avatars easily. But how? On his PS5, Peter launched Tekken 8, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily. Win avatars, prizes, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Now, I am lucky enough to be standing right now at the player lounge here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm not alone. I've come to the table tennis table to play with Wojtek of Team EVOS here for TFT. Wojtek, welcome to Riyadh. How are you feeling?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm great. How about you?
I'm good. How's your table tennis? You good?
I will try.
Let's have a go while we have a bit of a chat. This is multitasking at its best. Here we go. So, Wojtek, tell me about your team. You've been playing since... Oh, we're off to a bad start. Where's that ball gone? You got another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, we go again. So tell me about your team, because you've been playing since set one. Haven't really had that much success at international level, but you're feeling really confident.
Yeah, I mean, our team is like not the most accomplished, but I think we have great team spirit, and throughout all of the qualifications, we are mostly like having fun and doing our best, and it worked. We are here, so why not continue?
So you are personally from Poland.
Yeah, our whole team is Polish.
Oh, very cool. So you'd be putting Poland on the map at the Esports World Cup if you were to do well here. What do you think your chances are?
Yeah, I believe, and our whole team, I think, believes we can go all the way. We believe in ourselves, so yeah, we are going to the finals.
I'll tell you what, right? You're good at this. So what we'll do is we're gonna have a quick break because I know you need to go play. Let's go get a coffee and talk some more, shall we? Thank you. Enjoy.
All right. It's like I don't have many interviews.
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we are at the SNB Esports Arena for the final match between Team Liquid and Rock Esports. They've tied the series up 1-1. The loser here will go home. The winner will get another chance in the decider match. Hupe-san, Team Liquid came out strong in that second game, but Rock is no slouch. We have to see how will they bounce back in this third and final game.
There has been a trend in both games where Team Liquid starts very, very strong. The difference was second game, several players with a possibility of win-out possibilities and win-up options. Will this be maintained, or will Rock turn the paper out and try to maybe pressure a little more into the early game? Double component anvils here for the Twisted Fate cast. This means you can force almost anything you want. Normally you need both scenarios open, you need the items and you need the units. Now only if you find the units, now you can force any comp. So GP will be more prevalent for sure. We will see a double. Last time only Team Liquid played it.
Yeah, so we'll see who is able to find the first gangplanks and can they actually just slam those anvils right away. Babzera actually grabs a couple of 3 costs and a Smolder, not one we've talked about a lot, but it's actually one of the harder 3 costs to grief because you actually have to get Smolder in, I believe, get an experience on it for your Smolders to actually count as part of the pool. So with that being said, it's maybe an option. However, we haven't seen anybody bust that out yet.
Yeah, we saw it succeed and we saw it totally bad in the term here on the EWC. And the problem is it's too expensive. You need 3 costs. You need to find a 3-star. Smolder 2-star is not a new unit. So very difficult to accomplish. Sell set immediately right now for Babzera. Doesn't want to go there. They want to go for something maybe more confirmed right now. Sanjob right now having some good possibilities. Find the Kai'Sa early and finds 2 Kai'Sa. So this could be an option for him, and of course trying to ramp up the early game and have a good possibility. Kai'Sa hasn't won games, but obviously there's a good chance for Supreme Cell to succeed.
Yeah, Kai'Sa reroll is more of a just strong comp that you can play, that you can look for top 4. It's not going to be one of the top comps, it's not one of the best, but it is okay. It is a reasonable reroll to go for, as Dr. O also having a Katarina as an option here. That is another 2-cost reroll, so the team could synergize on 2-cost rerolls. If they find Gangplank and go 3 2-cost rerolls, that is still possible to go those 3 different compositions and really just try and help each other by taking other 2 costs out of the pool. But we are going to get Prismatics, so the variance is not quite done for us, Hupe, in this series. We'll see what they can go for. We've seen at what cost be pretty reasonable. You don't get to pick the augments, but that quick level up is great. Supreme Cell Crown, not going to be for Dr. O, so it might just be expected unexpectedness. Look for maybe some of those pickups. 9 lives instead. This has been a very strong augment in 4v4, and it is going to be the click for Dr. O. You get carousel priority, and you get, well, 9 lives, but you also get a lot of resources when you have to expend each of those lives.
Yeah, makes sense right here. So probably going for this Katarina as an option, and that will be the angle here for Dr. O. Kai'Sa 2 right now for Ego, so not giving the chance for Sanjob to play this Kai'Sa alone, and now being immediately contested.
Yeah, going for the contest. Looks like he had his own pair of Kaisas, so goes for that Supreme Cell emblem because it also gives a Kaisa. Just locking in, saying, hey, you know what? I'll get a 2-star Kaisa. I'll start slamming some items and we'll go from here. Start scaling the Kaisa as well because she as a unit does stack AD when she does get kills with her ultimate. So might as well go for that. And we got a Talisman of Ascension as the first hit for the Living Forge. It's not one that you want to see, but we did see that Mundo earlier from Wet Jungler going alongside a Radiant Anima Visage, and there is an Anima Visage there alongside it, so maybe we'll get a Mundo once again.
Also with the Nafiris already in that Juggernaut angle, could be a repeat that you just mentioned that for the Mundo. We saw the Mundo didn't win the game, but pressured the lobby in the mid game a lot.
We've got Protagonist, perfect form Zac. The last time we saw this, it went first, and I think the time before that we saw it, it went first. This has been very successful so far when it is found, and VCLF is going to be able to pick that up for Team Liquid as another potential win-out angle while we jump on board with Lucas, and he's got a 2-star Gangplank. So TL, once again, having a lot of very good spots to start things off.
Wow, once again with this possibility of not just getting good tempo in the early game. These are all win-out spots. Maybe the Kaisa could be a top 3, but once again, Team Liquid proposing a great early game right now. Build a bot on the other hands for Sanjop and taking the loss. This is not what you want to see.
Yeah, and we'll have to look at across the board here with the early wins. The early wins are going towards TL as we have 3 players from Rock on losing the first 2 rounds, right? Still not the full stage, right? Songyup has taken 2 losses, but his Sniper's Gangplank, which is very strong, and I think that this is a way that we can see Songyup look for the win, contesting into the Gangplank line.
Yeah, correction here. This is the artifact that will be for additional value here, and we'll get more on the front end right now here for Sanjop. And on the other hand, Dr. O with the non-life finds the Katarina, still Katarina 1, but with some itemizations here, just trying to hold up a little the rest of the lobby. And Sanjop will be the one contesting the GP, but I mean, it's just very behind in tempo right now. But of course, getting some additional chance here to just try to punish a little the lobby and have a chance to contest in the late game.
Yep, another life down for Dr. O, down to 6 out of the 9 lives to start with, but that will mean that more of that treasure that comes through, you kind of become a piñata for those 9 lives, and you get to have some very exciting rewards coming out of you when you do take a loss. So we'll see if Dr. O can start to turn things around very quickly.
Okay, we're seeing also a Riot with the Crystal Gambit trying to get be a little more greedy. I mean, that's the difference. Team Liquid are playing strong the early game and then being greedy on the late game. Riot has been the hero for Rock Gaming, so now the chance for him to spend resources in the early game, try to accomplish, went for the Destiny, for the Prismatic Destiny, and finds the Pandora's items, a Prismatic one, so he will get a Radiant item that he can get almost anyone that he wishes to. So he should be the win-out player. Let's see what's the path that he decides to take.
Oh, Panda with the Talisman. It's always so funny in the early game too, right? Because it actually does proc pretty consistently in stage 2. So even though this artifact is, I think, one of the lowest win rates of all the artifacts, it's bottom 4 when it comes to that. There are some creative ways that you can use it. We saw it with Wet Jungler with the Mundo, but you have to find a unit that is essentially going to be invincible to make it work. And, well, when it comes to stage 2, I do think an upgraded Neferi with these items is nearly unkillable.
Also getting the fusion then, so getting, eating the Jace, if you will, getting that additional HP and damage. So very good for him. He will try to maintain this tempo, and for Panda it's important, as you say, Talisman very good in the early game, and then very good when you have the Mundo 3-star. But then in the middle ground, you actually start losing a lot of value for the comp. So let's see if he managed to outmaneuver them for now, making it work with a good win streak.
All right, we've got the double down from Araye, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on that to see if TL can actually grief it on 2-6, or if Araye is going to run into one of his teammates. He did actually just upgrade some units right after double down. We saw the tragedy that happened earlier on from Falcons.
Okay. Making the win here. Once again, Dr. O with the Katarina, with a good chance here to just trying to maintain a little more tempo. Finds the pair and needs to find early this Katarina 2 to try to stabilize, goes up against Araye. So this should be a win for him, and Araye will maintain the lose streak and keep playing this Crystal Gambit. For now, 72 stacks, so not bad at all.
Yeah, I think this is pretty nice. Araye does need this loss with the double down, and I think Dr. O has gotten kind of enough rewards out of the 9 lives so far that maybe you actually want to hold on to, 5 lives for the rest of the game. Don't need to lose 5 in stage 2. And so we'll try and look to turn around the win streak. Now, having 50 gold going in 2 neutrals, I think very good for Dr. O.
Yeah, Ego took a loss, but Babsera maintained the win streak here. BCLF, right now with the protagonist, as you mentioned, with the perfect exact, already with 3 items, at least holding for now. Then he will look for the ideal items for him, but for now, full crit and being a full menace. The balloon floating throughout the sky, just being a total menace for the rest of the enemies.
Oh, I mean, it's perfect as well, right? This is on 2-7, you get the 3-star. From there, VCLF now is going to still get a Zac every single turn, try and get that 4-star Zac online, which can just easily threaten for first.
Yeah, we saw it in previous when it went first, it was the 4-star, but even 3-star was already top 3, top 2. This is just as one of the most strong hero elements that we have right now, or at least a protagonist possibility that you can get in randomness. So very good decision here, and the lock on the side right now for BCLF and for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's also a not done yet Zac, so it's one of the stronger power-ups that you can get. However, the condition is going to be tough to satisfy because he just keeps winning. Okay. it stays alive the entire time.
Okay, let's see a little more. So we have a Sanjop here with the GP, holding up items still, finding double Udyr. So he decides to play Udyr for now, just for the duelist, and then made the change for the Kobuko to maintain 1 mentor. So far, so important for this comp to get the GP early, rolling right now and in the next level on 3-2, and then maybe trying to high roll the rise that will enable you to play for mentor also as a good chance. Ego taking a good win here and also stacking those that AD damage that you mentioned in the start cast, so important for the Kai'Sa, especially ramping up into the late game.
All right, we do see the Ascension come through for the Nefiri, but finally a loss for Panda. Babsera able to hold on to the win streak all throughout stage 2 and holding it into 3-2. Once again, TL dominating the top of the table when it comes to the win streaks.
Yeah, and Babsera once again is the one proposing good tempo, playing best board possible, right now with an AP angle there, playing around the Syndra. And Dr. O rolling here, also trying to find the Katarina, doesn't find it. And Sanjot rolls a little, and did he find also the game plan? A little additional. Okay, Dr. O is committed, finds the Katarina, very important, and now he should be able to win some rounds.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little worrisome, though, with so many of the 9 lives gone already, having to win out when we know the power of some of these comps. I mean, you have to beat Perfect Form Zac a couple of times throughout this game. If you just start losing to Perfect Form Zac every time it hits you on your rotation, your 9 lives are going to dwindle very, very quickly.
Yeah, now in 4, just as a chance here, Sanjop decides to roll only onto 30. Maybe he didn't roll that much, but he didn't hit even a pair. That's why he stopped. Normally, you don't have value in rolling unless you have pairs and good possibilities to hit. So he will need maybe 1 natural GP and then try to roll. But for now, this doesn't look like it's good enough. Going up against Babsera, we see now why he's so strong. 3 items on the rail, and the damage right now for the Syndra bot is stacking the Ginso right now for Gamplan, but no, he falls down, and Babsera maintains the win streak and maintains the pressure here for Team Liquid against Rock.
Yeah, I mean, once again, just look at the HP, right? I mean, 1, 2, 3, that's Liquid. Then Lucas at 5th, Panda just kind of in the middle there. And of course, this is a little skewed because Dr. O is playing 9 lives.
Yeah.
So you can't purely add up just the HP this time around, but Lucas is going to find Gangplank 3 to the single copy of Songyop who is going up against him. So that is a very bad omen for the side of Rock, as Lucas is already set up to win the game. And I think if you're Dr. O, you've taken 9 lives, and you've got Perfect Form Zac 3 running around and a Gangplank 3 running around. I would be scared of going down in stage 4 if I'm Dr. O, and he's going to run into the gangplank. Right away, he rotates into Lucas after he hits.
Wow, there it is. Gangplank 3 once again here for Lucas, expecting the unexpected. So the Gangplank is the one who accomplished this cast. This is just amazing destiny going up against but the Katarina doing good damage here.
Got there.
And finally taking the end. And once again, Gangplank wants to try to access the backline. Katarina loses the aggro and takes a huge win here.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive for Dr. O. You rotate into the Gangplank 3, I think you might expect that you might be losing one of those 9 lives, and being able to defend it is so important. We saw the Mundo finally being found so that it does have the Talisman of Ascension, taking a page out of Wet Jungler's book.
Okay, Panda, we're seeing playing around the Jhin so far, only with one item, having the Mundo. So Panda will try to go for that reroll. Jhin hasn't been a win-out composition, but for sure would get some points here for Rock Gaming. So Panda, let's see if it's good enough for him. Seeing a little more about the game, we saw the Katarina for Dr. O. Ego with the Kai'Sa also very strong. Findings the Mundo too, so he will be contesting the Mundo and making sure Panda is not out of line with the Jhin also.
As we jump over to the cash out, Araye does succeed in the double down. Gets a lot of gold this time around.
Wow. Huge influx here. Araye will be the one contesting the AP line for Bapsera. We'll check for Bapsera later to check if he's going for the Zork or the Prodigy with Battle Academia. But for now, pretty strong. Finds the Ahri. Had a possibility here to go for Lux, but normally Lux hits a little more in area. So Ahri a little better here for item holder. And of course the tank will be the Swain. And going up against the Talisman, Mundo right now. Still Mundo 2. And as we know, he's contested, so it will be very hard to hit this Mundo 3-star.
Yeah, I like that Araye actually took branching out as the silver augment at the end here, trying to potentially high roll into Crystal Gambit +1, because recognizing that he has to be the win-out player for the team, does not get rewarded, ends up finding a Wraith Emblem, is going to take another big hit, but has a lot of gold to start making this pivot to whatever comp he wants to play. Pair of Ashes on the bench as well.
Okay, we're seeing Panda here. The second power-up right here should go to the Jhin and try to have a good chance here. Okay, piercing could be an option for now.
Artistic KO was there.
Okay. Artistic Chaos, we saw it also as a good chance. And Panda looking strong, looking very... also Ego right now, being in the lead. And it's up for everyone. Rolling for days, already expanded cast, so no additional resources here for the augment.
You see Bapsera finally taking a couple losses and losing some sizable amount of HP in those. Was using the Rising Chaos Syndra to win early on, but finally getting a little bit outscaled. Going up against Ego, who once again does have that Mundo 2 alongside the Kai'Sa upgrade. Does have 5 copies of Mundo actually, so going to be doing a good job of slowing down Panda.
Yeah, also holding the Katarinas, very important, and having that possibility to preserve or don't let the rest of the enemy go for that win condition. So Bapsera starts to fall up, good early game, but for now just maintaining economy and trying to go for that possibility. He's holding the Swain, so if we see the board, he's going for the Prodigy line, but actually with a good possibility to just ramp up into the swords.
Uh-oh, Dr. O taking some friendly fire. Gonna lose one of his 9 lives to Panda, and I think that's really bad. I mean, Dr. O now gonna be down to 3, and I'm not sure there was something that could have been done there to prevent it, because you can't really start using your removers yet. But the problem is you have a teammate that's on 9 lives, so it is gonna be a big cash out of gold for Dr. O to maybe dig for that Katarina, but looks like he's been pumping experience a little bit, and yeah, he is just gonna go to level 7.
Yeah, and Araye decides to roll here. Doesn't find one, finds only one karma, doesn't find a win, but finds at least the Ahri 2-star that should be able to stabilize him right now. And of course, the influx of gold is enough to recover the economy.
Yeah, we'll see everybody getting that prismatic orb. We're gonna get an item on the bench. Roll down once again for Araye. Finds Cassante 2 to help try and stabilize the front line a little bit.
Additional Ahri once again sold it and gets it again.
Yeah, just remaking it, trying to move everything over to the Karma. Tried to find a little bit more gold, actually find a Karma 2, but it's just going to be Sork's double Radiant item onto the Karma, though.
Good Karma. lacking obviously the 2-star to get that additional damage as try to pump up the passive of Zorks. Hitting the Garen, so it should be good to kill the Garen and then start pumping up the rest. But let's see if it's just enough. Katarina access to the backline, takes out the Ahri, and now stays on the Swain. Karma doing good damage.
Alright, really does not want to win this. Dr. O is going to lose again, down to 2 of the 9 lives here on stage 4.
Wow.
And there are still strong boards out there. This is not what you want to see. I mean, we saw tweets about it from Vitality, making fun of one of their teammates for falling on stage 3 with 9 lives. It's not nearly as bad as that, but that would still be an 8th if we go down here in stage 4. And 9 lives is one of those augments that can really look to be a win-out potential for your team. Dr. O really needs to find a way to stabilize.
Yeah, we saw Panda also holding for Ego, holding full Kaisas, and Ego is very far away from hitting. So Lucas is the only one in the best position here, already having the GP3. The rest of the game, even though this GP3 exists, it's very difficult to find the Mundo that is contested, very difficult to find the Katarina that is being held by Team Liquid, and very difficult also for Ego to find the Kaisa that is being held by all of Rock players.
Does seem at the end of the day, TL getting the better of the trades, especially with the early Gangplank 3. Finding all the mentors already and looking to 3-star them as well. Panda at the top of the tables, being able to play around this Talisman Mundo. We saw how good it was from the side of Wet Jungler, and this time around, actually, Panda does find the backline. That was what was missing when Jungler played this. Panda actually 3-starring the Jhin already, and potentially could just use it as a 2-star Mundo for a very long time, because it still kind of survives for such a long time in these fights, and you get that Talisman upgrade. So Panda, just the remaining hope for the team, but I'm not sure that Talisman Mundo is a win-out comp. It is a top 2, top 3 composition, but finding the first, especially because we know there's perfect form Zac that's going to hit 4-star in this lobby.
Yeah, he has a little ramping up with the Jhin. He will need to find a 3-star, and also having the buy with a suspicious trench coat, also the Silvermare can be a possibility, but is it enough damage?
And Dr. O on final life here, out of these 9 lives. Once again, I believe losing to a teammate, and we'll see pushing to 8, so not even looking for the Katarina 3, knowing that it is 2 held, 2 contested.
Wow.
Trying to get more Battle Academia in, trying to convert maybe over towards this Akali. Maybe that is an opportunity to turn things around. 7 Battle Academia, double Radiant on the Katarina. Keepers. There's a lot of power, but now you run into the perfect form Zac, and have you done enough to actually beat it?
Yeah, got reinforcement, just trying to find the Leona, actually finds it, or has an initial frontline, and now depending on the Akali that you mentioned, she's the one that should be doing the damage, and he depends on the access to the backline. Trying to hit them, Malzahar is not enough, but now is enough to clean. So this is exactly what he has to do. The problem is that 3 Rock players are in the bottom cast, so even though Dr. O managed to avoid the loss here, they're all close to being eliminated.
Yeah, and at this point, we actually can say that that life total is pretty accurate, because he has 1 life left. So whether it's 1 9 life or 1 HP, it doesn't matter. It is 1 life for Dr. O, and as you mentioned, 2 other teammates at the bottom there, and it is all up to Panda at the top of the tables. But they need the rest of the team to find stability, and often that would be through your 9 lives player. However, I'm not seeing it with this Katarina Akali composition. I'm seeing, at best, a 6th out of this comp, and I am very worried for Rock.
Yeah, no win-out spot. Ego finding the Mundo 3, so once again, not letting Panda get the Mundo. So perfect play right now, holding also the Kaisas here for Rock, avoiding Ego from doing the ramp up. So everyone is holding, everyone is tidying up the rest of the enemies to avoid them from the winning spot. But Team Liquid already has some win-out spot, already having the Kaisa 3 here, already having the GP3. This is a dominant position for Team Liquid.
Yeah, look at this from Ego. 2 Supreme Cell emblems going alongside Mundo 3, Kaisa 3. Been stacking the Kaisa all game. Actually looking like a pretty strong Kaisa spot, compelling Kaisa spot to make a top 2, top 3 as well. So there's just so much power on the side of Liquid. Gangplank 3, the Kaisa 3, we've got the perfect form Zac that's gonna be a Zac 4. And Bob Zera is just the 1 sacrificial lamb for TL.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucas trying to hold up. The GP falls down. So it's a good win here for Dr. O, getting a huge chunk of HP here for Lucas. Any round that Dr. O stays alive and takes a chunk is helping the team so much. And now Panda making it work with the Super Mundo, taking a chunk of his teammate Sanjob. Once again, Dr. O, 1 life, and now Babsera, as you said, falls down, and Lucas also now in a dangerous position.
There we go, and this is what was needed for Rock, right? A couple of players on Rock starting win streaks. Araye and Dr. O both starting to win, and that is so important. They were so low on HP, and now it's up to VCLF and Ego to start putting some beatdown on the rest of the Rock players. They had the early tempo, but actually, the HP gap has closed way quicker in this game than we saw previously, and it's looking more like a repeat of Game 1 than Game 2.
Yeah, exactly. The rundown here, the ramping up, the scaling right now for Rock Game is making it work. Even though Katarina is only 2-star, is making it work right now, accessing the backline and not being able to abolish. Battle Academia, Akali giving so much additional ramping up and damage amp, and it's making the difference right now, cleaning the rest of the units right now. So Dr. O, even though he only has 1 life, he will stay alive here, Cass.
Yeah, and Songyup now becoming kind of the sacrifice for Rock, but that's fine. He had more HP to actually spend and just trying to stabilize around that Yone, but it is just a Yone 1 playing a little bit more flex. Babsera also more of a flexible board, was going for Sorcerers, hasn't quite hit, and instead is kind of playing around this Sorcerer Twisted Fate, seeing if he can make it work, but just a few pairs, really actually just the pair of Karmas in the front line, not the point that it needs to be, but Babsera has to try and hold on and outlive Songyup, or has to hope that someone can take that last life off of Dr. O.
No Karma 2, no Jarvan 2. Here's the Karma on place here for Araye. Also hasn't found the Jarvan. Both of them using Swain as a tank. He's an excellent tank, at least until you find the Jarvan 2 and get make sure that he's able at least to cast twice. So is it enough right now? Araye in a win streak, holding up the source and taking the damage or taking the units here from Babsera. Babsera needs to hold on, and Dr. O is just very strong. The Akali making the difference, and now it will be the play. Sanjob 17 HP, so 2 lives also for him. He will not be eliminated, so now in danger zone actually is Babsera and Dr. O only.
Yeah, Babsera finally finds Karma 2, looking to reroll and find something good with the fruit, but not finding any of the best in slot. Looking for efficient would be the most ideal. Does find Mage or Shadow Clone. Those are both viable options. Going up against Araye, which is basically just Babsera's comp, but better.
Yep.
And the Jarvan cast just gets stopped and taken down. It looks like Babsera will be falling, not able to kill enough units. So that's going to be the 8th, as Panda looks like will not take down Dr. O. The Mundo is going to finally pop, but the entire board is still there. So in overtime, should be able to take the Mundo down.
Mundo against the world.
Songyup looks like he actually went down from 17, so it would have been a massive loss. However, I have to assume that Babsera's loss was worse, and that's going to be a 7th Songyup, 8th Babsera. And in fact, that is what we will see.
Yeah, there it is, and so important, this possibility, because Babsera going 8th and Sanjob means that the top 1 is is easier to accomplish the win condition here when your enemy goes 8th. So now it's open up. Trying to find the Katarina. He's just 2 away. He's not being contested and not 1 more. So Dr. O with a great chance here with the 9 life and finding this Katarina to even take the game. There it is. Wow, late Katarina cast, and now in a great position right now. We see it on his face. He's happy and he's focused.
I mean, this is dangerous. 1 life is infinite lives if you don't actually lose any fights. And Dr. O just needed the last 1 of his 9 lives to find the Katarina 3 on 8. And now this comp looks like it is something that can win. And I think it comes down to VCLF and the Zac 4, but can Katarina actually beat that?
Yeah, it will be tough. It will be very close for sure. Ego ramping up here. The damage also looking very strong. And taking possibly the win here against... No. It ended up... It's only the Mundo now. So they're just ramping up. The Jhin taking out the Mundo. And now it just access to the backline. And Elo loses the Kai'Sa. And now in a difficult position here. Dr. O taking the win streak. Lucas taking the loss now with 11 HP. And BCLF is the one falling off. Team Liquid in a very difficult position.
Look at Lucas, 1 off Kabuko, 1 off of the Yasuo. He found the Gangplank so early, but he's not been able to find the supporting cast of characters for this composition. VCLF is just a few rounds away from the Zach 4, but he might not
Three
get
more.
there.
Yeah. Being late now, only 1, maybe 2 life here. He needs 3 rounds to accomplish the Zach 4. That for sure can be a win condition. We already know that the perfected Zach is capable of doing it. And now going up against the Gen 3.
Yeah, I was looking at the start of this game that TL was going to run away with it with the high HP, but it might be a repeat of game 1. The comeback from Rock, the 9 lives, the 9th one for Dr. O, making all the difference.
And on the
Perfect
left,
form Zach, though, is going to pick up the win against Panda. VCLF needs 2 more rounds after this to get the Zach 4 to turn the corner on this game as Lucas goes down. Dr. O finding another win. Ego does pick up a win, though. TL, just Ego and VCLF remain.
Turning the side right now. Rock is in the tempo, having great tempo vibes right now in a dominant position. Is it enough for the rest? Will he have the additional chance to go? Ego only with the Kai'Sa 3. VCLF still with the opportunity with 2 more rounds of finding the Zach 4-star. And Dr. O just looking as the best right now in the lobby with the Battle Academia Akali and the 3-star with Radiant items Katarina.
And reasonably, I mean, they needed Lucas to be the win out. The Gangplank 3 just never finding the mentors to tie it all up. And because of that now, Araye was on that big win streak with the Sorks. Double Radiant item on the Karma and Dr. O hitting everything. Can Ego and VCLF hold on? VCLF is on the last light, the last legs. Needs 2 more Zacs to convert. The 4-star can win, but can you get there? Can Ego sack for VCLF? It looks like it's a ghost of Ego and the items were not off, so does he just win naturally?
Wow.
Or are TL going to send themselves out of the tournament and send themselves home? We see the Zac has made it to the back line, so that looks like 1 more round that VCLF will escape, and he needs 1 more after this to close it down.
Ego knows, he's just like, okay, Gucci, we're fine, we have 1 more life left. And now on the rest, this is an HP chunk on the other side for Rock Gaming. So friendly fire right now on this round, Cass. And is it enough right now? BCLF, I think he lacks 1 more round, so it's not this one. It's 1 more.
Yeah, he needs 1.
Okay, 1 more.
Yeah, he needs 1 more. 1 Zac.
There's a roll just in case.
Negative 4 Zacs in the pool. he can't hit Zac. We know
just in case, I don't know.
We know this. He cannot hit Zac. He has to get it from the automatic. He cannot run into Dr. O. He won't win until he gets the 4-star.
He needs Panda. Araye is also pretty strong. So
Panda
let's see
or
what
Ego, because it was the ghost of Ego before.
Yeah, for sure. Will Ego stack? That's also the possibility here. Only 20 HP.
It's Araye. Is this winnable, or do you lose to the double Radiant Karma? It's not the fight you necessarily wanted. You really wanted Panda. There's the cast. Zac staying alive for now, but not for long. Goes down. So will the hopes and dreams of Team Liquid, with VCLF falling. Unless we see someone down from Rock, that's gonna be it. As VCLF falls.
This is the other fight. Dr. O is
and
good.
Rock will
Araye celebrating.
triumph over Team Liquid.
So close. Dominance from Team Liquid on game 1, at least in the early game, but taking the win. Rock in a great way. Araye being the hero for the team. Second game, totally dominance from Team Liquid, and now in a very close game, taking the win right now for Rock. They deserve it, and now we have an upset on Team Liquid that leaves at least the Club Championship open for the rest of the team. Still the #1 team here in EWC in points, but now open up the space for the rest.
Rock play style being a little more reminiscent of the Flash Wolves. We saw this high risk, high reward style payoff for the Flash Wolves earlier today, and now it does for Rock. They're happy to take the early loss streaks. Play around this 9 lives. 1 life is infinite lives for Dr. O, and it looks like he'll be able to win out the entirety of this game, but already has done enough. Araye also trying to push those late levels, getting to level 9, playing around the Sorks, the Radiant items. Everything coming together for Rock.
Yeah, for Dr. O, amazing the gameplay that he managed to accomplish. Very difficult to navigate. Being griefed so much against this Katarina, decides to go to level 8, maintaining tempo, and then finding the late Katarina. Amazing playing for him, amazing recognition that he was able to accomplish. And as you say, high risk, high reward. This is not the game plan that you want to have, but this is the out. And you go for that out, you manage to accomplish. We see the laugh, we see the joy. Araya on the right, Dr. O, the heroes here for Rock, for the team, going for tomorrow cast into the decided match. And if they win tomorrow, they enter playoff.
Yeah, Rock just able to hang on, and what a great performance from this team. Rock able to weather the Brazilian storm, and now they'll have another chance to stay alive, another chance potentially at Wolves. We'll see what happened in that other series soon enough, but Rock hoping that they can find their way out of this group, as Ego maybe finding a win with Kaisa if he can take down Dr. O in this game. Surprised that we've seen this comp do so well. Looks like Ego finding a way to really cap it out.
Yeah, getting additional possibilities. The Almond there for the Juggernaut, getting a very beefy wall, but as we know, Dr. O has access to the backline, both with Katarina and with the Akali Battle Academia. So very difficult battle here for Ego, the acolyte of Team Liquid. He decided to assemble this great team, the best of Brazil, to represent Team Liquid, to represent the Americas, and to try to accomplish an additional acolyte for Team Liquid. Don't manage to accomplish it, so we are losing one of the favorites once again here on TFT EWC.
Yeah, and it looks like Ego will not be able to beat this Dr. O board, so we'll have a couple of fights here. It was looking like maybe TL would get first place in each of these games and still not win the series, but this time around, Dr. O is going to deny that first for Team Liquid.
Yeah, also the plan was perfect. Babsera with the early game pushing, finally not getting the final end of the swords. Getting that 8th was so important for Rock, sending Babsera 8, Griffin. The rest of the unit couldn't find the karma, trying to play tempo, and Dr. O is just full enjoyment right now. Deserved, for sure, for Rock Gaming. Losing 2-0 yesterday against Wolf, against the reigning champion, the defending champion. And now with this win, great mental for them coming into tomorrow and trying to achieve a good placement on playoff.
And they were able to keep Lucas off of those mentors, right? The gangplank falling flat for TL. It looked like, oh, you hit on essentially 4-1 or late stage 3, that you get the gangplank 3 online for Lucas. Insanely strong start.
Yeah.
Can't find the mentors, not able to close things out, and you can see the disappointment on the faces of the members of Team Liquid. I think they may have even thought at some point in this game that they had it in the bag, spirits were high, yet the comeback from Rock, oh so strong, and Dr. O is gonna pick up the well-deserved win. The 9 lives looking questionable at some points in that game, but he proves us wrong. He survives on the very last one, finds the Katarina 3, and takes things down for Rock.
Looks at the camera there, being the greed, the happiness, the joyfulness, the accomplishment from Rock, coming into EWC as one of the underdogs, taking the win here. So important for them, 2-1 against Team Liquid, going out or almost going out of the group stage, and we'll see them tomorrow with a great game. Also, Cass, this is the final game of today. Has been amazing, so many elimination matches, but we still have one key to be crushed.
Yeah, they tried to have the Brazilian magic, but Rock had their counter spells and able to take down the big threat that is Team Liquid. And it's another team that's in the lead for the club championship, getting shut down here in TFT. Falcons dropped out already, Liquid gone now, and out of the top 3, only Vitality remains.
Yeah, important to recognize that this, you said, playing similar to what Wolf did last time, all the teams holding units for there was a moment where the bench was totally full for all of them, actually trying to play for that win condition, and as you said it, not hitting Mentor on the other side, maybe Lock on their side on this final game, and taking a huge win.
As we take a look at some of these highlights, you're just seeing Dr. O's kind of path to victory with the Katarina. So big for them to be able to pick this up, and a well-deserved victory for Rock. They had a tough time yesterday, one of the toughest times, in fact, against their set versus Wolves. It was just one of the most crushing performances of the entire tournament, but now they finally bring it back, and we're going to send it over to the stage for an interview with our winners.
1 HP and a dream for Rock here at the SNB Arena, and they make it work. They take down Team Liquid in a 2-1 barn burner series, and I'm joined by Panda and Maddox. Panda, first of all, congratulations. Incredible series between you and Team Liquid. But I want to bring it back to that first game of the series. You saw that BAPZERA still managed to clinch that first place spot in the game, but what was your reaction when you noticed you guys had the points, you guys got the win in the first game?
일단 팬다 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 힘든 경기였는데 사실 첫 번째 세트부터 쉽지 않았어요. 사실 뱁제라 선수가 이제 1등을 차지했는데 그래도 이제 점수 차로 이겼잖아요. 그래서 뱁제라 선수의 그 1등을 보면서 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
뱁제라 선수가 너무 잘 풀려서 이미 1등은 확정이라고 생각하고 그 피관리 위주로 게임 운영하다 보니까 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
Yeah, we knew BAPZERA was going to first, so that being said, we tried to save our HPs as much as possible.
I mean, you managed to save just enough to get that number 2 and number 3 and securing the win in the first game. Now, is there a specific strategy that you and the team stuck to coming into the series against Team Liquid?
이번에 리퀴드전을 준비하시면서 좀 특별하게 준비한 전략이 좀 있으신지 궁금합니다.
잘 풀린 갱플에 너무 휘둘리지 않고 저희 플레이해서 잘 순위 방어해내면은 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요.
So we all thought of ourselves like, don't lose the initiative by the early GPs. It's just like we stick with our game and we can win this.
Now, I want to say like that kind of gives me the follow-up for the third question, which is that last game. Dr. O, 1 HP for so long. How was the team feeling when he was on that last life? And he ended up winning the game as well. Walk me through that.
사실 세 번째 세트에서도 사실 쉽지 않았는데 오박사 선수가 진짜 P1로 어떻게 보면 계속 살아남으면서 결국에는 1등을 차지했잖아요. 그 과정이 좀 어땠는지도 한번 얘기해 주시죠.
오박사 선수가 1등 콜을 미리 했고 저희는 오박사 선수가 1등 할 걸 믿고 있어서 다 살려주는 전략으로 갔던 것 같아요.
Well, actually, he called it that like he's gonna go first, and so like let's just save our HPs and live long as much as possible. So we believed in him.
That's what you want to see, belief in yourself and in your team. Congratulations once again. And you know what? We have the Key Crusher ready for you to crush Team Liquid's key. Are you excited for it?
이제 팀 리퀴드의 키를 부술 일만 남았는데 기대되시나요?
네.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end for day 2 here and the first day for us in the SNB Arena for TFT. Congratulations once again to Panda and to Rock Esports. Let's head on over back to the studio and crush some keys.
Thank you. I don't know, Sandstorm, you kind of seem a little bit more excited about crushing the keys than Rock are at this point. But honestly, what a performance. Another upset added to this bracket. First it Falcons, now it's Liquid. Every single team that was doing quite well when it comes to the club championship points is going home.
And I think that's the amazing thing as well, not just in Teamfight Tactics, but also the club championship as well. You know, these are teams that have been fighting up there for such a long time throughout the past few weeks. And now Vitality are really the only ones that are still in this tournament, which we'll be seeing playing tomorrow as well. But Rock overall, I think, had incredible performance. We wanted high risk for them.
Yes.
We wanted high reward, and that's exactly what they brought.
I think 9 Lives really exemplified the whole run there for me because you know, the whole time we just look at Team Liquid and say, it's going to happen now. It's going to happen now. Oh, look, there we go. It's
never
all going to fall into
happened.
place, and somehow it just doesn't happen. Honestly, I give them incredible credit for to be able to get through this. You know, that was a huge uphill battle. Hopefully, it's just the beginning of something even bigger. But to be pushed to the brink there against such a good team and pull it off, that was an amazing showing.
Yes, and Liquid here, unfortunately, are going to be going home. That key is going to be crushed, and Rock hold on to fight another day. This is not necessarily what we expected coming into today's tour, but again, they showed us that adaptability, they showed us the teamwork, they showed us the individual prowess as well, and they had a strategy coming into this. They stuck to it, and it worked out.
It's a day of high risk, high reward, but also it's a day of aggression as well. I think the aggression from multiple teams, not only just from Rock, but also multiple other teams from today, were the difference in the upsets, I feel like. Especially with Rock as well. We talk about the Crystal Gambit coming in this game as well, being really, really huge. And a talisman pickup. Cass called it again, you know. This is one of the worst artifacts that we have seen in TFT for quite some time, and you know, it's one of the weaker ones in this set. but you go for the high risk, you go for the talisman with the Dr. Mundo, and it's able to do enough in the end. But yeah, Dr. O is the MVP for me. 9 lives, went all the way down to a single life, and brought it all home.
Yeah, and of course we were discussing in the green room and be like, oh no, he's made a right hash of this one. Should have gone for karma, should have gone for anything else. Up until the moment it all turned around.
Look at that.
And suddenly, it just goes right to the moon. It was such a big swing to take in such an important game. You had to know the whole team was behind him and saying, this is what we need.
Lil Bro really bought the dip. Like, looking at that graphic, damn, you gotta give it to him, okay? He believed in himself. And I think that just further highlights that, yes, this is a 4v4 and you want to have your teammates and you want to set them up for success, but you also got to play a little bit, selfishly, individually every now and then when the time does arise.
And I think your team has to back you as well. We heard from Panda just then as well that they had confidence in Dr. O, that even though he did lose a few lives early on, but when you do lose lives with 9 lives, you get the extra power online. We were like, is Katarina going to be enough to win the lobby? Should he gone for another composition in the end? But the 2 radiant items on the Katarina, I think, made the big difference, and he was able to go the whole way. So belief in the team, I think, was really, really key here for Rock.
Of course, the protagonist not quite getting there and then was so
one
painful.
away from 4-star.
That's the way it goes, isn't it? You can be 1 round away and leave the tournament for want of just once. If you roll 1 more Zac before the protagonist kicked in and got you to the 3-star, you would have gotten over the line and won the entire thing, but it wasn't to be.
It was not to be. Liquid are going to be sent home. Deki is going to be crushed, and we'll get to that eventually. But I would like to have a discussion about today in general. It was a day of upsets. It was a day of elimination. It was a day of really seeing teams flourish when their backs are against the wall. And we can start off with Al-Qadsiya going against T1, which was in Group A. Now, Al-Qadsiya, unfortunately, trial by fire here on this LAN environment. First, you get Vitality, then you get T1. Really difficult scenario to be in. But again, T1 is now in that lower bracket with Vitality, so it doesn't really get any better.
That is an absolute banger tomorrow, by the way. Team Vitality against T1.
It should be a semi-finals.
You have to send one of them home. It's the crazy thing about it. Yeah, we're crushing more keys tomorrow, and that's going to be. But yeah, Al-Qadsiya, I think, just had their numbers played. Again, like you mentioned, Team Vitality, Team 1 in the same group as well. Very difficult for them.
And then for Group B, we looked today at Fnatic as they went, Falcons as they went up against Mous, actually. This was for Group B, and Falcons are out. What do you mean?
Honestly, the thing which I'm going to take from this is the way that the Falcons were kind of formed here was bringing the 2 best players across from Worlds Esports before. I think that might be the difference, that it's not just about player quality anymore. It's about team quality, team coherence. And I think when we see the Falcons, of course, returning next time, I'm hoping that's going to be a lesson learned, that you've got to keep up with the way 4v4 is, where teamwork is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that leads us nicely into Group C, where we had Fnatic against Flash Wolves. And I think this Steward was the complete opposite. This is where the teamwork play really came through from Flash Wolves. I mean, they sold their board.
Yeah, I mean, they sold everything. I mean, they were trying their best to basically sacrifice for their own teammates, but that's what you need to do in a 4 versus 4. And it's becoming more and more common, I think, as the tournament goes on, that people are understanding now, if you have that situation where you can actually sacrifice a little bit of your life for your teammates, then that's going to help them out come on top. And yeah, Flash Wolves dominating the end 2-0.
And last, but definitely not least, is going to be Group D, where we saw Liquid go up against Rock, and Liquid have their key crushed. They lose, they are eliminated, they're going home, and Rock goes up against EVOS tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, we've been really impressed by what we've been seeing from EVOS coming into this one. Definitely on the lower expectation side of it, but they've really come through huge. I think it's a really, we've got some incredible decider matches to come. Yeah, the beauty as well from the teams that have played these elimination matches today is they get to crush keys. These are the first keys that are crushed here at EWC for TFT at EWC, and they get to just destroy Liquid. I mean, if I was Rock and I win a tournament, this is definitely one of the keys that I would put in my trophy.
They're all looking, look at them. They're all staring on. I mean, when we saw in Panda's interview, I don't think they wanted to crush the key.
Yeah,
they were acting all innocent.
They're very shy about it. Ooh.
No, there's no shyness here. You're right, though. This is a memory that will live on forever. Like,
This is like the most fun part of your day. You play 3 games
It
of
is.
TFT,
It's
you
a
come
reward.
back, you press the button. Yeah, it literally is a reward. It's like you see something get destroyed in front of you and you destroyed it. Not just the hopes and dreams of Liquid as a team in TFT, but also a little bit of the organization when it comes to collecting some of those club championship points because you didn't even get top 8.
No points at all. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, you know, in the EWC Club Championship now, it's only really Team Vitality that are really up there in terms of a team that can actually gain some points and catch up with the likes of Team Liquid.
Yeah, for the match of the day as well that we had, we started off with Falcons against Mous, if I do remember correct. This was an upset. This was, I think, an upset is the best way to describe it. There's no other way to say it.
Well, the thing is, Mous has been sort of, around, and teams overall have been, backing them again and again. I couldn't help shaking the feeling that something was going to go wrong for them again, especially going up against the Falcons.
So you cursed them.
Did I curse them? I don't think I did a very good job of it if I was cursing them. I wanted them to win it. I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
A curse, a blessing, whatever it was in the end. I mean, it was by far one of the best series of the day. You know, I think for me, it was such a back and forth series that was just going neck and neck. It came down to the wire with Mous and Falcons. And even though people might call it an upset, we know from a player's standpoint, we know that Mous is very highly rated by a lot of players. So I think for them, they probably expect Mous to win. But again, they got to go again tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Tomorrow is another elimination day, and there's going to be 4 other keys that are going to be crushed because we started off with 16 teams, but we can only head into playoffs with a total of 8. With the matchups that we have going on with the teams that are in this lower bracket, considering quite a few of them are upsets, do we have any clear favorites to go through? Start off with Vitality T1. Where is that going?
I
know, that's a hard question. I know.
Cannot predict that. I don't think any of us can predict that. I mean, I think coming into it, I think Vitality probably have the best shot because they're a team that have kept one of the most players. I think T1 also. T1 kept 3 players from last year. Vitality kept 3 players from last year. Yeah. So it's a battle of really the 2 consistent teams that have been together for, over a year now since the last EWC.
It's a battle of showing up on the day. It's a battle of really locking in when you have to. And we also, in case you guys weren't locked in with us for some reason, we have the Kyria plays of today as well to give a little bit of a refresher and a reminder as to the crazy things that we saw happening here today.
Yeah, I mean, we just get to see a little taste of T1 dancing on the field there. I mean, as you said, I think it's the real winner of the side of match is going to be us. It's getting to see teams this ridiculously good going face to face. Of course, only one of them gets a smile like that at the end of it.
I mean, it's such an incredible feeling as well. I mean, you can see the Gwen here with the fish bones on the back line as well. One of the powerhouses, I think, of this set with the interactions of artifacts, which I think have been so huge over the past few days with interactions with Flicker Blades as well. We've seen a lot of power, but overall, I mean, you can see here, this is just T1 styling on Alcacia, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And, especially this early into the set as well, we're seeing such development, even game by game, let alone match by match, with our players. Getting their support staff, especially, which of course another aspect of this, coming in, feeding that extra information in, finding these angles, which may only show up once every 50 games, and making them work.
I think as the days have gone on, we've definitely seen a bit more variety. We were a little bit worried maybe that we will be seeing a lot of Gangplank, which we are seeing a lot of Gangplank, of course, being one of the strongest units in this set. But there's definitely more variety, especially today compared to yesterday. There's been a lot more variety, a lot more risks being taken as well with these teams. A lot more, augments that have been picked that maybe you wouldn't really see in a 4v4 environment, like Night Lives, for example. These high risk, high reward options that you have, but you need to take these risks in a 4 versus 4.
And
you
we've
need
seen
to look for the winner.
Oh, yeah. Well, now we know what the secret tech is. Just throw the talisman.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, throwing briefcases, Mundo, talisman, big boy.
Yeah, I'm a little traumatized. I'm not gonna lie. But we saw
flashbacks.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a different game, but still flashbacks.
The pain is the same.
Oh yeah, it remains. But the beauty as well of being online here is that we also get to see these players have these reactions, and we get to see them come out of their shells a little bit. Where when we have these players in interviews, and you see like the first question they're a little shy, and then like the second question lands at a throw, and they go, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go all in." And like slowly but surely they're getting more comfortable and opening up a little bit more, and that's also going to, of course, translate onto their performances on stage.
This is one of the very rare occasions that we have in the TFT year where we actually see players players in the LAN environment go head-to-head as well. We, of course, have like the opens that happen throughout the year where a bunch of players come together. But this is the first time that you can see, head-to-head 4 versus 4 players coming together, and actually us, being able to communicate with them as well, being able to talk to them about the set, about their confidence as well.
What I'd also like to hear from you, Counterfeit, is if you're looking at the games that we've seen today on the A stream, because you've been here for the whole day, it's been a long one, I know. Are there any players in particular that truly stand out to you when it comes to their performance individually here, whatever team that might be, whether it's a team that stayed here, whether it's a team that was knocked out, a player that you thought, yes, this is my MVP?
Gosh, I'm having to look back through all the things.
Take your time.
There's been so many.
So many
players.
I'm like trying to extend my question for as long as possible because I was like seeing you starting to like flick through the pages, like I'm putting you on the spot here.
Because the name that kind of leapt to mind, it seems a strange thing to say because of course Team Liquid have lost already at this point. But I really like what we're seeing from Babsera, across the series anyway. The thing is, like, as a team you're winning and losing, but ultimately, you still got those performances which are really leaping ahead of expectations.
Yeah, I think it's a close one to call today. I think that a lot of players have performed very, very well. Can't remember exactly who it was off the top of my head, but there was a player that had a GP3 on their bench for pretty much the whole game. I'm trying to remember who that was.
No,
Why would you do that?
It's
contesting it, isn't it?
Yeah, just stop the other player from hitting it. But you know what the funny thing is? He had GP3 on the bench, he didn't play it, but the other person still hit GP. So it's like, what are you doing?
I'm gonna actually
it's just a sacrifice.
I'm gonna release you guys from this tournament
Thank
because you're
goodness.
still flicking through your pages. We're trying to come up with the names of these players, but instead we're gonna have a look at the Sony MVP of the day, who is basically locked in and confirmed. And then you guys can tell me whether or not you do agree with Haruru from the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Haruru, I think, had a great performance overall for Flash Wolves. We saw overall that it was a very solid performance overall from Flash Wolves, a dominating fashion as well, as you can see with the stats as well. First placements across the board.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, that was part of the story with the Flash Wolves as well, to see, who can join Kababo as the kind of top player of the team will add to that kind of arsenal of really effective players. And it's a huge thing for the Flash Wolves that happened today. Honestly, I think Haru did a huge job in making sure the team actually got here.
Yeah, I think as well, Flash Wolves in general should be very proud of how today went, especially after that game yesterday against Twisted Minds, where it was such a close one, and just to be a couple HP away from being able to stay in that upper bracket. Instead, you lose, you drop to the lower bracket. You have to dust it off your shoulders and just come back into the next day, be as locked in and as prepared as you possibly can be. Wish they were, only for history to maybe repeat itself tomorrow because Twisted Minds lose and drop to the lower bracket too.
I mean, that's another series as well. I think that with Flash Wolves, they're probably going to be looking back at that series throughout the whole of tonight. They might even have a sleepless night tonight, I think, because they're going to go in, they're going to have a rematch against Twisted Minds in that group, which we know how well that game was, that series was the first time around, and it might be as close the second time around tomorrow, but they need to be locked in.
It was 4 HP before, it's going to be 2 HP.
Oh no, here we go. This is why I have problems with analysts, because you guys are throwing out predictions, you're cursing teams, you're making things a little bit more complicated. There's no way this is going to go to the third game. Then it does. It's going to be a 2-0. It isn't. This team's going to win. They lose. You said 2-0 Liquid. You said 2-1 Liquid.
I think it just might be us Brits. It might just be Brits.
We're just so frequently wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that feel?
About normal, really?
It's a normal thing at this point.
It doesn't even register anymore.
Just another day in the office, but we have tomorrow's schedule as well in regards to the games that we're going to be looking at and covering on the A stream, starting off with Vitality against T1, VP against Mous, Twisted Minds against Flash Wolves, and Evos against Rock. The thing is, T1 Vitality, I am really looking forward to that game, but every single one of these is super exciting.
The exciting thing is as well is that 3 of these 4 matchups are going to be completely new matchups. We only have 1 rematch from the group, which is Twisted Minds against Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
The other 3 games, all fresh new matchups that we haven't seen in this tournament. So it's freshly, competition for these teams, and they only have a little bit of time to prepare as well. But for me, Vitality T1 start the day. That is...
It's an incredible day. If you told me that was the playoffs brackets, I would have believed you, because that's just the match quality there is just absolutely absurd. I love particularly from the lower end of the teams we didn't necessarily have huge expectations for. The ones that proved themselves and gotten to this point, we may only be coming to the halfway point of the competition, but the games just keep getting better.
They do, and it's only getting better and better and tougher as more teams are finding themselves on those elimination brackets. One game away from going home, one match potentially away from going home, because a lot of these that we had today here, Stuart, they were down to the wire, down to that final match in these BO3 series.
Yeah, I mean, most of them did go to the 2-1, and it comes down to little points during the game. You know, we've seen that some games went down to 2 HP, 3 HP, some went down to positioning as well. We know how important positioning is in teamfight tactics. If you position that Karma the same side as the Gangplank, well, bye-bye to that Karma.
Oh, that's a throwback from yesterday, okay.
That's never happened before.
It happens a lot.
Did it by any chance keep you up last night? You can be honest, it's okay.
Probably. Yeah.
Stuart's a secret analyst. But I take your point from earlier, Stuart. Look, there's going to be a lot of soul searching across the days. I think that's why the teams are more and more leaning into the coaches and leaning to analysts, you know, and stats as well, because it's a lot of work you're able to come into the next day as fresh as you can be while having crunched an enormous amount of data, not just about your play, but what everyone else in the field is doing as well.
Yeah, you need to stay on top of the meta reads. You need to see what is working and what isn't, because again, it's no longer a possibility to come in tomorrow and maybe trial something that might not actually hit. It is really like do or die for every single one of these teams. A lot is on the line besides just their keys being crushed and, you know, the prize money here at TFT and them going to the playoffs. It's also the club championship points, and I think that is just an overarching picture of what we can be expecting, because Twisted Minds is in the top 5, VP is in the top 5, and so is Vitality. And guess which teams are in the lower bracket?
And they all their keys could get crushed tomorrow.
Because 2 of them already have gone. Liquid and Falcons are bye-bye. That like crazy statement,
What
by
happens
the
if
way.
all of the top 5 get keys crushed tomorrow?
We all cry together.
Yeah,
Okay,
there was no points for anybody. I think you were saying when we even just came into this thing, it's wild to be here, you know, so close to the end of the EWC and, you know, be in such a significant point for these teams as they battle each other for club championship supremacy. There's very little gap between the teams coming in.
Yeah, and that makes tomorrow just that much more exciting. Every single one of these games doesn't just hold the future and the outcome of TFT, but the club championship points as a whole, the entirety of EWC for every single one of these teams, besides the 2 that already got eliminated. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place, bringing you 4 great best of 3s today to see which teams are going to be heading into our playoffs bracket. You don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, 2 options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your end. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm finding a way. With or without my sales. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'll find a way, with or without your end. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sales. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sales. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Clement, mine French boys doing the well today. How is your day going?
Well, I'm happy for APAC. All of our teams are still here. We're the only region that is fully present, and we got bounce backs from T1, Flash Wolves, and also coming in at the last, Rock Esports, taking down Team Liquid. So
I'm so happy for you. For us, it's been a while. One boy's down to the loser brackets, 2 to T2 went out. Like, boy, it's been rough. However, there is the oldest one. Edge is doing pretty well, already in the playoffs. So, I'm vibing with them.
Would you say the best French team is still in the running?
Absolutely. The best one went in the qualifiers out. So don't get me started on that one.
Which one are you referring to?
Oh, Gentlemates.
Ah, yes. They didn't even make it here, man. Okay, that actually is the best French team. My bad.
Well, we'll wrap up tomorrow, but hopefully it's going to be much better for us than today.
Good luck.